Lin Ye, hailing from the Sacred Soul Village, bears a mysterious jade pendant. From a young age, he acquired the formidable 9-yang divine skill, and upon the awakening of his martial soul, he astonishingly manifested an unprecedented 3 lives martial soul. Stepping out of Sacred Soul Village, Lin Ye joined the Spirit Hall, ascending to the rank of Saint Sun, where he battled Tang San, vanquished the scoundrel, eliminated the master, destroyed Lan Ba, annihilated the Haotian, allied with soul beasts, and waged war against the gods. From the Douluo continent to the Do Pa Song Xiong, this lifetime is destined for the Spirit Hall to reign supreme. In truth, this is merely a tale of a transmigrator embarking on an extraordinary journey. Chapter 1. The beginning of everything. Under the night sky, the moonlight flowed like water. Before a wooden cabin, a couple stood silently. The man, clad in white, with black hair and eyes, possessed an air of striking handsomeness, while the woman, dressed in blue, had deep blue hair and captivating eyes. In her arms rested a swaddled infant, wrapped in exquisite brocade, within which lay a delicate jade pendant. Tiangu, are we truly leaving Shaoyi here? The woman, with furrowed brows, gazed at the infant, her eyes filled with sorrow. Zhixin, the path ahead is uncertain. If it is safe, then well and good. However, if it is perilous, my strength may not suffice to protect you, let alone bring Shaoyi along, which would only endanger him. The man, referred to as Tiangu, sighed. But without us, what if someone bullies Shaoyi? And in such an impoverished village, his future will undoubtedly be challenging. Why not leave him with my family? As she spoke, Zhixin's voice quivered with emotion. Seeing his wife in tears, Tiangu sighed deeply and embraced her. Zhixin, rest assured, we entrust him to the village chief, Shao. Ye shall not be harmed. With our exceptional bloodlines combined, and the gifts I leave him, it will be others who fear him, not the other way around. As for leaving him with your family, we may never return. People have ulterior motives. What if someone covets what we leave for Shaoyi? Thus, it is best for him to remain here, shrouded in anonymity. By the time he grows and leaves this village, he will be capable of self-defense. According to the path I envision for him, he will surely find us in the future. After listening to her husband, Zhixin fell silent for a moment, accepting the reality with slightly reddened eyes. Tiangu, I understand. Let us leave Shaoyi here. Seeing his wife finally acquiesce, Tiangu revealed a comforting smile. Having made their decision, Zhixin gently caressed the infant in her arms and approached the cabin's door, carefully placing the baby on the ground before knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp sound echoed as the door creaked open. An elderly voice inquired, "Who is it?" After a shuffle of footsteps, the door opened to reveal a frail, silver-haired man, his expression one of confusion. Why is there a baby here? Who left this? Upon discovering the infant, the old man stepped outside, cradling the child. As he examined the luxurious brocade and the fine jade pendant, he marveled at their quality. Such exquisite fabric and a jade pendant. Could this child belong to some noble family? But why leave him here? Do they wish for me to adopt him? Pondering this mystery, the old man's face brightened. Strange indeed. However, if you wish for me to care for you, I shall comply. A noble child may very well awaken a martial soul and become a soul master in the future. As the thought crossed his mind, a smile graced the old man's face. Taking out the jade pendant, he read the inscription and looked kindly at the infant in his arms. Child, are you named Lin Ye? I am Jack, and from now on, I shall be your grandfather. 6 years later, in the Heaven Do Empire, Fanos Province, Sacred Soul Village. As dawn broke, the village remained shrouded in a veil of mist, with wooden houses appearing like specters in the fog. From one of the cabins, the door creaked open, and a young boy stepped out. He was a black-haired, black-eyed child, appearing around 6 or 7 years old, with a well-proportioned physique and fair skin, though his expression bore a hint of coldness. After shutting the door behind him, an elderly voice resonated from within. Shaoyi, remember to return early. The Soul Master from a Nodding City Spirit Branch is coming to hold the Martial Soul Awakening Ceremony today, so do not be late. I understand, Grandpa, the boy replied calmly, nodding before turning away from the cabin. As he made his way out of the village toward the back mountain, he encountered another boy of similar age emerging from the village. This boy, dressed in coarse clothing, had black hair and eyes, and a tan complexion, appearing rather ordinary. Upon seeing Lin Ye, he grinned and greeted, Lin Ye, up so early for your exercises again? Indeed, Tang San, are you not doing the same? Lin Ye responded with a gentle nod. That's different, I'm older than you. Tang San chuckled. He was indeed older, not just in physical years, but also mentally. Although he appeared to be a 6 or 7-year-old child, possessing memories from a past life, he was approaching 30 in psychological age. Yet, Lin Ye was simply a normal child, rising early to train, showcasing a level of self-discipline that even adults might envy, let alone a child. How could this not astonish him? The two exchanged pleasantries until they reached the foot of the back mountain, where they chose separate paths toward different peaks. After parting ways, Lin Ye followed a narrow path toward the left side of the mountain, traversing a vibrant field of flowers before arriving at a steep slope. The incline exceeded 70 degrees, a daunting challenge even for adults. Yet, Lin Ye's expression remained serene, devoid of fear. Boom! With a powerful push from his right foot, Lin Ye's body propelled into the air, landing securely on the slope as if anchoring himself, his right hand swiftly grasping a protruding rock, and with another push, he continued to ascend the slope rapidly. It is difficult to fathom that a mere 6 or 7-year-old boy possesses such remarkable agility. Like a nimble monkey, he ascended with astonishing speed, and within just a few breaths, Lin Ye had scaled the steep slope of over 10 meters, reaching the summit. Chapter 2. The 9 Suns' Divine Skill and the Mysterious Jade Pendant. Upon reaching the summit, Lin Ye found himself surrounded by lush greenery and expansive grayish-white stones. Gazing down at the endless emerald forest below the precipice, he settled cross-legged on a stone of similar hue, facing the rising sun. He closed his eyes and began to focus on his breathing. Faintly, one could discern wisps of ethereal energy being inhaled and exhaled by Lin Ye, forming a seamless cycle. Yet he pondered, why is it that I still cannot break through the first layer of the 9 Suns' divine skill? Despite the true energy within me having reached its utmost limit for this stage, a long time passed before Lin Ye suddenly opened his eyes. Observing his fair hands, he furrowed his brow, a glimmer of confusion flashing in his bright eyes. Could it be that I have yet to awaken the so-called martial soul that grandfather spoke of? It is said that upon awakening one's martial soul to become a soul master, one may encounter a bottleneck after reaching a certain level of strength, necessitating the absorption of something known as a soul ring to continue their cultivation. This predicament bears a striking resemblance to my current situation. Contemplating the wondrous power of the martial soul as described by Grandfather Jack, Lin Ye was lost in thought. The 9 Suns' divine skill, which Lin Ye presently cultivates, was introduced to him in a sudden flash of insight. This technique was not learned from anyone. Rather, it was imparted to him when, at the tender age of 3, he was playing with the jade pendant he had worn since childhood. The pendant emitted a beam of light that struck Lin Ye's head, and subsequently, the knowledge of the 9 Suns' divine skill inexplicably appeared in his mind. Through the practice of the 9 Suns' divine skill, an extraordinary energy known as 9 Suns' true Qi manifested within Lin Ye. This energy coursed through his body, endowing him with exceptional physical qualities that far surpassed those of adults in terms of strength, speed, and reflexes. In addition to enhancing his physique, 9 Suns' true Qi possessed various other remarkable effects. For instance, it could generate a radiant warmth, allowing Lin Ye to remain comfortable in merely a thin garment even during winter. It also bolstered his constitution, rendering him impervious to ailments, and fortified his body against blades and swords, even reflecting weaker attacks. Due to the 9 Suns' divine skill, Lin Ye developed a keen interest in the jade pendant he had cherished since childhood. In his quest to explore its potential, he employed numerous methods and ultimately discovered that infusing the pendant with 9 Suns' true Qi could trigger a form of energy barrier. Lin Ye felt a stirring intuition. If he could breach this barrier, he might uncover other martial arts akin to the 9 Suns' divine skill. However, despite sensing that his true energy could indeed shatter the barrier, it seemed he lacked a crucial element, perpetually falling just short of success. According to information gleaned from Grandfather Jack, Lin Ye surmised that his inability to break through the energy barrier of the pendant was likely due to his unawakened martial soul. Today marks the day of the martial soul awakening ceremony. If I can awaken my martial soul, it will validate my suspicions, Lin Ye mused. Beyond merely confirming his hypothesis, Lin Ye harbored another purpose for awakening his martial soul, to unravel the mystery of his origins. Lin Ye was not the biological grandson of Grandfather Jack. As Jack recounted, Lin Ye was found by him, abandoned at his doorstep after a knock echoed through the night. Enveloped in luxurious brocade, which no ordinary family could afford. Jack speculated that Lin Ye's background must be extraordinary. Yet, as Jack had never encountered Lin Ye's biological parents, all was conjecture. The only tangible proof of Lin Ye's identity lay within the Jade Pendant. Initially, Lin Ye believed the pendant was merely an ordinary identification token. However, since acquiring the Nine Suns divine skill, he had come to suspect that it was far more significant, an artifact capable of revealing his true lineage. If the pendant could bestow upon him the Nine Suns divine skill, it surely held clues about his parents. The absence of such revelations thus far could only mean he had yet to meet their expectations. Lin Ye firmly believed that his parents had not forsaken him. If they had, they would not have left him at Grandfather Jack's doorstep, but rather, they must have faced dire circumstances that compelled them to entrust him to another's care. The pendant was a clue left behind by his parents. The energy barrier within it was further evidence, although he could currently perceive only one barrier. It was likely that more existed. As he continued to dismantle these barriers, he would inevitably uncover more treasures, including potentially valuable artifacts beyond the Nine Suns divine skill. Once his strength reached a sufficient level, he might even discover messages from his parents. Moreover, the fact that such a miraculous pendant was bestowed upon him suggested that his parents were not ordinary individuals on the continent. They might very well be the legendary and immensely powerful soul masters. Once he awakened his martial soul and became a soul master, he would encounter more people and opportunities in the future, which would undoubtedly lead him to information about his parents. Realizing the time was pressing, Lin Ye decided it was time to return. After completing his practice of the Nine Suns divine skill and assessing the sky, he rose from his seated position, prepared to descend the mountain and return home. With agile grace, he made his way down the mountain and arrived back at the village. Upon entering his home, he found Grandfather Jack had already prepared a meal and set on the table. Hurry and eat. We have to welcome the esteemed soul master from the Martial Soul Hall shortly, Jack urged as he took his seat at the table upon seeing Lin Ye return. Rest assured, Grandfather, I will eat swiftly, Lin Ye replied, taking a seat beside Jack, lifting his bowl and grasping his chopsticks. In anticipation of the Soul Master arriving for the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony, both Lin Ye and Jack hastily finished their meal in under 10 minutes. All done. Let us head to the village entrance. The Soul Master from the Martial Soul Hall should be arriving soon, Jack remarked, glancing outside at the sky. After their meal, rather than washing the dishes, Jack placed the plates and bowls into a pot, filled it with water, and covered it, preparing to take Lin Ye to the village entrance to welcome the Soul Master sent from the Martial Soul branch of Nodding City. The two departed their home and made their way to the entrance of Sacred Soul Village. By this time, the sun was nearing its ascent, and the weather was warming. As they stood in the shade of the trees, waiting, a figure gradually approached along the distant road. It was a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, with a tall stature, sharp brows, and captivating eyes. He was dressed in a grayish-white uniform. On the left side of his chest was a soul character the size of a fist, while a badge depicting a long sword adorned the right side, featuring 3 intercrossed swords. Thanks to Grandfather Jack's teachings, Lin Ye understood that the number of swords on the badge indicated that the young man before him held the title of Great Soul Master, the 3rd rank among Soul Masters. The swords symbolized that this Soul Master specialized in battle techniques. A Soul Master is an individual who, after awakening their martial soul, cultivates a power known as Soul Force, which bears similarities to Lin Ye's own practice of the Nine Suns divine skill. According to the classification of realms, there exist 10 distinct levels for Soul Masters, namely Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Grand Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Spirit Daw, and Title Douluo. It is said that powerful high-ranking Soul Masters possess the ability to vanquish an entire army single-handedly and can determine the rise and fall of nations. Such strength has always been the aspiration and admiration of Lin Ye. Honorable Battle Soul Master, you have arrived. Upon seeing the young man, old Jack respectfully bowed. There is no need for excessive formalities. Let us proceed inside. We must conduct the Soul Awakening ceremony for your village promptly, as I have other villages to attend to, the young man replied, taking a few steps forward to assist old Jack to his feet. Yes, esteemed Battle Soul Master, old Jack replied, still showing respect. Chapter 3. soul awakening under Old Jack's guidance. The trio entered the village from its entrance, making their way to the Soul Division Hall at the center. Although the name Soul Division Hall sounds grand, Lin Ye had seen it before. It was merely a slightly larger wooden structure. After all, Saint Soul Village is just a village, and the villagers barely managed to make ends meet, leaving little room for extravagance in constructing this so-called hall, despite its significant symbolic importance. Upon reaching the Soul Division Hall in the village center, Lin Ye recalled that his grandfather, Old Jack, had mentioned a few days ago that today was the day for soul awakening. Consequently, most of the age-appropriate children had already gathered, playing merrily in front of the hall. However, upon noticing Old Jack's arrival, all the children immediately ceased their frolicking and formed a line on the grass before the hall. "Grandpa, it seems Tang San has not yet arrived," Lin Ye said softly as he scanned the group of children, realizing that Tang San, whom he had encountered that morning, was still absent. "Tang San is a good child. I informed him about today's events. If nothing unexpected occurred, he should not be late." "That rascal Tang Hao must have overslept again," Old Jack exclaimed, tapping his cane on the ground in frustration. Lin Ye understood that Tang Hao was Tang San's father and the only blacksmith in Saint Soul Village. Unlike most fathers in the village, Tang Hao was particularly irresponsible, spending his days drinking rather than working. Most of the money he earned went towards alcohol, and without farming, it often left Tang San without food, sometimes even without porridge to drink. If not for the assistance from others, Tang San might have starved long ago. Lin Ye held a deep disdain for Tang Hao, feeling that he utterly tarnished the image of fatherhood in his eyes. "Should I go and call for Tang San?" Lin Ye asked quietly. "You stay here. I will go. That fellow Tang Hao may not be a good person, but he certainly has a temper. It's better if I handle it." Old Jack shook his head. "Esteemed Battle Soul Master, there is still one child in our village who has not arrived for the soul awakening. May I go fetch him?" After discussing with Lin Ye, Old Jack turned to the young soul master beside him and asked respectfully. "Go ahead, but be swift," the young man replied. Having overheard Old Jack and Lin Ye's quiet conversation, and naturally chose to agree. "I will take my leave then. If you have any questions, feel free to ask my grandson Lin Ye. He will assist you," Old Jack said respectfully before turning to leave. After Old Jack departed, the young man and Lin Ye approached the Soul Division Hall. Lin Ye joined the line, while the young man positioned himself at the entrance of the hall, hands clasped behind his back, calmly gazing into the distance while occasionally glancing at the line. After several minutes, Old Jack finally returned with Tang San in tow. "Esteemed Battle Soul Master, I apologize for the delay," Old Jack said, slightly out of breath as he returned to the young man's side and bowed. "It is of no concern," the young man replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Now that everyone is present, let us enter," the young man said as he turned and pushed open the grand doors of the Soul Division Hall, stepping inside. "Tang San, did my grandfather not inform you a few days ago? Why are you still late today?" Lin Ye furrowed his brow and asked. "Apologies, my father drank too much yesterday, so I woke up late today," Tang San sheepishly scratched his head. Lin Ye could only shake his head in resignation at Tang San's response. He felt that Tang San was truly unfortunate to have such a father. Tang Hao did nothing but blacksmithing. All household chores fell to Tang San, and it was said that he was the one cooking, despite not being tall enough to reach the stove. Upon entering the Soul Division Hall, the young Soul Master had already arrived at the front table, where he set down a package he had been carrying. He took out a deep blue crystal ball and 6 black round stones, arranging them on the ground in a star formation. "All right, everyone line up from left to right in order of height," the young man instructed after standing up, clapping his hands to get their attention. Upon hearing his words, the 9 children participating in the soul awakening quickly sprang into action and lined up in order of height. Lin Ye, being the tallest, stood at the far right, while Tang San, being the second tallest, took his place to Lin Ye's left. Seeing everyone positioned correctly, the young man smiled, nodding in satisfaction before speaking gently. "Excellent. Now, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Yuntao, a Grand Soul Master of level 26, with the battle soul of a lone wolf. I will guide you through the soul awakening process. Remember, no matter what you see, do not be afraid, understood?" "Understood," everyone replied in unison, though they did not take it seriously, thinking it was merely a soul awakening. How terrifying could it be? However, Lin Ye felt a sense of gravity in his heart upon hearing the words of the Grand Soul Master, Su Yuntao. He had walked alongside this Grand Soul Master for quite some time, And in front of old Jack, Su Yuntao had always maintained a serious demeanor. Although he appeared gentle before the children, it was merely because they were children. His true character likely remained unchanged, and he would not speak without purpose. Could something truly dreadful happen? Just as Lin Ye pondered this, Su Yuntao suddenly shouted, "Lone Wolf, manifest!" In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Su Yuntao's body. Accompanied by a faint wolf howl, a black-purple wolf shadow emerged from within him and swiftly merged back into his being. As the purple wolf shadow entered his body, Su Yuntao underwent a remarkable transformation. His muscles expanded visibly, his stature increased, and thick black-purple fur sprouted from the back of his hands. Claws extended from his fingertips, and in an instant, his eyes transformed into eerie green, resembling those of a wolf. After the transformation was complete, Su Yuntao let out a ferocious roar directed at Lin Ye and the others, accompanied by the menacing howl of a wolf and an inexplicable force that carried an odd sense of oppression. Witnessing Su Yuntao's fearsome appearance post-transformation, the children, overwhelmed by the wolf's howl and that strange, inexplicable energy, collapsed in terror to the ground, apart from Lin Ye and Tang San, who remained composed. They shrieked, retreating in distress, crying out, "Monster! Don't eat me! I want my mother! Don't come here! Please don't approach!" Faced with Su Yuntao's sudden and vicious howl, Lin Ye was momentarily startled. However, possessing an inherently resilient spirit, he did not allow himself to appear overly shaken. Instead, his body bristled with energy as his nine-yang true qi instinctively began to circulate, neutralizing the strange energy's impact. Yet, once the initial shock subsided, Lin Ye observed that Tang San, standing beside him, remained unfazed, although tense and rigid. Was it sheer mental fortitude or something else? Mere psychological resilience seemed insufficient to withstand such a peculiar force. The average individual would find it nearly impossible to remain composed. I am protected by the 9 Yang Divine skill. Could it be that Tang San possesses a similar technique that I have never heard of? Lin Ye pondered in astonishment. On the other side, Su Yuntao was equally surprised to see Lin Ye and Tang San unaffected by a sudden test. His earlier roar was not a mere outburst. It was intentional. After the manifestation of his martial spirit, the roar he emitted carried a soul force impact, a sound that could easily unsettle even adults. Typically, children around the age of 6, unless they had a martial spirit stronger than his lone wolf, would be frightened into submission. This was one of the methods employed by the Spirit Hall to assess children with potential for awakening martial spirits. The fact that they remained unshaken sparked a flicker of hope within Su Yuntao. Chapter 4. Innate full soul power and wasted martial spirits. Observing Lin Ye and Tang San, Su Yuntao felt a glimmer of anticipation. However, as a respectable master of battle spirits, he maintained an impassive demeanor, hands clasped behind his back as he addressed the terrified children sprawled on the ground. Did I not say not to be afraid? This is a normal phenomenon after the manifestation of a beast martial spirit. If any of you are destined to become beast martial spirit soul masters in the future, you too will possess similar abilities. Upon hearing Su Yuntao's words, the children, recalling the myriad of extraordinary martial spirits from legends, gradually regained their composure and cautiously rose to their feet. However, Lin Ye found himself somewhat speechless in response to Su Yuntao's statement. While he did not deny that the Master's beastly transformation was likely related to the beast martial spirit known as the Lone Wolf, the key to the fear they experienced was not merely the change in appearance, but rather the Master's roar and the peculiar energy impact. Surely, this could not be a result of the beast martial spirit. Having cultivated the 9 Yang Divine skill, Lin Ye felt that a soul master's soul power should be akin to his true qi, and it was unfathomable for such an energy impact to occur without reason. There was definitely something Su Yuntao was concealing. Yet what was the purpose behind that roar? Surely, it was not merely for amusement. Was it a test? A sudden realization struck Lin Ye as he glanced at Su Yuntao, noticing that the Master's gaze towards him and Tang San was markedly different from that directed at the other children, imbued with a sense of approval and satisfaction. Lin Ye felt his speculation validated. All right, let us begin the awakening of your martial spirits. As Lin Ye contemplated, Su Yuntao announced, seeing that all the children had calmed down. You, come forward. With that, he pointed directly at the first boy on the left. beckoning him to step into the hexagram formation created by 6 black circular stones. Although apprehensive, the first boy cautiously approached and entered the hexagram. Upon his entry, Su Yuntao swiftly began to clap his hands together. With each rapid movement, 6 beams of green light shot forth from his hands, infusing themselves into the 6 black stones beneath him. Suddenly, countless golden specks erupted from the stones, flooding into the boy's body. Close your eyes and sense the martial spirit within you, Su Yuntao instructed. The boy obediently shut his eyes, as if to attune himself to something. As time trickled by under the curious gazes of all present, the flow of golden light into the boy gradually diminished. After several seconds, Su Yuntao called out, "Summon your martial spirit." At Su Yuntao's command, the boy seemed to awaken from a dream, abruptly opening his eyes. His right hand instinctively spread open, and a delicate scythe, appearing to straddle the line between illusion and reality, materialized in his palm. A scythe? A weapon martial spirit? It possesses some degree of offensive capability, Su Yuntao mused, furrowing his brow slightly. Nevertheless, he retrieved a cerulean crystal orb from the table beside him and handed it to the boy. Place your hand upon it to gauge your soul power. The boy, following Su Yuntao's instructions, placed his left hand on the crystal orb, but alas, nothing transpired. No soul power. You do not qualify to become a soul master. Su Yuntao sighed with disappointment as he observed the orb's lack of illumination. Am I not able to become a soul master? The boy's mouth fell open in dismay, and he lowered his head, dejectedly exiting the martial spirit division. Watching the boy's retreating figure, Su Yuntao shook his head, feeling a pang of sympathy. Yet on the Douluo continent, it was exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to awaken their martial spirits. Having conducted martial spirit awakenings for some time, he had grown accustomed to such outcomes. Next, following the first boy, several others proceeded with their martial spirit awakenings. From the initial scythe, subsequent awakenings revealed martial spirits, such as wooden staffs, hoes, and rakes, primarily agricultural tools. One girl awakened a common blue silvergrass, which Su Yuntao deemed a wasted martial spirit. After witnessing 6 or 7 awakenings and listening to Su Yuntao's assessments, Lin Ye gleaned the prerequisites for becoming a soul master. Awakening a martial spirit was merely the foundation. One must also interact with a blue crystal orb, ensuring it illuminated to qualify as a soul master. However, what causes the orb to glow? Lin Ye understood from Su Yuntao's remarks that soul power was essential. Martial spirits seemed to vary in strength. The peers from the village awakened agricultural tools and blue silvergrass, all of which were feeble martial spirits incapable of generating soul power. Only those with formidable martial spirits could yield soul power and thus achieve the status of soul master. Yet, the nature of soul power is heavily reliant on one's martial spirit, presenting significant limitations. Legends spoke of the effects of soul power, which mirrored the capabilities of his 9-yang true qi. Could his 9-yang true qi be considered a form of soul power, or might it serve as a substitute? Lin Ye found himself lost in contemplation. Next, as the third-to-last child departed from the Wuhuan branch hall in a state of despair, it was finally Tang San's turn, and Su Yuntao felt a flicker of anticipation. In the previous trials, only he and a child named Lin Ye had succeeded, indicating that both possessed potential to become soul masters. Hearing Su Yuntao's words, Tang San stepped forward into the hexagram array formed by 6 circular stones. Su Yuntao set aside his thoughts and swiftly clapped his hands, channeling 6 streams of green light into the 6 black stones. As before, countless golden specks of light erupted from the stones, continuously flowing into Tang San's body. There seemed to be hope as these golden dots poured in without ceasing for over a minute, heightening Su Yuntao's expectations. At last, the influx of golden light ceased, and with a hint of urgency in his voice, Su Yuntao proclaimed, "Summon your martial spirit." Tang San paused briefly upon hearing Su Yuntao's words before extending his left hand. With a flash of light, a delicate blue grass appeared in the palm of his hand, gently swaying. How could this be? It was blue silvergrass. Su Yuntao could hardly believe that Tang San had awakened such a martial spirit, given the extensive time spent in the guiding array. How could he possibly awaken a spirit as worthless as blue silvergrass? Though reluctant to accept this reality, the truth was undeniable, leaving Su Yuntao who had initially been filled with hope, utterly disheartened. "Let us test your soul power," Su Yuntao said. Disappointment etched on his face as he retrieved the crystal ball for testing. With a sigh, he handed it to Tang San. Upon receiving the crystal ball, Tang San placed his right hand upon it. Su Yuntao expected nothing significant to occur, but suddenly, the azure crystal ball radiated a dazzling light. What? How could this be? It was innate full soul power. Su Yuntao's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 5. The second innate full soul power, Su Yuntao's shock. Within the spacious wooden structure, brilliant light burst forth from the azure crystal ball, illuminating the entire Wuhuan branch hall and startling the previously disheartened Su Yuntao. How could this be? Innate full soul power from blue silvergrass, a spirit deemed worthless. In Douluo continent, the number of individuals who could awaken a martial spirit and possess soul power was exceedingly rare. Innate full soul power was even more exceptional, typically found only in powerful martial spirits. Yet blue silvergrass, a spirit of little worth, had no more than 1 in 10,000 soul masters capable of possessing soul power. How could such a spirit exhibit innate full soul power? The sight before him utterly shattered Su Yuntao's understanding. "Uncle, what is innate full soul power?" Tang San inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Innate full soul power is the highest level of soul power a soul master can possess upon awakening their martial spirit. Generally, the higher the innate soul power, the faster the subsequent cultivation speed, Su Yuntao explained. However, despite your innate full soul power, your martial spirit is blue silvergrass, which has woefully low potential and growth capacity. If only your martial spirit were something else, even a simple wooden stick or a sickle, I could. Suddenly recalling something, Su Yuntao sighed deeply, filled with regret. As a level 26 Great Soul Master, while Su Yuntao's strength was not remarkable across the entire continent, in Nodding City, he was considered one of the few experts. Given his prowess, he need not concern himself with the laborious task of overseeing martial spirit awakenings. Yet he chose to take on this responsibility, traveling to nearby villages to awaken martial spirits in children of suitable age. This decision stemmed from the desire to recruit powerful soul masters into the Wuhuan Temple, as the better their martial spirits and the higher their innate soul power, the greater the rewards Su Yuntao would receive from the Wuhuan Hall. Tang San's innate soul power was at its peak. If only it were not for the blue silvergrass, a renowned waste of a martial spirit, Su Yuntao could have reaped substantial rewards. Alas, Tang San's martial spirit was indeed blue silvergrass, leading Su Yuntao to lament his fate. "Uncle," Tang San wished to ask more questions, but Su Yuntao had already lost interest in continuing the conversation. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "You may go now. Another child awaits their martial spirit awakening." Heeding Su Yuntao's words, Tang San closed his mouth, exited the martial spirit guiding array, and stepped aside. "Child, it is your turn." Su Yuntao directed his gaze toward Lin Ye, harboring a glimmer of hope. As another child who had passed his test, Lin Ye's potential should be comparable to the previous child, right? The last had awakened innate full soul power. Surely this one would at least reach the 7th or 8th level. As long as the martial spirit was not blue silvergrass, even a sickle, or rake would suffice. If their innate soul power was sufficiently high, the rewards from the Wuhuan Temple would be substantial. With a look of anticipation in Su Yuntao's eyes, Lin Ye calmly stepped into the martial spirit awakening array. Observing Lin Ye's awakening, Su Yuntao quickly resumed his actions, sending 6 streams of green light into the 6 black stones. Instantly, countless golden specks of light surged forth from the stones, continuously flowing into Lin Ye's body. How warm and comforting! Standing within the martial spirit awakening array, as the golden light enveloped him, Lin Ye felt an extraordinary warmth coursing through him, akin to being immersed in a hot spring. He relaxed completely, instinctively closing his eyes, sensing that something within him was on the verge of emerging. Perhaps this child holds great promise as well. Su Yuntao noted that the golden light had been flowing into Lin Ye for several minutes without pause, and it appeared that the influx surpassed that of Tang San. His expectations began to rise once more. Surely this child's innate soul power would not be low. The last was blue silvergrass. This one could not possibly be as unfortunate, could he? Su Yuntao Pandev, summon your martial spirit. After nearly 10 minutes, Noticing the influx of golden light into Lin Ye's body was diminishing, Su Yuntao called out, his voice imbued with soul power, awakening Lin Ye's consciousness. Upon hearing Su Yuntao's voice, Lin Ye opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed as if in deep thought. After a moment, he extended his left hand, and with a flash of light, a pristine white begonia flower materialized in his palm. A flower? A begonia? Observing the beautiful begonia in Lin Ye's hand, Su Yuntao was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed not blue silvergrass, yet it was merely a flower. What use was it? Merely a decorative piece for a noble family. Alas, another worthless martial spirit. Su Yuntao's judgment was swift, and disappointment washed over him. He had never heard of any formidable spirit master possessing a flower as their martial spirit. After assessing Lin Ye's martial spirit and concluding that it was utterly useless, Su Yuntao firmly believed that Lin Ye would likely not possess any soul power. The fact that he had passed the previous test might simply be attributed to his superior physical condition. However, the last blue-silver grass had awakened soul power, and even possessed innate full soul power. Perhaps this situation could also occur. After all, the martial spirits had already awakened. And a few seconds more for testing soul power wouldn't matter. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Su Yuntao couldn't help but sigh. Reaching for the crystal ball on the nearby table and handing it to Lin Ye, who seemed to be deep in contemplation. Let us check your soul power. Lin Ye nodded calmly, accepting the crystal ball and placing his right hand upon it. The moment his hand made contact, a powerful suction surged from the crystal ball, drawing Lin Ye's 9-yang true qi into it instantaneously, causing the crystal ball to erupt in dazzling brilliance. The radiant light illuminated the entire martial spirit division hall, leaving Su Yuntao utterly astonished. The last blue-silver grass with innate full soul power had already filled him with inexplicable shock. And now another flower martial spirit had emerged with the same potential. For a moment, Su Yuntao was at a loss, unsure whether to feel ecstatic or utterly dismayed. Could it be that the patterns they had long established in the spirit hall were erroneous? Chapter 6. The opportunity for work-study students, he muttered to himself in disbelief. Another with innate full soul power, yet it's still a useless martial spirit. As if struck by a sudden realization, Su Yuntao sighed again. The events of the day were far too dramatic, completely overturning his understanding. He would likely never forget what had transpired. With a mixture of regret and determination, he retrieved 2 specially crafted pieces of parchment from his bag, proceeding to document Lin Ye and Tang San's information, including their names, martial spirits, and innate soul powers. For Lin Ye, he recorded the begonia flower, while for Tang San, he noted the blue silvergrass. This is your martial spirit certificate. Both of you possess innate full soul power, which is exceedingly rare on the Douluo continent. Alas, it is regrettable that your martial spirits lack potential for development. If only they were not useless spirits. Even a martial spirit with a hint of offensive capability, like a scythe or hoe, combined with innate full soul power, would have sufficed to elevate you to the ranks of the strong. As he handed the martial spirit certificates to Lin Ye and Tang San, Su Yuntao felt a whirlwind of emotions. After they accepted the certificates, he began to gather his belongings, placing the 6 black stones and the azure crystal ball into his bag, preparing to depart. By the way, it's advisable to entrust your martial spirit certificates to your village chief for safekeeping. Should you wish to pursue studies at the Spirit Master Academy in the future, you will likely require his assistance. With those words, Su Yuntao turned and exited the martial spirit division hall. Just as he stepped outside, old Jack eagerly approached, inquiring, "Respected Battle Soul Master, does our village have anyone qualified to become a spirit master this year?" "There are indeed 2, Su Yuntao replied, his expression somewhat complicated. "And both possess innate full soul power." 2. And both with innate full soul power? Old Jack felt a rush of excitement, although it quickly turned to dizziness. Alas, but regrettably, they are both useless martial spirits. One is the blue silvergrass, and the other the begonia flower. You must understand, these are 2 types of martial spirits with almost no combat capability. Su Yuntao shook his head. Useless martial spirits? I understand, but even if they are deemed useless, possessing innate full soul power is still sufficient to become spirit masters. Old Jack paused, then expressed his thoughts. Becoming a spirit master is certainly possible. Su Yuntao nodded. Well, I shall not elaborate further. I need to proceed to other villages for martial spirit awakenings. With that, he leapt into the air, swiftly traversing the rooftops of wooden houses, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After Su Yuntao's departure, Lin Ye and Tang San finally emerged from the martial spirit division hall. Xiao Yi, Xiao San. How did it go? What martial spirits did you awaken? Old Jack approached them, stroking his beard and leaning on his cane. I awakened the begonia flower. Lin Ye replied softly, though his gaze appeared contemplative. Grandpa Jack, even if it's a useless martial spirit, as long as it has innate full soul power, it can still become a spirit master, right? Tang San did not answer immediately, furrowing his brow instead. Of course, as long as one possesses soul power, they are eligible to become a spirit master in the future. However, the higher the innate soul power, the quicker the path to becoming a spirit master. With innate full soul power, you can become a spirit master right away, but to do so, you must absorb something called a soul ring. What a soul ring entails, I cannot say for certain. I've only heard it is related to soul beasts. Old Jack explained patiently, shaking his head at the end. Xiao San, earlier the master mentioned that our village has two innate soul powers. One martial spirit is the begonia flower, and the other is the blue silvergrass. Since Xiao Yi's martial spirit is the begonia flower, yours must be the blue silvergrass, correct? Old Jack's expression turned curious as he pondered. Alas, innate full soul power, yet the martial spirit is blue silvergrass? Xiao San, you possess such talent. But it's a pity that Tang Hao didn't pass down a better martial spirit to you. What a shame. Old Jack lamented. However, rest assured, both of you possess innate full soul power. You will undoubtedly become spirit masters in the future. I will ensure you both have the opportunity to attend the Specialized Spirit Master Academy to learn the methods of cultivating martial spirits and various knowledge related to spirit masters. Grandpa, I remember our village only has one work-study student quota, right? Lin Ye interjected, puzzled, driven by curiosity about martial spirits. Lin Ye had always enjoyed asking Old Jack various questions about them, essentially absorbing all the knowledge Old Jack had about martial spirits and spirit masters, including the work-study student system. The work-study student program is a special system of the Spirit Master Academy. Due to the exorbitant costs of enrollment and daily living expenses, ordinary commoners find it burdensome. Thus, the work-study student system was born. Work-study students can enroll in the Spirit Master Academy for free and earn money by assisting the school with various tasks, such as cleaning. Although the earnings are modest, they suffice for daily meals. This is a special privilege the Spirit Master Academy extends to ordinary commoners. However, such quotas are typically shared among several villages. Since our Holy Spirit Village has previously produced a soul sage, we are entitled to one quota each year. However, with just one slot, how can two individuals attend the Spirit Master Academy together? Do not worry. Even though Holy Spirit Village has only a single work-study student quota, the number of awakened martial spirits and potential spirit masters in villages like ours is exceedingly rare. Even in our Holy Spirit Village, no spirit master has emerged in over a decade. The same applies to other villages. I can secure an additional quota from other villages for both of you. So do not fret. Old Jack chuckled reassuringly. So that is how it is. Upon hearing that he could borrow a quota from another village, Lin Ye finally understood. Tang San would undoubtedly wish to attend the Soul Master Academy, having been fascinated by martial spirits and soul masters since childhood. But what about you? Do you wish to attend the Soul Master Academy? If you are willing, I will go to other villages to secure a quota for you. Do not worry. Everything will be fine, Old Jack said earnestly as he looked at Tang San. Well, I need to ask my father first, Tang San replied hesitantly. Such matters indeed require a parent's counsel, Old Jack said, shaking his head with a wry smile upon hearing Tang San's response. Although Tang San had always shown maturity, he was still just a child. Such significant decisions should certainly involve the opinions of adults. Come, I will accompany you home to discuss this with your father. Grandfather, may I go ahead? I wish to experiment with my martial spirit. Lin Ye interjected upon hearing Old Jack's intent to visit Tang San's home. Of course, you may go. Old Jack consented readily, recognizing Lin Ye's long-standing interest in martial spirits. To him, it was only natural that Lin Ye, having just awakened his martial spirit, would be curious about its capabilities. However, in truth, martial spirits were quite ordinary. Without becoming a soul master, they held little significance. With Old Jack's approval, Lin Ye turned and left. Yet, Once out of Old Jack's sight, he did not head home, but instead made his way swiftly toward the back mountain. Chapter 7. Twin Martial Spirits? Triple Martial Spirits. After departing from Holy Soul Village, Lin Ye proceeded towards the back mountain. The morning had passed, and the sun hung high in the sky, bathing the land in intense heat. Thus, he encountered no one along the way. Upon reaching the back mountain, the scorching sunlight deterred Lin Ye from climbing to the summit. Instead, he settled beside a large tree halfway up the slope, where a smooth stone provided a suitable seat. Once seated on the stone, Lin Ye surveyed his surroundings. Noticing that he was alone, he extended his right hand. With a flash of white light, a pristine begonia blossom appeared in his palm. The delicate flower emitted a refreshing fragrance, while its petals radiated a soft glow. Typically, as far as Lin Ye knew, most begonias were pink. Certainly, some variations existed due to environmental factors and species differences, but he had never encountered a begonia as immaculate and radiant as the one he held. This must not be an ordinary begonia, Lin Ye pondered, furrowing his brow. According to Master Su Yuntao's words during his awakening at the Martial Spirit Branch Hall, whether a martial spirit was deemed useless depended on its capabilities. Tang San's blue-silver grass was widely recognized as a powerless martial spirit, thus labeled as a useless one. However, his begonia martial spirit evidently differed from ordinary ones. While it likely lacked offensive power, a martial spirit endowed with innate soul power could not be entirely devoid of utility. The question remained, how could he activate the capabilities of this begonia martial spirit? Suddenly, Lin Ye recalled that if he infused soul power into the begonia, perhaps he could awaken its potential. Since soul power was crucial for a soul master, it stood to reason that martial spirits and soul power were inherently linked, and the activation of a martial spirit's abilities likely relied on the drive of soul power. Without hesitation, Lin Ye began to channel his qi into the begonia martial spirit. Although he did not possess conventional soul power, his true energy could serve as a substitute. Previously, his nine-yang true qi had illuminated the crystal ball used for testing soul power, indicating that it could indeed function as a form of soul power. As he activated the nine-yang divine art, Lin Ye infused his true energy into the begonia. Upon doing so, the begonia burst forth with a sacred radiance, and to Lin Ye's astonishment, he discovered that he could manipulate this divine light. Indeed, is this the ability of my begonia martial spirit? He mused. However, where should he direct this light? Scanning the area, Lin Ye's gaze fell upon the grass beneath his feet. Extending his right hand and focusing his thoughts, the sacred light emanated from the begonia and cascaded onto the grass. As he utilized his nine-yang true qi to activate the begonia, Lin Ye felt a noticeable drain on his energy. If he continued, it would likely only sustain him for about a minute. Would that be enough time to test the martial spirit's capabilities? Reality soon provided Lin Ye with an answer. Under the glow of the sacred light, he was astounded to witness the patch of grass illuminated by the divine radiance rapidly growing. What had been a mere inch-deep surge to over 2 inches within mere seconds. Is this the ability of my martial spirit to stimulate plant growth? It seems related to vitality. Lin Ye marveled at the transformation beneath him. Through his experimentation with the grass, Lin Ye began to grasp the essence of his begonia martial spirit's capabilities. However, testing it solely on the grass was insufficient. The limitations of the grass would not yield comprehensive insights. Having confirmed that the martial spirit's powers were harmless, Lin Ye resolved to apply it to himself. Holding the begonia gently in his right hand, he infused the remaining nine-yang true qi into it once more. As the sacred light radiated anew, Lin Ye allowed it to envelop his body. With a rush of warmth akin to soaking in a hot spring, he felt a peculiar current flow through him. Under the influence of this warmth, Lin Ye noticed that his nine-yang true qi began to replenish, and the fatigue from his earlier climb evaporated, leaving him invigorated. Lin Ye was astonished. The light from his begonia martial spirit did not merely relate to vitality. It also restored his true energy and mental clarity. Did this mean it possessed 3 distinct effects? While the begonia martial spirit consumed his nine-yang true qi, the sacred light simultaneously facilitated its replenishment. Stopping the infusion of soul power, Lin Ye regarded the immaculate begonia in his hand with a sense of wonder. With the nine-yang divine art already restoring his true energy rapidly, the begonia's glow seemed to enhance this process, leaving him with an unending supply of true energy. After further experimentation, Lin Ye inflicted a minor wound upon himself, and to his amazement, the injury began to heal swiftly under the sacred light. Through continuous testing and reflection, he ultimately discerned the capabilities of his begonia martial spirit. It could absorb soul power to release a purifying light, which was effective in restoring vitality, soul power, and mental fortitude. The current effect of rejuvenating vitality is the most widely applicable, not only capable of fostering plant life, but also of healing injuries and restoring stamina. Proving to be remarkably potent, such formidable abilities indicate that my begonia flower martial soul is certainly not a futile one. Reflecting on Master Su Yuntao's earlier words, Lin Ye couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. It seems even the master can be mistaken at times. After testing the capabilities of the begonia flower martial soul, Lin Ye retracted it and took a deep breath, his expression grave as he extended his right hand once more. Although he had only manifested the begonia flower martial soul during his awakening, Lin Ye sensed the presence of not two, but three distinct martial souls within him. In addition to the begonia flower, there was also a sword martial soul, along with a third martial soul that had yet to awaken. This was not mere illusion. Lin Ye could still perceive the latent third martial soul, although he sensed that forcibly summoning it would surely inflict harm upon his body. While unable to summon this hidden martial soul at present, during the peculiar state of his awakening, Lin Ye had caught a glimpse of its form. It resembled a tall beast martial soul, evoking the legendary image of a dragon. Dragons are revered mythical creatures, and if this were indeed a martial soul, it would undoubtedly be the most powerful beast martial soul. Thus, it is understandable that it cannot be summoned just yet. Since the third martial soul has not fully awakened, Lin Ye decided to first summon the second martial soul to ascertain its abilities. Extending his right hand, a flash of golden light appeared, and a resplendent golden sword materialized in Lin Ye's grasp. This sword, nearly 3 feet in length, glimmered with a golden hue. One side of the blade bore intricate engravings of celestial bodies, while the other depicted landscapes adorned with flora. The hilt was inscribed with an array of peculiar characters, densely packed and minuscule. What a magnificent sword! It exuded an inexplicable aura of sanctity and majesty. Gazing at the golden sword, Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback. Although he did not recognize this blade, he instinctively felt its unparalleled significance. It was undoubtedly an extraordinary divine sword. Moreover, summoning and sustaining the presence of this sword felt considerably more arduous than that of the begonia flower martial soul. Within mere seconds, the sword had consumed nearly a third of Lin Ye's 9 yang true qi. Chapter 8. Breaking the first layer of restrictions, Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, Phoenix Dance of 6 Phantoms, and the Dugun 9 Swords. Let me witness your true sharpness. With the golden sword raised, it reflected the sunlight, casting a brilliant glow. Observing the intricate patterns etched upon the blade, Lin Ye murmured softly to himself. According to Master Su Yuntao's earlier assertions during the martial soul awakening, the foremost aspect of a martial soul is its offensive capability. The begonia flower martial soul lacked such power, hence its possession of other abilities. However, since this golden sword is a sword martial soul, its essence must lie in its attack power, or rather, its sharpness. Due to the excessive consumption of 9 yang true qi, Lin Ye retracted the sword back into his being, rising from the large rock and preparing to descend mountain. To test the sword's sharpness, the dense woods at the foot of the mountain would be far more suitable than the sparse trees on the hillside, and it aligned better with Lin Ye's forthcoming endeavors. Upon reaching the dense forest at the base of the mountain, Lin Ye noticed that the sun was now nearly at its zenith, causing the heat to intensify. Yet within the forest, the towering trees formed a thick canopy that shielded the sunlight, rendering the atmosphere relatively cool. Once fully immersed in the verdant expanse, and seeing that the area was deserted, Lin Ye summoned the golden sword once more. Grasping the blade, he felt the intense drain on his 9 yang true qi and, adhering to his experimental intent, he swung the sword toward a tree trunk thick enough to encircle with his arms. A flash of golden light flickered as the sword effortlessly cleaved through the tree. With a resounding crack, the upper half of the tree began to tilt and fell to the left, crashing through the dense canopy and ultimately thundering down into the forest. Dust erupted, and leaves scattered in the aftermath. Observing the impeccably smooth cross-section of the fallen tree, Lin Ye felt a surge of astonishment. What a remarkably sharp sword. Seizing the opportunity while his 9-yang true chi still lingered, Lin Ye resumed his assault, slashing, cleaving, and thrusting the golden sword against the surrounding trees. The sword proved to be extraordinarily sharp, effortlessly slicing through even the stoutest of trunks, cleaving them apart or piercing their bark instantaneously. The process was seamless, the sharpness defying belief. Ultimately, Lin Ye even managed to embed the sword halfway into a piece of bluestone. Although the sword did not fully penetrate, the mere fact that it could pierce the stone affirmed its remarkable sharpness. The reason it did not drive completely through was likely due to Lin Ye's insufficient strength. Truly, this is an extraordinary divine sword, one that could, as legends say, effortlessly sever hair or slice through iron as if it were mud. While I have yet to test it against metal, its ease in penetrating bluestone suggests that, with enough force, it could surely slice through gold and sever iron as well. As the excessive consumption of 9-yang true chi caused the golden sword to dissipate, Lin Ye, despite his pale complexion, couldn't help but smile at the chaos he had wrought around him. Both the begonia flower martial soul and the golden sword martial soul exhibited exceptional capabilities, marking them as the pinnacle of martial souls. Coupled with the third martial soul that remains to be awakened, Lin Ye is destined to become an extraordinarily powerful soul master. After testing the capabilities of the begonia flower and the golden sword martial souls, Lin Ye gained insight into their formidable powers. Only the third martial soul, yet to fully awaken, remains untested. However, given Lin Ye's current condition, he could barely withstand the physical demands of an adult's body, indicating that the third martial soul is undoubtedly a formidable force. Moreover, if what he saw was accurate, the third martial soul may very well be the legendary beast martial soul of a dragon. Perhaps it is even more powerful than the begonia flower and the golden sword martial souls. After completing his martial soul trials, Lin Ye did not depart, but instead sought out a smooth rock within the woods. After cleaning the stone with his gaze, he sat down and began to meditate, practicing the 9-yang divine art. Thanks to the potent restorative abilities of the 9-yang divine art, Lin Ye quickly replenished a significant amount of 9-yang true chi. Then, utilizing the capabilities of the begonia flower martial soul, he soon restored his 9-yang true chi to full capacity. With everything in place, Lin Ye retrieved a jade pendant from his waist. This pendant, roughly square in shape, was a vibrant green, adorned with an array of peculiar patterns. While its center bore the elegantly inscribed characters, Lin Ye, having awakened his martial soul today, it should be possible to break through that layer of energy barrier. Gently caressing the jade pendant in his hand and savoring its soothing warmth, Lin Ye exhaled softly, beginning to channel the 9 suns true chi into the pendant. As the energy flowed in, a faint golden glow began to emanate from its surface. However, it seemed as though the 9 suns true chi encountered an invisible barrier within the pendant, unable to penetrate further. Anticipating such a scenario, Lin Ye centered his thoughts and continuously mobilized the 9 suns true chi, launching an assault on the energy barrier encasing the pendant. Boom, boom, boom. The surging 9 suns true chi, under Lin Ye's command, relentlessly bombarded the energy barrier like raging waves, time and again. Under the impact of the fully realized 9 suns true chi, the barrier finally began to tremble and teeter on the brink of collapse. With a resounding thud, accompanied by a barely audible rumble, the energy barrier within the pendant shattered, and Lin Ye's consciousness was instantly thrust into a realm of utter darkness. Simultaneously, a torrent of information surged into his mind, causing him to grimace in pain. His mind was suddenly flooded with a deluge of memories, bringing with it an intense, stabbing discomfort and pressure. However, after a considerable time, the pain gradually subsided, and Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, Phoenix Dance 6 Illusions. Duga 9 Swords? As he meticulously organized the information that had just invaded his mind, Lin Ye found himself frowning and murmuring to himself. Given his prior experience with the 9 Suns divine art, he understood that this stream of information contained 3 distinct martial arts. They were named Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, Phoenix Dance 6 Illusions, and Duga 9 Swords. According to the details regarding these 3 martial arts, they belonged respectively to body refinement, agility, and swordsmanship. Wait, swordsmanship. It seemed to perfectly complement the golden longsword martial soul he had awakened. This could not be mere coincidence. Upon contemplating the golden longsword martial soul, Lin Ye felt a surge of excitement. On the continent, weapons were myriad, including swords, sabers, spears, halberds, and more. The fact that the jade pendant left by his parents contained sword techniques was undoubtedly no accident. It was a testament to their foresight regarding his awakening of the sword martial soul, thus bequeathing him the corresponding sword techniques. Based on Lin Ye's understanding, martial souls were inherited from one's parents. Thus, it stood to reason that his begonia flower martial soul, sword martial soul, and the hidden third martial soul were all inherited from his parents. It was clear that they anticipated this and had left behind the appropriate martial arts through the pendant. As far as Lin Ye knew, both the begonia flower martial soul and the golden longsword martial soul were of the highest caliber. With these two martial souls, his parents were certainly not ordinary soul masters. Once he became a formidable soul master himself, he might even be able to inquire about his parents' whereabouts through his martial souls. This realization filled Lin Ye with a sense of joy. Chapter 9. A message from his parents and the path ahead. Having acquired 3 martial arts from the pendant and contemplated a new potential method to uncover information about his parents, Lin Ye felt immensely satisfied. Today's martial soul awakening had yielded significant rewards for him. Even the seemingly innocuous Nine Suns divine art had endowed Lin Ye with physical prowess surpassing that of most adults. Now, with the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill designed for body training, alongside offensive agility and sword techniques, his combat capabilities would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. It was said that soul masters possessed extraordinary strength. Yet, Lin Ye believed that should he master the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, Phoenix Dance 6 Illusions, and Dugan 9 Swords, his power would rival that of formidable soul masters. Furthermore, if he harnessed his martial soul, even soul masters might not stand a chance against him. However, after shattering the energy barrier within the pendant, it seemed there were other treasures concealed within. Gazing at the jade pendant in his hand, Lin Ye suddenly recalled the pitch-black space he had entered after breaking the barrier, his brow furrowing in contemplation. After a moment of thought, Lin Ye once again infused his Nine Suns' true chi into the pendant. In an instant, darkness enveloped him as his consciousness was drawn back into that shadowy realm. This void was roughly the size of a small room, and within it, a wooden box floated quietly. Indeed, upon seeing the box, Lin Ye could not help but think, just as I suspected, was this wooden box also a legacy from his parents? The notion that the box might also have been entrusted to him by his parents ignited a desire within Lin Ye to retrieve it. As this thought emerged, his consciousness abruptly exited the space. When Lin Ye's awareness returned, he was astonished to find the wooden box in his hands. Could this be the fabled storage space? Recalling his recent experience, Lin Ye remembered tales from his grandfather, Old Jack, about powerful soul masters possessing extraordinary treasures that allowed them to store numerous items. These treasures contained vast spaces known as storage spaces. What might be contained within this wooden box? The fleeting thought of storage treasures passed through his mind. Although he had always been curious about them, his primary focus was now on the wooden box. It was likely a special gift from his parents. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ye steeled himself, heart racing with anticipation, as he opened the box. As the lid lifted, its contents were revealed. A letter. Dear son. As Lin Ye removed the letter from a box, the words came into view, causing his eyes to glisten with emotion. This letter was indeed a message from his parents. Dear son, by the time you read this letter, you should be 6 years old, having undergone your martial soul awakening. We are immensely proud of your efforts in mastering the Nine Suns' true chi to its first level of completion. We regret that we must depart for a potentially perilous place, leaving you in the care of others. It pains us to miss witnessing your childhood, but life is, by nature, unpredictable. Since you have received this letter, it signifies that you have also acquired the 3 martial arts I left for you: Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, Phoenix Dance 6 Illusions, and Dugan 9 Swords. These techniques were meticulously chosen for you. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill will enable you to attain superior soul rings in the future, while the Phoenix Dance 6 Illusions is an exceptional agility technique, suitable for both travel and combat. Remember, sometimes it is better to flee than to engage in a fight. Survival is paramount. Dugan 9 Swords is a remarkable sword technique, and you must diligently practice it. If you can master these 3 martial arts, even at the novice level, combined with your 9 sons' true chi, you will be able to contend with soul venerates. And when you harness your Xianyuan sword martial soul, even average soul venerates will find themselves outmatched. However, be mindful that the Xianyuan sword martial soul consumes a considerable amount of true chi if you wish to utilize it. It is best to do so alongside the 9-spirit begonia martial soul, allowing you to sustain its use for a longer duration. The 9-spirit immortal peach and the Xianyuan sword are the names of the martial souls currently at your disposal. The Xianyuan sword has been passed down to you by me, while the 9-spirit immortal peach belongs to your mother. However, I have also bestowed upon you another martial soul, a formidable beast martial soul. To fully awaken it, you must diligently cultivate the dragon elephant prajna technique. Now that you are 6 years old and your martial soul has awakened, it is time for you to embark on the path of becoming a soul master and attend the Soul Master Academy. Having inherited the martial souls of both your mother and me, you are bound to possess innate full soul power. At the Junior Soul Master Academy, graduation is achieved simply by absorbing soul rings after becoming a soul master. However, before that, you need to study the knowledge pertaining to soul beasts and soul masters. Beneath the wooden box, there are 2 books. Once you have read them, you should gain a general understanding of the soul beast and soul master realms. The education at the Junior Soul Master Academy lasts 6 years, but I believe you need not linger there for so long. Given the martial skills I have left for you, the academy may not hold much significance for you. In fact, once you have completed the subjects you deem essential, you can leave the academy and venture across the continent. By then, you will have become a soul master, able to attempt breaking another seal within the Jade Pendant, and you will receive other belongings I have left for you, which will suffice to ensure your safety during your travels. Child, the sharpness of a sword is honed through adversity, and the fragrance of plum blossoms arises from bitter cold. Merely studying at the Junior Soul Master Academy will not suffice to cultivate strength. Furthermore, practicing the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique requires considerable financial resources. Remaining at the Soul Master Academy will hinder your progress. Thus, I hope you will travel across the continent in the future to encounter more people and experiences. If you wish to earn money swiftly, you can join a soul hunting group in places like the Soul Hunting Forest. With the auxiliary capabilities of your 9-spirit immortal peach martial soul, many hunting groups will be eager to recruit you. However, remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not easily reveal your other martial souls. If someone witnesses your additional martial souls, only trust those you consider reliable friends. Moreover, when absorbing soul rings, prioritize adding them to the 9-spirit immortal peach. If the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique is not cultivated to a certain degree, refrain from bestowing soul rings upon your other martial souls. With the presence of the Douluo 9 swords, your Xianyuan sword martial soul is already potent enough to wield its power without the need for soul rings. This letter has been left for you by your father before his departure, and as it is not a face-to-face conversation, it is understandable if many of my words do not resonate with you. Should you have further inquiries regarding soul beasts and soul masters, I encourage you to peruse the books I have left for you. Remember, your father and mother love you dearly. Upon finishing the letter, Lin Ye set it down, his eyes glistening with emotion, his voice slightly choked. Indeed, he knew that his parents had not abandoned him. Holding back tears, Lin Ye carefully folded the letter left by his parents and clasped it in his hands. Looking at the wooden box, which was nearly a foot tall, he peeled back a thin layer to reveal 2 thick books beneath. One bore the title Compendium of Soul Beasts, while the other was inscribed with Fundamentals of the Soul Master Realm. After placing the folded letter back into the wooden box, Lin Ye stored the box within the Jade Pendant. After briefly flipping through the Compendium of Soul Beasts and the Fundamentals of the Soul Master Realm, he also tucked these 2 tomes into the pendant. Glancing at the sky, he noted that it was nearly noon. Having spent such an extended duration here, it was time to return. Chapter 10. The Plight of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and the Aspiration to Forge a Sword. Having departed from the forest on the back mountain, Lin Ye returned home to Holy Soul Village. After spending a considerable time in the back mountain and the forest, he found that old Jack had already returned, albeit in a foul mood, expressing his displeasure vocally. "Grandfather, what troubles you?" Lin Ye inquired upon seeing old Jack's displeased countenance. "Don't even get me started. That Tang Hao is utterly selfish," old Jack exclaimed in frustration, striking his cane against the ground repeatedly. Attending the Soul Master Academy is a dream opportunity for many, especially for Xiao San, as it presents a remarkable chance to rise above others. If he could become a Soul Master, he would have no worries for the future. Yet, Tang Hao refuses to let Xiao San go simply because he wants him to cook for him. And to make matters worse, he accuses me of being self-serving, claiming that I want Xiao San to attend the academy for my own gain, to have a Soul Master emerge from Holy Soul Village. What a farce! Does attending the academy pose any detriment to Xiao San? Truly short-sighted. Short-sighted. The more old Jack pondered, the angrier he became, leading him to vent his frustration vocally. "Grandfather, please do not be angry," Lin Ye said, attempting to console him. "Uncle Tang has always been like this. There's no need to be alarmed. I believe he is merely struggling to accept this situation. Xiao San undoubtedly wishes to attend the Soul Master Academy, and with 3 months remaining until the semester begins, Uncle Tang will likely come to terms with it." "Ah, I hope so," old Jack replied, shaking his head. Regardless of Tang Hao's thoughts, I must visit the neighboring village tomorrow to inquire about this year's study abroad positions for students. It's wise to make my presence known and prepare ahead. Time swiftly passed, and over the course of several days, Lin Ye diligently practiced the 3 techniques: Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, Phoenix Dance of 6 Illusions, and Dugun 9 Swords, left by his father through the Jade Pendant, while simultaneously studying the knowledge of Soul Beasts and Soul Master from the 2 books he acquired. Lin Ye's talent was commendable. Within 3 days, he had grasped the fundamentals of all 3 techniques and achieved notable progress in their cultivation. As dawn broke, the morning light softly illuminated the surroundings. After bidding farewell to old Jack, Lin Ye made his way to a secluded area of the forest not far from the back mountain. This locale, shrouded by trees and seldom visited by others, had become his chosen sanctuary for cultivation. Standing in a clearing, he adopted a peculiar stance, squatting into a horse stance, hands thrust forward, feet firmly planted on the ground, as if he were a wooden post anchored to the earth, breathing in a rhythm both strange yet harmonious. Inhale, exhale, and repeat. With each breath, Lin Ye's skin gradually took on a reddish hue, a faint mist escaping through his pores. In the coolness of the forest, this mist stood out remarkably. Alongside the physical transformation, sounds emanated from within Lin Ye, akin to the low rumble of an elephant trumpeting, albeit much softer, yet distinctly audible in the serene woodland. This was the Dragon Elephant Stance from the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. The Dragon Elephant Stance is one of the methods recorded in the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique for circulating vital energy, when combined with a unique breathing technique. It serves to refine the body and enhance strength, representing the most fundamental secret of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. In addition to the Dragon Elephant Stance, the technique encompasses many other secret methods, such as the Dragon Elephant Body Refining Fist, Dragon Elephant Devouring Method, and Dragon Elephant Coiling Technique, all designed to strengthen the body and amplify power. With such a plethora of extraordinary secrets, the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique is undoubtedly no ordinary martial art. According to the information within Lin Ye's mind, the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill is divided into 13 levels. Each level attained grants immense strength, and upon reaching the 13th level, one can achieve an indestructible golden body, capable of traversing the void. Previously, while practicing the Nine Suns divine skill, although the Nine Suns' true chi continuously nourished his body, endowing Lin Ye with extraordinary physical prowess, this enhancement was primarily due to the infusion of Nine Suns' true chi. Without its aid, Lin Ye's physical capabilities were merely on par with an average adult, possessing roughly 200 pounds of strength. However, after merely a few days of practicing the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, Lin Ye's strength had multiplied several times. Now, even without the support of Nine Suns' true chi, his strength exceeded 500 pounds, and when bolstered by the Nine Suns' true chi, he could effortlessly wield 1,000 pounds of might. In the woods, practicing the Dragon Elephant Stance, Lin Ye found himself unable to continue after nearly half an hour. Although the Dragon Elephant Stance effectively refined his body and enhanced his strength, this process also consumed vast amounts of vital energy. With his current physical constitution, Lin Ye could only sustain the effort for about half an hour, and that was with the Nine Suns' true chi accelerating his recovery. To endure longer, he would need to continuously ingest more life essence-rich foods, particularly meat. and utilized the dragon elephant devouring method to convert them into vital energy. Retracting the dragon elephant stance, Lin Ye, having maintained a single posture for quite some time, felt no stiffness in his body due to the stance's energy circulation. Therefore, after a brief stretch in the forest, he commenced the practice of his next martial technique. With the flow of Nine Suns' true chi within him, Lin Ye leapt into the air, his body soaring as if weightless, alighting on the crown of a large tree. He then glided gracefully from tree to tree, practicing his second martial skill, the Phoenix Dance of Six Illusions. This technique allows the practitioner to move with the lightness of a feather, darting among the treetops, and with such weightlessness, one can unleash unimaginable speed. At Lin Ye's current pace, he could effortlessly cover over 10 meters in a single second, a truly terrifying feat. And this was merely the initial stage of mastering the first level of the Phoenix Dance of Six Illusions. Upon completing his practice of the Phoenix Dance of Six Illusions, Lin Ye returned to the ground, broke off a branch, and resumed training his sword technique amidst the trees. Gripping the branch as if it were a long sword, he fluidly moved through the forest, executing a series of strikes, slashes, thrusts, and parries, all with remarkable skill. These were the foundational techniques recorded in the Douluo 9 swords. And only after mastering these basics could Lin Ye begin to learn the 9 sword forms detailed in the Douluo 9 swords. Time swiftly passed, and after more than half an hour, Lin Ye, having poured his heart and soul into each movement, found himself drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. That will suffice for today. It's time to return home. After completing his practice of the Douluo 9 swords, Lin Ye discarded the branch, wiped the sweat from his brow, and made his way homeward. Upon his return, his grandfather, Old Jack, had prepared breakfast. After finishing his meal, Old Jack left for the fields to tend to his farm work. Typically, Lin Ye would spend this time at home, reading the Soul Beast Compendium and the Common Knowledge of Soul Masters, 2 books left by his father. However, after weeks of reading, he had already finished both, and now Lin Ye wished to pursue another endeavor. During this period, while diligently practicing martial arts, Lin Ye found success with the Phoenix Dance of Six Illusions and the Douluo 9 swords, yet he encountered a bottleneck with the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. As his physical prowess increased, the Dragon Elephant stance required more vital energy, but even with his grandfather being the village chief, their daily meals consisted of simple fare, with only a few fish and hardly any meat. Thus, Lin Ye had to devise a solution to this issue. He resolved to hunt in the mountains behind the village. With his current speed and strength, he could easily venture deep into the mountains. All he lacked was a weapon, particularly a sword. With a suitable sword, Lin Ye could effortlessly employ the Phoenix Dance of Six Illusions to delve into the mountains and seek out appropriate prey. Armed with the 9 Suns' divine skill and the strength gained from practicing the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, he could easily hunt ferocious beasts like lions and tigers. Lin Ye knew precisely where to acquire a suitable sword, the Tang family. Chapter 11. The Ways of Humanity. A visit to the blacksmith of the Tang family is the sole blacksmith in Sacred Soul Village. Although Tang Hao's character leaves much to be desired, even Old Jack must concede that Tang Hao possesses exceptional blacksmithing skills. The ironware he forges not only boasts superb quality, but is also remarkably affordable. It is precisely for this reason, coupled with Tang San's obedient and considerate nature, that Old Jack has grown fond of him. Otherwise, Old Jack would have expelled Tang Hao from Sacred Soul Village long ago. However, while Tang Hao's prowess in crafting ironware is impressive, he generally specializes in agricultural tools. Lin Ye had never heard of Tang Hao forging weapons, perhaps only an axe at most. Crafting a long sword would undoubtedly be far more challenging than producing simple tools. Nevertheless, Lin Ye was unwilling to abandon this pursuit, as it directly impacted his training. He yearned to attain formidable strength swiftly in order to explore the continent. Though he had not heard of Tang Hao forging weapons, his ability to create exceptional farming tools suggests he could likely craft a longsword without significant difficulty. If necessary, Lin Ye planned to sketch the general appearance of the Xianyuan sword martial spirit for Tang Hao to reference during the forging process. With a blueprint in hand, it would be rather troubling if he could not produce the sword. Moreover, by practicing the Douluo 9 swords with the sword forged in the likeness of the Xianyuan sword martial spirit, he would be better prepared to execute the Douluo 9 swords when the need arose. Searching his room, Lin Ye found several sheets of blank paper left over from his time at the village school. He selected one and, summoning the Xinyuan sword martial spirit. Used charcoal to sketch its approximate form on the paper, ensuring that Tang Hao could forge it accordingly. Once everything was prepared, he folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket. However, Lin Ye did not immediately head to the Tang family. Instead, he intended to visit another place first. Throughout his life, his grandfather, Old Jack, as the village chief of Sacred Soul Village, had overseen many affairs. Consequently, villagers often brought gifts to Old Jack, such as wild chickens, rabbits, or large fish, requesting his assistance with various tasks. For Old Jack, as long as it was a villager seeking help, he generally made every effort to assist. Nevertheless, the villagers would still present gifts, prompting Old Jack to be even more diligent in responding to their requests. Old Jack referred to this practice as the ways of humanity. To solicit assistance, even from the most well-meaning individual, one must often offer a token of appreciation to ensure that matters are handled with care. Even if the gift is not particularly valuable, the sentiment behind it carries great weight, and it can make others more attentive to the matter at hand. This is precisely what Lin Ye aims to achieve. Unsure of Tang Hao's skills in weapon forging, Lin Ye decides to present a gift to encourage Tang Hao's commitment to the task. Knowing that Tang Hao delights in wine, Lin Ye wisely chooses to indulge his preference, making the endeavor far more fruitful. After all, the price of the wheat beer sold in the village is quite reasonable, merely a few copper soul coins. This modest sum is easily within Lin Ye's means. Thanks to years of saving, he retrieves a small wooden box from beneath his bed, opening it to reveal some childhood toys and a silk pouch. Inside the pouch lie neatly arranged over 20 copper soul coins, his accumulated New Year's money over the years. Selecting 5 coins, Lin Ye secures them and returns the box to its hiding place before making his way to the village tavern. The tavern in Holy Soul Village is situated on the eastern side, a modest wooden structure. Upon entering, Lin Ye notices a counter at the entrance, behind which a sturdy shelf displays various types of alcohol. The selection is limited to rice wine, fruit wine, and wheat beer. Outside the tavern, numerous wooden barrels line the space, and a wooden sign shaped like a barrel adorns the roof, marking the tavern's identity. Approaching the tavern, Lin Ye is greeted by the jovial owner, a middle-aged man with a beer belly and a receding hairline. "Little Lin Ye, what brings you here?" He chuckles. "I'm here to buy some beer, Uncle Max. Please fill a small barrel of wheat beer for me," Lin Ye states plainly, placing 5 copper soul coins on the counter. "Ah, little Lin Ye, you're too young to be sneaking drinks," Max exclaims in surprise, hesitating to take the coins. "Uncle Max, it's not for me. I'm buying it as a gift." Lin Ye shakes his head, revealing his intention. "A gift? For whom, I wonder? Surely not for that wine lover, Tang Hao?" Max laughs heartily at Lin Ye's words. "Indeed, I wish for Uncle Tang Hao to assist me in crafting something. I simply want to show my appreciation." Lin Ye responds with calm assurance. "Is that necessary?" While Tang Hao certainly enjoys his drink, he takes his forging seriously, and the quality of his work is always commendable. "You needn't bring him a gift," Max comments, puzzled by Lin Ye's insistence. "It's fine. I want to ensure that Uncle Tang Hao is motivated to create something exceptional. A small gift can only help," Lin Ye insists gently. "Very well. You're quite the little adult, aren't you? If you're determined, then I shan't argue," Max concedes with a slight shake of his head, albeit with a hint of regret. Accepting Lin Ye's copper coins, he retrieves a small barrel of wheat beer and hands it to him. "Here you go, little Lin Ye. Your beer." "Thank you, Uncle Max." Lin Ye expresses his gratitude before turning to leave the tavern, heading towards the blacksmith shop located in the western part of Holy Soul Village. The village is not expansive, and it doesn't take long for Lin Ye to arrive near the blacksmith shop after departing the tavern. A short flight of stairs leads him to the entrance of the Tang family's forge. As he ascends the stairs, Lin Ye carries the wooden barrel filled with beer. Before reaching the blacksmith shop, the rhythmic sounds of clanging metal, clang, clang, echo from within, indicating that Tang Hao is hard at work. "Tang San," Lin Ye calls out as he approaches the forge. To his surprise, upon entering, he finds not Tang Hao, but Tang San wielding the hammer, leaving Lin Ye momentarily astonished. The forging hammers used in the shop are exceedingly heavy, weighing at least 300 to 400 pounds, far beyond the capability of an ordinary child to lift and wield effectively. "Lin Ye, what brings you here?" Tang San turns at the sound of Lin Ye's voice, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve and smiling warmly. "I seek the assistance of Uncle Tang Hao to forge something." This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Lin Ye politely extends the small barrel of wheat beer. Oh, no need for that. You've helped us so much alongside old Jack. We feel indebted. We're more than happy to assist you. Just rest assured that whatever you wish to forge, my father will do his utmost to help. Tang San declines earnestly. However, Tang Hao, upon noticing the beer in Lin Ye's hand, is less reserved. He strides over, takes the barrel, and sets it on the table, inquiring, "What do you wish to forge?" "Father," Tang San exclaims, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his father's actions. Yet, understanding Tang Hao's nature, he can only sigh in resignation. "I wish to forge a sword. If possible, Uncle Tang Hao, could you create it according to this design?" Lin Ye replies, producing a folded piece of paper, unfolding it to reveal a rough sketch of the Xinyuan sword. "I see." Tang Hao examines the design, glancing at Lin Ye with a contemplative gaze before nodding. "I can forge your sword, but I need to teach Tang San how to forge this morning. I'll only be able to start in the afternoon. You can come for it tomorrow." "All right, but may I stay and watch you forge?" Lin Ye asks, eager to observe the process. "Feel free," Tang Hao responds, somewhat puzzled, yet remains unperturbed. Teaching his son how to forge holds no clandestine secrets, so he does not mind the presence of an observer. Although he imparts many forging techniques during the lesson, these are merely skills and do not delve into deeper knowledge. Even if someone else were to learn them, the benefits would be limited, especially without a hammer-type martial spirit to complement the techniques. "Thank you, Uncle Tang Hao." Lin Ye expresses his gratitude before moving to a vantage point where he can observe the forging process. Tang Hao nods in acknowledgement and resumes guiding Tang San in his work. "Focus solely on your task. Continue forging until this piece is the size of your fist." Observing Tang San, who appeared somewhat dazed, Tang Hao pointed to the iron block before him, which had been heated to a glowing red and was roughly the size of a human head, and spoke in a deep voice. "Yes, father, I understand." Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Tang San took a deep breath, calming himself. He grasped the forging hammer beside him once more, summoning all his strength to raise it high before bringing it down forcefully upon the iron block again and again. Instantly, the dull clang of metal striking metal echoed repeatedly. However, reducing the head-sized block to the size of a fist proved to be a daunting challenge, one that most blacksmiths would find difficult to accomplish in the short term, let alone Tang San. Despite his relentless efforts, raising and swinging the forging hammer time and again, the most he could achieve were shallow impressions scattered across the surface of the iron, resembling a pockmarked meteorite, yet the overall size of the block remained largely unchanged. "You should take a break. At this rate, even if you hammer for 3 months, you won't be able to reduce this iron to the size of a fist," Tang Hao observed, noticing Tang San's drenched forehead and labored breathing as he continued to strike the iron with all his might. Tang San's lack of significant progress prompted Tang Hao to furrow his brow and shake his head. "Let me demonstrate the proper technique for you." With that, he stepped forward, pulled Tang San down, and took hold of the forging hammer himself. As he demonstrated, he spoke earnestly. "Forging is not merely about gripping the hammer and swinging it up and down. That is the most foolish method. It is not only exhausting, but also yields the least amount of power. The correct technique involves utilizing the strength of your entire body. It begins with your calves, flows through your waist, travels to your back, and finally reaches your arms. This allows the force to permeate your entire being, channeled into the forging hammer to swing it in a full arc." As he explained, Tang Hao demonstrated the technique. He stood tall, his feet firmly rooted to the ground, and with a powerful shout, as if strength erupted from his legs, the energy cascaded through his body, from his waist to his back, and finally to his arms. With a fierce cry, he lifted the hammer high from the ground, tracing a circle in the air before bringing it down with tremendous force onto the iron block. With a resounding clang, the impact created a deep cylindrical indentation in the iron block, measuring a full foot deep. Half of the hammer had been embedded into the glowing metal. Witnessing this spectacle, both Lin Ye and Tang San were filled with astonishment. To have driven half of the hammer into the heated iron block with such ferocity was beyond even Lin Ye's current capabilities. Perhaps with his Xinyuan sword martial spirit, he could pierce that deeply, but to drive such a heavy and flat-faced forging hammer this far required not only immense strength, but also exceptional skill. "Now it's your turn to try." After demonstrating several times, Tang Hao set the hammer down and stepped back, addressing Tang San. "All right, returning to the glowing iron block. Tang San took a deep breath and closed his eyes. In his mind, he recalled the techniques his father had just described and began to move his body, grasping the forging hammer. Channeling power from his legs through his waist and back, he poured it into the hammer. Tang San silently recited in his mind as if floating in water. He tightened his legs, gradually rising, feeling the energy flow from his legs through his waist, to his back, and finally into his arms, filling the hammer. With all his strength focused in the hammer, Tang San abruptly opened his eyes and shouted. He then swung the hammer high and brought it down forcefully onto the glowing iron block. Clang! This time, in comparison to his previous attempts, Tang San managed to create a dent the size of a bowl in the iron block, invigorating his spirit as he continued to swing the hammer. Clang! 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 The crisp sound of metal striking metal filled the blacksmith shop. Under Tang San's relentless efforts, numerous bowl-sized impressions began to form on the glowing iron block, and gradually, its size diminished. However, despite his father's teachings, Tang San still struggled to fully master the technique. Over time, fatigue began to set in, and he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his form. Stop! Noticing Tang San drenched in sweat, with trembling hands even as he lifted the hammer, Tang Hao frowned and commanded. Hearing his father's words, Tang San halted, placing the hammer down and wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. You should rest for a moment, drink some water, and continue after you've recuperated, Tang Hao advised, his brow still furrowed. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, observing Tang San setting down the hammer, felt a sudden surge of determination and stepped forward, asking, Uncle Tang Hao, may I give it a try? Chapter 13. Perhaps I too possess innate strength? You wish to try? In the blacksmith shop, Tang Hao was just lifting a bowl of water, preparing to drink, when he cast a surprised glance at Lin Ye. Tang San, too, was astonished as he looked at Lin Ye. Forging was not as simple as tilling the ground or cutting grass. Even disregarding the techniques of blacksmithing, the forging hammer alone weighed 300 to 400 pounds, a burden most adults could not lift. A child, unless they possessed extraordinary strength, would find it nearly impossible to raise the hammer. Only by lifting the hammer could one even attempt to forge. Without the strength to raise the hammer, the endeavor would be futile. Did you see Tang San forging and decide to try? Tang Hao in Gui. But it's not that easy. Tang San can lift the hammer because of his innate strength, allowing him to learn blacksmithing at this age. However, not everyone is gifted with such strength, and even if you understood the techniques I just explained without sufficient power, you wouldn't even be able to lift the hammer, let alone learn to forge. Tang Hao regarded Lin Ye with a furrowed brow. Indeed, Lin Ye, don't act impulsively. Your father will help you forge your items. Blacksmithing requires considerable strength. Be careful not to injure yourself, Tang San chimed in, nodding in agreement. As a peer of Lin Ye, he understood all too well the limits of their age and the weight of the forging hammer. Even with his cultivation of the Xiantian skill, which had nurtured him since childhood, he had only barely reached an adult-s level of strength. Yet even he, without the aid of his internal energy, could not lift the hammer. According to Tang San's understanding of Lin Ye, he, like himself, often engages in physical training, suggesting that Lin Ye's physical fitness should surpass that of his peers. However, without the nourishing power of the Xiantian Gong, he would likely fall short in comparison. With his own strength, Tang San could not even lift the forged iron hammer without the aid of internal energy. Thus, it would be even more impossible for Lin Ye to do so unless he possessed martial arts akin to Xiantian Gong. Yet, as far as Tang San knew, the concept of martial arts seemed non-existent in this world. It was improbable that Lin Ye could cultivate any martial arts, making it certain that he could not lift the forged iron hammer. Lin Ye, naturally unaware of Tang San's thoughts, was equally oblivious to the fact that he practiced a technique known as Juyang Divine Skill. In addition to this, he also trained in the body-tempering technique called Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. Even with just the Juyang Divine Skill, Lin Ye could effortlessly lift the forged iron hammer. And with the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, it became even easier. In the blacksmith shop, upon hearing the advice of Tang Hao and Tang San, Lin Ye recognized their good intentions. Yet his strength far exceeded their expectations. Thus, he could not help but smile lightly and say, Uncle Tang Hao, why do you believe only Tang San possesses innate divine strength? Perhaps I do as well. You possess innate divine strength? Tang Hao and Tang San were momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by Lin Ye's words. After all, how many individuals truly possessed such innate strength in this world? After a brief pause, Tang Hao could not help but chuckle. As the blacksmith of Holy Soul Village, he also held another identity as the Haotian Duo of the Haotian Sect, one of the 3 sects on the Douluo continent. Even among countless children with the top-tier martial soul, the Haotian Hammer, few were endowed with innate divine strength. Could it be that 2 individuals with innate divine strength emerged from this small Holy Soul Village? Regarding his own child, who possessed the unparalleled twin martial souls along with an extraordinary lineage, the possibility of innate divine strength was both surprising and somewhat expected for Tang Hao. However, Lin Ye, an ordinary child from Holy Soul Village, did not possess a powerful beast martial soul. Even with diligent training, innate divine strength could not be acquired through mere effort. Just as Tang Hao was quietly laughing to himself, Lin Ye stepped forward in front of Tang San and Tang Hao, directly approaching the forged iron hammer. Without hesitation, he grasped the hammer and, to the astonishment of both Tang San and Tang Hao, effortlessly lifted the 3 to 400-pound hammer with a single arm, without straining himself in the slightest. Seeing Lin Ye lift the hammer with such ease, both Tang Hao and Tang San were left speechless. How is this possible? Though it felt somewhat heavy, it was not excessively so. Lin Ye, holding the forged iron hammer, attempted to swing it, creating a gust of wind in the air. Tang Hao and Tang San were even more astonished. Could this truly be innate divine strength? As Tang Hao watched Lin Ye's actions, he muttered in disbelief, while Tang San's lips moved, his thoughts swirling in complexity. Even for him, lifting the forged iron hammer was easy, but he would need to strike it immediately after lifting. Otherwise, he could not hold it for long. Yet Lin Ye not only lifted the hammer easily, but also waved it around without any intention of letting it drop, his expression remaining calm and composed. This caused Tang San to question everything he knew. Was it possible that individuals with innate divine strength truly existed, akin to the legendary Xiangyu? As a disguised wielder of innate divine strength, Tang San began to doubt himself. After swinging the hammer and finding it quite manageable, Lin Ye turned to Tang Hao and Tang San, asking, "Uncle Tang Hao, Tang San, may I try striking this piece of iron with the hammer?" "Of course," Tang Hao replied, masking his shock with a neutral expression. He could not appear overly astonished, though it only suggests he, the Haotian Duo, was making a fuss over nothing. Tang San, still somewhat dazed, merely nodded in agreement. With their consent, Lin Ye gripped the forging hammer and focused on the glowing red iron block before him, his gaze growing serious. Images of Tang Hao's earlier instructions on forging flashed through his mind. He began to adopt a horse stance, firmly anchoring his feet to the ground. Drawing upon his experience with the dragon-elephant stance, Lin Ye's posture was even more precise than Tang San's. Following the habits instilled by the dragon-elephant stance, Lin Ye adjusted his breathing. Once his body had settled, he suddenly let out a low shout, straightening his form, his legs tensing with power. A surge of strength erupted from his legs, traveling through his waist and back, channeling into his arms, and finally surging into the forging hammer. As the power coursed through him, Lin Ye felt an extraordinary force building in his hands. Harnessing this energy, he lifted the hammer high above his head and, as if throwing it, brought it crashing down upon the iron block before him. Clang! The deafening sound of metal striking metal reverberated throughout the blacksmith shop. Noticing Lin Ye's actions, Tang Hao stood up, his face filled with astonishment. How is this possible? How can this movement be so precise? I only demonstrated a few times. Unlike when he taught Tang San, Lin Ye had merely observed and yet seemed to grasp the technique almost entirely. Was he truly a prodigy? However, Lin Ye remained oblivious to Tang Hao's astonished gaze. At that moment, all his focus was on the hammer in his hand and the iron block before him. As he continued to swing the forging hammer, the sound of the hammer striking the iron block echoed with increasing intensity. With each strike, Lin Ye's movements grew more refined. The key to the techniques Tang Hao had taught him lay in two aspects. One was to unleash power throughout the body, and the other was to release that power rather than merely lifting and swinging. Although Tang San had previously comprehended the technique, he only understood how to generate power throughout his body. He had yet to master the second aspect of releasing that power, whereas Lin Ye had accomplished it. Moreover, Upon learning how to release his power, Lin Ye was astonished to discover that each time he struck the iron block, the rebound force aligned perfectly with the direction of his swing. If he merely swung the hammer in a wide arc and struck down again, this force would counteract his own strength, leading to greater energy expenditure. Could he devise a method to retain this force? Lin Ye pondered. If this force can be maintained, it will continue to accumulate with each successive strike. This method of forging iron will undoubtedly become much easier. Clang, clang, clang. With this thought in mind, Lin Ye began to explore ways to harness this recoil during his subsequent strikes. After numerous attempts, he discovered that by swinging the forging hammer from side to side in the air, following the direction of the recoil, he could amplify the force through a flicking motion, allowing the power to stack repeatedly. Indeed, was the flicking the key? Lin Ye pondered it. Employing this newfound technique, he raised his arm, tightly gripping the forging hammer, and swung it with vigor, generating a powerful gale. As he continued to swing, the force compounded, and soon the hammer blurred into a series of afterimages, accompanied by a haunting whistle of wind. Observing Lin Ye's movements, Tang Hao was utterly astonished. No way. Could this kid truly be a prodigy? Has he actually grasped the chaotic wind hammer technique that I taught him? Chapter 14. Truly a monster. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic sound of hammers echoed throughout the blacksmith shop. After mastering the chaotic wind hammer technique, Lin Ye became increasingly adept at wielding the forging hammer, unleashing even greater power. He swung the hammer with relentless energy, the air around it swirling as it moved, creating a blur of motion and a chorus of whistling sounds. His technique was now remarkably close to the chaotic wind hammer of the Haotian Sect, at least in principle. With each strike of the hammer upon the glowing red iron block, it would sink in, only to be propelled upwards by the recoil from the iron plate below, before returning to the anvil once more. After relentless pounding, the once sizable block of red-hot iron, about the size of a human head, had been refined down to the size of coconut. Witnessing Lin Ye's complete mastery of the skills he had taught, Tang Hao remained silent, his face betraying no emotion, nearing a state of numbness. Beside him, Tang San was also rendered speechless, equally struck by Lin Ye's prowess. However, as he never considered himself a genius in forging, Tang San felt little discouragement at Lin Ye's display of talent. He believed his true gift lay in the realm of hidden weapons. Yet, observing Lin Ye's current strength and prodigious talent, he felt a deep sense of shame for having doubted Lin Ye's capabilities based on his own limitations. Sigh, you are the true embodiment of innate strength, Tang San thought, shaking his head inwardly in admiration. Under the watchful eyes of Tang Hao and Tang San, Lin Ye continued to wield the forging hammer for an extended period. Ultimately, however, his stamina began to wane. Although his training in the Nine-Yang Divine skill and the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill had significantly enhanced his strength and endurance, mastering the chaotic wind hammer technique demanded substantial physical energy and focus. Therefore, within just a few minutes, Lin Ye found himself struggling to maintain his pace. Yet, if it were Tang San in his place, he would surely have faltered much sooner. Upon realizing his fatigue, Lin Ye gradually weakened the force of his swings. Finally, he ceased his application of the chaotic wind hammer, setting the forging hammer back down with a sigh of relief. This hammer is not as heavy as I imagined. It's just right, quite manageable for wielding, though perhaps lacking for rigorous training. Releasing his grip, Lin Ye wiped the sweat from his brow, murmuring to himself, Tang Hao, Tang San, this hammer is quite manageable. Glancing at the forging hammer, which was nearly as tall as himself, Tang San thought back to the effort he had exerted to lift it over the past few days. His lips moved as if to speak, but he found himself at a loss for words. Truly, could he be a genuine embodiment of innate strength? Meanwhile, upon hearing Lin Ye's remark, Tang Hao's expression darkened. This hammer is not heavy, just right? Are today's youths truly this formidable? Is innate strength now a standard feature, each one more terrifying than the last? Am I simply growing old, or has the era shifted? After releasing the hammer, Lin Ye turned to Tang Hao and Tang San. Uncle Tang Hao, how did I fare in my forging? Quite well, Tang Hao replied after a moment of contemplation, reflecting on his earlier doubts about Lin Ye's abilities. Thinking he could not compare to his own son, now he felt a complex mix of emotions as he faced the undeniable evidence. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Lin Ye could not help but smile faintly. Uncle Tang Hao, I shall leave the crafting of the sword in your capable hands. I will return tomorrow to collect it. For now, I must take my leave. Farewell, Uncle Tang San. With that, Lin Ye departed from the blacksmith shop. As they watched Lin Ye's retreating figure, both Tang Hao and Tang San exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity, sighing inwardly. Truly a monster. The next morning, according to his agreement with Tang Hao, Lin Ye was to retrieve his sword the following day. However, perhaps influenced by Lin Ye's earlier display of strength and talent, Tang Hao had forged the long sword that very evening and sent it with Tang San. Thus, after completing his morning training, Lin Ye donned the long sword on his back, activating the Phoenix Dance 6 Phantoms. He soared swiftly over the forest behind Holy Soul Village, heading deeper into the woods. In the Douluo continent, while formidable soul beasts with unique traits existed, ordinary ferocious beasts also roamed the land. Soul beasts were primarily found in primitive forests like the Stardew Forest or in the soul-hunting forests maintained by various empires. The forest behind Holy Soul Village, though vast, was merely a common woodland devoid of soul beasts. However, despite the high growth potential of soul beasts, ordinary predators, such as lions, tigers, leopards, and bears, could match the combat prowess of lower-tier soul beasts with less than 10 years of cultivation. With the long sword on his back, Lin Ye channeled the 9-yang true chi within him, executing the Phoenix Dance 6 Phantoms. He glided through the vast forest as if he were weightless, moving with astonishing speed. In less than half an hour, he had traversed several dozen miles into the woods. At the forest's edge, only small creatures like rabbits, mountain mice, and squirrels could be seen. However, as Lin Ye ventured deeper, larger beasts began to emerge in his line of sight, including elk, roe deer, goats, lions, tigers, leopards, bears, and wild boars. As it was Lin Ye's inaugural hunt, he exercised utmost caution and refrained from recklessly attacking formidable carnivorous beasts or fiercely aggressive omnivorous creatures. Now was not the opportune moment. Employing the dance of Phoenix's 6 illusions, Lin Ye surveyed the surroundings from above the forest and ultimately selected a rather foolish roe deer as the target for his first hunt. It was decided. You shall be my prey, foolish roe deer. With his sword drawn, Lin Ye suddenly dove downward, launching an assault upon the unsuspecting wild roe deer. Clearly, this creature stood no chance against Lin Ye's prowess. Chapter 15. Tang San's challenge a month had swiftly passed. During this span, Lin Ye's daily routine had become rather predictable. Each morning, he practiced the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, the dance of Phoenix's 6 illusions, and the Dugan 9 swords at the forest's edge. Subsequently, he would venture deep into the back mountains to hunt, and in the evenings, he would reflect upon the day's gains. Since he began hunting in the depths of the back mountains, the ample supply of meat had significantly accelerated Lin Ye's progress in the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Now, even without the enhancement of the 9-yang true chi, Lin Ye's physical strength alone had reached the level of being able to lift 1,000 pounds with one arm. Presently, he had merely completed 1/10 of the first layer of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, and once he perfected it, wielding 10,000 pounds of strength would be effortlessly within his grasp. Since commencing his hunting endeavors, not only had Lin Ye secured a sufficient meat supply, but the pelts of the beasts he hunted also contributed to his family's income. The earnings were quite substantial, especially in comparison to the majority of the villagers' incomes in Saint Soul Village. As per old Jack's wishes, he would not hoard this income, but would present it to Lin Ye after 3 months to serve as his living expenses at the Junior Soul Master Academy. On a particular day, the morning sky was a brilliant azure, the sun just breaking over the horizon, casting a fiery glow that lingered in the eastern sky. At this moment, deep within the forest, amidst a dense thicket, the vast expanse of trees towered high, their canopies intertwining to cast dappled shadows upon the ground. Amidst this lush greenery, Lin Ye treaded softly upon the fallen leaves, gripping his sharp sword with a serious gaze as he faced a ferocious beast. Before him stood a wild boar, nearly 3 meters in length, resembling a colossal creature. Its muscular form was formidable, its thick hide caked in hardened mud, akin to a suit of armor, adorned with bristles as sharp as steel needles. Though the boar did not sport a mouthful of tusks, the 2 curved fangs protruding from its jaws, combined with its massive size, muscular build, and fierce gaze, rendered it a threat no less daunting than that of lions or tigers. With a fierce glare fixed upon Lin Ye, the boar emitted low, rumbling growls from its throat while repeatedly striking the ground with its front hooves, seemingly warming up yet also remaining on guard. Lin Ye remained still, and the boar, too, hesitated to launch an attack. After more than a month of hunting, Lin Ye's prey had evolved from herbivorous creatures to powerful carnivores. Even formidable beasts like lions, tigers, leopards, and bears would not escape his grasp if he felt assured of victory. Thus, Lin Ye had cultivated a formidable aura from slaying numerous beasts. This malevolent energy could affect humans, and the wild boar, particularly sensitive to such malevolence, sensed the danger emanating from Lin Ye. Consequently, even this tyrant of the forest dared not underestimate him. However, as a beast, the wild boar's patience was ultimately limited, unlike that of humans. After a prolonged standoff, the boar could no longer contain itself. With a roar, it stomped heavily on the ground and charged at Lin Ye. Yet, Lin Ye faced the oncoming beast without a hint of fear, his demeanor calm and composed. As the boar's furious roar echoed, and it closed the distance to within 3 meters of Lin Ye, he suddenly activated the Dance of Phoenix's 6 illusions, leaping over 5 meters into the air. The boar, having missed its target, collided violently with a large tree behind Lin Ye, staggering from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye swiftly descended, channeling the 9-yang true qi to unleash his full strength, driving his sword deep into the boar's back. With a swift motion, he executed the Dance of Phoenix's 6 illusions once more, darting to the side of the boar, sword in hand, and with a powerful pull, he sliced through the creature's body. The sharp blade cleaved through, emerging from its abdomen and exiting the opposite side, nearly disemboweling the beast. A torrent of blood mixed with the boar's entrails gushed forth from the grievous wound. The sudden and excruciating pain elicited a chilling scream from the boar. Despite its robust vitality, the swiftness and severity of Lin Ye's assault rendered the creature's cries short-lived, and as its life force ebbed, its massive frame collapsed heavily to the ground. This boar will surely provide sustenance for several days, Lin Ye mused as he withdrew his sword, observing the pool of blood collecting from the boar's belly upon the carpet of leaves. He placed his hand upon the creature, and with a flash of light, the boar was absorbed into his jade pendant. Although Lin Ye had acquired considerable strength through his training, carrying such a heavy boar back to Saint Soul Village from deep within the forest would be a formidable challenge. Thus, the storage space of the pendant was judiciously utilized. Having captured the wild boar, Lin Ye concluded his day of hunting, activating the Dance of Phoenix's 6 illusions to swiftly return to Saint Soul Village. By a small river outside the village, he cleaned the boar and performed a simple dissection before bringing the meat home. As noon approached, old Jack returned home after finishing his farm work. Upon seeing the abundant wild boar meat laid out in the hall, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Xiao Yi, where on earth did you hunt such a massive wild boar?" "I encountered it while practicing my sword in the back mountains and brought it back," Lin Ye calmly replied as he wiped his sword. "Are there truly so many wild beasts in the back mountains?" Surprised by Lin Ye's frequent encounters with various wild animals, old Jack pondered, but harbored no doubts. After all, how far could Lin Ye have ventured in just a morning? It seems you are indeed a potential soul master," old Jack exclaimed, his eyes scanning the already butchered boar with a mix of astonishment and admiration. Such a colossal wild boar. Perhaps only a legendary soul master could hunt it. My grandson, possessing innate full soul power, can take down such a fierce beast. He is indeed a natural-born soul master. What if his martial spirit is deemed useless? Even with a discarded martial spirit lacking combat capability, can he not practice swordsmanship instead? "Little Yi, we cannot consume this enormous wild boar entirely. Please take some to the Tang family. Although I hesitate to admit it, the sword crafted for you by that fellow Tang, Hao, has indeed proven quite useful." Suddenly struck by a thought, old Jack remarked, "Understood." Acknowledging old Jack's words, Lin Ye nodded, sheathed his sword, and casually selected 2 hefty pieces of wild boar meat, securing them with twine before setting off towards the Tang family. Upon arriving, he found Tang San still forging metal, while Tang Hao was nowhere to be seen. Upon hearing footsteps outside, Tang San turned just in time to see Lin Ye enter. "Tang San, I hunted this wild boar today, and since we cannot finish it all, I brought some for you and Uncle Tang Hao." Upon entering the forge, Lin Ye placed the wild boar meat on the table and spoke. No need. You and Grandfather Jack have already been burdened enough. This wild boar meat is far too precious." Seeing Lin Ye's actions, Tang San hastily set down his hammer, reaching for the wild boar meat to push it back. However, after Lin Ye insisted and informed him that his family had more wild boar meat, Tang San ultimately chose to accept it. Lin Ye, I cannot thank you and Grandfather Jack enough. Gazing at the wild boar meat on the table, Tang San sighed, his eyes filled with complexity. He had initially thought of Lin Ye as just an ordinary child, possessing an extraordinary perseverance and tenacity. Yet, he had not anticipated that Lin Ye harbored such formidable strength. This substantial piece of wild boar meat undoubtedly belonged to a formidable creature. The realization that Lin Ye could hunt such a massive wild boar, coupled with the bear and tiger meat he had previously received, left Tang San feeling a sudden sense of defeat. Noticing the unusual expression in Tang San's eyes, Lin Ye inquired, Tang San, what is the matter? Upon hearing Lin Ye's question, Tang San seemed to make a sudden decision in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he earnestly declared, Lin Ye, I wish to challenge you. Chapter 16. The final duel with Tang San in a month. You wish to challenge me? Lin Ye furrowed his brow in surprise at Tang San's words. However, after observing Tang San, recalling his adeptness at forging and his considerable strength, along with his lingering doubts about Tang San's martial training, Lin Ye pondered for a moment before agreeing. Very well, I accept your challenge. But when shall it take place? In a month, Tang San replied, glancing at the iron block he had forged to the size of a disc, taking a deep breath as he spoke. All right, then a month it shall be, Lin Ye affirmed. Time swiftly passed, and a month later, on a bright morning with the sun rising and the dawn sky ablaze, Lin Ye stood beneath a large tree on the mountainside behind Shenghan village, holding his long sword, eyes closed as if in communion with something profound. Suddenly, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves above, causing a flurry of them to cascade down. Feeling the falling leaves overhead, Lin Ye abruptly opened his eyes and swung his sword with a swift motion. With a whoosh, accompanied by the piercing sound of the sword slicing through the air, a silver flash appeared as Lin Ye's blade effortlessly pierced a leaf. Following that, with eyes gleaming like lightning, he deftly maneuvered, rapidly thrusting his sword. In a flurry of swishing sounds, the sharp light of his sword flickered through the air, and in mere moments, a collection of leaves had been skewered onto his blade. After concluding his practice, Lin Ye shook off the leaves from his sword, sheathing it once more and exhaling deeply. The fundamental and crucial aspect of sword practice lies in one's vision, and striking falling leaves serves as an exceptionally effective training method. After nearly 2 months of practice, Lin Ye's vision had reached an adequate standard. Furthermore, having mastered the basics, he had made substantial progress in the Douluo 9 swords. Although not yet at the point of complete mastery, he had become proficient in all 9 sword techniques. After finishing his training, Lin Ye suddenly heard footsteps from below the mountain. Soon, a young boy clad in coarse garments approached swiftly. It was Tang San. Are you ready after a month of preparation? Lin Ye inquired, as he sheathed his sword upon Tang San's arrival. I am ready. Tang San instinctively touched the iron ring on his wrist, his expression serious. Excellent. Let's commence. A faint smile graced Lin Ye's lips. Lin Ye, are you not using your sword? Noticing Lin Ye putting his sword away, Tang San felt a twinge of confusion. Since you have no weapon, neither shall I wield one. I have no desire to claim victory through unfair means. In response to Tang San's question, Lin Ye simply smiled, shaking his head. Hearing Lin Ye's answer, Tang San's furrowed brow relaxed, realizing, I almost forgot that Lin Ye is unaware of my hidden weapons. However, since this is a duel, I have no intention of using them. Let us settle this with our bare hands. Tang San's demeanor grew increasingly serious. Then let us begin. Upon Tang San's words, Lin Ye stepped back, and Tang San did the same, the two maintaining a distance of several meters apart. With a resounding thud, as preparations concluded, Tang San, as the challenger, initiated the attack, propelling himself forward with a powerful kick to the ground, launching himself at Lin Ye with his right fist poised to strike at Lin Ye's face. Yet, in the face of Tang San's assault, Lin Ye remained unperturbed. Just as Tang San's fist was about to connect with Lin Ye's face, Lin Ye appeared to be a feather caught in the wind, effortlessly retreating while sidestepping the blow, simultaneously redirecting the punch. Witnessing Lin Ye's calm response, Tang San's expression sharpened. With a low shout, he unleashed another punch towards Lin Ye. At the same time, his right foot swiftly aimed for Lin Ye's abdomen. However, once again, Lin Ye deftly evaded Tang San's attack, sidestepping with ease and redirecting the incoming blows, showing no intention of counterattacking. How is this possible? Tang San thought, filled with disbelief as his attacks were effortlessly dodged time and again. His speed was no slouch. How could he be evaded so easily? Was he being seen through? I refuse to believe this. Gritting his teeth, Tang San employed the Ghost Shadow Phantom, and in an instant, his speed surged several times over, transforming him into a mere shadow. He could now attack from multiple directions. However, as the technique of ghostly shadows was unleashed, Tang San, after initiating an attack in front of Lin Ye, suddenly shifted and appeared behind him, launching another assault. Faced with Tang San's unexpected onslaught, Lin Ye finally took the situation seriously. What was originally intended for evasion, the Phoenix Dance of Six Phantoms, now operated at full capacity. Lin Ye erupted with a speed that matched Tang San's, beginning to counter his attacks as their fists and feet collided. On the vast grassy field, their figures moved rapidly, darting from the flower fields to beneath the towering trees, their silhouettes colliding continuously. Yet, Ghostly Shadows was fundamentally a step technique designed to complement hidden weapons, which are lethal in their singular strike. Thus, it lacked endurance. Consequently, Ghostly Shadows naturally transformed into a method that sacrificed sustainability in favor of explosive power and agility. In comparison to the Phoenix Dance of Six Phantoms, while Ghostly Shadows could rival it in agility, it fell drastically short in speed and endurance. As time progressed, and with Lin Ye now slightly more serious, the balance of attack and defense began to shift, with Tang San gradually adopting a defensive stance. Initially, the two had exchanged blows evenly, but the prolonged use of Ghostly Shadows began to take its toll on Tang San's body, making him increasingly fatigued. Now, in the face of Lin Ye's relentless assault, Tang San found himself compelled to employ the purple extreme demon eyes in conjunction with Ghostly Shadows to barely fend off Lin Ye's advances. No, a swift resolution is imperative. Witnessing the deteriorating situation, with victory tilting towards defeat, Tang San gritted his teeth, weighing the pros and cons in his mind before arriving at a decision. It was time to invoke the Xiantian skill, combining Ghostly Shadows and the purple extreme demon eyes with a final strike of the Xuanyu hand. If this failed, he would concede. Reaching a point of no return, Tang San resolutely decided to stake all his trump cards on this decisive blow. After another rapid engagement with Lin Ye, he swiftly retreated several meters. At that moment, Tang San channeled all remaining internal power of the Xiantian skill, unleashing the Xuanyu hand while maximizing the limits of Ghostly Shadows and the purple extreme demon eyes. This would be the strike to determine their fates. Gazing intently at the approaching Lin Ye, Tang San let out a low shout, his internal energy surging as his right hand transformed almost instantly into a lustrous white jade hue, a profound sense of power coursing through it. With another low shout, Tang San moved, instantly becoming a fleeting shadow as he charged towards Lin Ye, his purple extreme demon eyes radiating a brilliant violet light. His right hand, now the Xuanyu hand, clenched tightly into a fist, swung heavily towards Lin Ye. Chapter 17. Victory and Retribution. Hidden Weapons and Swords as Tang San faced Lin Ye. He fully activated the Xiantian skill, pushing Ghostly Shadows and the purple extreme demon eyes to their utmost limits, all to unleash the full might of the Xuanyu hand for their final confrontation. The final strike? As Tang San surged towards him, Lin Ye furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing Tang San's low shout, yet his expression remained calm. This time, however, Lin Ye had no intention of entangling himself further with Tang San. Since you wish for a decisive blow, I shall oblige you. As Tang San fully activated the Xiantian skill, employing Ghostly Shadows and the purple extreme demon eyes for maximum power in the Xuanyu hand, his strength reached its zenith. In the state of the Xuanyu hand, Tang San's right hand, appearing like white jade, gripped tightly as he moved at high speed, his fist tearing through the air with an ear-piercing whistle. This punch possessed enough force to rival Lin Ye's own strength. Regrettably, Lin Ye still had not tapped into the power of the 9 Yang divine skill. Bang! As Tang San charged towards him, Lin Ye suddenly planted a foot on the ground, and with a resounding thud, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the spot. The next moment, they met midair. Upon seeing Lin Ye appear before him, Tang San's gaze remained unwavering. With a low shout, He swung his clenched Xuanyu hand through the air towards Lin Ye. In response, Lin Ye did not evade but mirrored the action, throwing a punch of his own to meet Tang San's head-on. Although Tang San's punch matched his previous strength, it was unfortunate that he had only relied on pure physical power thus far, while the 9-yang divine skill still lay dormant within him. With a powerful swing of his right fist, Lin Ye unleashed all of his strength and activated the 9-yang divine skill. As the divine energy surged within him, a faint golden glow enveloped Lin Ye's entire being. The combination of his physical strength and the enhancement from the 9-yang true energy unleashed a force nearing 2,000 pounds. This punch, not even the most formidable beast martial soul master could withstand without invoking their amplifying soul skills, let alone Tang San. In a deafening clash, their fists collided. Boom! A deep, resonant sound erupted. In the next instant, Tang San's expression changed as he felt an overwhelming force surge from the opposing fist, numbing his own hand. Under this immense power, Tang San was sent flying backward, landing several paces away before barely regaining his footing. What tremendous strength! After the impact, the Xuanyu hand dissipated, and Tang San clenched his still-numb right hand, looking up at Lin Ye in shock. Having trained in the Xiantian skill and with years of conditioning, Tang San considered himself quite strong. Even many ordinary adults would struggle against him. With the internal energy of the Xiantian skill, he could lift a forging hammer weighing 300 to 400 pounds, his strength surely exceeding 500 pounds. In full force with the Xiantian skill and a Xuanyu hand, he believed his ultimate punch approached 1,000 pounds. Yet, even so, he was still no match for Lin Ye. The disparity was staggering. It proved Lin Ye's strength far surpassed his own. Could it be that Lin Ye's punch had exceeded 1,000 pounds? Tang San's mind surged with disbelief. In contrast to Tang San's astonishment, Lin Ye retracted his fist, feeling quite indifferent. Although he had sent Tang San flying, he knew his own strength had barely surpassed 1,000 pounds. Initially, Lin Ye had intended to fully activate the 9-yang divine skill. But upon colliding fists with Tang San, he discerned that Tang San's power was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Had he unleashed all his strength while employing the 9-yang divine skill, the force enhanced by the true energy could have reached nearly 2,000 pounds, potentially breaking Tang San's arm in the process. Thus, at the last moment before their fists collided, Lin Ye hastily reduced the intensity of the 9-yang divine skill, merely utilizing it for defense without drawing upon the true energy's amplification. Nevertheless, when their fists collided, the 9-yang true chi protecting Lin Ye's body still managed to send Tang San flying. I've lost. After a moment of shock upon witnessing Lin Ye's prowess, Tang San sighed and spoke. Previously, he had seen Lin Ye wielding the forging hammer with such mastery that he was astounded. Yet due to his own skills in Xiantian Kung Fu, Ghostly Shadow Stealth, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, and Xian Jade Hand, he did not feel significantly inferior. Even if Lin Ye possessed greater strength, it did not necessarily equate to superior combat capability. However, after this battle, Tang San realized he had been utterly overwhelmed, and he could no longer maintain such a belief. He had concealed his strength, but it appeared Lin Ye had done the same. A hint of self-mockery flickered in Tang San's heart. Tang San, surely you have not revealed your full strength, have you? Just as Tang San was lost in complicated thoughts, Lin Ye's voice broke through. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Tang San instinctively raised his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. How did you know? Earlier, while you were hammering that piece of iron, I noticed that each time I visited your home, you seemed to be crafting something with it. Today, you suddenly revealed that wrist guard. You must have forged it, right? It is a weapon, isn't it? Given the time you invested in its creation, it ought to be your trump card. Compared to your martial arts skills, your gaze often drifts towards that wrist guard, indicating that it is indeed your strongest asset. As if sensing Tang San's inner turmoil, Lin Ye spoke calmly. It is still too early to concede. Let us engage in a true duel. I shall wield my sword, and you shall use your weapon. What say you? Lin Ye suddenly turned his gaze towards Tang San. My sleeve arrows? Tang San murmured, brushing his fingers over the sleeve arrows. Suddenly, he inhaled deeply, locking his eyes on Lin Ye with utmost seriousness. All right, I accept. You use your sword, and I will use my hidden weapons. This time, we shall settle the score. Your weapon is called a hidden weapon? Lin Ye's expression shifted slightly, as if pondering. Very well. Allow me to witness the true might of your sleeve arrows. As Lin Ye spoke, he slowly grasped the hilt of his sword. Drawing it swiftly from its sheath, his gaze fixated on Tang San. Chapter 18. The arrow-breaking style of the Dugan Nine Swords and Tang Hao's exclamation. In the back mountains of Holy Soul Village at the hillside, the gentle breeze rustled the fallen leaves. On a patch of grass, several towering trees stood, beside which Lin Ye held his long sword, lowering it gradually, his eyes like electricity locked on a Tang San. Meanwhile, Tang San's gaze shimmered with violet light as he slowly raised the wrist guard on his right hand. Lin Ye, be cautious. My sleeve arrows release sharp steel needles, capable of piercing wood as thick as 3 fingers. They travel silently and are difficult to detect, so you must be extremely vigilant, Tang San warned, raising his wrist guard solemnly. However, despite his cautionary words, Tang San held a dismissive attitude regarding Lin Ye's ability to withstand his sleeve arrows. Indeed, he acknowledged that, in terms of brute strength, he was not Lin Ye's match. Yet, as a disciple of the Tang Sect, he possessed profound knowledge of his own hidden weapons. The essence of a hidden weapon lies in its stealth. Typically small and easily concealed, they're launched with almost no sound, yet their speed is remarkable. If caught unprepared, even skilled fighters can fall victim. Although Lin Ye was powerful, Tang San did not consider him a master. Despite mentioning the term hidden weapon, such devices were virtually unheard of in this world. Even if Lin Ye had heard the term, he would not comprehend their true nature. Thus, in this regard, Lin Ye was essentially unprepared. While Lin Ye wielded a long sword, the likelihood of him intercepting a hidden weapon was something only a select few sword masters could achieve. Such masters often devote years, even decades, to their craft, rendering swordplay instinctual. However, Lin Ye had only been training for a little over 2 months, so it was inconceivable for him to reach the level of those who could hear and discern the trajectory of incoming attacks. Consequently, Tang San felt confident in his assessment of Lin Ye's swordsmanship. I know. Come on. Lin Ye gripped his long sword, his gaze unwavering as he spoke slowly. All right. Tang San responded with a shout, raising his sleeve arrows. His eyes, enhanced by the purple extreme demon eye, locked onto the hem of Lin Ye's upper garment. Believing Lin Ye lacked the capability to evade his arrows, Tang San aimed deliberately at the larger area of clothing, ensuring that as long as Lin Ye remained still, the arrows would not stray elsewhere. With his target set, Tang San swiftly activated the firing mechanism of the sleeve arrows. Whoosh! Accompanied by a faint whirring sound, a steel needle shot forth from the sleeve arrow's launch point, racing towards Lin Ye with almost inaudible haste. The needle was remarkably slender, almost akin to a sewing needle in thickness, measuring a finger's length, with a barb tip designed to inflict maximum pain upon extraction. Here it comes. As the steel needle sliced through the air, Lin Ye, having trained according to the techniques outlined in the Dugan Nine Swords, instantly discerned the incoming silver flash, a flicker of sharp clarity igniting in his eyes. The needle approached at breakneck speed, nearly reaching Lin Ye in the blink of an eye. According to Tang San's reasoning, a swordsman who had not achieved the realm of hearing and discerning sound would find it exceedingly difficult to intercept a hidden weapon. Lin Ye had yet to reach that level, and theoretically, he should not be able to block Tang San's hidden weapon. However, this was under ordinary circumstances. While it may hold true for regular swordsmen, Lin Ye was no ordinary swordsman. He had mastered the Dugan Nine Swords, one of its 9 sword styles. The arrow-breaking style was specifically designed to counter hidden weapons. Over the past 2 months, Lin Ye had learned to wield the arrow-breaking style. Although he had yet to fully master it, he was already proficient enough to utilize it effectively. With the arrow-breaking style at his disposal, even if Lin Ye had not achieved the realm of hearing and discerning sound, he could still counter hidden weapons. Dugan Nine Swords, arrow-breaking style. Just as the steel needle was about to reach him, Lin Ye's heart let out a low shout, and he finally unleashed the arrow-breaking style. In an instant, Lin Ye's right hand swung forth, and the sword flashed in a peculiar trajectory, slicing through the air with an unpredictable elegance, resembling the ebb and flow of ocean waves. Elusive and without trace. In mere moments, he struck the steel needle released from the sleeve arrow with a mysterious stance. Clang! With a sharp metallic clash. The direction of the needle was deflected by Lin Ye's sword, and with a whoosh, it buried itself deep into the ground, nearly disappearing entirely into the grass. How is this possible? As Tang San beheld the scene before him, his jaw dropped in astonishment, his heart brimming with shock. How could it be? His hidden arrows had been effortlessly thwarted by Lin Ye's sword. Wasn't he Lin Ye merely a novice in swordsmanship, having begun his training just over a month ago? Could it be that in less than 2 months, he had ascended to the ranks of a master swordsman? Surely, this was the work of a prodigy. The duel with Lin Ye had ended in his defeat. With a tumultuous mix of emotions, Tang San descended the back mountain and returned home. Inside, his father, Tang Hao, was already awake and seated at the table. Upon seeing Tang San return, Tang Hao furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why are you so late today?" "I had a sparring session with Lin Ye on the back mountain, which delayed my return," Tang San replied, his gaze lowered. "How did it go? Who emerged victorious?" Tang Hao casually asked as he poured himself a cup of wine. "I lost. I was completely outmatched," Tang San admitted, a hint of bitterness curling at the corners of his mouth as he clenched his fists, feeling powerless to release them. "Huh," Tang Hao chuckled softly, taking a sip from his cup. "Father, are you not the least bit surprised? Do you truly believe I would lose?" Tang San could not help but question, noticing his father's calm demeanor. Indeed, Tang Hao nodded nonchalantly. He was not surprised in the slightest. Ever since Lin Ye had demonstrated his understanding of the chaotic cloak-hammer technique before him, Tang Hao had recognized Lin Ye's extraordinary talent. Moreover, a month prior, when Lin Ye had brought back wild boar meat, Tang Hao had scrutinized it closely and, with his keen insight, immediately discerned that it had come from a wild boar over 3 meters in length, a veritable behemoth. The sword wounds on the meat indicated that Lin Ye had dispatched the creature with a single, decisive blow from above. The ability to hunt such a formidable beast so effortlessly and bring it back was indeed a testament to Lin Ye's formidable prowess. Tang Hao understood that his son was far from being Lin Ye's match. To win against him would indeed be a rarity. Chapter 19, Journey to Nodding City. Blocked by the gatekeeper, 3 months had swiftly passed since the awakening of their martial souls. Soon, the day would arrive for enrollment at the Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy, the very institution that Lin Ye was poised to attend. Initially, on the day of the martial soul awakening, Tang Hao had resolutely forbidden Tang San from attending the academy. However, just a week before the academy's opening, he ultimately relented and sought out Old Jack, granting permission for Tang San to enroll in the village of Holy Soul. If one were to ask who caused Old Jack the most headaches, it would undoubtedly be Tang Hao. The fact that Tang Hao had willingly softened his stance brought Old Jack immense joy. On this day, with the gentle breeze caressing their faces and the sun shining brightly, it was indeed a splendid day for travel. After breakfast, Lin Ye packed his belongings, while Old Jack prepared the necessary proof of martial soul before setting off. They made their way to Tang San's home, and together, the 3 departed Holy Soul Village, journeying towards Nodding City. Traversing the expansive farmlands outside of Holy Soul Village, they followed the meandering riverside as they progressed. Although Lin Ye had accompanied Old Jack to Nodding City before, this journey felt entirely different. Previously, it had been a leisurely outing, returning home by afternoon. Now, however, upon arriving at the Soul Master Academy, Lin Ye would likely remain for the better part of 6 months. Having never been apart from Old Jack, Lin Ye, despite his independent and mature disposition, felt an involuntary sense of silence wash over him. Beside him, Tang San gazed at the familiar scenery receding into the distance, feeling a growing restlessness. The journey from Holy Soul Village to Nodding City was long and would take several hours. Remaining anxious was not a viable solution. Thus, Tang San resolved to inquire with Old Jack about the academy. "Grandpa Jack, could you enlighten me on what exactly the Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy entails?" As they strolled along the riverbank, Tang San asked curiously. The Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy is a place dedicated to nurturing soul masters, where they impart knowledge pertaining to soul masters. However, what that entails specifically, I cannot say as I have never attended, Old Jack explained, stroking his long beard with a smile. Nonetheless, I have heard that in addition to teaching you about soul masters, the academy covers other essential subjects such as literacy, geography, and arithmetic. While you may have learned the basics in the village's private school, the academy's instructors will provide you with a more comprehensive education. It is imperative that you both study diligently. Indeed. So, Grandpa Jack, will there be any costs associated with attending the academy? If so, how much? Tang San pondered and continued to ask. "Oh, you poor child. The Soul Master Academy is not a free establishment. Of course, there will be expenses, Old Jack chuckled, somewhat exasperated. But fret not. You and Lin Ye will be enrolled as work-study students. Work-study students are exempt from registration fees, tuition, and accommodation costs. You only need to cover your own meals. As for the meals, the academy will assign you some chores, and by fulfilling them, you will earn a modest compensation. Though it may only amount to a few copper soul coins, it should suffice for your daily meals, Old Jack reassured with a smile. I see, Tang San nodded thoughtfully. As they continued their conversation, having set forth in the morning and traveled several hours, the trio finally approached Nodding City just past noon. In the distance, the sprawling, towering city walls gradually came into view, where small figures stood atop the walls, soldiers tasked with guarding the fortifications. Upon arriving at the city gate, they encountered a long queue. Though Nodding City was merely a border city of the Heaven Do Empire, its location at the intersection of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire allowed for frequent trade, rendering Nodding City relatively bustling. Under Old Jack's guidance, the three of them waited in line, and after paying the entrance fee to the gatekeeper, they finally entered Nodding City. True to its reputation as a grand city, Nodding City captivated Lin Ye upon his arrival. Despite having been there before, he was still enchanted by the clean and orderly houses, the towering clock tower in the distance, and the various shops and street vendors lining the streets. Such vibrancy and liveliness were truly beyond what Holy Soul Village could offer. Lin Ye felt an undeniable sense of yearning. Excuse me, could you tell me where the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy is located? After entering Nodding City and walking for a while, Old Jack approached a middle-aged man selling goods by the roadside. Although Old Jack was familiar with the academy, the fact that no qualified soul masters had emerged from Holy Soul Village in many years had caused him to forget its exact location. From here, just continue straight down this street, and at the end, turn left, keep going straight, and you will reach the academy, the vendor directed. Oh, thank you very much. Old Jack replied politely, leaning on his cane. Children, let us proceed. Following the path indicated by the vendor, the three proceeded onward. After a brief yet arduous trek of over 10 minutes, they were on the verge of reaching the esteemed Nodding Academy. As they beheld the towering archway ahead, Old Jack could not help but sigh. Xiao San, we're almost at Nodding Academy. Once I enroll you both, I must return home. While at the academy, you must focus on your studies and heed your teacher's guidance. The semester lasts nearly 6 months, and before you know it, the new year will be upon us. I shall return to escort you home then. I understand, Grandpa, Lin Ye replied after a moment of silence. Although he was aware that they would eventually part ways with Old Jack, the grandfather who had raised him since childhood had garnered a deep affection in Lin Ye's heart. The thought of their impending separation stirred a sense of melancholy and unease within him. However, true to Lin Ye's nature, he would not allow these feelings to surface. He had plans to leave Nodding City and embark on a journey at the Soul Master Academy. He would treat it as a trial. One day, when he achieved great success, he would return to repay his grandfather. As they approached Nodding Academy, it was likely around noon, and numerous students had returned from Nodding City. They observed a throng of youths clad in uniforms, some sprinting, others hurrying along. One by one, they dashed through the iron gates beneath the archway and into the academy. Just as Old Jack, Lin Ye, and Tang San were about to pass through the gates, a young man suddenly darted from the side, blocking their path. Stop! What do you want? Ah, young brother, you must be the gatekeeper of Nodding Academy? I am Jack, the village chief of Holy Spirit Village, here to enroll these 2 children in the academy. Old Jack bent slightly, a forced smile gracing his face as he addressed the gatekeeper. Holy Spirit Village? Huh, more like Puny Spirit Village. You dare claim you are here to enroll at our academy? What a joke. You look so impoverished that you probably can't even scrape together a single silver soul coin. Yet you wish to enroll in our Soul Master Academy? Get lost. We do not accept beggars here. Upon hearing Old Jack's words, the gatekeeper first dug at his ears, then scrutinized Old Jack with an expression full of disdain, waving his hand dismissively as if shooing away a fly. You, the very village that Old Jack had devoted his life to, was insulted as Puny Spirit Village. Igniting a furious spark within him, his grip tightened around his cane, the veins on his frail hands protruding. Yet, as if recalling something, Old Jack suppressed his anger. Forcing a smile, we are not here for formal enrollment. These 2 children possess work-study slots and do not require any fees. Oh, changing your tune, are we? Work-study slots? Our academy hasn't had work-study students in years, and suddenly to appear? How amusing. The gatekeeper scoffed, his disdain palpable. Show me your martial soul certificates. I am curious to see what talents could possibly emerge from such a rubbish village. The gatekeeper remained unimpressed, extending his hand toward old Jack, demanding Lin Ye and Tang San's martial soul certificates. Upon witnessing the gatekeeper's continued insults towards his village, a flicker of anger ignited in old Jack's eyes. But he still produced Lin Ye and Tang San certificates and handed them over. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, observing his grandfather's actions, felt his gaze turn cold, his hands clenching tightly. As old Jack's grandson, Lin Ye was acutely aware of his grandfather's love for Holy Spirit Village. The gatekeeper's repeated insults only deepened Lin Ye's understanding of old Jack's current wrath. However, old Jack had taught Lin Ye to maintain a low profile in unfamiliar places, particularly in the big city, advising against provoking trouble unless absolutely necessary. Thus, Lin Ye held his tongue, for his grandfather had not yet suffered any tangible harm. Nevertheless, in his heart, Lin Ye issued a silent warning to the gatekeeper. Should you dare to further provoke my grandfather, I will not remain silent. With a steely gaze directed at the gatekeeper, Lin Ye clenched his fists in secret. On the other side, after receiving the martial soul certificates from old Jack, the gatekeeper began to scrutinize them. Yet, the more he examined, the more his brow furrowed, until he ultimately scoffed derisively and tossed the 2 certificates aside. Huh, what a ludicrous farce. Were these? Innate full soul power blue silvergrass. Innate full soul power begonia. In all my years as a gatekeeper, I have never encountered such martial souls or innate soul power. I say, old man, if you're going to forge martial soul certificates, at least make them believable. You are treating others as fools. You lie. I have not forged the martial soul certificates. These are issued by the battle soul master from our village. Do not slander me. Old Jack could no longer contain himself, his anger spilling forth. Forging martial soul certificates was a grave offense. Though he knew the authenticity of the certificates, he could not tolerate such an accusation levied against him. What? Are you embarrassed and angry now? Humph. You, a penniless old fool, shall never enter Nodding Academy. Get out of my sight. With that, the gatekeeper reached out to push old Jack aside. At this moment, Lin Ye could no longer restrain himself. You are courting death. Seeing the gatekeeper attempt to harm old Jack, Lin Ye's expression turned icy. In a flash, he appeared before the gatekeeper, extending his right hand to seize the gatekeeper's arm and twisting it fiercely. The gatekeeper let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. With the vile gatekeeper subdued, Lin Ye saw no need to relent. As he held the gatekeeper's arm, he delivered a powerful kick to the gatekeeper's chest, propelling him backward. The gatekeeper flew several meters before crashing heavily against the iron gate, which swung open upon impact, sending him sprawling to the ground. Ouch! Struggling to rise, the gatekeeper clutched the iron gate with his right hand, painfully attempting to stand, his left hand trembling from Lin Ye's grip. Glaring at Lin Ye, the gatekeeper's face contorted with rage. You little brat, how dare you lay a hand on me? I will make you pay. Despite his left hand being injured, the gatekeeper, consumed by fury, picked up a stone from the ground with his right hand. His expression twisted with malice as he charged at Lin Ye. Xiao Yi, be careful! Old Jack exclaimed, alarmed by the gatekeeper's actions. Meanwhile, Tang San wore a grave expression, subtly raising his right hand, seemingly preparing to aim at the gatekeeper. However, heeding old Jack's warning, Lin Ye did not respond. Instead, he advanced directly, channeling the 9 Yang divine art, and swung his right fist towards the stone hurled by the gatekeeper. Seeing Lin Ye's actions, the gatekeeper's face gleamed with vindictive delight, as if to say, this fool believes he can block a stone with his fist. Yet, at the moment of impact, Lin Ye's fist collided with the stone. Thanks to the rigorous training from the Dragon Elephant Prajna art and the protective aura of the 9 Yang True Qi, the stone failed to injure Lin Ye. Instead, it shattered upon contact with Lin Ye's fist. What? The gatekeeper's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly stunned by the unfolding events. In the astonished gaze of the gatekeeper, Lin Ye's fist shattered the stone in the gatekeeper's right hand, carving a remarkable arc through the air before striking his face with tremendous force. In an instant, the gatekeeper's entire visage contorted, his bulging eyes nearly popping from their sockets, and several bloodied teeth were violently ejected from his mouth. Under the immense power that struck his face, The gatekeeper was sent flying again, soaring several meters into the air before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling over multiple times. The excruciating pain radiating from his face compelled the gatekeeper to writhe on the ground, crying out in agony. "Wait, I am but the gatekeeper of the Nodding Academy. How dare you strike me? The Academy will not let this go unpunished." Despite the agony coursing through his face, the gatekeeper's heart seethed with venomous resentment. His speech punctuated by the loss of teeth as he wailed pitifully. "Oof, you're merely a gatekeeper. I shall see whether a mere gatekeeper holds more significance than I, a soon-to-be student of innate full soul power. If the illustrious Nodding Academy cannot uphold the most basic principles of fairness and justice, then it is an institution I shall gladly forsake." Lin Ye responded, dismissing the gatekeeper's threats with disdain. As Lin Ye spoke, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. "What has transpired here?" Chapter 21. Master, twin martial souls. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Ye turned to look back. He beheld a man with a buzz cut, clad in a black and white academic gown, slowly approaching. The gatekeeper, previously battered and filled with malice, instantly adopted a sycophantic demeanor and hurried to greet him. "Master, you have returned. Is this perhaps a teacher from Nodding Academy?" Lin Ye mused, furrowing his brow in cautious contemplation. He wondered what this teacher's disposition might be. If he were protective and biased towards the gatekeeper, Lin Ye would need to be prepared to defend himself. In response to the gatekeeper's obsequiousness, the man, addressed as Master, merely acknowledged him with a slight nod before frowning and inquiring, "What has happened to you?" "Master, you must stand up for me." The gatekeeper's emotional turmoil seemed to have been triggered by the master's inquiry, as tears brimmed in his eyes, and he began to wail his grievances. "I was simply minding my duties here at the gate when these rural folk came seeking to enroll. However, due to their ignorance, they insisted I escort them inside to register. As the gatekeeper, I cannot abandon my post, so I refused them. To my astonishment, they threatened and assaulted me. Since they were elderly and children, I dared not retaliate, which is how I ended up in this state. Master, how can such people be allowed to enroll at Nodding Academy?" As the gatekeeper feigned tears, he cast a vengeful glance at Lin Ye, filled with malice. "You slanderous fiend." Old Jack, who had been listening to the gatekeeper distort the truth, trembled with rage, his beard quivering as he retorted, "You clearly discriminated against us rural folk, claiming our martial soul certificates were forged, preventing us from entering. It was you who attempted to push me, leading to Lin Ye's defense. How can you so shamelessly twist the facts? I am not distorting anything. It is evident that you attacked me. Had I not refrained from fighting back, could you three have possibly inflicted such harm upon me?" The gatekeeper clung stubbornly to his narrative, unwilling to relent. "Master, please do not be deceived by this scoundrel." With that, the gatekeeper maintained his victim facade, lamenting pitifully. "Have you finished?" The master interjected, his tone suddenly turning indifferent. "I have finished," the gatekeeper stammered, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. "You are quite clever. Your fabrications almost convince me. However, your statements are riddled with inconsistencies." The master continued calmly, raising his right hand and extending a finger. "First, you claim to be dutiful and kind, yet you refer to this elder as a rural person, which is hardly the mark of a benevolent individual. Second, if you are truly dedicated, you ought to have fought back against the assault instead of allowing yourself to be beaten so severely. Does that not hinder your ability to fulfill your duties? Third, as a supposedly kind person, should you not have let go of this incident? Why then do you insist on preventing them from enrolling at Nodding Academy? Thus, you are attempting to deceive me." At this point, the master's expression darkened. "Master, I did not." The gatekeeper, now drenched in sweat, stammered, yet still tried to maintain his defiance. "You dare to lie?" The master's disappointment was palpable as he shook his head. "A person like you tarnishes the reputation of Nodding Academy. I should speak to the institution about recommending a replacement for you." Thud! The gatekeeper fell to his knees, overwhelmed by despair. "Master, I was wrong. Please do not inform the Academy. I cannot afford to lose this position." Kneeling and weeping, he begged for mercy. "It is too late." The master shook his head lightly and approached Old Jack. "Good sir, may I see your martial soul certificates?" Turning to Old Jack, the master spoke politely. "Here, master, these are martial soul certificates." Having observed the gatekeeper's earlier flattery and the master's suggestion to replace him, Old Jack, keenly perceptive as the village chief, deduced that the master held considerable standing within the academy. Grateful for the master's impartial handling of the situation, he eagerly presented Lin Ye and Tang San's certificates to him. As the master examined the certificates closely, he occasionally glanced at Lin Ye and Tang San, as if pondering something. Your martial soul certificates are authentic. The earlier incident was solely the gatekeeper's personal misconduct. I shall ensure that the academy punishes him. And I hope you, sir, will not harbor any prejudice against the institution, the master said with a gentle smile as he set the certificates down. Never. I would not. Old Jack replied hastily. Then I thank you, good sir. If you do not mind, I shall assist these two children in their enrollment process. The master continued with a faint smile and a slight bow. Thank you, master. Old Jack expressed his gratitude profusely. Lin Ye, Tang San, remember to heed your teacher's words while at the academy. Grandfather has matters to attend to and must take his leave. I will return to fetch you at the end of the term. He sighed, casting a lingering glance at Lin Ye and Tang San before departing from Nodding Academy. Come with me. Once Old Jack had left, Lin Ye and Tang San followed the master into Nodding Academy. Within the academy, the paths were wide, and verdant trees lined either side. Following the departure of grandfather Old Jack, Lin Ye fell into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, Tang San's curious voice broke the stillness. Master, are you a teacher at the academy? Why do you ask? Upon hearing Tang San's words, the master, who had been walking ahead, suddenly halted his steps and turned to inquire. Given how terrified that doorkeeper was of you, you must be a teacher at the academy, and one of high status and rank. Tang San asserted earnestly. Ha, you express yourself well, but you are mistaken. I am merely a transient here, not a teacher of this place, the master replied with a faint smile. Well, even if you're not a teacher here, you must be a person of considerable renown. Tang San continued after a moment's thought. Why do you say that? The master countered. Because the title master is not one that an ordinary teacher can rightfully bear. A master can certainly become a teacher, yet a teacher need not be a master. Tang San maintained his serious demeanor. Ah, so you are Tang San, are you? You are indeed a clever child, the master remarked, a slightly stiff smile appearing on his face at the unusual compliment. The third individual on the continent to possess a twin martial soul. It seems I must take the initiative, he mused. Twin martial souls. Lin Ye exclaimed, lifting his head to gaze at Tang San. In that instant, Tang San's entire being tensed, his pupils constricting. Chapter 22. Apologies, I must decline. Twin martial souls? Master. What do you mean? I have never heard of such a thing. Though Tang San had developed a favorable impression of the master due to his fair treatment of the doorkeeper, the revelation of his greatest secret caused him to tense up, forcing a smile while instinctively aiming the concealed crossbow on his wrist at the master, prepared to eliminate any threat. You need not deny it. You're not the only one with a twin martial soul. He possesses one as well, the master stated, shaking his head as he looked towards Lin Ye. You may be curious as to how I discerned your twin martial souls, correct? The master forced a tight smile. Lin Ye interjected. Actually, what Tang San said earlier is not incorrect. I am somewhat renowned in certain circles, referred to as a master, particularly in the realm of martial soul research. A hint of confidence appeared on the master's countenance. I have studied numerous types of martial souls, some powerful, others weak, including your blue silvergrass and begonia. These two are quintessentially considered inferior martial souls. Among the thousands of blue silvergrass and begonia martial soul practitioners, it is rare to find one with any soul power. Even those who possess soul power often only reach levels 1 or 2. To date, no blue silvergrass or begonia practitioner has been found with innate soul power exceeding level 3. Yet, both of you exhibit full innate soul power, which defies logic. Through my extensive research, I have formulated certain laws regarding martial souls, summarizing them into 10 core competencies, which I have named the 10 core competencies of martial souls. According to one of these competencies, the innate soul power a martial soul can generate is directly proportional to its strength. Both of your martial souls are deemed inferior, yet your innate soul power is full. This evidently indicates that you possess a second martial soul, and one that is quite formidable. As the master spoke, Tang San's initial tension gradually melted away, replaced by admiration for the master's insightful deduction regarding his twin martial soul. Meanwhile, Lin Ye remained silent. For him, the master's deductions, though seemingly correct for Tang San, were entirely erroneous. Firstly, He was not a twin martial soul practitioner, but rather a triple martial soul one. Moreover, his begonia martial soul was not inferior. It was indeed a powerful martial soul, merely resembling the ordinary begonia martial souls superficially. Thus, Lin Ye felt no stirrings of emotion in response to the master's confident conclusions. "Master, please be my teacher." Initially wary of the master, Tang San's admiration burgeoned after hearing his words. He bowed deeply and spoke with reverence. "Teacher? Tang San, do you understand what being a teacher entails?" The master scrutinized him closely. "I do. Once a teacher, forever a father." Tang San replied earnestly as he knelt before the master, performing 3 respectful bows and exclaiming, "Master, foolish child, if you wish to become a disciple, then do so without bowing your head. In this world, one should only bow to kings and parents. As for teachers, a mere bow suffices." The master, pleased with Tang San's gesture, helped him rise and then addressed Lin Ye. "Would you not also like to acknowledge me as your teacher? With such knowledge, I can surely assist us in becoming powerful soul masters." After their formal acknowledgement, Tang San turned to Lin Ye, earnestly proposing the idea. The master also directed his gaze toward Lin Ye, his expression calm, yet harboring an underlying anticipation. Lin Ye replied, "I'm sorry, but I must decline." After a lengthy silence, he shook his head softly. Perhaps this master possessed extensive knowledge, but Lin Ye's training in the dragon elephant prajna technique had granted him physical prowess far surpassing that of an average adult. The master's research was predicated on ordinary individuals, and his teachings might not be applicable to Lin Ye. Moreover, to speak frankly, while the master's various studies sounded impressive and seemingly correct, none of them applied to Lin Ye. Such a teacher was simply not someone Lin Ye could put his trust in. The master's wisdom might hold merit for the majority of ordinary individuals, but regrettably, Lin Ye was not one of them. His understanding of martial souls was not lacking. He had inherited 2 books from his father, one detailing the knowledge of soul beasts, the other encompassing the intricacies of the soul master realm, including martial soul knowledge. Thus, Lin Ye felt no need for external guidance. Additionally, with 4 martial arts techniques left by his father for soul power cultivation, he required no one else's instruction. In light of this, it was evident that there was no necessity for Lin Ye to take on a teacher. Having grown up without parents and only an elderly grandfather, Old Jack, who was often preoccupied, Lin Ye had ample time for contemplation, fostering a habit of independent thought. He had never blindly followed others' advice, especially on significant matters, always exercising caution and consideration before making decisions. The act of taking on a teacher undoubtedly fell into the category of major life choices. "Lin Ye, think it over. The master knows so much and can surely assist us," Tang San implored, unwilling to relent. Yet Lin Ye remained resolute. "Tang San, I appreciate your kindness, but I do not wish to take on a teacher this early." Tang San, the master, who had been silent for some time, suddenly shook his head. "Do not force it. Your name is Lin Ye, isn't it? I am aware that we have only met once, and it may be premature to discuss the matter of apprenticeship. However, this is indeed a significant decision. Without a mentor's guidance, the pursuit of soul rings could take an extensive period. Should you be unwilling to accept me as your teacher, I can introduce you to a highly esteemed instructor within the academy who should be able to meet your needs." Observing Lin Ye, the master, with his right hand resting behind him and his left hand gently placed over his abdomen, spoke slowly. "Thank you for your kindness, master, but I wish to choose my own soul ring," Lin Ye replied, shaking his head resolutely. "Lin Ye," Tang San, standing nearby, grew anxious. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Ye's unwavering gaze, the master fell silent. He recalled his own youth, marked by the same resolute eyes, an unyielding spirit against worldly pressures, and a determination that would not retreat even after meeting obstacles. With a sigh, the master continued, "Hunting soul beasts is not a trivial endeavor. They are formidable creatures, not easily slain by ordinary individuals. A misguided choice in soul rings could jeopardize your future. I urge you to contemplate this matter seriously. Here, I have compiled some notes regarding soul beasts and the correlation between soul rings and martial souls. Take them and review at your leisure. Should you have any questions, feel free to consult me. As for locating me, simply inquire with Tang San. When I take him to hunt soul beasts, you are welcome to accompany us, should you wish." As the master spoke, he retrieved a notebook and handed it to Lin Ye. Upon seeing the notes, the cautious Lin Ye hesitated, considering a polite refusal. For his grandfather, Old Jack, had once remarked that the most challenging debts to repay are those of human kindness. However, contemplating the lack of specificity in the written accounts regarding soul beasts and soul rings, Lin Ye pondered for a moment, hesitated, and ultimately accepted the notebook. Thank you, Master. Chapter 23. Registration and Lin Ye's character. The Nodding Academy is not particularly expansive. Upon entering the gates, under the Master's guidance, Lin Ye traversed a shaded avenue, and a towering teaching building soon came into view. Follow me, the Master instructed, glancing back at Lin Ye. He then proceeded toward an office on the ground floor of the teaching building, designated for new student registrations. Arriving at the office, the Master pushed the door open. Creak! As the door swung open, the interior of the office immediately revealed itself to Lin Ye. The space was immaculate, adorned with a potted plant by the entrance, while several desks were arranged at the far end of the room, behind which sat two young men and a middle-aged man of slightly more mature age. Master, what brings you here? It truly is a rare occasion. Please have a seat. Upon seeing the Master enter, the middle-aged man at the desk stood up in surprise, then greeted the Master with a warm smile. No need, Director Su. I am here to bring these two children for registration, the Master replied, calmly shaking his head at Director Su's enthusiasm, gesturing toward Lin Ye and Tang San. Upon hearing the Master's words and noticing Lin Ye and Tang San, Director Su's expression shifted to one of astonishment. This reclusive Master had brought two children for registration. It was indeed an extraordinary occurrence. Nonetheless, despite his surprise, Director Su maintained a friendly demeanor and chuckled. Rest assured, Master, I will handle the registration for these two children. Thank you, Director Su. Both of these children are work-study students. One hails from Holy Soul Village, and the other from Rice Fragrance Village. Here are their martial soul certificates. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. The Master nodded, stepped forward, and handed the two martial soul certificates to Director Su, then turned to exit the office. As he passed by Tang San, the Master paused briefly, turning to him and saying, Little San, please ensure you register properly here. The teachers will guide you through the process. I need to step out for a moment, but will return shortly. Yes, Master, Tang San responded respectfully. Hearing Tang San address him as Master brought a slight stiffness to the Master's smile. After ruffling Tang San's hair, he exited the office. Watching the Master's retreating figure, Tang San turned around. Not far off, Director Su's voice rang out, somewhat incredulous. Child, you're Tang San, correct? You just called the Master teacher, but he is not an instructor at our academy. I know. Tang San nodded. Then why address him as teacher? That title is not to be used lightly, Director Su remarked, his brow furrowed. He has indeed become my mentor, Lin Ye interjected slowly from his side. You have taken the Master as your mentor? In response to Lin Ye's statement, not only Director Su, but also the two other teachers behind the desk displayed expressions of shock and disbelief. After exchanging glances, the two young teachers could not contain themselves, bursting into laughter. Huh, is this a joke? Someone actually took the Master as their mentor? This is utterly amusing. The two teachers laughed heartily, as if they had heard the most humorous tale. Listening to their remarks, Lin Ye frowned. Was there something amiss with the Master? Just as his thoughts wandered, Director Su suddenly admonished. What are you laughing at? The Master is a friend of the Academy's principal, even in the entire realm of Soul Masters. He is a well-known figure. Is it appropriate for you to mock him? Director Su, you are exaggerating. The Master is indeed renowned, but a prominent figure? Haha, perhaps just a well-known jester. At his age, still only a 29th level Soul Master, his martial soul is hardly better than a wasted one. His combat prowess is pitiably low. Can this be considered notable? And his so-called theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls is merely a laughingstock within the realm of Soul Masters. One teacher retorted defiantly upon hearing Director Su's admonition. Indeed, absolutely. The other teacher chimed in, nodding in agreement. Enough. There are others present. Show some respect for the Master. Or when the principal seeks you out, do not blame me for not warning you. Director Su reprimanded quietly, casting a discreet glance at Lin Ye, who stood expressionless, and at Tang San, who appeared subtly irate. Upon hearing Director Su's words, the two teachers seemed to recall something, and their laughter faded into awkward smiles. Quickly register them. Seeing the two teachers finally comply, Director Su breathed a sigh of relief and promptly handed over the two martial soul certificates. A great soul master? That appears to be the third level of soul masters. Is a master's strength truly only at the 29th level? That does seem somewhat lacking, Lin Ye pondered, his brow furrowing slightly as he absorbed the conversation between Director Su and the two teachers. Nonetheless, while he acknowledged the master's strength as somewhat inadequate, Lin Ye maintained a certain positive impression of the master. After all, the master had given him a notebook at the entrance, a gesture of goodwill, and furthermore, had expressed a desire to take him along on a hunt for soul beasts. However, if the master truly possesses only the strength of a great soul master, coupled with what the two teachers have said about his martial soul being nearly a useless one, assisting him in hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings may prove somewhat challenging. Nevertheless, being addressed as master and having cultivated a friendship with the principal of the Nodding Academy certainly implies that he possesses a degree of influence. Finding a suitable location for hunting soul beasts should not pose a significant issue. Listening to the disparaging remarks of the two teachers about the master, Lin Ye felt a twinge of discomfort. It was not due to any deep-seated closeness with the master, but rather because Lin Ye owed him a debt of gratitude. Hearing others speak ill of the master, Lin Ye was tempted to intervene and repay that debt. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had no real connection to the master. It was Tang San who was the master's disciple. Since Tang San remained silent, both out of respect and reason, Lin Ye decided to restrain himself. Two innate, full soul powers. Just as Lin Ye pondered this, a sudden exclamation erupted from the office as the two young teachers registering the information displayed expressions of astonishment. Innate full soul power? Nearby, Director Su was also taken aback, casting a glance at the registration forms held by the two teachers. Alas, though they possess innate full soul power, it is regrettable that their martial souls are both deemed useless. Now I understand why the master chose to accept you two as disciples. After putting down the registration forms, one teacher shook his head and sighed, his expression somewhat peculiar. Teacher, I did not become a disciple of the master. Lin Ye spoke after a moment of silence. Perhaps I misremembered, the teacher replied, caught off guard by Lin Ye's words. However, given your circumstances, innate full soul power with useless martial souls, the master may indeed be quite suitable for you both. After all, he is renowned for his research on martial souls. Following his theories might very well pave your path to becoming formidable. As if struck by a sudden realization, the teacher's gaze turned somewhat peculiar. Hey, please refrain from misleading these youngsters. Although both of them possess useless martial souls, innate full soul power is a legendary talent, ensuring rapid cultivation. If they could find a formidable teacher to guide them, assisting them in hunting soul beasts and absorbing soul rings, their future strength might surpass ours. Another teacher interjected with a frown. Indeed, yet, as Lin Ye listened to the two teachers, he fell into silence. Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul may indeed be deemed useless, but he had already conducted experiments on his 9 spirit ice grass. This was certainly not a useless martial soul. Rather, it was an exceptionally powerful auxiliary martial soul. Chapter 24. The Arrogant Wang Sheng, Provocation Well. Your registration information has been completed. Here is your martial soul certificate. In the registration office, after the two teachers finished registering Lin Ye and Tang San's information, Director Su handed back their martial soul certificates. Upon seeing Lin Ye and Tang San accept their certificates, Director Su bent down, retrieved 2 packages from beneath the table, and handed them to Lin Ye and Tang San. This includes the daily necessities provided by the Academy, including uniforms and toiletries. Your dormitory is in the 7th building on the east side of the teaching building. Once you arrive there, a teacher will arrange your duties as student workers. Director Su added. Thank you, Director Su. Lin Ye politely expressed his gratitude as he received the package. Tang San, who also received his package, similarly thanked the director. Due to Director Su's earlier defense of the master, Tang San felt a certain affinity toward him. No need for thanks. All right, off you go, and remember to study diligently. Director Su smiled and waved his hand, while Lin Ye and Tang San turned and exited the registration office. After leaving the registration office, following Director Su's directions, Lin Ye quickly located the dormitory building situated on the east side of the teaching building. Given that there are not many tall structures within the entirety of Nodding Academy, and considering the directions provided by Director Su, it was relatively easy to identify. Having found their destination, Lin Ye promptly approached, with Tang San trailing behind him. They traversed a corridor, passed through a shaded grove, and crossed a cobblestone path before finally arriving at the dormitory building. The dormitory before them was 6 stories high, with signs on the doors indicating dormitory 1, 2, and 3 from left to right. Thus, Lin Ye deduced that the 7th dormitory must correspond to the 7th building, likely situated on the 3rd floor. Leading the way, Lin Ye ascended the stairs, and, after climbing 2 flights, they finally reached the 3rd floor. Upon arriving, they were greeted by the sounds of laughter and chatter emanating from one of the rooms. And Lin Ye turned to see the first room's door prominently marked with the words 7th dormitory. Is this the 7th dormitory? Lin Ye pondered. Let us go. We should head in, he said to Tang San before stepping toward the dormitory. Tang San, meanwhile, glanced around, observing his surroundings, slightly lagging behind Lin Ye. Perhaps due to the fact that there were no other dormitories on the 3rd floor aside from the 7th, the corridor was remarkably quiet. As Lin Ye stepped onto the corridor, the sound of his footsteps rendered the interior of the 7th dormitory suddenly silent. May I come in? Upon reaching the door of the 7th dormitory, Lin Ye knocked and calmly inquired. Not teacher. A surprised voice rang out from within, followed by a collective sigh of relief. Come in. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Ye pushed the door open and stepped inside, with Tang San following closely behind. Upon entering the 7th dormitory, the scene immediately unfolded before Lin Ye's eyes. It was a spacious room, approximately 300 square meters, furnished with nearly 50 beds, though less than half had bedding. At that moment, 7 or 8 children were seated on the beds, all staring at the newly arrived Lin Ye and Tang San. The ages of these children varied widely, ranging from 6 to 11 or 12 years old, indicating that this was a mixed dormitory. Are you the new student workers? After sizing up Lin Ye and Tang San, one of the older boys among the group inquired. However, perhaps due to Lin Ye's striking appearance and commanding presence, the older boy's attention was primarily focused on him. Yes, we are student workers. My name is Lin Ye, and this is Tang San. We both hail from Holy Soul Village. Lin Ye nodded nonchalantly, introducing himself before gesturing to Tang San. Hello, I'm Tang San. After Lin Ye's introduction, Tang San greeted them with a smile. Lin Ye, Tang San? All right, I'll remember that. After listening to their introductions, the older boy nodded. Now that you've introduced yourselves, allow me to do the same. My name is Wang Sheng. My martial soul is the Battle Tiger, destined to become a Battle Soul Master. And I am the leader here. The boy named Wang Sheng stood up from his bed, striking poses as he introduced himself with enthusiasm. When Wang Sheng proclaimed his martial spirit to be the Battle Tiger, he promptly summoned it forth. A pale yellow silhouette of a tiger suddenly emerged from within him, emitting a fierce roar, sending a wave of soul power rippling outward with a distinct aura of might. However, Lin Ye remained utterly unfazed. Noticing that both Lin Ye and Tang San were neither intimidated by his martial spirit nor impressed, Wang Sheng's eyes widened in surprise. Well, I have introduced myself. Although you both did as well, you failed to mention your martial spirits, which is against the rules. Please reintroduce yourselves following the format I just used, Wang Sheng declared, retracting his Battle Tiger spirit. Is there really such a rule? Tang San inquired, somewhat astonished. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, maintaining his composure, approached an empty bed while calmly stating, I am Lin Ye, and my martial spirit is the begonia flower. Once he placed his belongings on the bed, Tang San regained his focus, smiled, and added, I am Tang San, and my martial spirit is the blue silvergrass. You two must be joking. Wang Sheng erupted in laughter, seemingly amused by their introductions. One possesses a begonia flower, and the other the blue silvergrass. Both appear to be rather common and useless martial spirits. To think they could still possess soul power is quite remarkable. However, since both of your martial spirits are deemed useless, I see no need for me to exert much effort. You two will now be my underlings. You shall do as I say, understood? With this declaration, Wang Sheng placed his hands on his hips, pointing at Lin Ye and then at Tang San, exuding arrogance. Apologies, but I am here solely to learn about soul masters. I have no intention of becoming any underling, Lin Ye replied, his expression unchanged. He merely opened his bag, neatly arranging his toiletries on the table beside the bed. What? You dare to disregard the leader? The other children nearby gasped in disbelief at Lin Ye's words. Leader, This fellow is utterly lacking in tact. Ignoring the rules of our dormitory. Show him your strength. Humph. You, with your delicate and noble appearance, likely possess little strength, and with a useless martial spirit. You have the audacity to be so arrogant. I will make you my underling, and what of it? Encouraged by his comrades, Wang Sheng scoffed and strode towards Lin Ye, ready to shove him. Chapter 25. Becoming the leader from today. As Lin Ye was arranging his toiletries, he sensed Wang Sheng approaching from behind. At the moment Wang Sheng reached out to push him, Lin Ye's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly grasped Wang Sheng's hand. Do you intend to resist? Wang Sheng's expression turned menacing upon realizing Lin Ye dared to defy him. He attempted to break free from Lin Ye's grip, seeking to push him down. However, Lin Ye frowned at Wang Sheng's actions. Though he preferred to avoid conflict, he would not cower in the face of bullying. As Wang Sheng struggled to escape, Lin Ye tightened his grip on his wrist and, with a sudden force akin to wielding a forged hammer, lifted Wang Sheng off the ground and swung him around. Slamming him down, Lin Ye possessed immense strength. After training in the dragon elephant Prajnard, his one-arm strength exceeded 1,000 pounds. Even using less than a quarter of his power, lifting a boy of Wang Sheng's age was effortless. As Wang Sheng prepared to resist, he was abruptly hurled away by an unstoppable force emanating from Lin Ye's grip. The world spun around him as he crashed to the ground with a thud. With a sharp sound, Wang Sheng felt a jolt of pain in his back, letting out a muffled groan as he curled up in discomfort. However, due to the protection of soul power and Lin Ye's restrained force, while he felt pain, he sustained no serious injury. You dare to strike me? Wang Sheng exclaimed as he sprang up from the ground, feeling the ache in his back and seething with anger. He lunged at Lin Ye once more, shouting, "Die!" Wang Sheng's right fist, empowered by soul power, surged forth with the strength of an adult, cutting through the air with a heavy whoosh. Yet, Lin Ye remained composed, effortlessly catching Wang Sheng's punch with one hand. With his other hand, he swiftly struck Wang Sheng's chest, sending him flying backward. Wang Sheng soared high before crashing onto a bed, flipping it over entirely, landing sprawled on the overturned mattress. With his back still aching, the additional impact left his face contorted in pain. Leader, witnessing Wang Sheng being effortlessly knocked away by Lin Ye, the surrounding children gasped in disbelief. Ouch! Supporting himself on the bed, Wang Sheng groaned while rubbing his back, struggling to rise from the dusty mattress. When he looked back at Lin Ye, a flicker of fear flashed in his eyes. Initially, he believed Lin Ye's victory was a mere ambush, but now, having faced Lin Ye's full strength, he realized the latter was no ordinary opponent. Lin Ye, is your martial spirit truly the begonia flower? Wang Sheng asked, rubbing his still sore back, his expression a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. My martial spirit is indeed the begonia flower. You should be convinced now, Lin Ye replied calmly, summoning the begonia flower. Remarkably, it truly is the begonia flower, though it appears somewhat different from the ones I have seen. Could it be a mutated martial spirit? Is that why it possesses such strength? Wang Sheng mused, astonished by the sight of Lin Ye's 9-spirit begonia. Lin Ye, according to the rules of our dormitory, having defeated me, you shall now be our leader, Wang Sheng declared earnestly. Was your provocation merely a test of my strength? Lin Ye inwarded, frowning as a realization dawned upon him. Ah, well, that is a tradition in our dormitory. We all went through it, Wang Sheng admitted sheepishly, scratching his head with an awkward smile. Becoming your leader is acceptable, but I may not stay at the academy for long. Is that agreeable? Lin Ye pondered for a moment before responding. You won't be at our academy for long? Leader, what do you mean? You just enrolled. You can't be graduating so soon, right? Are you planning to transfer to another Soul Master Academy? Wang Sheng asked, surprised. No, I have no plans to transfer. Lin Ye shook his head. Then why? Wang Sheng could not help but inquire once more. Nearby, Tang San approached, clearly puzzled by Lin Ye's words. I possess innate full soul power. According to the requirements of the Junior Soul Master Academy, I can graduate as soon as I advance to the rank of Soul Master. Therefore, I plan to leave the academy for training after completing the fundamental knowledge imparted here. Lin Ye responded slowly. You possess innate full soul power. Upon hearing Lin Ye's statement, Wang Sheng and the other children from the 7th dormitory could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Innate full soul power is a legendary top-tier talent. They had encountered a soul master endowed with such a gift. Is innate full soul power truly so remarkable? Lin Ye inquired nonchalantly, observing the shock etched across Wang Sheng and the children's faces. Remarkable? Of course it is remarkable. This is innate, full soul power. Wang Sheng murmured in disbelief. Innate, full soul power? Huh. In fact, Tang San also possesses innate, full soul power. Lin Ye remarked with a faint smile, pointing towards Tang San. What? Tang San, you too possess innate, full soul power? Wang Sheng felt a surge of emotions, overwhelmed by envy and disbelief, rendering him momentarily speechless. Yes, I also have innate, full soul power, Tang San replied with a humble smile, seemingly unfazed by the revelation. Witnessing the reactions of Lin Ye and Tang San, Wang Sheng's heart surged with an inner tumult, feeling as though he were torn apart by a myriad of emotions. Please, this is innate, full soul power. How can you all appear so nonchalant? If it is of no consequence to you, then it should all be mine. Tears of envy welled in Wang Sheng's eyes. How about this? Once I leave, Tang San can take over as your second leader. What do you think? Lin Ye proposed after a moment of contemplation. Wang Sheng and the other children, still somewhat dazed by the realization of Lin Ye and Tang San's innate full soul power, replied vacantly. Lin Ye, I cannot be a leader. Tang San interjected hastily upon hearing Lin Ye's suggestion. Tang San, you possess innate full soul power. You should be able to acquire a soul ring soon. Being our leader is more than sufficient. Rest assured, we will not oppose it, Wang Sheng asserted with a sigh, his gaze betraying a mix of emotions. Yes, we can manage that. The other children echoed in agreement. Tang San attempted to voice his objections, but Lin Ye furrowed his brow and interrupted him. What do you mean? Tang San, we are electing you as our leader, not making you a subordinate. You only need to step up for us when necessary. At other times, you need not do anything, and instead, you will have others to assist you. That should not be burdensome, right? Well, fine then. Tang San conceded with a resigned sigh, realizing he had little choice but to agree. Chapter 26. My name is Xiao Wu. Seeing Tang San's reluctant agreement, Lin Ye furrowed his brow. Was it truly so burdensome to be a leader? While being a leader entails certain responsibilities, Lin Ye has always believed that power and responsibility are inherently linked. With responsibility comes corresponding authority. His grandfather, Old Jack, was the village chief of Holy Soul Village. Though he never exploited his position for personal gain, many villagers sought to curry favor with him. During each harvest season, numerous villagers would offer their help in the fields to please him. Having grown up under such influences, Lin Ye had a clear understanding of the relationship between responsibility and authority. However, because his grandfather set a good example, Lin Ye also understood the importance of being responsible. Otherwise, he would not have considered appointing Tang San as the prospective leader for the 7th dormitory. In truth, the authority of the leader of the 7th dormitory was limited. However, Lin Ye was aware of one significant aspect. He could delegate the duties of a work-study student to his subordinates. Work-study students were required to clean designated areas of the academy daily, earning a modest reward in return. Lin Ye, however, was not keen on cleaning. He preferred to focus on his training. Yet, as a work-study student's obligation, he could not refuse. Now, as the leader of the 7th dormitory, he could have his underlings assist him with the cleaning, regardless of the area's size, as long as all his subordinates collaborated. The task would not consume too much time. While Lin Ye contemplated how to utilize his authority, he was uncertain about the obligations he would need to fulfill as the leader of the 7th dormitory. Wang Sheng, let me make this clear. I cannot be your leader without compensation. If you want me to lead, then you must assist me with my work-study obligations. That is my authority as your leader. As for the responsibilities I need to assume, feel free to express them. I will shoulder what I can, as power and obligation are intertwined, and I am well aware of this, Lin Ye stated after a moment of reflection, glancing at Wang Sheng. Since you are our leader, we cannot allow you to do so without compensation. We can certainly help you with your work-study responsibilities, Wang Sheng replied after some consideration. Yes, we can manage that. The other boys chimed in enthusiastically. Very well. Now, could you enlighten me on what I can do for you? Lin Ye invited, nodding at Wang Sheng and the others from the 7th dormitory. Actually, what you need to do as our leader is quite simple. Protect us and stand up for us. We, the 7th dormitory, are all work-study students from various villages, while the other students reside in the city of Notting. They look down upon us. viewing us as poor and a disgrace to the academy, which often leads to bullying. You must stand up for us during such times. Wang Sheng explained with a smile. Is it really that simple? Rest assured, if any of you are bullied, just come to me, and I will help you, Lin Ye replied with a calm smile. With Lin Ye's current strength, he could easily rival a Soul Sovereign. Not only would ordinary students in the academy be no match for him, but even most instructors would likely fall short. Standing up for the 7th dormitory's members was a task he felt confident about. Leader, while you are indeed strong, do not underestimate your opponents, Wang Sheng urged, sensing Lin Ye's confidence. As he spoke, Wang Sheng pulled back his sleeve, revealing numerous dark purple bruises on his arms. Leader, although you are powerful, there are many formidable individuals in other dormitories. Many of them possess soul power levels reaching 7 or 8, and their martial spirits can either serve as weapons or are formidable beast spirits. These injuries on my body are from their attacks. Please be cautious. Wang Sheng gestured towards his bruises, expressing concern. Rest assured, I will not be careless. Just watch and see, Lin Ye reassured him. Lin Ye similit faintly, seemingly unjonjernit. Observing Lin Ye's calm and self-assured demeanor, Wang Sheng contemplated saying something, but after a moment's reflection, he merely shook his head with a wry smile. Lin Ye's strength surpassed his own. He had been soundly defeated by him before. It was possible that Lin Ye could indeed hold his own against formidable opponents from other dormitories. He had already given his warning, and what transpired next would ultimately depend on Lin Ye himself. Just as Wang Sheng and Lin Ye were engaged in conversation, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Following the source of the sound, the door to dormitory 7 creaked open. A little girl stood at the entrance, her voice ringing with innocence as she inquired, "Is this dormitory 7? The moment they laid eyes on the girl, with her cherubic face, bright eyes, and a charming pink dress adorned with rabbit ear accessories, her long, silky black hair fashioned into a waist-length braid, the children in the dormitory were momentarily entranced. Wang Sheng, what's the story with this girl? Is it possible for girls to reside in dormitory 7? Lin Ye furrowed his brow upon hearing the girl's query, turning to Wang Sheng for clarification. Boss, you see, since we are all young children, the academy has not specifically designated male and female dormitories. Our dormitory is co-ed. Wang Sheng replied in a hushed tone. Hey, are you all ignoring me? I asked if this is dormitory 7. The little girl, noticing the silence from the group, puffed her cheeks in frustration. Boss, hurry. This must be our new work-study student for dormitory 7. It's your turn to assess her. Wang Sheng urged from behind. What's there to assess? Lin Ye frowned, about to decline, but then he recalled his own circumstances. He had appeared ordinary, yet had effortlessly defeated the seemingly powerful Wang Sheng. What if this girl was similarly exceptional? While the likelihood seemed slim, Lin Ye decided to approach her nonetheless. It would merely be a brief assessment of her abilities. After all, this is dormitory 7. I am the leader here, Lin Ye. What is your name? As he approached the little girl, Lin Ye inquired. This is indeed dormitory 7. It seems I haven't made a mistake, the girl responded, visibly relieved after hearing Lin Ye's reply. She then broke into a sweet smile and said, Hello, my name is Xiao Wu. Xiao means small, and Wu means dance. I am also from dormitory 7, and I look forward to your guidance. Your name is Xiao Wu. Lin Ye nodded slightly. Since you're also part of dormitory 7, you must abide by our rules. Let's spar a little. If you can defeat me, you will be the leader here. If not, you will be my subordinate. What do you say? Wow, that sounds exciting. If I defeat you, I will be the leader? Xiao Wu's eyes widened with delight at Lin Ye's proposal. Chapter 27. Defeating Xiao Wu to Lin Ye's surprise. Xiao Wu showed no sign of resistance to his challenge. Instead, her large eyes sparkled with an unmistakable anticipation. Nonetheless, Lin Ye felt confident in his abilities. If you agree, then once you have settled in, we shall begin, Lin Ye remarked, observing the package she was still holding. Okay, Xiao Wu replied with enthusiasm, nodding vigorously. She placed her package on an empty bed in dormitory 7 before returning to Lin Ye, her face aglow with excitement as she asked, Can we start now? Lin Ye replied, Why do I feel like you are even more excited than I am? Yet, acknowledging her enthusiasm, he nodded in agreement. We can begin. As he spoke, he stepped back several paces, creating a distance of about 5 or 6 meters between them. Just as Lin Ye was about to introduce himself, Xiao Wu, unable to contain her eagerness, dashed toward him, her braid dancing behind her. As she sprinted, she clenched her small fists, her expression earnest. Upon reaching a certain distance, Xiao Wu unleashed a spirited shout, raising her small leg to kick at Lin Ye while simultaneously exclaiming, "Take this!" Despite being caught off guard by Xiao Wu's sudden attack, Lin Ye reacted swiftly, raising his right arm just in time to block her flying kick. However, as her kick was thwarted, Xiao Wu quickly recovered, striking out her left fist toward Lin Ye's face. Given the force behind her punch, had it connected with an ordinary person, it would likely result in a bruise, if not more. Yet, Lin Ye extended his right hand and seized her fist effortlessly. Impressive reflexes. Xiao Wu's face lit up with surprise as she realized her attacks had been successfully countered. But in the next moment, after retracting her left fist, she swiftly swung her right fist again, declaring, "You think you can stop my attack so easily? Take this." This time, Lin Ye did not evade or catch a punch. Instead, he furrowed his brow and retaliated in kind, swiftly extending his left leg like a whip towards Xiao Wu's waist. If Xiao Wu did not withdraw her punch, the outcome would undoubtedly be a collision of fist and foot. Her right fist would strike Lin Ye, but his left leg would also connect with her. However, as Lin Ye unleashed his leg, Xiao Wu instinctively understood the danger. She redirected her right fist to the left, using the momentum to pivot her body sharply, executing a perfect bridge and narrowly avoiding Lin Ye's strike. With Lin Ye's body now facing right due to his movement, Xiao Wu seized the opportunity. From her bridge position, she performed a backflip, leaping over a meter high, wrapping her legs around Lin Ye's neck while her hands supported her on the ground. In this precarious position, Xiao Wu aimed to use her arms and legs to hurl Lin Ye away. If it had been an ordinary person, faced with such an unexpected and tricky maneuver, they would surely be at a disadvantage, unable to withstand the force of her legs and waist. Yet, Lin Ye was no ordinary person. Beside them, the sudden resurgence of Xiao Wu, who managed to seize control over Lin Ye, left Wang Sheng and the other children from the 7th dormitory in astonishment. How could this seemingly delicate little girl possess such formidable strength? Yet, we do not desire a female leader. Just as Wang Sheng gazed at Lin Ye in confusion, Lin Ye became acutely aware of his precarious situation. Feeling the immense force at his neck, Lin Ye took a deep breath, crouched down, and assumed an unusual posture, firmly anchoring his feet to the ground, resembling a nail steadfastly embedded in the earth. This posture was none other than the dragon elephant stance. In the face of Xiao Wu's unexpected counterattack, although she appeared to be merely a 6- or 7-year-old child, Lin Ye sensed that the force exerted on his neck surpassed 500 pounds. Such overwhelming strength was more terrifying than that of an adult, while the power generated by her legs and waist certainly exceeded that of her arms alone. The sheer magnitude of her strength and innate soul power was undeniably impressive. Should he underestimate her, Lin Ye risked a potentially disastrous outcome. However, being inherently cautious, Lin Ye refused to be reckless. Upon realizing Xiao Wu's extraordinary strength, he quickly adapted, rooting himself in the dragon elephant stance like a great tree, channeling all his might to withstand the force pressing down on him. Given the peculiar nature of the attack, despite exerting nearly all his strength to counter the force at his neck, Lin Ye found himself at a loss for how to dislodge Xiao Wu without moving his body. He could have forcibly grasped her legs around his neck and flung her off, akin to how Tang San wielded a hammer, but such an action risked injuring Xiao Wu. Thus, after careful consideration, Lin Ye opted against that course of action and instead activated his 9-yang divine skill, intending to utilize the rebound capability of the true qi to shake Xiao Wu off him. At that moment, Xiao Wu was pressing her hands against the ground, preparing to use the strength of her waist and legs to throw Lin Ye off. However, as Lin Ye stood firm in the dragon elephant stance, Xiao Wu felt as though she was not grappling with a person, but rather a colossal tree deeply rooted in the earth, utterly immovable. How could this be? It was so solid, I cannot budge it at all. With her small hands pressed against the ground, already turning pale from exertion, Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and summoned all her strength, yet she felt no discernible movement from Lin Ye. This left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Just as she contemplated changing her approach and mounting Lin Ye, she was suddenly met with a powerful rebound force emanating from him. Already straining against Lin Ye, Xiao Wu was caught off guard by the unexpected force and was abruptly sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground. Ouch! Falling with her bottom hitting the ground first, Xiao Wu felt as if her behind had been split in two. She began to rub her sore backside while groaning in pain. Are you all right? No worries, just a painful fall, Xiao Wu replied, standing up while still massaging her sore bottom, gasping for breath. I initially aimed to become the leader, but I never expected to lose to you. Now you're the leader. Upon saying this, Xiao Wu clenched her small fists, her face puffed up with indignation, before sinking into disappointment. Maybe next year, Lin Ye suggested with a shake of his head. Next year? What do you mean? Xiao Wu asked, momentarily perplexed by Lin Ye's words. Because I may leave the academy in a year. As someone with innate full soul power, I will soon advance to become a soul master, and once I do, I intend to traverse the continent. Year-long foundational knowledge should suffice for me to master, perhaps even less, so barring any unforeseen circumstances. You should have the opportunity to become the leader next year, Lin Ye explained calmly. Oh, I could be the leader next year? That's wonderful, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her spirits lifting. However, her joy was short-lived, as she soon grew melancholic. What, you're leaving next year? I think you're a nice person. Perhaps we could have become good friends, but now it's such a pity. Xiao Wu sighed wistfully. Do not rejoice too soon. Aspiring to be the leader is not so simple, Lin Ye warned, observing Xiao Wu's confident demeanor as if the position was already hers. Not so simple. Is there anyone in this dormitory who can defeat me aside from you? Xiao Wu questioned, her curiosity piqued. Certainly, Lin Ye replied with a faint smile, directing his gaze toward Tang San. Wang Sheng and the other children also looked to Tang San with expressions of hope. His name is Tang San. Like me, he possesses innate, full soul power and is quite formidable. To become the leader, you will likely need to defeat him first. Tang San, you also have innate, full soul power. You are quite impressive. Shall we have a match? Xiao Wu's interest was piqued, and she looked at Tang San with eager anticipation. No thanks. I'm not particularly interested in being the leader. You can take that role next year, Tang San replied, momentarily pausing as he noticed Xiao Wu's gaze upon him, hastily declining. That's simply one to-do. Our 7th dormitory must select a leader fairly. We cannot concede. Xiao Wu protested, scrunching her nose and raising her small fist defiantly. But my martial spirit is blue silvergrass. It lacks combat strength. Tang San continued to decline. Your martial spirit is blue silvergrass, while the leader's martial spirit is the begonia flower. You should not hesitate. Wang Sheng interjected. Despite Xiao Wu's prowess, he was reluctant to let a girl lead their 7th dormitory, fearing it would be a source of embarrassment. Your martial spirit is blue silvergrass? Mine is a rabbit, which seems to counter yours perfectly, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise at Wang Sheng's revelation about Tang San's martial spirit. You see, I told you, our martial spirits are naturally counteractive. You have the advantage, so I certainly cannot defeat you. Tang San laughed, continuing to evade the challenge. Meanwhile, Lin Ye shook his head, but this time he did not press Tang San further. His previous suggestion for Tang San to be the provisional leader stemmed from Tang San's considerable strength, as he would be able to protect the 7th dormitory after Lin Ye's departure, a responsibility he felt keenly. However, now, with Xiao Wu, who is equally capable and more responsible, Tang San's lack of commitment made him expendable. Just as Xiao Wu continued to pester Tang San, a sudden knocking at the door interrupted their conversation. In the residence of 7, a sudden tranquility enveloped the space. Following the sound, I turned my gaze towards the entrance. There stood a middle-aged man clad in black, his hair a soft shade of green, cradling 2 neatly folded blankets in his arms. Which of you is Tang San and Lin Ye? He inquired, scanning the children in the room. I am. Upon hearing his call, both Lin Ye and Tang San raised their hands and approached him. Lin Ye felt a twinge of confusion. Was this the teacher that Director Su had mentioned would oversee their work-study arrangements? Yet, why did he not also call for Xiao Wu, who was likewise a work-study student? As Lin Ye approached, the teacher appraised both him and Tang San, then spoke. So, you two are Lin Ye and Tang San? My name is Mo Hen, but you may call me Teacher Mo. These blankets are a gift from the master. With that, Teacher Mo extended the blankets towards them. Thank you, Teacher, Lin Ye replied politely, accepting the blankets. However, he found the gesture perplexing. He had not formally apprenticed under the master, and while it made sense for Tang San to receive such a gift, it felt odd for him. Was it an expression of admiration, or did the master still harbor intentions of taking him on as a disciple? As Lin Ye pondered these thoughts, Teacher Mo spoke again. Are there any new work-study students in your dormitory? I am. I am. Xiao Wu eagerly raised her hand and rushed over. I'm also a new work-study student. Excellent. You three have just started your work-study journey. I will assign your tasks. Behind the teaching building of the academy lies a playground. You will be responsible for cleaning the garden to the south of it. You need only clean in the mornings, and your daily remuneration will be 10 copper soul coins. However, it is imperative that you clean thoroughly and leave no debris behind. If your cleaning does not meet the standards during inspections, your pay will be docked. Repeated failures could be deemed as negligence, and in severe cases, the academy may even expel you. So, ensure that you clean well, understood? Teacher Mo stated sternly. Understood. The three replied in unison, nodding their heads. Good. Should you have any questions, you may consult Wang Sheng. He is an experienced work-study student and should be familiar with the academy's regulations. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Satisfied with their response, Teacher Mo nodded and departed from the residence of 7, as the sound of his footsteps faded down the stairs. The atmosphere in the residence became lively again. Why you two have blankets while I do not? Xiao Wu exclaimed, noticing Lin Ye and Tang San clutching their new bedding while she had nothing. Blankets? Xiao Wu, you didn't bring any bedding? Wang Sheng asked, astonished. Bedding? Do we need to bring our own? Isn't it provided for free by the academy? Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. Although the academy did supply living essentials, they had never distributed bedding. Wang Sheng pointed to the beds in the residence, which were adorned with various styles of blankets, all patched and worn. Xiao Wu stood frozen in shock. What should I do now? Chapter 29. Young millionaire Lin Ye, do you have any money? If so, you could buy a set of bedding in Nodding City. It is a bit expensive, Wang Sheng replied, shaking his head. Money? What is that? Xiao Wu was bewildered again. Money? It refers to copper soul coins. Xiao Wu, you don't even know what copper soul coins are? Wang Sheng stared at her in disbelief, bemused by the fact that this girl seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of currency. Of course I know about copper soul coins. Xiao Wu laughed nervously, attempting to mask her embarrassment. However, her act was rather transparent, and Lin Ye could easily tell she was not being truthful. Well, if you have no money, we can temporarily lend you a set of bedding until you earn some in the academy and can buy your own in Nodding City. Wang Sheng said, feeling a bit exasperated. As a senior student in the residence, he was unsure how to handle Xiao Wu's naivety. Sister Xiao Wu, you can use mine. I can share a bed with Xiao Hu for a while, one child offered. Mine too. I can sleep with Xiao Ming. Another chimed in. Mine is available. I can share with Tai Zhu. Several others enthusiastically volunteered. Thank you all, but that's not necessary, Xiao Wu said, though she felt touched by their generosity. However, glancing at the shabby, patched bedding, she could not bring herself to sleep on such unkempt covers and politely declined. Her gaze swept around the room until it settled on Tang San. Though Lin Ye's bedding was clean, he struck Xiao Wu as rather aloof. As someone who easily made friends, she felt more comfortable approaching the seemingly simple-minded Tang San. Tang San, your blanket looks quite large. How about we share it? She suggested eagerly. Tang San was taken aback, his mouth agape, then hesitated. But isn't it inappropriate for boys and girls to share? What are you afraid of? I'm not scared. We can merge the two beds and sleep separately with something in between. Your blanket looks big enough for both of us, Xiao Wu replied, a hint of irritation in her voice. Tang San remained uncertain. Just as he wavered, Lin Ye shook his head and approached Xiao Wu, offering her his blanket. Take mine. Huh? What about you? Don't you need a blanket? Xiao Wu asked, surprised, as she instinctively accepted it. I'll just make a trip to Nodding City this afternoon to buy one, Lin Ye replied, nonchalantly. In truth, Lin Ye had no intention of keeping the blanket gifted by the master. He had accepted the earlier notes due to his limited understanding of the Soul Master realm, but he had sufficient funds to purchase a blanket, thus making the gift unnecessary. By offering his blanket to Tang San, he felt he was repaying a small favor to the master. Thank you, Lin Ye. Xiao Wu beamed as she held the new blanket, inhaling the warmth and cleanliness emanating from it. Tang San, this blanket is a gift from the master. Do you know him? Wang Sheng interjected, recalling Teacher Mo's earlier words. His voice tinged with curiosity. Certainly, I am familiar with him. The master is my teacher, Tang San replied, softly with a smile. Teacher? Tang San, the master is not a teacher at our academy. Do you understand the meaning of the word teacher? It is not something to be used lightly. Upon hearing Tang San's response, Wang Sheng could not help but express his surprise. Rest assured, Tang San understands. He has already taken the master as his mentor, which is why he refers to him as such. In response to Wang Sheng's astonishment, Lin Ye provided an explanation. Tang San has taken the master as his mentor? But I have heard that the master possesses rather low strength. How could one take such a master as a mentor? Wang Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Just as Wang Sheng was about to continue, Tang San interrupted him. I am aware of everything you have said. I know my teacher's strength is low, but he has profound knowledge of martial souls, and I believe he can certainly assist me. Wang Sheng, I appreciate your concern for my well-being, but I will not permit you to insult my teacher. Should there be another instance, I will not hesitate to take action. Tang San's eyes were filled with a warning. There won't be another time. Wang Sheng could only manage a wry smile, refraining from saying anything further. All right, it is getting late. We should go for a meal. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, a child from dormitory 7 quickly interjected. Yes, it is time for dinner. The hour is getting late. After glancing at the sky outside, the other children echoed in agreement. Lin Ye, it is indeed getting late. Why don't we have our meal first? Afterward, you could go to Notting City to buy bedding, as school has not yet commenced, so there is no rush. A child looked at Lin Ye and suggested. All right. Lin Ye nodded. Are we going to eat? Yay, let's go eat. Upon hearing the announcement, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and she joyfully bounced up. Xiao Wu, do you have any money? Seeing Xiao Wu's excitement, Wang Shen could not help but dampen her spirits. Money? Does eating require money? Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned. Her expression filled with confusion. Lin Ye, Tang San, Wang Sheng. My previous inquiry was a waste of breath. Wang Shen could not help but comment. Very well. I shall cover her meals for the next few days. Ultimately, it was Lin Ye who spoke up. After 3 months of hunting various ferocious beasts, selling their pelts, as well as items like bear paws and tiger bones, and some unexpectedly discovered herbs, Lin Ye had indeed accumulated a fair amount of wealth over these 3 months. Although it was not an enormous sum, totaling only a handful of gold soul coins, he had forcibly set aside some change for his grandfather, Old Jack. Lin Ye had brought along 10 gold soul coins alongside several silver and copper soul coins. However, in the context of Notting Academy, Lin Ye could still be considered a minor tycoon. You are so generous, Lin Ye. Upon hearing Lin Ye's magnanimity, Xiao Wu was filled with gratitude. Yet, Lin Ye merely simulated lightly. After all, it is merely the cafeteria of the academy. It won't cost much. Consider it a gesture of appreciation for Xiao Wu, who will one day take over the position of dormitory leader. Chapter 30. The provocation of the day, students having left the dormitory building under Wang Sheng's guidance. The group made their way toward the cafeteria located behind the dormitory. The Notting Academy cafeteria was quite expansive, as it had been designed to accommodate all faculty and students simultaneously, with a capacity of up to 1,000 individuals, to distinguish between teachers and students. The cafeteria was constructed with 2 levels. The first level was designated for the majority of ordinary students, while the second level was reserved for teachers, as well as the children of wealthy nobles and merchants. Do not inquire why the cafeteria was originally intended for teachers, but ultimately catered to the children of nobles and affluent merchants. After all, meals must be served. Upon reaching the entrance of the cafeteria and standing at the doorway, Lin Ye gazed inside, taking in the sight of a bright and spacious hall. The floors and walls of the hall were adorned with grayish-white marble tiles, exuding a clean, bright, and tidy appearance. Numerous decorative items and paintings hung on the walls, rendering the environment particularly pleasing to the eye. At that moment, the hall was bustling with people, with long lines forming throughout. It was evident that each line ended at a window, where a figure clad in a white robe was tirelessly scooping food onto plates for the students at the front of each queue. Lin Ye, did you see that? Those windows are where we receive our meals. Just remember to queue. As they entered the hall, Wang Sheng pointed out the various windows while explaining to Lin Ye. I understand, Lin Ye nodded slightly. In truth, even without Wang Sheng's words, he was already aware. Before entering the hall, he had observed and comprehended most of the situation. However, despite knowing that the windows were for serving meals, Lin Ye still decided to take a look at each window before proceeding to collect his food. Just as Lin Ye was about to inspect the various windows, a wave of mockery suddenly echoed from above. Oh, is that not Wang Sheng? How dare you lot of paupers even think of dining in the cafeteria? Hurry and buy a few buns and some pickles to roll back to your dormitory. Hearing this, Lin Ye raised his gaze towards the source of the voice. He noticed several youths clad in luxurious attire standing at the wooden railing of the second floor, hurling their scornful remarks. Oomph. Do you day students think you are something special just because you have money? A young boy from dormitory 7 could not contain his anger. Why can't we come to the cafeteria for a meal? We can afford it on the first floor. Another boy chimed in indignantly. Being wealthy, of course, makes one exceptional. Upon hearing the boy's words, the youths in fine clothing on the second floor exchanged glances and burst into laughter. You lot of paupers will probably never dine on the second floor in your lifetime. A day student sneered from above. Listening to the taunts from the day students, Lin Ye remained composed, while Tang San was unfazed. And Wang Sheng and the others had grown accustomed to such remarks. Only Xiao Wu, with clenched fists and cheeks puffed in anger, could not help but shout, "You guys! Who says we can't eat on the second floor? It's just the second floor. What is so impressive about it? Xiao Wu, don't say anything more. We truly cannot afford to eat on the second floor. It's a la carte and far too expensive." As Xiao Wu spoke in anger, a young boy beside her quickly pulled her aside and whispered, "It's very expensive. I assenti it." Hearing the boy's words, Xiao Wu was suddenly taken aback. Although her thought process was quite simple, she understood that she had no money. While Lin Ye was treating them today, Xiao Wu was still innocent enough not to deliberately choose to eat something extravagant. Thus, upon hearing that eating on the second floor required a substantial amount of money, she momentarily stood in shock. As expected, a bunch of paupers, noticing that Xiao Wu, who was initially furious, had gone silent at the mention of money. The day's students erupted into laughter. A very cute little girl, but unfortunately, she is a working student. One of the day students shook his head and sighed as he looked at Xiao Wu. Upon hearing the words of the day student, although she could not comprehend their meaning, Xiao Wu's intuition informed her that these were undoubtedly unkind remarks. Consequently, the irritable Xiao Wu felt her anger surge once more. However, upon witnessing her fury, the young boy beside her quickly interjected, "Sister Xiao Wu, let us hasten away. We truly cannot afford to dine on the second floor. It is best to disregard them." Wang Sheng sighed and added, "Let's go eat. The second floor merely offers the option to order individually, nothing particularly special. There is no need to engage with them." As Xiao Wu gazed at the group of arrogant day students on the second floor, Lin Ye furrowed his brow. He harbored a desire to assert his authority over these students. Yet, being new to the academy and still unfamiliar with its rules, he decided against confrontation, especially since these individuals were merely boasting and taking advantage verbally. Just as Lin Ye prepared to depart and resume his observation at the window, a work-study student, indulging in a chicken leg, noticed him. Unlike most ordinary work-study students, Lin Ye's appearance, a result of both inherited traits and the nurturing of the 9 sons true qi, was far from typical. His skin was fair, and his features were exquisitely refined. One could not exaggerate by calling him a portrait of beauty. Even clad in worn linen garments, Lin Ye's natural allure could not be concealed. Upon seeing Lin Ye, the day student with the chicken leg momentarily froze, only to be seized by a surge of envy. How infuriating! As a noble, I'm not as handsome as you. How dare this work-study student be so striking? Driven by malicious thoughts, the day student impulsively hurled the half-eaten chicken leg at Lin Ye. However, upon hearing the whoosh of the projectile slicing through the air, Lin Ye swiftly detected the incoming attack and deftly evaded it. The greasy chicken leg, missing its target, plummeted to the floor with a loud thud. This sound, though not deafening, was sufficient for Tang San and Wang Sheng, who had yet to distance themselves, to hear. In unison, everyone turned to look. Witnessing the chicken leg beside Lin Ye and the day student frozen mid-throw, time seemed to momentarily stand still. Such a scene was unmistakable to anyone with sense. Action was inevitable. Realizing that Wang Sheng and the others had witnessed the attack against him, Lin Ye quickly resolved to retaliate. Initially, he had intended to bide his time and seize a more opportune moment to assert his dominance. Yet, these days students had hastened their own demise. If he did not respond now, his authority would be undermined. Chapter 31. Lessons and Establishing Authority. Having made his decision, Lin Ye followed the trajectory of the thrown chicken leg to its source, a youth dressed in fine attire, yet possessing an unattractive visage. "Are you seeking death?" Lin Ye remarked it coldly. Upon hearing Lin Ye's icy tone, the youth, though he had not hit his target, felt a surge of satisfaction at provoking Lin Ye's ire. "Oh, what is this? I was merely inviting you to enjoy a chicken leg. Why refuse? He feigned astonishment, gesturing toward the chicken leg by Lin Ye, and erupted into laughter. Indeed, we should treat these impoverished souls to chicken legs. They will never ascend to the second floor. We must indulge them. The other day, students joined in the laughter, reveling in their mockery. Invite me to a chicken leg? No thanks. I believe this chicken leg is better returned to you. Lin Ye's eyes glinted coldly as he targeted the youth who had thrown the leg, swiftly kicking it back toward him. With a swift whoosh, the shattered chicken leg soared through the air, striking the very youth who had hurled it. The laughter abruptly ceased as the chicken leg unexpectedly lodged itself in his mouth. In a moment of instinctive reaction, he nearly choked, and upon regaining his senses, he expelled the chicken leg, only to find it smeared with dirt, prompting a wave of nausea. As the youth retched, the others looked down at their clothes, now stained with grease and bits of meat, their faces reflecting their fury. The once pristine garments were now marred, igniting their rage. Yet, instead of blaming the youth who had instigated the incident, their ire turned toward Lin Ye. You dare lay hands on us? Clearly, the lesson we imparted was insufficient. You wretched paupers, you shall pay for this. The group of day students by the wooden railing on the second floor clenched their fists, their expressions twisted with anger as they glared at Lin Ye. With that, they prepared to descend and confront Lin Ye. But he merely smiled coldly. No need for you to come down. I will come and find you. He then charged toward the second floor. As he approached, Lin Ye leapt, soaring several meters high, landing directly before the group of day students. How is this possible? They gasped in disbelief, astonished by his sudden ascent. The gap between the first and second floors was 4 to 5 meters. Such a height seemed unattainable for those of their ilk. Why the surprise? Can't you recognize me? Weren't you eager to teach me a lesson? Come on. Lin Ye taunted, his previously calm demeanor now brimming with provocation. Do not be so arrogant. The pampered day students, enraged by Lin Ye's challenge, clenched their fists and lunged at him. Trash. Work-study students. Lin Ye scoffed internally, preparing to meet their assault head-on. He did not even employ his Phoenix Dance 6 transformations, effortlessly dodging their strikes and countering with powerful punches aimed at their faces. What? The day students, realizing that Lin Ye easily evaded their attacks, felt a surge of dread. But before they could react, his fist loomed larger before them. With the sound of flesh colliding, Lin Ye's iron fist sent several day students flying, crashing to the ground, and rolling several times before colliding with the wall, where they collapsed, groaning in pain. Upon hearing the commotion from the second floor, every gaze in the cafeteria turned toward it. How impressive our leader is. On the first floor, the boys from Dormitory 7 gazed in admiration as Lin Ye effortlessly dispatched 5 day students, sending them sprawling. Wang Sheng was equally impressed, despite Lin Ye's apparent ease. He understood that these day students were not weak. While they may not match his own strength, they were certainly formidable. And Lin Ye's ability to handle them so effortlessly suggested that his prowess far surpassed Wang Sheng's own. Is this all you are capable of? Lin Ye remarked coolly as he approached the groaning day students sprawled on the ground. Don't get too cocky. Among day students, our strength is merely average. It's no great feat for you to defeat us. One of the fallen students retorted through gritted teeth, enduring the pain etched across his face. If I can easily defeat you, then I can just as easily overcome the strongest among your ranks. You are all the same to me, Lin Ye replied with unruffled composure. You. The fallen day students glared at Lin Ye, their expressions inflamed with indignation. Clearly, they were incensed by the audacity of this work-study student to insult them. What audacity! A crisp voice suddenly rang out from the back of the second floor. Turning toward the source, they beheld a young girl clad in white, her long, snow-white hair cascading down her back, accompanied by a group of boys. Her exquisite features exuded both elegance and an air of coolness. She was the one who had just spoken. Liu Bing, the leader. The defeated day students could hardly contain their joy upon seeing her, as if they had stumbled upon a savior. So, your leader is a girl? Lin Ye furrowed his brow, not out of disdain for the girl named Liu Bing, but rather in bemusement at the notion of these boys deferring to a female leader. A girl? Liu Bing's face darkened at Lin Ye's words. Chapter 32. A Feminine Spirit? How entertaining. This fool just claimed that Liu Bing is a girl. Some onlookers from the second floor, who were dining, couldn't help but revel in the situation. At Nodding Academy, while day students generally held animosity towards work-study students. Not all of them were antagonistic. The majority of those who bullied work-study students were the offspring of nobility and merchants, along with a few commoners aspiring to ascend into these elite circles. Their motives were simple: to cling to the influential. However, most A students did not partake in the oppression of work-study students. If they did, the few work-study students in the academy would find it impossible to survive amidst hundreds of day students. Yet, even though most A students refrained from complicity, they would not assist work-study students either, opting instead for neutrality, occasionally enjoying the spectacle. Now, witnessing Lin Ye's impending misfortune, they were elated, eager for entertainment. You truly are blind. Our leader is not a girl. It's just that her spirit is rather unique, leading to an uncontrollable feminization. As Liu Bing scowled, one day, students stepped forward, pointing at Lin Ye with an air of arrogance. Is it really wise to reveal your leader's secret in public? Lin Ye responded, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Get back. Upon hearing his underling divulge such sensitive information, Liu Bing was furious and promptly delivered a kick to the boy's backside. Ouch. Leader, I was wrong. The boy yelped, hastily retreating into the crowd, though a slight flush of delight lingered on his cheeks. Oh, so you are male? My apologies for not recognizing it first, Lin Ye remarked, somewhat bemused, as he faced the white-haired girl. Let us not discuss that. You are a work-study student, and you dare to bully us day students? Did your leader not inform you of the rules? Liu Bing's face flickered with anger as she suppressed her rage. I'm afraid the leader of the work-study students is me now, and I am unaware of any such rules, Lin Ye replied, maintaining his composure. Unaware of the rules? Then allow me to enlighten you. Whenever you encounter day students, regardless of how we treat you, you are to endure it quietly. If even one of you dares to resist, all of you shall face the consequences. Liu Bing sneered, her delicate features twisted with malice. That's not fair. Why can't we fight back? Lin Ye countered, his expression still calm. Why can't you resist? Because our fists are stronger than yours. You would do well to comply. Perhaps it will spare you some pain. If you dare to resist, we'll ensure you arrive at school each day with bruises. Liu Bing threatened, shaking her clenched fist in demonstration. Your fists are stronger than mine? What if mine are stronger than yours? Lin Ye suddenly challenged. Your fists stronger than ours? The day students behind Liu Bing erupted in laughter, while many others on the second floor wore expressions of derision. How dare they mock our leader? The boys from Dormitory 7 simmered with indignation. Calm down. I believe Lin Ye will not be defeated. Tang San reassured them. Your fists are stronger than ours. How amusing. Before we discuss that, why don't you try competing with me first? Liu Bing taunted. This guy is doomed. Liu Bing is already a spirit master, and she is set to graduate this year. This newcomer, who we have never seen before, dares to challenge Liu Bing? What arrogance! Fools like him always exist. Let us enjoy the show. The spectators around Lin Ye scoffed, confident that he could not possibly win against Liu Bing, a seasoned spirit master, while he remained merely a fresh student. A spirit master? Lin Ye smirked at the jeers surrounding him. What is so impressive about being a spirit master? He raised his head slowly, meeting Liu Bing's gaze with a calm demeanor. What? This fool dares to look down on spirit masters? Surely not. Is there truly someone who believes they can fight above their rank? Laughter erupted around them as Lin Ye's words prompted thunderous guffaws, each person unable to contain their amusement. A newly enrolled freshman boldly uttered words that questioned the significance of soul masters, a statement only a newcomer could dare to make. Young man, are you feeling particularly audacious? Upon hearing Lin Ye's remarks, Liu Bing was momentarily taken aback, only to soon reveal a radiant smile. Yet, those familiar with Liu Bing understood that he was a quintessential smiling tiger. The more dazzling his smile, the more ruthless his actions would be. Lin Ye's earlier comment about him being a girl had already incited his ire, and now, suggesting that being a soul master held no merit was an affront to Liu Bing's pride. To diminish the worth of a soul master was to slap Liu Bing in the face. A soul master is nothing special. Allow me to demonstrate what true power entails. As he spoke, Liu Bing's expression darkened, and with a sudden movement, he lunged towards Lin Ye, his right fist clenched tightly, ready to strike. Although he outwardly dismissed Lin Ye, he was cautious, having witnessed Lin Ye's ability to defeat 5 formidable students. Thus, he summoned a portion of his strength, channeling his soul power into the punch he threw. With a beast martial spirit and an absorbed soul ring, albeit a lowly 10-year ring, Liu Bing's physical prowess had significantly enhanced. In terms of raw physicality, he surpassed the average adult. Yet compared to Lin Ye, he was still nothing of note. Chapter 33. Lin Ye's power grows stronger. With the force of his own strength augmented by soul power, Liu Bing's punch, while not reaching 1,000 pounds, exceeded 500, creating a sonic boom as it sliced through the air. Observers nearby turned their heads, while Liu Bing's underlings cheered. "Boss, show this arrogant work-study student your might." As Liu Bing's fist neared Lin Ye, a smirk of assured victory crept onto his lips. Just as he believed he could easily overpower Lin Ye, suddenly, a hand shot out, seizing his fist with an iron grip, followed by Lin Ye's calm voice. "Is this what you call the power of a soul master?" "What?" Liu Bing's expression shifted dramatically as he felt his fist caught. He attempted to retract it, but no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. Such immense strength. "Let me show you what true power is." Just as Liu Bing felt a surge of panic, a voice reached his ears, prompting him to instinctively look up, only to see a fist rapidly enlarging before him. "This is bad." He was caught off guard, and before he could react, Lin Ye's fist crashed into his face. A jolt of powerful force reverberated through him, and he felt a sharp pain as he was sent flying, tumbling to the ground before crashing against a wall. "Damn it, you scoundrel!" Rising from the ground, Liu Bing seethed with fury, acutely aware of the swelling on his once pristine face. "Do you think being strong makes you special? I'm a soul master," he roared in anger. "Martial spirit, manifest!" With a commanding shout, a brilliant white fox figure emerged from his body, swiftly merging back into Liu Bing. Once his martial spirit was activated, Liu Bing's form began to grow taller, his eyes transforming into bright yellow beastly orbs, fox ears sprouting from his hair, pure white fur sprouting from the backs of his hands, and sharp claws extending from his fingertips. Simultaneously, a ring of pale light emanated from his feet, enveloping him. Do you know the fundamental difference between a soul warrior and a soul master? Unlike soul warriors, soul masters possess the ability to manifest their martial spirit and wield soul techniques. Although my soul ring is merely a lowly 10-year ring, its power combined with the manifestation of my martial spirit allows my strength to multiply several times over. Now in the martial spirit state, Liu Bing gazed at Lin Ye, unveiling his clawed hand, slowly forming a fist, and coldly declared, "Now, witness my ultimate power. First soul technique, Phantom Fox Claw Strike." With a low growl, the white soul rings surrounding Liu Bing flared to life. An extraordinary power surged from the soul rings, flowing into Liu Bing's legs and claws. In an instant, Liu Bing vanished from sight. Liu Bing's martial spirit, the Crescent Moon Fox, outwardly appeared no different from an ordinary Crescent Moon Fox, not resembling the typical mutated martial spirits. However, that was a misconception. His martial spirit was indeed a variant. Although it seemed unremarkable, its mutation took an unusual direction. The Crescent Moon Fox, as its name suggests, is a type of soul beast. However, it is not a formidable soul beast, but rather one of the lowest tier. A Crescent Moon Fox that has not lived for a century is weaker than some adult predators. The name Crescent Moon Fox refers to the distinct sexual dimorphism exhibited by the species. A crescent moon mark adorns the forehead of female foxes, while male foxes bear a full moon mark. Typically, when a soul master awakens the Crescent Moon Fox martial spirit, the mark on its forehead corresponds to the soul master's gender. Yet Liu Bing was an exception, though he was male. The mark on his Crescent Moon Fox martial spirit's forehead was a crescent moon. Consequently, Liu Bing had always been unavoidably inclined towards a feminine appearance due to his martial spirit's influence. As a typical young man, this was a lingering agony for Liu Bing. This situation naturally became a thorn in his heart. Whenever someone mistakenly perceived him as a girl, Liu Bing, regardless of his mood, could not suppress his fury. Lin Ye not only labeled him a girl, but also scorned the identity of soul master that Liu Bing cherished, and he had just slapped Liu Bing's pride. These transgressions were intolerable. Thus, Liu Bing unleashed his ultimate strength against Lin Ye, activating his martial spirit and employing a soul technique to teach Lin Ye a lesson. The Crescent Moon Fox, being a low-level soul beast, would struggle to match even an ordinary person in terms of strength. However, as a martial spirit, the augmentation it provided to the soul master's physical capabilities was not derived from the soul beast's inherent power. but rather from the enhancement of the Soul Master's physical attributes. In general, ordinary beast-type martial spirits offer minimal augmentation, with weaker beasts providing even lesser benefits, while soul beasts tend to offer greater enhancements. Yet this is not absolute. Although the Crescent Moon Fox is a soul beast, its augmentation is less than that of some formidable predators. It is akin to the blue-silver grass martial spirit. Although the blue-silver grass is considered a spirit beast, its martial spirit is deemed the most inferior among them. It pales in comparison not only to beast martial spirits like cats and dogs, but even to farming tools such as sticks and sickles. However, the Crescent Moon Fox martial spirit, while not particularly formidable, bestows a remarkable enhancement to the physical attributes of its wielder, achieving a doubling effect, and its speed can reach an astonishing twofold increase. Liu Bing's first soul skill, the Fox Claw Strike, augments his speed by 30%, while also enhancing his attack penetration by the same margin. Upon activating this skill, Liu Bing's speed, compounded with the martial spirit's enhancement, increases by another 30%, culminating in a nearly fourfold speed compared to his baseline without the martial spirit. In an instant, as he unleashed the soul skill, Liu Bing transformed into a mere shadow, appearing before Lin Ye, and swiftly struck with his sharp fox claws. For an ordinary person, or even some soul masters, evading such a rapid assault would be nearly impossible. However, Lin Ye was clearly not among them. His keen perception, honed through the practice of the Dugan Nine Swords and further amplified by the Jiang True Qi, allowed him to detect Liu Bing's swift approach. Just as Liu Bing's claws were about to make contact, Lin Ye employed the Phoenix Dance Six Phantoms technique, unleashing a speed that rivaled Liu Bing's, deftly dodging the attack. Simultaneously, with a clenched right fist, he retaliated with a strike that sent Liu Bing staggering backward. Yet, Lin Ye's assault was far from over. Is this all you can do? Is this what you call the strength of a soul master? With renewed vigor, Lin Ye activated the Phoenix Dance Six Phantoms once more and charged at Liu Bing. Utilizing the agility gained from the Douluo Nine Swords and the fluidity of his movements, Lin Ye transformed his hands into weapons, relentlessly assaulting Liu Bing. However, after a failed strike, Liu Bing, whose soul ring was in cooldown, found himself entirely outmatched. Retreating clumsily under Lin Ye's onslaught, the onlookers gasped as they witnessed Liu Bing gradually succumbing to defeat against Lin Ye. Could it be? This newcomer is truly about to defeat Senior Liu Bing, a soul master? I believe our leader will prevail. The students of the 7th dormitory erupted in excitement from the first floor. Xiao Wu joined in, her face alight with enthusiasm, dancing with joy. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng, who was nearing the level of a soul master and beginning to comprehend the disparity between soul masters and soul fighters, could only look on in disbelief. Beside him, Tang San, witnessing Lin Ye's swifter movements compared to their previous encounter, let out a sigh. Lin Ye's strength has indeed grown. Chapter 34. Preparing to venture to the soul-hunting forest in the face of Lin Ye's Phoenix Dance Six Phantoms, Liu Bing, stripped of his soul skills, stood no chance against Lin Ye and was forced to evade awkwardly. Ultimately, he failed to dodge a decisive blow and was struck on the neck by Lin Ye's palm, followed by a flurry of punches that sent him crashing into his subordinates. Ouch! As his companions groaned in pain, Liu Bing clutched his still throbbing chest and struggled to rise. It seems my fists are indeed more formidable. Lin Ye approached slowly, his demeanor casual. You! Liu Bing's anger flared upon hearing Lin Ye's words. Yet, recalling his utter inability to counter Lin Ye's assault, he begrudgingly stifled his rage. From now on, if you day students dare to bully us working students again, do not expect me to hold back. Lin Ye's icy gaze swept over the day students, his voice cold and resolute. Hearing this, apart from Liu Bing, who clenched his fists in frustration, the other working students trembled, rendered silent. What just happened? On the first floor, as Tang San contemplated the scene, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, accompanied by a familiar voice. Teacher! Turning around to see the familiar face, Tang San could not hide his surprise. Teacher, you came for a meal too. Thank you for the bedding today. There's no need for thanks. It was merely a blanket. By the way, what transpired? The master calmly shook his head, glancing toward the second floor with a hint of curiosity. Well, teacher, Tang San succinctly recounted the events. This Lin Ye managed to defeat a beast martial spirit soul master head-on. His second martial spirit must be an extraordinarily powerful beast spirit. The master was taken aback by Tang San's revelation. I'm not certain. I've never seen Lin Ye's second martial spirit, Tang San replied softly. Indeed. The master fell into contemplation as he observed Lin Ye. With one hawthorn flower spirit and one unknown bee spirit, the former could serve as a support-type martial spirit, potentially validating my theories. Coupled with this formidable unknown bee spirit, such a support soul master would be virtually impervious to damage from an opponent's agile attack-type soul master. This is a nearly invincible support soul master. The master's eyes gleamed with a flicker of excitement. Xiao-san, I'm heading to the second floor for a meal. Would you care to join me? Regaining his composure, the master turned to Tang San with a question. Thank you, teacher, but I'd prefer not to. Tang San quickly waved his hand, declining politely and explaining his reasoning. As a member of the 7th dormitory, it would feel out of place for him to dine on the second floor while his peers were on the first. After a moment of thought, the master did not press further and, after allowing Tang San to finish his meal, made his way to the second floor alone, hands clasped behind his back. At that moment, Lin Ye had just intimidated Liu Bing and was preparing to descend when he encountered the master ascending the stairs. Master. Upon seeing the master, Lin Ye greeted him politely. Thank you for the bedding today. It was merely a blanket. It's nothing. A talent like yours should not be hindered by such trifles. The master replied with a gentle smile. After a brief exchange, wherein the master inquired about Lin Ye's experiences at the academy, Lin Ye responded accordingly. Subsequently, Lin Ye excused himself to return to the first floor, while the master proceeded to a small private room on the second floor. Boss, this guy actually knows the master? One day, student remarked to Liu Bing, apprehensive upon witnessing Lin Ye converse with the master for an extended period. What does that have to do with us? Since I haven't fought him, I won't trouble the day students again. You all should do the same. Liu Bing inhaled deeply and stated. Truly clever, boss. A smirk crept across Liu Bing's face, though it was unclear whether he was mocking Lin Ye or the individual named Xiao Qinyu. After confronting Liu Bing, Lin Ye had managed to defeat him. All the students in the cafeteria couldn't help but cast sidelong glances at Lin Ye. As Lin Ye approached the first floor window to fetch his meal, several students enthusiastically urged him to go ahead of them, a gesture he graciously accepted. After finishing his meal, Lin Ye prepared to leave with everyone, while Tang San remained at the cafeteria entrance, waiting for the master. Does anyone know where I can purchase bedding or maps in Naughty City? Lin Ye inquired on their way back to the dormitory. I know. A student from the 7th dormitory raised his hand. For bedding, you can head to Sujin Street, and for maps, you should go to Baohua Street, where not only maps are sold, but various other items as well. All right, I understand. Lin Ye nodded. As he walked back to the dormitory, he parted ways with everyone, setting off alone towards Naughty City. Upon passing the entrance, he noticed that the previous doorkeeper had vanished, indicating that the master had likely reported to the academy and instructed them to pack up and leave. Having left the academy, Lin Ye managed to locate Baohua Street by asking passersby, where he purchased a map for a hefty sum of 10 copper soul coins, an amount equivalent to a common person's daily food expenses. After acquiring the map, he proceeded to Sujin Street to buy bedding. Sujin Street was bustling with shops, including those selling clothing and fabrics. As Lin Ye walked past a children's clothing store, he was nearly coaxed by a salesgirl to try on some outfits. She promised that if he modeled their clothes to attract customers, they would not only pay him, but also gift him all the outfits he tried on. However, Lin Ye declined, puzzled as to why there were skirts among the offerings. Having purchased the bedding, Lin Ye again passed the children's store, noticing the salesgirl's reluctant gaze. He couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. It seemed that someone as remarkable as he was bound to attract attention. Returning to Notting Academy from Notting City, the evening had already set in. Upon reaching the dormitory, he found it empty. After setting up his bedding, the others returned, though Tang San was still absent. Lin Ye felt a twinge of curiosity, but chose not to inquire. Knowing Tang San must have been called away by the master. Since the others had finished their meals, Lin Ye ventured alone to the cafeteria. Upon returning to the dormitory after dinner, he found Tang San waiting for him. Lin Ye, come here for a moment, Tang San beckoned him aside. Tomorrow, the master will take us to the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. Would you like to join us? Absolutely, Lin Ye replied without hesitation. Chapter 35, The Departure. The master who never gives up thanks to the books left by his father, Lin Ye was not entirely ignorant of the soul master world. He was aware of many secrets, including the existence of the soul-hunting forest. This place served as a sanctuary for soul beasts, maintained by the two great empires of the continent. Although most of these soul beasts did not exceed a millennium in age, they were perfectly suited for aspiring soul masters and grand soul masters seeking to advance. Consequently, nearly everyone who reached either level 10 or 20 in soul power would opt to hunt soul beasts in the soul hunting forest to elevate their status. However, entry into the soul hunting forest came with prerequisites. One must obtain a permit issued by the Spear Hall. Securing this permit was no simple task. It required demonstrating 1's prowess at a peak level and securing the endorsement of at least 3 nobles. For Lin Ye, the evaluation at the Spirit Hall posed little challenge, yet acquiring the endorsements proved to be a significant hurdle. Of course, Lin Ye believed that seeking assistance from the Academy could provide him an opportunity to enter the soul hunting forest, though the timeline for such assistance remained uncertain. Thus, when a master presented a direct route into the forest, Lin Ye saw no reason to decline. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Lin Ye and Tang San arose and departed from the 7th dormitory. The night before, Lin Ye had informed everyone of their upcoming quest for soul rings. As the leader of the 7th dormitory, having decisively quelled the arrogance of the day's students, Lin Ye had established his authority. Consequently, as soon as he mentioned the matter, several students volunteered to assist him with the chores for the day. Since Xiao was responsible for the same area as Lin Ye, she too was exempted from cleanup duties, despite the sizable garden on the southern side of the playground. With the combined efforts of over a dozen students from the 7th dormitory, the task was completed swiftly. After leaving the dormitory, Lin Ye and Tang San made their way to the exit of the dormitory building, where the master awaited them. "Now that you are both here, let us proceed," the master announced, turning towards the academy's exit. Along the way, Tang San inquired about various aspects of the soul hunting forest, to which the master provided detailed answers. Though Lin Ye had gleaned some information from his father's books, the master's insights proved far more comprehensive, enriching Lin Ye's understanding immensely. Upon exiting the academy, the master led Lin Ye and Tang San toward the bustling center of Nodding City. Being their first outing, both Lin Ye and Tang San, unfamiliar with the surroundings, followed closely behind the master without asking any questions. They arrived at the heart of Nodding City, a lively commercial district where shops had already opened despite the early hour. The master expertly navigated through the bustling marketplace, entering several shops to procure provisions, water bottles, and even some realgar, presumably to ward off pests. However, Lin Ye was perplexed when the master made a stop at the vegetable market to purchase a cart full of white radishes. What purpose do the radishes serve? He pondered. Yet, being a person who preferred not to pry, Lin Ye refrained from asking, and Tang San remained equally taciturn. "Everything is ready. Let's go hire a carriage," the master instructed, asking Lin Ye and Tang San to hold the white radishes while he ventured off to find a cart. Before long, a carriage approached and came to a halt before them. "Climb aboard," the master called, emerging from the carriage and helping Lin Ye and Tang San stow the radishes before boarding himself. However, Lin Ye noticed with some confusion that the white radishes had seemingly vanished. Had they been placed in the carriage compartment, or were they somewhere else? "Master, all set to depart," Lin Ye announced as they settled into the carriage. The master addressed the driver outside, and soon they were swiftly moving away from Nodding City. With the rhythmic sound of hooves echoing in the air, Lin Ye drew back the curtain to gaze outside. The scenery rushed past in a blur, and as he felt the jolts of the carriage, an odd sensation washed over him. It was his first time riding in a carriage. The carriage departed from Nodding City, heading towards the soul hunting forest located 400 miles to the northeast. After leaving the city, Lin Ye drew the curtains, gazing at the scenery outside. Although it was merely an endless expanse of forest, lacking in visual allure, Lin Ye felt a sense of novelty, for this was his first journey away from home. "Xiao San, this is for you," a calm voice suddenly resonated within the carriage. Lin Ye turned to see the master extending a belt towards Tang San. The belt was entirely black, adorned with dark silver stripes, and embedded with 24 thumb-sized spherical, milky, white jade stones, exuding an exquisite charm. "Teacher, this is—" Tang San took the belt from the master, momentarily taken aback. "This is a gift to commemorate our meeting," the master replied with a gentle smile. "Do not underestimate it. This is not just any belt, but a soul guidance device." "A soul guidance device?" Lin Ye was startled by the master's words. He had come across references to such devices in the books left by his father. Allegedly, they were specifically designed for soul masters, powered solely by soul energy. and were exceedingly precious, each serving distinct purposes. A soul guidance device? Tang San echoed, equally astonished. Though he lacked knowledge about it, he could tell it was no ordinary item. This belt is a rare storage soul guidance device. Each of the 24 jade stones possesses 1 cubic meter of storage space. By infusing it with soul energy, one can store items within, the master explained with a serene demeanor. Teacher, this is far too precious. Tang San protested, taken aback by the master's words. Accept it, Xiao San. Although this belt may hold great value, it bears little utility for me now. The bracelet I possess is also a storage soul guidance device. You need not worry that I will be left empty-handed, for I have another storage device as well. In the future, should I be fortunate enough to receive another disciple, I shall gift that device to him, the master stated with a subtle smile, pushing the belt back into Tang San's hands, seemingly hinting at something. Hearing the master's words, Tang San instinctively glanced at Lin Ye. However, Lin Ye remained remarkably composed. Despite the undeniable value of the storage soul guidance device, he felt no envy, as he also possessed a storage device of his own, an amulet left by his parents. Upon breaking the first seal, the amulet granted him over 100 cubic meters of storage space, nearly equivalent to a small room. The precious storage soul guidance device the master presented to Tang San held no allure for Lin Ye whatsoever. How could it be? He remains utterly unfazed. Within the carriage, noticing Lin Ye's calm demeanor, the master's previously unshakable confidence began to waver. Impossible. A storage soul guidance device, such a legendary item. A child of his age cannot possibly be indifferent. The master, of course, was unaware that the so-called storage soul guidance device he spoke of had a capacity of barely 50 cubic meters, while Lin Ye's amulet, having just broken the first seal, boasted over 100 cubic meters of storage space. This vast disparity was akin to a sparrow boasting of its height to an eagle, naively expecting the eagle to learn from it, a notion both laughable and absurd. How could Lin Ye possibly be moved? Chapter 36. Entering the soul-hunting forest. Separation. The carriage traversed mountains and valleys, and after a day and a night of travel, it finally arrived at the soul-hunting forest by midday the following day. Though it was termed a forest, when the carriage came to a halt, Lin Ye found himself before not an endless primeval wood, but a bustling little town. Alight! We have arrived at the town, the master announced as he exited the carriage, followed closely by Lin Ye and Tang San. Isn't it peculiar? Clearly, we are at the soul-hunting forest, yet it appears so vibrant. Lin Ye and Tang San exchanged glances, filled with curiosity and confusion, prompting the master to smile lightly and ask, "Do you know who the wealthiest individuals in this world are? Is it soul masters?" The master continued, walking as he shared his thoughts. Soul masters constitute the most affluent class on Douluo continent, and their primary concern is hunting soul beasts to acquire soul rings. Consequently, a vast profit chain has formed around assisting soul masters in their endeavors. You may wonder why I insisted on purchasing everything in Notting City, despite the presence of shops here. The reason is simple. The prices here are at least 2 to 3 times higher than in Notting City. Although I do not lack funds, no one enjoys being a fool. The master elaborated as they navigated through the town streets, observing various vendors calling out their wares. As they delved deeper into the town, crowds began to appear along the roadside. Clad in leather armor, these individuals shouted eagerly, "Come one, come all." The Battle Heaven Soul Hunting Team needs just one more member. Seeking a support-type Soul Master. Reward, 10 gold soul coins. Don't miss out. Quickly come. The Flame God Soul Hunting Team needs 2 more, preferably 1 agile attacker and 1 support. Reward, 15 gold soul coins. Hurry, join us. The Tsong Wolf Soul Hunting Team is just 1 member short, preferably a defensive soul master. We are ready to depart immediately. Reward, 20 gold soul coins. Listening to the shouts from the roadside, Lin Ye couldn't help but cast a sideways glance. Although it was his first encounter with such a scene, he quickly recognized that these were likely the soul hunting teams his father had mentioned. However, the image of soul hunting teams in Lin Ye's mind had always been one of grandeur, with lavish halls posting recruitment notices to attract members. The sight of these individuals shouting like vendors at a market left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Teacher, what are these people shouting about? What does soul hunting team mean? As Lin Ye grappled with his discomfort, Tang San voiced his question to the master. A soul hunting team is an assembly that aids soul masters in hunting soul beasts. Generally, Soul Masters cultivate at a pace faster than that of Soul Beasts, yet Soul Beasts typically possess superior combat prowess. At equivalent levels, Soul Masters often find themselves outmatched. Hence, the Soul Hunting team was born. Through collaboration, they can hunt Soul Beasts that exceed the strength of any individual member. And the most suitable Soul Rings for Soul Masters to absorb often come from these formidable beasts. The Master elaborated as he surveyed the so-called Soul Hunting teams around them. In the early days, Soul Hunting teams were merely loose collectives of members hunting for their desired Soul Beasts. However, they have since evolved into a profession for Soul Masters to amass considerable wealth, assisting employers in hunting Soul Beasts and receiving compensation for their efforts. This is the essence of what Soul Hunting teams do. However, these Soul Hunting groups are merely insignificant factions. The true Soul Hunting groups impose stringent requirements on their members. The most fundamental unit consists of 5 members: a Soul Master for reconnaissance, a defensive Soul Master to shield against Soul Beasts, a strong attack Soul Master for the extermination of these beasts, a support Soul Master for recovery, and a food system Soul Master for sustenance. Yet, a trace of disdain flickered in the Master's eyes as he shook his head. Listening to the Master's explanation, Lin Ye couldn't help but reflect deeply. He had planned to join a Soul Hunting group after graduation, engaging in both training and earning money. Now, with the Master's insights, his understanding of these groups has deepened. However, from the calls he had heard, Lin Ye recognized one key issue. Support Soul Masters appeared to be the rarest. Over 70% of the Soul Hunting groups he had heard recruiting were in search of a support Soul Master. Thus, as a robust support Soul Master himself, he would surely be in high demand. As he traversed the small town, an endless expanse of forest loomed ahead. Surrounding the woods was a towering iron fence, exceeding 10 meters in height, nearly rivaling a city wall. Beyond the fence, squads of fully armed soldiers patrolled diligently, the atmosphere palpably tense. Approaching the iron gate at the entrance of the fence, the Master narrated the conditions required to enter the Soul Hunting forest and the consequences of unauthorized entry. Finally, they reached the gate, where several soldiers clad in iron armor and helmets stood guard, brandishing long spears. Upon seeing the three, a soldier who appeared to be the captain stepped forward, extending his right hand and requesting in a stern voice, "Please present your pass." "This is our order," the Master replied nonchalantly, producing a token and handing it to the captain. The captain scrutinized the token intently. Suddenly, as if he had seen something astonishing, his face transformed with shock, followed by an expression of utmost respect as he personally opened the iron gate for the trio. "Let us proceed." After retrieving the token, the Master stored it away and led Lin Ye and Tang San into the Soul Hunting forest. However, Lin Ye was pensive, reflecting on the captain's respectful demeanor. This token seemed far from ordinary, suggesting that the Master's identity was indeed remarkable. Crossing through the iron gate, the three found themselves amidst a primeval forest. Towering trees and lush shrubs surrounded them, while the dense canopy above obscured the sunlight, casting a dim pall over the entire forest. After walking a short distance with the Master, Lin Ye suddenly halted. "Master, let us temporarily part ways here." "Part ways?" Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, both the Master and Tang San turned to him, their expressions filled with perplexity. "You wish to leave?" In the dense, soul-hunting forest, the Master regarded Lin Ye with a furrowed brow. Beside him, Tang San mirrored the concern, his brow knitted in confusion. "Yes," Lin Ye affirmed with a nod. "Lin Ye, I understand your desire to choose your own soul ring without our interference. But hunting soul beasts is no simple task, even if you have triumphed over a soul master. That victory is trivial. Here, in the soul-hunting forest, you will encounter ferocious, century-old soul beasts. Even a seasoned soul master can easily meet their demise if they lack knowledge of this forest. Please, do not act impulsively." The Master, clearly opposed to Lin Ye's intention, spoke in earnest. "Master, I am not being impulsive. I have considered this thoroughly since yesterday," Lin Ye countered, shaking his head. "This is not merely a matter of thought. It is perilous." The Master insisted, still serious. "Master, do not worry. I can protect myself." Lin Ye maintained his stance, shaking his head in refusal. "You believe you can protect yourself?" "Lin Ye, I have stated before that defeating a soul master does not equate to significant prowess. Your opponent was merely a newly promoted soul master with an average martial spirit, hardly noteworthy in the soul master realm. This is the soul-hunting forest, teeming with groups of 10-year-old soul beasts and century-old ones, with even 1,000-year-old beasts lurking about. Here, survival is a challenge for all but the most powerful soul masters. It is exceedingly difficult to remain safe. The master, growing agitated, admonished. Soul Master? Lin Ye couldn't help but smile faintly at the master's remarks. If only soul masters could survive in this forest, he might harbor some concern. But a soul master? After 3 months of training in Holy Soul Village, Lin Ye's strength and speed now rivaled that of a soul master. Furthermore, employing the Xianyuan sword to execute the Dugun 9 swords, even an average soul master would stand no chance against him. His abilities were more than sufficient. Master, how much strength do you think I displayed in the cafeteria? Lin Ye, unfazed by the master's evident frustration, maintained his composure. He understood that the master was concerned for him. However, his capabilities were not as feeble as the master perceived. In fact, he might even surpass the master's expectations. You displayed how much strength in the cafeteria? Were you not using your full strength at that time? The master's expression was one of incredulity. Hey, Lin Ye chuckled lightly, offering no response. Instead, he approached a tree with a trunk thick enough to embrace and stood before it. What do you intend to do? Seeing Lin Ye's actions, both the master and Tang San furrowed their brows in confusion. Taking a deep breath before the tree, Lin Ye concentrated all his Jiang true qi into his right hand, simultaneously adjusting his breathing to gather every ounce of strength into that hand. Ha! With a mighty shout, Lin Ye swung his right fist forcefully at the tree before him. What seemed a modest punch radiated a faint golden light under the enhancement of his Jiang true qi. With a whoosh, his fist struck the tree with tremendous force. Bang! With a resounding thud, the tree was abruptly severed in half by Lin Ye's blow. Accompanied by a gut-wrenching cracking sound, the trunk splintered rapidly, toppling over and crashing to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Impossible. The sight before them left both the master and Tang San utterly astonished. A tree of such girth had been shattered by a single punch. Such a robust tree would require considerable time, even with an axe to fell. Yet it had been cleaved in two by a mere fist. The force behind that punch must have exceeded 2,000 pounds. Such strength was beyond that of even the mightiest soul master, likely necessitating the power of a soul master. A soul master? The master turned to Lin Ye, his eyes wide with disbelief. The child before him, who had yet to become a soul master, had astonishingly attained the strength of a soul master. The hidden second spirit is truly formidable. Master, may I venture forth alone now? In the midst of the master's astonished gaze, Lin Ye slowly turned, replying nonchalantly, yes. The master opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately nodded in silence. Then, Master, farewell, Tang San. With the approval granted, Lin Ye waved goodbye to the master and Tang San, gazing at the boundless expanse of dense forest before him. He chose a random direction and swiftly dashed off, soon vanishing from their sight. As they watched Lin Ye's departing figure, both the master and Tang San felt a complex mix of emotions. Though both were dual spirit possessors, Lin Ye and Tang San were worlds apart. Could this be the essence of a prodigy? After leaving the master and Tang San's sight, Lin Ye took a deep breath. Employing the Phoenix Dance 6 illusions technique, he leaped gracefully, landing atop the crown of a towering tree, and began to glide from one great tree to another. Perched high above, Lin Ye could see far and wide. He reached for the jade pendant at his waist, retrieving an iron sword forged to resemble the Xianyuan sword, which he slung across his back. He continued his journey while scanning the surroundings for suitable soul beasts. Guided by a letter left by his father, Lin Ye intended to focus the first added soul ring on his 9-spirit immortal peach spirit. After reviewing the comprehensive beast compendium his father had left, along with notes from the master, Lin Ye formulated a plan. As an auxiliary spirit, the 9-spirit immortal peach would naturally lead him towards the path of an auxiliary soul master. Broadly speaking, there are 2 types of auxiliary soul masters: those who enhance status and those who restore status. Enhancement status can be further divided into 2 categories, one that imposes debuffs on enemies and another that augments allies. This is a common choice among all auxiliary soul masters. However, since the 9-spirit immortal peach possesses inherent restorative abilities, Lin Ye promptly dismissed the second category of restorative soul rings. Thus, he was left with only one choice: the enhancement status soul rings, which offered a wealth of options. To amplify strength, one might hunt soul beasts that are strong and absorb their rings. To boost speed, one could target speed-oriented soul beasts. And to increase attack power, one would select formidable predators. In essence, one could hunt any type of soul beast to acquire the desired soul ring. The types of soul beasts were cataloged in both his father's compendium and the master's notes, making Lin Ye's task straightforward. Chapter 38. The spiked horned dragon viper and the emerald aurora bird. The dense soul-hunting forest stretched endlessly, filled with towering trees and exotic flora previously unseen, evoking a sense of wonder. After parting ways with the master and Tang San, Lin Ye utilized the Phoenix Dance 6 illusions to leap from tree to tree. Along the way, he encountered several soul beasts, packs of nether wolves, tree-climbing wind baboons, and gliding winged iguanas. However, Lin Ye paid them no mind, as their cultivation ages were rather low. Whether it was the nether wolves, wind baboons, or winged iguanas, the various soul beasts he encountered, such as the fire-tailed fox, wind chime bird, and colorful cat, scarcely exceeded a century in age. Lin Ye's objective was to locate soul beasts around a millennium old, so these lesser creatures could not possibly catch his interest. Although the master had mentioned that the soul-hunting forest was home to both century-old and millennium-old soul beasts, Lin Ye had only spotted a few century-old beasts, with ages ranging from 200 to 300 years, far below his acceptable minimum of 800 years. Nevertheless, Lin Ye adhered to his principle of quality over quantity. Even if it proved challenging to find suitable prey, he would not relent unless he had thoroughly scoured the entire forest. As hours passed, approaching midday when he first entered the soul-hunting forest, Lin Ye had been searching for quite some time, and now twilight was upon him. The dusky sun cast a golden hue over the vibrant forest, enveloping it in a twilight glow. As darkness loomed, Lin Ye, feeling fatigued after an afternoon of searching, casually hunted a blue-hued soul beast, a deer adorned with budding branches on its antlers. After kindling a fire and roasting some meat to satisfy his hunger, he stowed the remaining deer carcass in the storage space of his jade pendant. Rising to seek a nearby stream for refreshment, Lin Ye glanced at the dissipating white halo not far from him, a curious sight. Is this the soul ring? Once again employing the Phoenix Dance 6 illusions, he searched the vicinity and finally discovered a gently flowing brook. After quenching his thirst by the stream, he prepared to continue his search for soul beasts. However, just as he was about to leave, a commotion arose in the distance. Standing by the stream, Lin Ye looked up towards the source of the sound, noticing a bird, roughly the size of a human, circling in the sky, seemingly intent on hunting something. Observing the bird's soul beast, Lin Ye felt a stir of excitement. Such a large creature, aside from certain specific avian soul beasts, like eagles or hawks, most birds of this size undoubtedly possess cultivation ages exceeding a century, perhaps even 500 years. Determined to investigate, Lin Ye sprang into action, employing the Phoenix Dance 6 illusions to navigate swiftly through the soul-hunting forest. He soon arrived at his destination. Standing atop a lush tree, Lin Ye gazed into the distance. In a dense thicket, he spotted a massive serpent, approximately 5 meters long, adorned in gray-green scales with red patterns and a brownish-gray belly. Atop its head sat an unusual horn as it coiled its body, lifting its head and flicking its tongue, fixating intently on a large bird in the sky. The bird, measuring over a meter in length, with a wingspan nearing 5 meters, was cloaked in pale yellow feathers with a white underbelly, crowned with a gem-like jade atop its head. This was the spiked horned dragon viper and the emerald aurora bird. Lin Ye gazed at the two distant soul beasts with astonishment. The spiked horned dragon viper is a potent venomous serpent known for its formidable attack and speed, possessing a fierce temperament. Legends suggest it bears a trace of dragon lineage. Based on its length, it can be inferred that a spiked horned dragon viper grows 1 meter in 10 years, adding only 4 millimeters in length each subsequent year. The specimen before him, measuring approximately 5 meters and 3 centimeters, must exceed a millennium in age. As for the emerald aurora bird, it is a creature that feeds exclusively on toxic entities, including scorpions, spiders, and snakes, firmly within its dietary scope. The reason the emerald aurora bird can consume these toxins is simple. It possesses a natural immunity to potent poisons. The lifespan of the emerald aurora bird can also be estimated by its body length. From the moment of its birth, it grows 2 centimeters every decade. The emerald aurora bird before me measures around 1.8 meters, indicating an age of approximately 900 years. 900 years, you say? Suddenly, Lin Ye's eyes brightened. His nine-spirit immortal camellia martial soul requires a soul ring that enhances its state. Apart from the soul rings that amplify strength, there exists a particularly unique type, the soul ring capable of purifying negative states. Since the nine-spirit immortal camellia inherently possesses restorative abilities, Lin Ye does not need to enhance it with additional healing soul rings. However, the restorative capacity of the nine-spirit immortal camellia has its limitations. It cannot eliminate negative states such as poisoning. When faced with someone afflicted by such conditions, Lin Ye is uncertain how effective the restorative abilities of the nine-spirit immortal camellia will be. After all, its healing powers are intended for a healthy body. In cases of poisoning, the restorative effects would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Therefore, it is imperative for Lin Ye to prepare a soul skill capable of purifying poison states. If he can hunt the emerald aurora bird and absorb its soul ring, the unique characteristics of this bird suggest that the first soul skill he acquires has a high probability of being one that purifies toxins. As he observed the two battling soul beasts, Lin Ye began to patiently await the opportune moment. There was no need for him to intervene in the clash. After all, the emerald aurora bird could fly. If he were to suddenly appear, he might startle it into fleeing. Instead, he decided to let the thorn serpent continue its enticing maneuvers to lure the emerald aurora bird. Once the bird had thoroughly assessed the situation and prepared to strike at the thorn serpent, it would be unlikely for the serpent to surrender without a fight. When the two soul beasts became entangled, that would be Lin Ye's moment to act. Chapter 39. When the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits. As dusk settled, under the dim glow of the setting sun, a 900-year-old emerald aurora bird soared through the skies above a dense thicket in the soul-hunting forest, occasionally diving down to attack a thorn serpent with over 1,000 years of cultivation that had taken residence within the woodland. In comparison to the emerald aurora bird, the thorn serpent surpassed it in both size and cultivation age. However, under the natural constraints of species, the serpent's deadly toxins had no effect on the emerald aurora bird. The bird's attacks were swift. Each time it swooped down from above, it would strike like lightning, pecking or clawing at the thorn serpent. Each assault was executed with a single blow. Regardless of whether it landed, the emerald aurora bird would quickly retreat, providing the thorn serpent with no opportunity to counterattack. Faced with the relentless assaults of the emerald aurora bird, the thorn serpent found itself powerless, thrashing its tail in fury and hissing at the sky. With each probing attack from the bird, the serpent attempted to retaliate. Yet, no matter how hard it tried, it could not catch the agile emerald aurora bird. Occasionally, it would manage to inflict a poisonous sting, but the bird remained unaffected, continuing to flit about with vigor. Over time, the thorn serpent learned to abandon its attempts to bite the bird, opting instead to use its thorned head to jab at the emerald aurora bird, hoping to wound it. However, this too proved futile. Upon realizing the serpent's change in tactic, the emerald aurora bird shifted its focus, no longer targeting the serpent's head, but launching attacks against its entire body, exhausting the serpent further. Ultimately, after a series of probing strikes, the thorned serpent became fatigued, its reflexes slowing. Seeing the serpent's weariness, the emerald aurora bird prepared to deliver its final blow. Suddenly, from the sky, the emerald aurora bird swooped down, its wings flapping like a bolt of lightning, raising its sharp claws to strike at the serpent's vulnerable spot. As the saying goes, to strike a snake, aim for its 7 inches, the critical weakness of all serpents, including the soul beast, the thorned serpent. Since the bird had been attacking the serpent's head previously, its sudden descent to strike at the serpent's 7 inches caught it off guard. By the time the thorned serpent reacted, it had already expended much energy in its battle against the emerald aurora bird. Even when it finally responded, its counterattack was delayed, lagging behind the bird's swift movements. In a flash, the emerald aurora bird's claws latched onto the thorned serpent's 7 inches, digging deeply into its flesh. Despite its formidable cultivation of over 1,000 years, the serpent's scales, though resilient, were still not impervious to the bird's claws. The emerald aurora bird's talons could easily penetrate the scales of lesser beings, but piercing the hardened defenses of a creature with such extensive experience proved challenging. Feeling the sharp pain at its vulnerable point, the the thorn serpent let out a pained hiss, and its vicious head lunged toward the emerald aurora bird in retaliation. Although the serpent's fangs struck true, the bird's feathers proved too resilient for the serpent's poisonous bite to penetrate. The previous wounds inflicted upon the emerald aurora bird had been due to the serpent's sharp thorns striking the softer feathers of its abdomen, but now it faced the bird's robust back feathers, which offered no such vulnerability. Realizing the danger posed by the serpent's attack, the emerald aurora bird tightened its grip, finally managing to pierce through the serpent's scales and into its flesh. The thorn serpent let out a pained roar, acknowledging that biting was no longer an option. The fierce serpent resorted to its second lethal technique, constriction. Abandoning its attempts to bite, the thorn serpent entwined itself around the emerald aurora bird, hoping to engage in a deadly struggle. Sensing the serpent's intent, the emerald aurora bird intensified its grip, striving to drive its claws deeper into the flesh and pierce the serpent's heart. Yet this time, despite the agony, the spiked-horned dragon viper chose to endure the pain inflicted by the emerald aurora bird, resolutely tightening its serpentine body around the avian creature. Intent on utilizing its formidable physique to strangle the emerald aurora bird to death. Observing from a distance amidst the dense forest, Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement as he witnessed the two colossal beings entwined on the ground. An opportunity had arisen. With a swift motion, Lin Ye activated the phoenix dance of 6 phantoms, leaping from the towering tree, plunging toward the distant thicket. In midair, Lin Ye drew the iron sword from his back with his left hand while summoning the Xianyuan sword with his right. As he approached within 20 meters of the two battling soul beasts, Lin Ye executed a swift rotation in the air, positioning himself to unleash both swords, hurling them with great force. The sharp iron sword and the Xianyuan sword sliced through the air, emitting a piercing sound as they shot towards the two combatants. The iron sword targeted the already wounded spiked horned dragon viper, while the Xianyuan sword aimed for the emerald aurora bird. Upon hearing the ominous sound of blades slicing through the air, the two soul beasts finally became aware of the impending danger. However, having engaged in a fierce struggle, they were hopelessly entangled and unable to separate. Without a hint of hesitation, the iron sword penetrated the gaping wound on the spiked horned dragon viper, piercing through its scales and impaling its heart. Simultaneously, the indomitable Xianyuan sword pierced through the body of the emerald aurora bird. The two soul beasts emitted a simultaneous, anguished cry as they experienced the searing pain of the weapons penetrating their bodies. Yet, faced with the fatal assault, their cries abruptly ceased, and they succumbed to death. Silence forever. The emerald aurora bird fell completely silent, its body motionless, while the spiked horned dragon viper, being a serpent, continued to twitch faintly, not entirely lifeless. Chapter 40. Absorbing the soul rings. Strength can also be a curse. Seizing the moment when the two soul beasts were engaged in their struggle, Lin Ye decisively acted, leaping from the distant tree. In midair, he utilized the iron sword and the summoned Xianyuan sword to execute the 100 Steps flying sword, striking down the emerald aurora bird and the spiked horned dragon viper. As the two soul beasts lost their life force, an array of yellow and purple light points began to emanate from their lifeless forms, gradually coalescing above their corpses into the nascent shapes of two soul rings. These soul rings were the essence of the two soul beasts. Among them, Lin Ye desired only one, the deep yellow soul ring from the emerald aurora bird, approximately 900 years in age. According to the Master S notes, ordinary soul masters could only absorb soul rings up to 423 years old when advancing to the rank of soul master. Absorbing a soul ring older than this could lead to catastrophic consequences. However, this conclusion pertains solely to ordinary soul masters, and Lin Ye was anything but ordinary, setting aside his cultivation of the dragon elephant prajna technique. Even the subtle enhancements from his hidden third martial soul were sufficient for Lin Ye to absorb soul rings exceeding 423 years, potentially even those reaching the millennium mark. Nonetheless, soul beasts of that caliber were exceedingly rare in the soul hunting forest, both in quantity and suitability for Lin Ye. Thus, his final choice rested upon the soul ring of the emerald aurora bird. After all, with 3 martial souls at his disposal, the first being merely a facade, opting for a soul ring around 900 years old felt justifiable. As he awaited the soul ring to fully coalesce, Lin Ye pondered for a moment, retracting the Xianyuan sword that had pierced the heart of the emerald aurora bird. He then summoned it once more, executing another 100 steps flying sword maneuver to pierce the head of the spiked horned dragon viper. Although the creature was already dead, serpents possess a unique characteristic. Even in death, their bodies may still twitch and pose a threat. Lin Ye did not wish to be bitten by a venomous creature of such caliber while absorbing the soul ring. Thus he ensured the destruction of its head for safety. Upon piercing the head, with its brain destroyed, the spiked horned dragon viper finally succumbed to death. After vanquishing the spiked horned dragon viper, Lin Ye refrained from retracting the Xianyuan sword. Instead, he approached the creature's remains before the soul ring had fully formed. Extracting the iron sword from its vital spot, he returned it to its sheath before moving to the serpent's head. Summoning the 9-spirit immortal peach, he suspended it above, channeling its pure, holy light to restore his 9 yang true qi. Subsequently, he unsheathed the Xianyuan sword, preparing to sever the spikes atop the dragon viper's head, intending to obtain valuable materials for crafting poisons. As recorded in the compendium of soul beasts, the venom sac, fangs, and spines of the spiked horned dragon viper were all premium ingredients, highly prized. A 1,000-year-old specimen could fetch a fortune. After considerable effort, Lin Ye successfully severed the spikes and harvested the venom sac and fangs, storing them within his jade pendant storage space. At this moment, the 2 soul rings in the air were nearing completion. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Lin Ye also removed the emerald crystal from the forehead of the emerald aurora bird. The essence of the creature, known for its ability to detoxify when ground into powder and consumed. Next, Lin Ye severed the wings and long legs of the emerald aurora bird. Though these parts held little value, he simply desired them for his own consumption, believing such large wings and legs would make for a delightful meal. After thoroughly harvesting the worth of the 2 soul beasts, the 2 soul rings above their corpses had fully formed. The sky had darkened, and as Lin Ye surveyed the vast, lush forest, he noticed the sunset morphing from a dull yellow to a deep crimson. Retracting the Xianyuan sword, Lin Ye held the immaculate 9-spirit immortal peach. Gazing at the emerald aurora bird soul ring, he commenced the 9 yang divine skill, attuning himself to the soul ring in accordance with the master's notes. Perhaps due to the inherent ease of attracting soul rings or Lin Ye's exceptional comprehension, he swiftly perceived the 2 rings, one yellow and one purple, before him. Naturally, he sought the deep yellow soul ring from the emerald aurora bird. Through the channeling of his 9 yang true qi, Lin Ye effortlessly drew the deep yellow soul ring, over a meter in diameter, toward him. In the blink of an eye, it hovered above Lin Ye's 9-spirit immortal peach. Although the soul ring was summoned, Lin Ye gritted his teeth and forcibly controlled his martial soul, preventing it from immediately absorbing the soul ring. According to the notes from the master, absorbing a soul ring typically requires several hours. Lin Ye had just slain 2 soul beasts here, and night was rapidly approaching. If he remained to absorb the soul ring, he would be vulnerable to the soul power released during the process, which would render his sensitivity to the surrounding threats significantly diminished. Should any soul beast from the soul-hunting forest be attracted by the blood of the 2 corpses at that moment, Lin Ye would find himself in grave danger. Thus, it was imperative to distance himself from this location and absorb the soul ring elsewhere. Holding the immaculate Jiuling Xiantang, with a deep yellow soul ring hovering above him and gently spinning, Lin Ye clenched his teeth and activated the Fengwu Lu Huan movement technique. In an instant, he leaped, traversing the treetops and soaring toward the distance. After several minutes of leaping through the forest, Lin Ye estimated he had moved nearly 1,000 meters away from the hunting site. He then alighted on an ancient tree and decided to absorb the soul ring there, as it would provide safety from potential attacks by ground-dwelling soul beasts. Seated on several closely spaced robust branches, Lin Ye leaned against the trunk, gripping the Jiuling Xiantang, closing his eyes, and began to absorb the emerald aurora bird soul ring that was tethered to his martial soul. As he relinquished his restraints, the deep yellow soul ring, originally over a meter in diameter, instantly shrank and enveloped the Jiuling Xiantang. Immediately, an overwhelming surge of soul power rushed into Lin Ye's body. Strangely, it was not as painful as he had anticipated, feeling the tumultuous soul power coursing through him. Lin Ye noted that the energy released by the approximately 900-year-old Emerald Aurora Bird Soul Ring was indeed formidable. According to the master's notes, the absorption process was often excruciating, requiring immense fortitude to endure, yet Lin Ye merely felt a mild, tingling sensation, devoid of any pain. Was the record in the notes deceptive? Or was his body simply too resilient? Lin Ye pondered, feeling somewhat disheartened. It seemed that being excessively strong could also be a burden. Chapter 41. Terrifying Dragon Roar. First soul skill. Purifying light in the soul-hunting forest upon a lush, verdant century-old tree. Lin Ye sat cross-legged on several closely positioned branches, absorbing the soul ring. As the soul power released by the Emerald Aurora Bird Soul ring continuously flowed into Lin Ye, within the depths of the pitch-black sea of consciousness. The remnants of the Emerald Aurora Bird began to coalesce silently. When absorbing a soul ring, a soul master typically faces two trials. One is the overwhelming soul power released by the soul ring, which can lead to catastrophic consequences if the soul master cannot withstand it. The other is the backlash from the soul beast remnants, if one cannot resist it. The backlash could provoke a soul power eruption, resulting in the same fatal outcome. Within the sea of consciousness, as black mist gathered, a fully blackened Emerald Aurora Bird rapidly took shape, filled with resentment and hatred, glaring at the luminous Jiuling Xiantang within the dark consciousness. This was the remnant of the Emerald Aurora Bird, which had been ambushed and killed just as it was about to capture its prey. In its final moments, the Emerald Aurora Bird was consumed by profound rage. The remnants in the sea of consciousness were a product of the bird's lingering spirit and resentment, representing the greatest challenge a soul master faces during their ascension. With a series of frantic and furious cries, the Emerald Aurora Bird, imbued with bitterness and hatred, flapped its wings and shot toward the glowing Jiuling Xiantang. However, just as the Emerald Aurora Bird was about to reach it, a resounding dragon roar filled the dark sea of consciousness. Upon hearing the roar, the once vengeful bird shrank back in fear, desperately flapping its wings in an attempt to flee. Yet, an unseen force suddenly emerged, drawing the remnant of the Emerald Aurora Bird into a swirling black mist, causing it to vanish from the dark sea of consciousness. In the external world, as the remnant of the Emerald Aurora Bird dissipated, Lin Ye abruptly opened his eyes, his expression a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. As the owner of the body, Lin Ye was naturally aware of everything occurring within his sea of consciousness during the absorption of the soul ring. Initially, he had planned to use the Jiuling Xiantang to fend off the remnant's attack and gradually extinguish it, leveraging his advantage. However, he hadn't anticipated that a dragon roar would suddenly erase the Emerald Aurora Bird's remnant entirely. Lin Ye realized that the dragon roar must have originated from his yet-to-awaken third martial soul, an unknown dragon martial soul. The fact that a single roar could obliterate the remnant of a nearly 1,000-year-old Emerald Aurora Bird suggested that his third martial soul was remarkably powerful. Lin Ye felt a weight of gravity in this realization. However, he was still significantly underestimating the might of his third martial soul. For at that moment, when the dragon roar resonated, not only was the remnant of the Emerald Aurora Bird eradicated, but the entire soul-hunting forest trembled in response. At the moment the dragon roar echoed within Lin Ye's sea of consciousness, a terrifying pressure erupted from within him, radiating outward. J'entendais en Lin Ye. This overwhelming pressure spread in all directions. Wherever it reached, countless soul beasts, whether flying or terrestrial, and those swimming or burrowing, instantly collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. Particularly the serpents, who were rendered nearly immobile by this pressure, appeared utterly terrified. When the pressure subsided, the soul-hunting forest witnessed a frenzied exodus of countless soul beasts, especially the serpents, rushing away from Lin Ye. A 5-meter-long, entirely green mandala snake, affected by the pressure, darted away madly from a large rock several hundred meters from Lin Ye. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Tang San had just finished scattering the medicinal powder around their chosen campsite. He too sensed the pressure released by Lin Ye, albeit not as intensely as the soul beasts. "Teacher, did you feel it just now?" Tang San hesitantly inquired as he turned to look at the master. "Are you referring to that unsettling sensation?" "It felt somewhat like a soul power pressure," the master responded, his expression turning grave. His martial soul, the Luo San Canon, bore a lineage of dragon blood, given the strict hierarchy among dragons. He was more sensitive to the pressure Lin Ye had unleashed than Tang San. However, due to habitual thinking, the master did not fathom that this was the pressure from a dragoness bloodline, but instead interpreted it as soul power pressure. Teacher, are you suggesting that this sensation originated from a powerful soul master's soul power? Tang San couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. The master, with a somewhat grave expression, nodded in acknowledgement. Logically speaking, such formidable power should have caused quite a commotion, yet we have observed no signs of disturbance. This indicates that the source of the pressure must be far from us. Even at such a distance, the pressure can still affect us. This formidable being is likely the legendary title Douluo. Title Douluo? Teacher, how could there be a title Douluo in this soul-hunting forest? Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps they are merely passing through. Do not worry too much. Since we have not detected any disturbances, it merely signifies that they are quite distant. You can rest easy. The master reassured him calmly. Meanwhile, after a moment of astonishment at the might of his yet-to-be-awakened third martial soul, Lin Ye temporarily set aside his emotions, recognizing it as a positive development. Now it was time to examine the abilities of his first soul ring. He summoned his Jiuling Xiantang martial soul once more. As the pure white martial soul, the sacred begonia flower, gracefully materialized from his right hand, a deep yellow soul ring slowly ascended from beneath Lin Ye's feet. At the moment the soul ring appeared, a surge of information flooded into Lin Ye's mind. This was the knowledge regarding the soul skill possessed by the first soul ring of the Jiuling Xiantang martial soul. According to this information, Lin Ye's first soul skill was indeed purification. Moreover, this purification not only cleansed poison, but could also eliminate various other negative states, including weakness and charm. This revelation certainly exceeded Lin Ye's expectations. However, the comprehensive nature of the purification skill, capable of dispelling multiple negative conditions, was undeniably a boon. As for the name of the first soul skill, Lin Ye contemplated its effect alongside the manifestation of the Jiuling Xiantang's abilities. Ultimately, he decided to name the first soul skill Light of Purification, as it utilized the form of light to exert its purifying power. Chapter 42. Breaking the second restriction after absorbing the soul ring and acquiring the first soul skill, as well as clarifying its function. Lin Ye adjusted his posture for greater comfort, settling onto a sturdy branch of the tree below. He retrieved the jade pendant left by his parents from his waist. Caressing the pendant and feeling its warmth, Lin Ye recalled the contents of the letter his father had left after breaking the first restriction 3 months ago. According to the letter, there were more restrictions within the pendant. Lin Ye speculated that each level of soul master cultivation corresponded to a specific restriction. 3 months prior, after awakening his martial soul, Lin Ye had broken the first restriction of the pendant, obtaining 3 techniques: the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, the Phoenix Dance of 6 Illusions, and the Dugun 9 Swords. These techniques had significantly aided him, especially the Phoenix Dance of 6 Illusions and the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. The Phoenix Dance not only granted him astounding speed in battle, but was also ideal for traveling, while the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill endowed Lin Ye with the ability to absorb soul rings of 1,000 years. According to the tome on soul master knowledge left by his father, the soul rings a soul master absorbs largely determined their combat strength. The older the soul ring, the greater the enhancement to the body, along with the increased potency and efficacy of soul skills. Divided into 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year categories. Each stage of soul ring brings a qualitative transformation in the power and effects of the soul skills obtained. Although Lin Ye's 900-year soul ring did not reach the threshold for a transformation at 1,000 years, the energy released by this 900-year soul ring had significantly improved his physical attributes. While it only added a few hundred pounds of strength, perhaps not as much as the gains he had made after a few days of practicing the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, achieving this level of enhancement from just one soul ring was undeniably powerful. Moreover, this was merely a second-stage 100-year soul ring. Lin Ye could hardly fathom the magnitude of the improvements that 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year soul rings would provide. Shaking his head vigorously to dispel thoughts of the soul rings, Lin Ye turned his attention back to the jade pendant. According to his father's letter, the second restriction contained means that would enable Lin Ye to protect himself during future trials. as he planned to embark on his own adventures. He was naturally intrigued by the protective measures mentioned in his father's missive. What could they possibly be? While pondering these thoughts, Lin Ye placed his right hand upon the pendant, closed his eyes, and began to channel the expanded Zhuyang true qi within him into the pendant. As the Zhuyang true qi flowed into the pendant, it emanated a faint golden glow. In the dark of night, with only the soft moonlight and the faint luminescence of glowing shrubs on the ground, this subtle golden light appeared extraordinarily radiant. Indeed, there were restrictions. As the Zhuyang true qi infused the pendant, Lin Ye's eyes brightened. He sensed that the qi had encountered an invisible barrier within the pendant. Having read his father's letter, Lin Ye understood that this barrier was known as a restriction. As long as he could break through this restriction, he would be rewarded with something new. Although uncertain whether it would be martial arts or something else entirely, Lin Ye felt a thrill of excitement. Come on. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ye's expression turned serious as he began to unleash the Zhuyang true qi, relentlessly assaulting the invisible barrier within the pendant. Bang, bang, bang. Under Lin Ye's meticulous control, the immense Zhuyang true qi surged forth like crashing waves, continuously battering against the second restriction within the pendant. After numerous attempts to break through with his Zhuyang true qi, the second restriction finally began to waver. Boom! Ultimately, with a final, all-out strike powered by Lin Ye's complete focus and exertion, the second restriction within the pendant shattered. Lin Ye's consciousness was instantly transported into a pitch-black space. Drawing upon his previous experience, Lin Ye remained calm. He understood that this was the storage space connected to the second restriction, containing rewards left for him by his father and possibly another letter. His gaze swiftly swept through the dark expanse, quickly spotting two wooden boxes suspended in midair. Found them. A glimmer of excitement filled Lin Ye's eyes as he concentrated, effortlessly summoning the two boxes into his hands as he exited the dark space. Are these the items my father left for me? Carefully securing the boxes, Lin Ye hastily opened them. Within the first box lay 2 silver-white orbs and 3 peculiar golden crystal cards, while the second box contained a letter. This is the letter from my father. Upon seeing the letter inside the box, Lin Ye's eyes lit up with anticipation. Swiftly retracting the 2 wooden boxes into the pendant space, Lin Ye left only the letter from the second box. Upon unfolding the letter, he began to read. His eyes fell upon a line of familiar handwriting. Dear son, we meet again. Having received this letter left by your father, it appears you have successfully absorbed your first soul ring and ascended to the realm of soul masters. Well done. Since both your mother and I are not by your side, we are unaware of the soul beast you chose for your first soul ring. However, the error tolerance rate for auxiliary soul masters during the absorption of soul rings is generally quite high, so it should not have a significant impact. Before reading this letter from your father, I wonder if you had opened the other wooden box. The contents within it may leave you perplexed. Yet, there is no need for concern. This letter is precisely the answer your father has left for you. Inside the other box, you will find 2 silver-white orbs, which are a pair of external soul bones left for you. You may refer to them as the external soul bone, heavy eyes. At present, this pair of external soul bones remains in its original form. Nevertheless, even in this state, upon activation, they will endow your eyes with an array of extraordinary abilities, including illusion-breaking bullet time, eagle eye, and night vision. As the name suggests, illusion breaking allows you to see through any illusion. Nothing can conceal itself from your gaze. However, since the heavy eyes are still in their rudimentary form, they can only dispel illusions but cannot retaliate. Bullet time enables you to perceive everything around you at a slowed pace. Eagle eye, as implied by its name, grants you the keen eyesight of an eagle, while night vision allows you to see in the dark as if it were daytime. You may not yet be fully aware of external soul bones, but one of the 2 books I provided you mentions them. External soul bones are a rare category of soul bones, even more precious than standard soul bones, so you must not let others discover your possession of them. Fortunately, as your external soul bones are ocular, it is unlikely that anyone will notice unless you disclose it. The abilities mentioned above represent the initial capabilities of the external soul bone, heavy eyes. Should you enable the evolution of these heavy eyes, you will acquire even more formidable powers, but I shall refrain from elaborating further. I leave that for you to explore. The external soul bone, heavy eyes, can be regarded as a gift from your father. Although it bears great potential, it cannot guarantee your safety. However, the second item I have entrusted to you serves as your assurance of security. The second gift from your father appears to be 3 crystalline cards, which are, in fact, called Title Douluo experience cards. As the name suggests, utilizing these 3 cards will bestow upon you the strength of a Title Douluo for a limited time. The method of usage is simple. By dripping your blood upon them, you will bind them to yourself. With a mere thought, you can unleash the power of these cards, granting you half an hour of Title Douluo level prowess. Upon activating the Title Douluo experience cards, you will reach a level of 99, ensuring your safety on the Douluo continent. That is all your father wishes to convey. I hope you will diligently cultivate your skills, and we shall surely have the opportunity to reunite in the future. Chapter 43. Merging the External Soul Bone. Heavy eyes, disturbances in the distance. Father. After reading the letter, Lin Ye gently set it down, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Will there truly be a day when we meet again? Yet, he did not even know where his parents had gone, let alone how they would reunite. However, this sadness lingered only briefly in Lin Ye's heart, though he longed for the companionship of parents like others. He had grown accustomed to solitude throughout his life. Burying his feelings of longing, Lin Ye retrieved the wooden box from the pendant once more. After placing the letter inside, he returned the box to the pendant space and took out the second box. Within this box lay the external soul bone, heavy eyes, along with the 3 Title Douluo experience cards. As he opened the box, he was met with a pair of silvery orbs, each containing a pair of silver-gray pupils, and 3 golden crystalline cards, which immediately caught Lin Ye's attention. These silver orbs were indeed the external soul bones his father had mentioned, while the 3 golden crystalline cards were undoubtedly the Title Douluo experience cards. Contemplating the 2 items within the box, Lin Ye carefully lifted the silver orbs, examining them in the light of the moon. The orbs closely resembled human eyes in shape. Recalling the descriptions he had read regarding the fusion of soul bones, Lin Ye placed the box upon his lap and, with both hands, gently positioned the orbs before his eyes. Although external soul bones do not conform to the conventional understanding of soul bones, since his father had indicated that they were a special category, the method for fusion must surely apply here as well. The technique for soul bone fusion involves infusing soul power into the bone, allowing it to enter a special state conducive to merging. Once placed upon the corresponding part of the body, the soul bone will integrate into that area. As Lin Ye recalled this process, he infused his 9-yang true qi into the 2 external soul bones in his hands. With the infusion, he felt a surge of warmth emanating from the orbs. This warmth was not the burning heat of fire, but rather a gentle, soothing warmth, as if the orbs might dissolve and meld into his being at any moment. When Lin Ye brought the orbs closer to his eyes, he sensed a connection, and the external soul bones seamlessly integrated into his eyes. In an instant, he felt 2 streams of warmth rushing into his pupils, followed by a sudden chill that instinctively caused him to close his eyes. When Lin Ye reopened his eyes, the world before him had transformed. Previously, everything had been shrouded in darkness, despite the moonlight cascading from above. However, after merging with the external soul bone, heavy eyes, his surroundings became brilliantly illuminated, as though he were in broad daylight. Moreover, his vision had significantly enhanced. Even the delicate veins of leaves several meters away were clearly visible to him. Additionally, when Lin Ye focused his attention, he noticed that the movements of objects within his line of sight appeared to slow down. Whether it was falling leaves, fluttering insects, or distant soul beasts, everything seemed to be moving in slow motion. This sensation was truly extraordinary, albeit somewhat taxing on his true qi. Noticing the depletion of his remaining soul power, Lin Ye furrowed his brow. Although the world appeared clearer and more vibrant upon activating the external soul bone, heavy eyes, he also felt a significant drain on his 9-yang true qi. In just 10 seconds, nearly 1% had been consumed. If this continued in battle, the usage of heavy eyes would likely be limited to merely a few minutes. While this might sound sufficient at first glance, the reality was rather concerning. However, in battle, it is not solely the external soul bone that consumes the 9 suns true qi. The enhancement of the body likewise requires its expenditure. Activating soul skills and sustaining one's martial spirit also necessitate the use of 9 suns true qi. If the Xianyuan sword martial spirit were not employed, the consumption of 9 suns true qi might still be manageable. Nevertheless, should the Xianyuan sword martial spirit be utilized, Lin Ye's internal reserve of 9 suns true qi could potentially become strained. After some contemplation, Lin Ye felt a sense of relief. Although the external soul bone does demand a considerable amount of true qi, its effectiveness in combat is unmistakable. Not to mention, the ability to enter bullet time upon activating significantly slows the movements of adversaries within his line of sight, proving immensely advantageous for someone like Du Gu Jiujian, who excels at countering attacks. Furthermore, the ability to shatter illusions enables Lin Ye to maneuver freely, unbound by limitations. With the assistance of the external soul bone, his combat prowess would undoubtedly see a substantial enhancement. If, after activating, he still cannot subdue his opponent within 10 minutes, it would be prudent to flee rather than linger. With this thought in mind, Lin Ye felt a sense of clarity regarding his use of. He ceased channeling the external soul bone, and his vision returned to its normal state. After merging with the, Lin Ye retrieved 3 titled Douluo experience cards from the wooden box. After slicing his fingertip with his sword, he let 3 drops of blood fall onto the 3 golden crystal cards, thereby acknowledging their bond. Once he established this connection, Lin Ye sensed his spirit intertwining with the 3 cards. As if with a mere thought, he could unleash their power, granting him the strength of a 99th level titled Douluo. However, Lin Ye restrained himself. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his emotions and gazed upward at the sky. Amidst the pitch-black night, a full moon hung high, surrounded by a multitude of stars. According to the Master S notes, absorbing a soul ring typically takes several hours. Yet, perhaps due to Lin Ye's robust physical constitution, he completed the absorption of the Emerald Aurora Bird soul ring in less than an hour. The hour was still far from dawn, yet night had deepened. It was late, and sleep beckoned. Tomorrow he would depart. Contemplating the night, Lin Ye mused quietly. After returning the 3 titled Douluo experience cards to the space within his jade pendant, Lin Ye adjusted his posture, leaning against a great tree, preparing to rest momentarily. After searching for soul beasts all afternoon and absorbing a soul ring for quite some time, Lin Ye felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. However, just as he was about to rest, a sudden thunderous sound echoed from afar, followed by the rustling of trees. The abrupt commotion jolted Lin Ye from his near slumber. With a swift jerk, he opened his eyes and sprang from the tree, employing the Phoenix Dance 6 illusions technique. In the blink of an eye, he leaped across branches, reaching the treetop to gaze into the distance. From his elevated position, Lin Ye clearly observed a dense yellow mist swirling within a grove several kilometers away. Amidst that fog, 2 indistinct figures were being pursued by a long, green shadow. Upon seeing the figures, Lin Ye instinctively thought of the Master and Tang San, although the distance obscured his vision, making it difficult to confirm their identities. Lin Ye felt compelled to rush over at the slightest possibility. Firstly, to repay the favor owed to the Master for the notes, granting him peace of mind. Secondly, even if they were not, as his grandfather Old Jack often said, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. After all, in the hunting soul forest, he could traverse it with ease, extending a helping hand to save another, even if a stranger could only yield good fortune. With this resolve, Lin Ye activated the Phoenix Dance 6 illusions technique, gliding swiftly across the treetops toward the source of the disturbance. Chapter 44. Tang San and the Master in Peril. A desperate escape meanwhile, several kilometers away, the Master fixated on the enormous dark green snake head that emerged from the thicket. As he discerned the true appearance of the serpent under the bright moonlight, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was a mandala snake, and one that had nearly 4 centuries of cultivation. For 100 years, upon hearing the Master's words, Tang San felt a jolt of alarm. According to what the Master had mentioned earlier, a 10-year soul beast strength corresponds to that of a human soul master, while a century-old soul beast could only be matched by a great soul master. Yet despite the Master being a great soul master, his martial spirit was comparatively weak. Faced with a menacing mandala snake nearing 400 years of cultivation, the Master would undoubtedly be outmatched. Tang San, you must flee. I and San Pao will hold off this mandala snake, the Master urged, his gaze unwavering on the approaching serpent. No, Master, we shall face this danger together. If I abandon you in peril, am I not akin to an ungrateful wretch? Tang San resolutely refused the master's suggestion, his determination unwavering. He had contemplated this matter thoroughly. Bearing the Tang Sect's unparalleled skills, while Mandala Snake was formidable, it might not be able to subdue him. He was unwilling to let a mere century-old Mandala Snake mar his inner peace. Little Sanyu, the master sighed upon hearing Tang San's response. Yet he felt a sense of comfort within. Having no children of his own, being able to take in such a filial disciple was perhaps the most righteous decision of his life. Yet, for one as seemingly inconsequential as himself, death would come and go, but Tang San was still young, with dual martial spirits, destined to echo throughout the entirety of Douluo continent. It would be a grave loss if he were to perish here. No, he must ensure little San's safe escape. Taking a deep breath, the master's expression turned grave. Little San, the Mandala Snake hesitates to approach us due to the yellow powder we scattered around, but this powder will not deter it for long. We must leave this place as soon as possible. Soon, I will instruct San Pao to launch an attack, and you must take that opportunity to flee towards the densely wooded area. The Mandala Snake is inherently vicious but lacks patience. If we can evade it for a time, it may abandon its pursuit. Understood, Master. Tang San's expression grew serious in response to the master's words. While the master focused on the Mandala Snake, Tang San activated his purple extreme demon eye, surveying the surroundings before selecting a distant area thick with trees. In that dense thicket, they could easily navigate without significant hindrance. However, the massive Mandala Snake would find it exceedingly difficult to maneuver through. Are you ready? Suddenly, the master's grave voice rang out. I am ready, Master. Tang San quickly replied. Good. San Pao. Upon hearing Tang San's answer, the master unleashed a powerful shout. With that, a peculiar soul beast, entirely lavender, resembling a pig but sporting large ears, dashed forward and leaped into the air. As the soul beast leaped into the air, a yellow soul ring was swiftly cast by the master from his arm, enveloping the soul beast, known as Luo San Pao, which was the master's martial spirit. With a thunderous proclamation, farting like thunder, shaking the heavens, and splitting the earth, Luo San Pao. The master bellowed once more after the soul ring settled upon Luo San Pao's form. Suddenly, the already plump body of Luo San Pao expanded dramatically with a deep inhalation, and it pivoted midair. Accompanied by a sound akin to thunder, a concentrated burst of yellow mist erupted forcefully from Luo San Pao's rear, striking the Mandala Snake like a cannonball and sending it hurtling away. Witnessing the Mandala Snake being flung aside, the master shouted urgently, Xiao San, run! Before he could finish, the master turned and sprinted away from the Mandala Snake, with Tang San already ahead of him. However, they had scarcely fled when a furious hiss and a rustling sound erupted behind them. The Mandala Snake, seemingly unscathed by Luo San Pao's previous attack, had pursued them with astonishing speed. In an instant, it closed the distance of several meters, racing toward the master and Tang San. Damn it! Seeing the Mandala Snake closing in rapidly, the master gritted his teeth and commanded, San Pao, obstruct it for us. At this juncture, the master could only rely on his martial spirit to delay the Mandala Snake. After all, the martial spirit and himself were one. As long as he survived, Luo San Pao would remain unharmed. Upon hearing the master's words, Luo San Pao promptly turned and charged toward the Mandala Snake, emitting a series of determined sounds as it leaped into action. Yet, in comparison to the nearly 4-meter-long Mandala Snake, the less than half-meter Luo San Pao appeared diminutive. Faced with the enormous head of the Mandala Snake, Luo San Pao was almost willingly offering itself as prey, and in a flash, it was caught in the serpent's jaws. With a single forceful bite, the Mandala Snake crushed Luo San Pao, scattering it into a myriad of shimmering particles. Damn it! The master's heart surged with fury as he realized that Luo San Pao had barely managed to delay the Mandala Snake for a moment, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. How could he have been pursued so relentlessly by a Mandala Snake that had not even reached a millennium in cultivation, had his martial spirit not undergone a mutation? At this moment, the master was overwhelmed with regret. Though he had endured years of being looked down upon, he had never before felt such resentment toward his own weakness. For a worthless being like himself, death seemed inconsequential, but how could he allow Xiao San, who was so clever and understanding, rumored to possess a twin martial spirit, and the son of that illustrious nobleman, to perish here. Teacher, be careful. Suddenly, Tang San's anxious voice pierced through the master's self-reproach. Turning his head, the master saw that the mandala snake had, unbeknownst to him, crept up behind him, raising its long body and exposing its massive, dark green head, which opened wide to reveal its sharp, venomous fangs, poised to strike. Teacher! Tang San cried out desperately from a distance, but the master was deaf to all sounds at that moment. All he could perceive was the mandala snake's cavernous maw, ready to consume him. Was he to die? For a creature as useless as himself, death would merely be a release. Facing the gaping maw before him, the master slowly closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. Suddenly, a fierce shout echoed from afar. Beast, stop! With a piercing sound that sliced through the air, the anticipated death did not arrive. Instead, a painful roar erupted from the mandala snake, signaling it had been struck. Who is it? The master, startled by the intervention, opened his eyes and, alongside Tang San, looked toward the source of the voice. In the darkness, a figure was swiftly approaching. Chapter 45. Slaying the mandala snake under the night sky. With the full moon hanging high, the dense forest remained shrouded in darkness. On the ground, the long and massive mandala snake writhed in agony, letting out pained roars. Observing that the master and Tang San were still standing idly, Lin Ye furrowed his brow and shouted, "The mandala snake, isn't he dead yet? Get out of the way!" At Lin Ye's command, the master and Tang San snapped out of their stupor and quickly retreated to safety. While they moved aside, Lin Ye activated the Phoenix Dance 6 illusions and summoned the external soul bone, Rapid Eye, darting rapidly in a zigzag pattern toward the mandala snake. Lin Ye's target was the iron sword embedded in the snake's head. Faced with a mandala snake that had nearly 4 centuries of cultivation and was covered in tough, dark green scales, it was exceedingly difficult to inflict damage without a sharp weapon. Had he employed his Xianyuan sword martial spirit from a distance, the mandala snake would undoubtedly have been pierced through the head, ensuring its demise. However, Lin Ye refrained from revealing his Xianyuan sword martial spirit due to his father's warning against showcasing it in front of outsiders. Thus, he utilized the iron sword in hand to save the master. This, however, posed a challenge. Although Lin Ye possessed remarkable strength, propelling the sword with all his might only managed to penetrate the mandala snake's tough scales and fracture its skull. It failed to reach the brain, becoming lodged after piercing the skull. The sharp iron sword was now half embedded in the mandala snake's head, requiring Lin Ye to extract it. Through the vision granted by the external soul bone, Rapid Eye, Lin Ye activated Phoenix Dance 6 illusions, moving swiftly on the ground and deftly dodging the unintentional attacks from the mandala snake as it writhed in agony. So fast, Tang San, witnessing Lin Ye's lightning-like speed, was utterly astonished. Lin Ye's current speed surpassed even his ghost shadow mist, exhibiting greater agility and finesse. Compared to Lin Ye, his ghost shadow mist could not sustain such prolonged movement. Was this a soul skill or a martial art akin to his own? Tang San's mind was filled with confusion as he observed Lin Ye advancing toward the mandala snake. As Lin Ye approached rapidly, the mandala snake finally began to recover from its pain. Noticing Lin Ye's advance, it emitted a sharp hiss and quickly reacted, raising its body high and swinging its long tail forcefully toward Lin Ye. Yet, in response to the mandala snake's attack, Lin Ye, utilizing Phoenix Dance 6 illusions, moved with remarkable lightness. Just as the mandala snake's tail swept toward him, Lin Ye leaped into the air, soaring 6 or 7 meters high, effortlessly evading the sweeping strike. Following that, as the mandala snake lunged to bite, Lin Ye executed a swift roll in mid-air, avoiding the serpent's jaws and landing atop the mandala snake's body. After landing on the body of the mandala serpent, Lin Ye activated the Phoenix Dance 6 illusions technique, moving swiftly like a ghost across the serpentine form. In a series of flickers, he leapt like a rabbit, soaring to the serpent's head, where he grasped the iron sword embedded in its skull. The sword had pierced through the serpent's scales and into its flesh, causing the mandala serpent to emit a pained shriek as Lin Ye attempted to withdraw the blade. Fueled by the serpent's agony, Lin Ye summoned all his strength and, with a fierce shout, yanked the sword free. Standing atop the mandala serpent, Lin Ye felt almost invulnerable. With sword in hand and a fierce roar, he poised to thrust the blade into the serpent's unprotected eye, its only vulnerable spot. A successful strike would allow him to penetrate the serpent's brain with ease, delivering a fatal blow. Lin Ye waited, just as he prepared to finish off the serpent. A voice interrupted him. The master, realizing the mandala serpent was a perfect match for Tang San, urgently called out to Lin Ye. Hearing his words, Lin Ye furrowed his brow but restrained his strike, withdrawing the sword just after piercing the serpent's eye. Blood gushed forth, and, in its agony, the mandala serpent slammed its head against a nearby tree in a desperate attempt to dislodge Lin Ye. However, Lin Ye, employing the Phoenix Dance 6 illusions technique, gracefully evaded the attack. Once again on the serpent's head, he let out a low growl, gripping the sword with his left hand while unleashing a powerful punch with his right, striking the serpent's skull. After 3 months of training, Lin Ye's punches had surpassed 2,000 pounds of force, and now, bolstered by the 9 Yang True Qi, his strength exceeded 3,000 pounds. The impact resonated through the mandala serpent, causing its head to buzz, while crimson blood erupted from its eye, splattering the ground. In a final agonized hiss, the massive serpent collapsed, raising a cloud of dust upon hitting the ground. Yet Lin Ye did not relent, continuing to pummel the serpent's head until it was on the brink of unconsciousness. Tang San hurried, seeing the mandala serpent nearly defeated. The master quickly handed a dagger to Tang San. Nodding, Tang San approached the serpent with determination. Upon reaching its side, he signaled Lin Ye and, taking a deep breath, positioned himself before the serpent's head. With a fierce thrust, he plunged the dagger into its eye and struck hard. The sharp blade pierced through, exiting from the other eye and embedding itself in a tree. With one last shriek, the mandala serpent fell lifelessly to the ground, its body twitching faintly but devoid of sound. As Tang San delivered the fatal blow, countless pale yellow lights began to emanate from the serpent's form, coalescing into the shape of a yellow soul ring above its corpse. Chapter 46. Tang San's first soul ring. The master is poisoned wonderful, the master exclaimed, filled with excitement at Tang San's successful kill. Do you remember when I told you that the mandala serpent is one of the most suitable soul beasts for you to hunt? Absorbing its soul ring will surely fortify your blue-silver grass martial spirit and may even bestow it with toxic properties. However, since the mandala serpent is not a plant-type soul beast, there has never been a precedent for a plant martial spirit absorbing an animal-type soul ring in thousands of years. Are you willing to trust your teacher? The master's earnest gaze met Tang San's. I believe in you, teacher. Let my actions prove your theory. Tang San nodded with unwavering resolve. And thank you, Lin Ye, for saving both me and the master. There's no need for thanks, Lin Ye replied with a slight nod. Though he felt indifferent, his actions were merely to repay a debt, and he had no obligation to intervene again in the future. After expressing his gratitude, Tang San turned his attention back to the mandala serpent, where a yellow soul ring had already formed. Now begin absorbing this soul ring. Under the master's guidance, Tang San sat down to prepare for the absorption. While the master instructed Tang San, Lin Ye approached the serpent's head with the iron sword in hand, intending to extract its venomous fangs and poison sac. The fangs and sac were excellent materials for concocting poisons, valuable commodities that should not be overlooked. Lin Ye was well aware of the substantial expenses required for cultivating the dragon-elephant prajna skill, although consuming ordinary meat could effectively enhance his training pace for now. As his cultivation progressed, the efficacy of such food would diminish, necessitating the consumption of soul beast blood and various medicinal herbs. Carefully detaching the mandala serpent's venom sac and fangs, Lin Ye stored them in his spatial pendant before sheathing the iron sword at his back. Turning around, he observed Tang San meditating with his eyes closed, absorbing the soul ring, while the master paced anxiously nearby, both excited and restless. Noting that Tang San lacked the robust physique and hidden third martial spirit that Lin Ye possessed, he anticipated that the absorption process would take considerable time. Lin Ye leapt up to a sturdy branch of a large tree, settling down against the trunk and slowly closing his eyes. After a long day in the soul-hunting forest, he felt fatigued. Time slipped away until the dawn of the next day. Wonderful! It has indeed succeeded. Lin Ye was abruptly awakened by an excited voice. Opening his eyes, he turned to the source of the sound, finding the master and Tang San standing together in a clearing. In Tang San's hands, tendrils of deep blue vines spread forth, tightly entwining a small tree not far ahead. It was evident that the tree had been snapped, seemingly pulled apart by the very vines that wrapped around it. Witnessing this spectacle, the Master's face was alight with excitement. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ye suddenly descended from the great tree, approaching the Master and Tang San from behind. "What's going on?" Lin Ye inquired. "Tang San, you're awake." Upon hearing Lin Ye's voice, Tang San immediately turned, his expression mirroring the Master's, brimming with suppressed exhilaration. The Master's theory is indeed correct. Theory? The word struck a chord in Lin Ye's mind. Suddenly recalling the Master's mention of the so-called 10 core competencies of martial souls inscribed in his notes. Is this what you mean? The plant-based martial soul can indeed absorb the soul rings of animal-type spirit beasts. Tang San exclaimed with fervor. Indeed, Lin Ye replied nonchalantly. However, the ability of plant martial souls to absorb the soul rings of animal spirit beasts does not seem particularly extraordinary. In the 2 books left by my father, there is no mention of prohibitions against absorbing soul rings. It merely cautioned against absorbing rings that are excessively high in age. As for the types of soul beasts that can be hunted, there seems to be no distinction, as long as they align with one's developmental path. If plant-type spirit beasts could only absorb soul rings from their own kind, what would spirit masters with various weapons, as their martial souls, be able to absorb? "Master, may we leave this place now?" After noticing Tang San had completed his absorption of the soul ring, Lin Ye turned to the Master, inquiring. Just as the Master was about to respond affirmatively, his expression suddenly shifted, and he coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. "Master!" Tang San exclaimed, alarmed at the Master's unusual condition. Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback. Observing the Master's pallor, Tang San hurriedly tugged at the Master's sleeve, revealing that his arm had turned purple, and even his face and neck bore a similar hue. "Is this poison?" Lin Ye furrowed his brow. Yet the Master had not been bitten by the mandala snake. How could he be poisoned? Could have been then. Suddenly, Tang San appeared to recall something, his expression shifting to one of concern. "We must act quickly to heal him." Gritting his teeth, Tang San hastily retrieved the dagger previously given by the Master, preparing to cut the Master's arm to draw blood. However, Lin Ye swiftly grasped Tang San's hand. "Wait, brother, what should we do?" "The editor has informed me that due to the poor performance of a story, it will be shelved tomorrow, and our collection hasn't even reached 10,000. It's dismal. I had planned to write for another month, but now it seems hopeless. The pace is too slow. With over 6,000 collections, I can only hope the initial subscriptions reach 100. That would suffice, though more would be better. If it could reach 500, that would be splendid. In return, I promise to update 10,000 words daily once we surpass 500 initial subscriptions, fully committed to the story. Only with success can this book continue. Let me share the next chapter's details. I hope you'll give me a chance. This chapter should be completed once it goes live. The protagonist will venture to a place reminiscent of the Sunset Forest for brief training, encountering a malevolent soul master, followed by the arrival of the Wuhuan Temple's envoy, Miss Hulayina, eventually leading to an encounter with the esteemed Bibi Dong. As you may have surmised, the protagonist's father is a traveler, and thus, he saved Bibi Dong, preventing her from being affected by Qian Xuanji, allowing her to retain her original disposition and not harbor feelings for Yu Shaojiang. Because of this, Bibi Dong will undoubtedly treat the protagonist favorably, leading him to stand with the Wuhuan Temple, ultimately resulting in a rift with Tang San. I ask for your understanding. If initial subscriptions fall short of 100, my morale will surely falter, and I may struggle to continue this book. Please support me. I'm sincerely grateful. Chapter 47. It is called the 9-Spirit Fairy Apple Blossom. First update. What is the matter? Tang San, hindered by Lin Ye, looked at him with an anxious countenance. My martial soul has also absorbed a soul ring, and my first soul skill can purify poison. Let me attempt to help, Lin Ye calmly stated. Your soul skill can purify poison? Quickly, save the master, Tang San urged. Rest assured, Lin Ye nodded, summoning the 9-Spirit Fairy Apple Blossom Martial Soul. As a radiant white light enveloped the area, a pristine sea apple blossom materialized in Lin Ye's right hand, while a deep yellow soul ring ascended from beneath him. First soul skill, Purifying Light. Targeting the Poison Master, Lin Ye directed the 9-Spirit Fairy Apple Blossom towards him and uttered a soft command in his heart. In an instant, the blossom emanated a verdant glow that enveloped the master. Under this emerald luminescence, the purple hue that had spread across the master's body began to recede rapidly. Although the master had been poisoned by the mandala snake, The toxicity of its nearly 400-year-old venom paled in comparison to Lin Ye's 900-year-old Emerald Radiance Bird Soul Ring. As the toxin was dispelled, the unconscious master groaned and, bewildered, opened his eyes, rising from the ground. What has happened to me? Despite having been poisoned by the mandala snake due to the incident with Luo San Pao, the master's focus had been so absorbed by Tang San that he had not noticed his weakened state, attributing his fatigue to a lack of sleep. Master, you have been poisoned. Tang San took a deep breath, responding. Poisoned? The master initially paused, then recollected the events, and a wry smile crossed his face. Who saved me? It was Lin Ye. His first soul skill is capable of purifying poison, Tang San explained, glancing at Lin Ye. Lin Ye, have you absorbed a soul ring? The master inquired, noticing Lin Ye had already retracted the 9-spirit fairy apple blossom. Yes, Lin Ye replied calmly. Your first soul skill can indeed dispel the venom of a mandala snake nearing 400 years of age. It seems the soul beast you hunted must have been quite formidable, at least 300 years old, though the master had not seen Lin Ye's soul ring. The potency of the venom he had endured indicated that Lin Ye's soul ring was certainly over 300 years. As he spoke, the master felt a surge of emotion, rising to his feet. Yet, he suddenly realized how invigorated he felt, devoid of any fatigue. Despite having gone an entire night without sleep and being poisoned, along with expending considerable soul power, he was perplexed by his newfound vitality. Before fainting, I clearly had little soul power in my body, yet now it has remarkably recovered to a significant extent. Lin Ye, did your soul skill also have the capacity to restore both stamina and soul power? The master suddenly directed an incredulous gaze towards Lin Ye, questioning him with astonishment. Wasn't the soul skill solely meant for detoxification? How could it also rejuvenate stamina and soul power? Could it be that a single soul skill possesses 3 distinct effects? No, my first soul skill is purification, which can only eliminate negative states. Lin Ye shook his head gently. Then why have my stamina and soul power also been restored? The master appeared somewhat incredulous. I have yet to finish my explanation. Although my soul skill indeed only dispels negative states, my martial soul inherently possesses the ability to restore stamina, soul power, and mental strength. Lin Ye simulate faintly. What? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the master was taken aback, inhaling sharply. Meanwhile, Tang San turned his attention towards them, filled with astonishment. Could it be that a martial soul possesses abilities akin to soul skills? Isn't your martial soul a begonia flower? How could it also have restorative effects on stamina, soul power, and mental strength? The master still found it hard to believe, feeling that this martial soul had upended his research. My martial soul merely resembles a begonia flower. However, it is far from an ordinary begonia. Lin Ye shook his head, summoning forth the 9-spirit immortal begonia. As the sacred begonia flower materialized from his right hand, the master was momentarily stunned upon gazing at Lin Ye's 9-spirit immortal begonia. While it bore the appearance of a begonia flower, its color was entirely distinct. He had never heard of a begonia flower of such hue. Could it be a mutated martial soul? Master, do you recognize my martial soul? Noticing the master's dazed expression as he stared at his martial soul, Lin Ye suddenly inquired. I do not recognize it. I have never seen it before. The master, momentarily taken aback, shook his head. Never seen it before? Upon hearing the master's response, Lin Ye felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped that, given the master's extensive research on martial souls, he might possess knowledge about the 9-spirit immortal begonia. Perhaps it would lead him to discover his parents' identities, but it seemed that was not the case. The spirit hall is truly irresponsible. Your martial soul is evidently not an ordinary begonia flower, but rather a mutated martial soul. Yet the spirit hall has registered it as a begonia flower martial soul. This is utterly negligent. As Lin Ye experienced disappointment, the master could not help but express his irritation. It's no matter, master. Lin Ye gently shook his head. He was indifferent to this. On the contrary, the facade of an ordinary begonia flower martial soul could serve to greatly confuse others, allowing him to act discreetly. Since your martial soul is not an ordinary begonia flower, have you decided on a name for it? The master sighed, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as he inquired. There's no need, master. It already has a name. The 9-spirit immortal begonia. Lin Ye retracted the 9-spirit immortal begonia and shook his head softly. The nine-spirit immortal begonia? The master murmured to himself upon hearing Lin Ye's words. The nine-spirit immortal begonia, a martial soul I have never encountered before. Yet, it inherently possesses the ability to restore stamina, soul power, and mental strength. And its first soul skill can nearly restore a Grand Soul Master's stamina and soul power. Such a martial soul is indeed more formidable than the legendary first auxiliary martial soul, the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda. An innate auxiliary martial soul with full soul power. If such a martial soul is unconstrained, its future development could undoubtedly surpass that of the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Perhaps this young man before me may one day establish a force that exceeds the seven-treasure glazed sect. Observing Lin Ye's calm demeanor, the master couldn't help but reflect on these thoughts. Unbeknownst to the master, the nine-spirit immortal begonia was merely one of Lin Ye's many martial souls. Moreover, Lin Ye had never contemplated becoming an auxiliary soul master. The auxiliary martial soul, the nine-spirit immortal begonia, had always been a guise for Lin Ye. His true expertise lay in combat. Chapter 48, Return to Nodding. Reunion with Su Yuntao, second update. After Lin Ye utilized the nine-spirit immortal begonia to employ his first soul skill, Purification Light, successfully eliminating the Master's poison. Morning had arrived, with the sun quietly rising in the sky. Realizing that time was of the essence, and having completed their objectives in the soul-hunting forest, the trio departed the forest, making their way back to Nodding City. Upon exiting the soul-hunting forest, the master procured a carriage in a nearby town, and the three of them took their seats. The journey back to Nodding City would require nearly a day and a night. Departing at this hour would allow them to arrive by the following morning. After a day and night of travel, the carriage swayed and jostled as they traversed mountains and rivers, and at last, they reached Nodding City the following morning. However, upon returning to Nodding City, Lin Ye and Tang San did not immediately head back to Nodding Academy. Instead, at the Master's suggestion, they decided to visit the Martial Soul Branch Hall in Nodding City first. According to the Master's advice, it is best for Soul Masters to complete their registration at the nearest Martial Soul Branch Hall promptly after being promoted to Soul Master. Completing the registration not only grants one a badge representing their current cultivation level, but also allows them to receive a gold soul coin that month. A gold soul coin is no small amount. Both Lin Ye and Tang San hailed from humble rural backgrounds. In their villages, the majority of villagers often struggled for an entire year of hard work without earning even a single gold soul coin. In the Douluo continent, a gold soul coin holds significant purchasing power. If spent wisely, it is more than sufficient to cover a year's expenses. Although Lin Ye had some wealth and materials obtained from the three soul beasts in the soul hunting forest to sell, he would not refuse such a windfall. As for Tang San, his financial situation was even more precarious. With the Master's guidance, Lin Ye and Tang San promptly made their way to the Martial Soul Branch Hall. Upon arriving at the Martial Soul Branch Hall in Nodding City, they beheld the most opulent structure in the city. The building occupied an area exceeding 10,000 square meters, boasting 3 stories and a total height of over 40 meters. The architecture was cylindrical, topped with a dome resembling an inverted bowl, constructed from exceptionally hard crystal glass. Under the sun's rays, the crystal glass emitted a kaleidoscope of colors, creating a mesmerizing display that left onlookers in awe. So this is the Martial Soul Branch Hall of Nodding City. It is indeed far more luxurious than the one in our village. Gazing at the magnificent structure before him, Lin Ye compared it to the simplistic wooden buildings of Holy Soul Village, muttering to himself, our Holy Soul Village is merely an ordinary small village. It is only natural that our Martial Soul Branch Hall cannot compare to the grandeur of Nodding City. Tang San chuckled in response to Lin Ye's remarks. Lin Ye offered a faint smile, yet within, he did not share the same sentiment. Both of them possessed innate full soul power, one with twin martial souls and the other with triple martial souls. In the future, as they evolved into powerful soul masters, could they not elevate Holy Soul Village? One day, he would reconstruct the Spirit Hall in the village, making it more splendid than the Spirit Hall in Nodding City, instilling a sense of pride in his grandfather. Old Jack, halt! Who are you? As Lin Ye and Tang San approached, 2 armored guards wielding long swords blocked their path at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, demanding an explanation. Esteemed sirs, we are students from Notting Academy, here to test our soul power at the Spear Hall. May we enter? Lin Ye stepped forward, offering a slight bow in politeness. You are students from Notting Academy? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words and glancing at him and Tang San, the guards exchanged glances before stepping aside to allow entry. Since you are from Notting Academy, please proceed. It happens to be the time for your soul power assessment. One of the guards stated. Thank you, kind sirs. Lin Ye replied with another courteous bow, leading Tang San into the Spear Hall. Inside the Grand Hall of the Spear Hall, the decor was extravagantly opulent. Though not crowded, everyone present was impeccably dressed, engaged in hushed laughter and conversation. Amidst the elegantly attired crowd, Lin Ye and Tang San, clad in linen garments, stood out conspicuously. However, being children, they did not draw much attention. Suddenly, Lin Ye spotted a familiar figure among the crowd. It was Master Su Yuntao. Recognizing the handsome young man in a grayish-white uniform, conversing with a youth in splendid attire, Lin Ye felt a rush of recognition. This is my first time in the Spirit Hall, and I have no idea where to register for the soul power test. Now that I have encountered an acquaintance, it is the perfect opportunity to inquire. Lin Ye, it seems to be Master Su Yuntao. Tang San remarked, noticing the same figure. Come, let us go and see, Lin Ye said, heading towards Su Yuntao. Meanwhile, Su Yuntao was engaged in a light-hearted exchange with a noble youth. Su Yuntao, you're already in your 20s, yet you have yet to break through to level 30. At this rate, CC will not look twice at you. The noble youth chuckled, subtly mocking Su Yuntao. Mark, do you think you're any better? You may be older than me, yet you haven't even reached the rank of a great soul master. If you think my cultivation is lacking, perhaps you should take a good look in the mirror. Su Yuntao ritorti defiantly. Haha, Su Yuntao, I'm not like you. I am a noble, and I will inherit a title in the future. What about you? Mark laughed heartily. Mark, I recall your father has several sons. The title may not even fall to you. As for me, if I can break through to Soul Master, I will have a high probability of becoming the head of the Spirit Hall in Notting City, which is far superior to your baronial rank. Su Yuntao scoffed. Soul Master? Please, Su Yuntao, you are already past 20. If you haven't become a Soul Master by 20, you will likely remain a great Soul Master for life. Do you still hope to advance? Mark sneered, deriding Su Yuntao's aspirations. Their faces bore smiles, yet their words were laced with mutual disdain. The atmosphere grew tense as they locked gazes, simmering with unspoken animosity. However, a voice suddenly shattered the tension. Master Su Yuntao. Upon hearing the voice, Su Yuntao instinctively turned to see two children approaching him. Do you two know me? He inquired, puzzled at the sight of Lin Ye and Tang San. Master Su Yuntao, do you not remember? We are the children from Holy Spirit Village. This year, you conducted our soul awakening. Tang San replied respectfully. Ah, it is you two. Lin Ye and Tang San, correct? Su Yuntao recalled after Tang San's reminder. Although he performed many soul awakenings annually, the unique circumstances surrounding Lin Ye and Tang San left a profound impression. Su Yuntao, did you not awaken a single soul master this year? What are these two children doing here? Mark interjected, a look of surprise crossing his face. Who said I didn't awaken any soul masters this year? These two children are both my students, and their soul power is inherently full. Su Yuntao retorted, feeling defensive after their earlier exchange. Haha, are you joking? Inherently full soul power? If you had awakened too, with full soul power, you would have long since been at the Spirit Hall. Mark scoffed derisively. Since these two children possess inherently full soul power, what are their martial spirits? Mark inquired. Upon hearing Mark's question, Su Yuntao was momentarily at a loss for words. How could he explain that Lin Ye's martial spirit was the blue silvergrass and Tang San's was the sea tang flower? Such a claim would be met with disbelief. Stumped, are we? Su Yuntao, if you're going to lie, at least do so with some skill. I might believe you if you said they had inherent level 3 or 5 soul power, but what kind of full soul power can come from a garbage village? You must be fooling someone. Mark pressed on, sensing victory. You. Su Yuntao fumed, angered that Mark had dragged his beloved sea into their quarrel. My martial spirit is the sea tang flower, and Tang San's martial spirit is the blue silvergrass. Our martial spirits may be deemed inferior, yet we indeed possess inherently full soul power. Lin Ye interjected suddenly. Two inferior martial spirits? And both with inherently full soul power? Do you think I am as ignorant? As you, Mark dismissed them scornfully. Inferior martial spirits cannot possess inherently full soul power? Who established that rule? Inferior martial spirits are labeled as such due to a lack of soul power, yet inherently full soul power can arise even in inferior martial spirits. Just as chicken martial spirits can transform into phoenixes, serpent martial spirits can evolve into dragons. Why can't the blue silvergrass and sea tang flower do the same? Lin Ye argued, furrowing his brow. Moreover, I should mention that I have already become a soul master. I have come to the spirit hall to register and enroll. If you think so little of inferior martial spirits, why not have a soul duel? I would like to see just how formidable your martial spirit truly is. Lin Ye's gaze turned icy as he regarded Mark, who he found particularly insufferable. Mark was momentarily speechless, unable to counter Lin Ye's logical assertions. Indeed, the term inferior martial spirit arose from a lack of soul power, and there existed cases of martial spirits evolving into superior forms. However, despite his inability to refute Lin Ye's argument, Mark's anger surged. You sharp-tongued brat. While it is true that martial spirit evolution occurs, you are merely a sea tang flower martial spirit. What could possibly evolve from that? And you, with your blue silvergrass martial spirit, what can you hope to achieve? The chicken and snake martial spirits have the potential to mutate into a phoenix and a dragon, not because they are entirely worthless, but because you too possess truly inferior martial spirits. Do you really aspire to defy the odds? Such mutations have never occurred in the past. However, I am here now, and I shall be the pioneer. Lin Ye spoke calmly. Though his tone was not forceful, an overwhelming confidence resonated, causing Su Yuntao and Mark to feel a tremor of unease. As before, I must ask you, my esteemed guest, are you willing to engage in a soul duel? Let us converse through combat. Lin Ye suddenly turned his gaze towards Mark, his eyes brimming with provocation. You, Mark exclaimed in a mix of anger and amusement. Truly, you are overestimating your capabilities. Just as Mark was about to concede, Su Yuntao interjected sharply, cutting him off. Enough, Mark. Only a child would act impulsively. Do you still consider yourself one? Would you like me to spar with you? Su Yuntao's brow furrowed, his tone icy. Humph! Mark scoffed at Su Yuntao's words, but he dared not retort. Despite his noble lineage, he was merely a soul master, not a match for Su Yuntao, who was a formidable soul grandmaster. Lin Ye, Tang San, is it? Let us proceed. I shall escort you to the registration. After reprimanding Mark, Su Yuntao turned to Lin Ye and Tang San, his stern expression melting into a warm smile. Thank you, Master Su Yuntao. Lin Ye and Tang San expressed their gratitude politely. Watching Lin Ye, Tang San, and Su Yuntao depart, Mark's countenance darkened. He was vexed that a commoner like Lin Ye dared to confront him. However, considering Su Yuntao's presence, he felt powerless to act. Humph! That insufferable brat. Should I catch you again, you will regret it. With a cold snort in his heart, Mark turned and left in anger. Lin Ye, Tang San, I appreciate your assistance earlier. Once they exited the hall of the Martial Spirit Division, Su Yuntao reflected on the situation with Lin Ye and Tang San. He was grateful for Lin Ye's timely intervention. Had Mark found a weakness, it would have tarnished his good standing with CC. It was nothing, Master. You facilitated our martial spirit awakening, just as you have always said. You are our guiding light. Seeing you in trouble, we cannot stand idly by. Lin Ye replied with a gentle smile. Alas! However, your assistance may have earned you Mark's animosity. Be cautious when returning to the academy and especially when leaving it. Particularly you, Lin Ye. Su Yuntao sighed and earnestly cautioned. We understand, Master Su Yuntao. No need to call me Master. Just refer to me as Big Brother Su. Su Yuntao shook his head with a smile. By the way, have you two truly advanced to Soul Masters? Suddenly recalling Lin Ye's earlier statement, Su Yuntao inquired with curiosity. Indeed, just yesterday, Tang San and I absorbed our first soul ring in the soul hunting forest and ascended to Soul Masters. Today, we return to register. Lin Ye nodded and explained. Alas, you two are truly unfortunate. With your innate full soul power, you could have potentially become titled Douluo. However, regrettably, you both possess inferior martial spirits. Su Yuntao lamented. Big Brother Su, do you remember what I said earlier? Inferior martial spirits are deemed such due to the lack of soul power, but we possess innate full soul power, which technically does not classify us as inferior spirits. Although there have been no precedents for the mutation of the begonia and blue-silver martial spirits. If the chicken martial spirit can become a phoenix and the snake martial spirit can mutate into a dragon, I firmly believe that the begonia and blue-silver martial spirits can follow suit. Since there are no prior examples, I shall be the first. Lin Ye smiled confidently. Excellent. Such confidence. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Su Yuntao could not help but chuckle heartily, approving of Lin Ye's attitude. However, whether he believed it in his heart remained uncertain. Chapter 50. The shock caused by the 900-year soul ring. Fourth update. They ascended to the second floor of the martial spirit division, where the registration for soul master levels took place. Knock, knock, knock. Su Yuntao rapped on the door of an office. Who is it? An elderly voice emerged from within. Is I Su Yuntao? Su Yuntao replied. Ah, it is you, Yuntao. Come in. What brings you here today? The familiar voice of an elder welcomed them. Upon hearing the elder's words, Su Yuntao pushed the door open and entered the office with Lin Ye and Tang San. The office was immaculate, adorned with potted plants on either side of the entrance and throughout the space. Behind the desk sat an elderly gentleman clad in a martial spirit hall uniform, his white hair and kind demeanor radiating warmth. Master Matthew, I have brought these two children for registration. Approaching the elder, known as Matthew, Su Yuntao offered a slight bow. Oh, registration for what? Soul power? Matthew inquired, puzzled. Not soul power. We are here to register their soul master levels. Su Yuntao shook his head. Soul master levels. Matthew was taken aback. Are these two children already soul masters? Indeed. Do you remember a few months ago when I mentioned awakening two innate, full soul power, inferior martial spirits? These are the two children. Su Yuntao clarified. I see. Matthew stroked his beard thoughtfully, chuckling as he shook his head. Very well, follow me. Under Matthew's guidance, Lin Ye and Tang San stepped out of the office and into a smaller martial spirit division at the end of the second floor. Now, please demonstrate your martial spirits and soul rings. In the spacious martial spirit division, Matthew and Su Yuntao stood aside, observing Lin Ye and Tang San. Upon hearing Matthew's request, Lin Ye nodded, stepping back a distance before extending his right hand to summon the nine-spirit begonia martial spirit. A pure white begonia flower blossomed in Lin Ye's hand, accompanied by a deep yellow soul ring that materialized beneath his feet. Meanwhile, Tang San summoned his blue-silver grass martial spirit, and a yellow mandragora snake soul ring rose from beneath him. Oh, both possess? And their soul rings are all 100-year soul rings. Remarkable! Matthew exclaimed in astonishment, stroking his beard in admiration. Beside Matthew, Su Yuntao's expression mirrored his surprise. While it was not unusual for Lin Ye and Tang San to acquire soul rings, obtaining 100-year soul rings was indeed extraordinary. 100-year soul beasts could only be rivaled by powerful soul masters, and even then, only in confrontation. Hunting them required the strength of a highly skilled soul master or soul elder, of which there were few in Nodding City. You two must be students of Nodding Academy. Which teacher guided you in hunting soul beasts to acquire these soul rings? Matthew inquired curiously, gazing at Lin Ye and Tang San's soul rings. No, it was not the teachers from Nodding Academy who took us to hunt, but rather my mentor, whose name I do not know. Everyone simply refers to him as the Master. Tang San shook his head and explained. The Master? Is he the one who proposed the 10 core competencies of martial souls? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Matthew seemed taken aback, as if he recognized the Master. Master Matthew, do you know my teacher? Tang San asked with curiosity. There's no need to call me Master. I don't deserve that title. Just call me Grandpa Matthew, as my age is not much different from your grandfather's. Matthew chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. However, I do know your teacher. He has some connections with our spirit hall. Though most people from a spirit hall are not particularly friendly towards him, it would be wise for you to keep your relationship to him under wraps. The Master has ties to the spirit hall? Lin Ye furrowed his brow upon hearing Matthew's response, but he quickly reconciled the information. Given the Master's capabilities, researching martial souls would indeed be challenging without the assistance of a powerful faction. The Spirit Hall is the largest soul master faction on Douluo continent, with a long-standing history. So it stands to reason that the Master must have sought their help in his studies. However, for some reason, it seems they eventually had a falling out. Well then, let us measure your soul power, Matthew said as he handed a crystal ball to Tang San. Okay. Tang San took the crystal ball, placed his hand upon it, and infused it with his soul power. The crystal ball instantly radiated a dazzling light. How is it possible? It's actually level 13 soul power? Matthew's eyes widened in disbelief at the brilliance emanating from the crystal ball. Generally, a soul master can only increase their level by 1 after absorbing a soul ring, such as advancing from level 10 to 11 or from 2021. How could one leap by 3 levels? What is the years of cultivation of the soul beast from which you obtained your first soul ring? Matthew inquired. It seems to be nearly 400 years old. A mandala snake, Tang San pondered before responding. A 400-year-old mandala snake? No wonder. As if recalling something, Matthew let out a sigh of relief. But wait, a mandala snake? Your martial soul is blue silvergrass, which should be a plant-type martial soul. How is it possible for you to absorb an animal-type soul ring? Matthew displayed an expression of incredulity once more. According to my teacher's theory, plant-type martial souls can indeed absorb animal-type soul rings, Tang San clarified. Ah, I see. Matthew shook his head, retrieving a registration form to record Tang San's information. Child, it's your turn. After documenting Tang San's details, Matthew retrieved the crystal ball and handed it to Lin Ye. Taking the crystal ball, Lin Ye engaged in rapid contemplation. His absorbed soul ring was 900 years old, so his soul power would surely surpass Tang San's. How would he explain this? While pondering, he placed his hand upon the crystal ball, which burst forth with resplendent light. This is level 15 soul power. My heavens, this is simply astounding. When Matthew and Su Yuntao observed the brilliance of Lin Ye's crystal ball, which outshone Tang San's, they could not help but express their astonishment, drawing in a sharp breath. Child, what is the years of cultivation of the soul beast from which you obtained your first soul ring? Matthew asked, still somewhat taken aback. I'm not certain. I didn't look closely, but it should also be around 400 years. Lin Ye replied after a moment of silence, shaking his head. Impossible. Tang San's soul ring was 400 years old, and it allowed him to leap 3 levels in soul power. Your soul power has jumped 5 levels. Your soul ring must be at least 700 years. Matthew asserted with conviction. Summon your martial soul. Let me see your soul ring. While judging the age of a soul ring through its color is not always precise, it can provide a general idea, Matthew suggested, looking at Lin Ye. Upon hearing Matthew's words, Lin Ye felt caught in a dilemma. However, at this juncture, he had no choice. If he could, he would prefer to conceal his abilities, as he had always favored a low profile. But now, he resolved to let go of his reservations. After a brief silence, Lin Ye summoned the 9-spirit celestial begonia. As the pure and flawless 9-spirit celestial begonia manifested from his hand, a deep yellow soul ring materialized beneath his feet. Seeing Lin Ye summon his soul ring, Matthew stepped forward to examine it closely. After scrutinizing it for a while, Matthew gasped. The color of your soul ring is deep yellow with a hint of purple. The age of your soul ring definitely exceeds 700 years, reaching the level of 900. A 900-year soul ring. Hearing Matthew's words, both Su Yuntao and Tang San were equally astonished. A first soul ring of 900 years? But isn't the maximum age for a first soul ring 423 years, and for a second soul ring 764 years? A 900-year soul ring should only be attainable by a soul king. Tang San was utterly shocked. Could it be that Lin Ye's physical aptitude had already reached a level comparable to that of a soul king? Child, your name is Lin Ye, correct? Would you be willing to join our spear hall? Although aware that Lin Ye's martial soul was the begonia flower, the ability to absorb a 900-year soul ring was sufficient to demonstrate Lin Ye's potential, prompting Matthew to gaze at him with fervor. I'm sorry, Grandpa Matthew, but I do not wish to join the spirit hall at this time. While the spirit hall is indeed admirable, I am still young and wish to explore different landscapes and the diverse cultures of the continent. I do not wish to confine myself to a single place. However, I will always remember the spirit hall's kindness in helping me awaken my martial soul, and when I am ready to settle down, I will certainly consider joining. Lin Ye politely declined after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing Lin Ye's response, Matthew sighed. That is understandable. You are indeed too young and should experience more. However, rest assured, the spirit hall is undoubtedly the most suitable faction for you. I hope that in the future you will choose to join us. Thank you, Grandpa Matthew. After receiving his Soul Master Badge from Matthew, Lin Ye and Tang San departed from the spirit hall. However, as they walked away, Matthew pondered to himself. Though Tang San possesses considerable talent, he is not particularly extraordinary. But this Lin Ye, A soul master at such a young age who can absorb a 900-year soul ring. Such a prodigy must be reported to the headquarters. Chapter 51, The Thousand Herbs Pavilion. The Bodhi Fruit, 5th update. After completing the registration and receiving their soul master badges, Lin Ye and Tang San left the spirit hall. However, Lin Ye did not intend to return to Nodding Academy immediately. Instead, he planned to visit a herbal shop to sell the materials he had collected from the soul hunting forest, which he had obtained from the spike dragon python, the emerald aurora bird, and the mandala snake. These materials, as stated in the books, were considered quite valuable herbs. If sold together, they could fetch several hundred to 1,000 gold soul coins. As Lin Ye and Tang San walked for a while, they reached a fork in the road, where they would part ways towards Nodding Academy in the commercial district. Suddenly, Lin Ye halted. "What's wrong, Lin Ye?" Upon noticing Lin Ye suddenly halt, Tang San turned his head in curiosity and inquired, "Are you all right?" "Return home first. I have matters to attend to at the commercial street," replied Lin Ye. "The commercial street?" Tang San was slightly taken aback by Lin Ye's response. However, after a moment's contemplation, he added, "Then I shall accompany you. I also need to step out of the academy to seek employment at the blacksmith shop, which should be near the commercial street. Since you're headed there as well, I will join you." "Very well. Let us proceed." Lin Ye nodded indifferently and turned towards the direction of the commercial street. The commercial street of Nodding City, situated in its central area, serves as the very heart of the city. Here, one can find the largest tavern, the most prominent clothing store, and the biggest apothecary, making it the most bustling part of Nodding City. As they approached the vicinity of the commercial street, they realized that the blacksmith shop was not located within the street itself but a distance away. Thus, at the entrance of the blacksmiths, Lin Ye and Tang San parted ways. Tang San entered the shop while Lin Ye continued towards the commercial street, ultimately arriving at an apothecary. The apothecary was expansive, its hall divided into 3 sections showcasing a variety of medicinal herbs. From left to right, the sections displayed the rarest and most expensive soul beast materials, followed by the scarce yet precious herbs, and finally, a collection of common medicinal plants. However, based on Lin Ye's knowledge, most of the most expensive soul beast materials were merely of a decade's age, with very few being a century old. Even those aged materials were primarily sourced from plants with minimal or no offensive capabilities, as well as from herbivorous soul beasts, such as the antler fungus of the sprouting deer and the tails of the green-scaled lizard. Who would have thought that century-old soul beast materials would be so scarce? "It seems the materials I possess should fetch a good price," Lin Ye mused after inspecting the soul beast materials in the apothecary. Stepping back a few paces, Lin Ye raised his gaze to the apothecary's sign, where 5 gilded characters proclaimed, "Qian Zhen by Chao Ge." The name was acceptable. He was curious about the quality of the goods within. He decided to enter and explore. Upon entering the apothecary, Lin Ye noticed a considerable number of customers browsing for herbs. The staff was busy introducing various materials to the patrons. As Lin Ye had not yet determined what to purchase, he began to meander through the aisles. In the apothecary, the highest grade soul beast materials were predominantly exorbitant. Yet these materials currently held little value for Lin Ye. Thus, he bypassed the soul beast section and began inspecting the lower tier herbs instead. While Qian Zhen by Chao Ge might be the largest apothecary in Nodding City, the section for the most common herbs was still filled with familiar sights: ginseng, Hisho Wu, deer antler, reishi, and snow lotus, among others. There are also some less common herbs, including cordyceps, red fruit, and orchid flowers. For the average person, ginseng, reishi, and snow lotus could be considered relatively common and safe to purchase. However, for Lin Ye, acquiring these herbs felt unnecessary. At present, his training in the dragon elephant prajna skill could be sufficiently supported through the consumption of ordinary meat, rendering herbal assistance redundant. While 100-year-old ginseng might be worthwhile, 10-year-old varieties were simply not worth the effort. He would be better off consuming more meat. It is worth noting that even the 10-year-old ginseng from the lower tier section started at a price of 1 gold soul coin, enough to buy several days' worth of meat. What Lin Ye sought were herbs capable of strengthening bones and muscles. The tendons and bones, which were challenging to cultivate through the dragon elephant prajna skill, would greatly benefit from reinforcement. However, such herbs were typically quite rare, and despite an extensive search, Lin Ye found nothing. Meanwhile, not far from the apothecary, a young man dressed in luxurious attire emerged from a tavern, accompanied by his entourage, making his way towards the apothecary. Is that a Vajra Bodhi fruit? After an extensive search in the rare herb section, Lin Ye's gaze landed on a fruit the size of a fist, its pale yellow skin glimmering with a hint of golden sheen. This was indeed a Vajra Bodhi fruit, born from the Vajra Bodhi vine, which produces only one fruit at a time. A fist-size Vajra Bodhi fruit would have taken nearly a century to mature. The fruit's primary benefit was bone fortification, making this 100-year-old specimen precisely what Lin Ye desired. Is anyone here? Lin Ye, increasingly pleased with the Vajra Bodhi fruit before him, called out. Coming. At the sound of Lin Ye's voice, a well-dressed steward emerged from the back of the apothecary, his demeanor cheerful as he approached. However, upon reaching the main hall and seeing Lin Ye, the steward's smile faltered, his expression turning sour. Why is it just a little brat? The steward scrutinized Lin Ye, noting his youthful visage and inexpensive linen attire, which collectively amounted to less than a single silver soul coin. The steward's frown deepened as he realized he had expected a lucrative transaction, only to be confronted by a rural child. Excuse me, how much for this Vajra Bodhi fruit? Lin Ye, oblivious to the steward's disapproving demeanor, directly inquired. This Vajra Bodhi fruit? Child, are you inquiring for someone else? The steward asked, suppressing his irritation. Child? Lin Ye frowned at the steward's dismissive tone. No, I intend to purchase this Vajra Bodhi fruit myself. You wish to buy it yourself? The steward couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Child, do you think I'm a fool? With your entire outfit not even worth a silver soul coin. Do you truly believe you can afford this Vajra Bodhi fruit? Do you even know its value? It costs 66 gold soul coins. Selling you would barely cover the cost. I can't afford it? On what grounds do you assume I cannot purchase it? Simply because I am young? Lin Ye felt a twinge of displeasure at the steward's condescension. Of course, with your pathetic appearance, you wouldn't be able to purchase even a 10-year ginseng worth a single gold soul coin, let alone this 66 gold soul coin Vajra Bodhi fruit. Just get lost and don't waste my time. The steward scoffed. As Lin Ye gazed at the steward with narrowed eyes, he slowly remarked, If you can afford it, I shall cover your expenses. Just as Lin Ye engaged in conversation with the steward, a mocking snicker unexpectedly emanated from behind him. Chapter 52, A Narrow Path for Rivals. Bets and Questions, Part 6. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Ye furrowed his brows and turned to look behind him. There, a familiar figure accompanied by several others entered the herbal shop. It was none other than the noble youth, Mark, whom he had encountered previously at the Martial Soul Branch and had clashed with Su Yuntao. Well, if it isn't Lin Ye. Mark halted his steps upon spotting Lin Ye, a sly grin spreading across his face. However, the smile bore no trace of goodwill. Instead, it was filled with malice. What a coincidence to run into you here. At the Martial Soul Branch, I had Su Yuntao to contend with, but here, I wonder who will come to your aid. Mark thought viciously as he regarded Lin Ye. Is it you? Lin Ye frowned at the sight of Mark. Oh dear, isn't this young Master Mark? What brings you to our Qianjun by Chao Pavilion? In stark contrast to his demeanor upon seeing Lin Ye, the steward instantly beamed with an ingratiating smile as he approached Mark. I'm just here to take a look, Mark replied with a grin. What an honor it is for our humble establishment to receive the esteemed young Master Mark. Please, feel free to browse our herbs. If you wish to purchase anything, we shall offer you a 20% discount. The steward continued to smile obsequiously, rubbing his hands together in flattery. That's unnecessary. I wish to see what this brat is planning to buy. Mark shook his head, his gaze dripping with scorn as he turned to Lin Ye. Why concern yourself with this brat? He is just a poor country bumpkin who dares to claim he wants to buy our King Kong Bodhi fruit. A complete joke. Our King Kong Bodhi fruit is a century-old treasure worth 66 gold soul coins. Even if we sold this brat, he couldn't afford a single piece of it. The steward shot Lin Ye a disdainful glance before continuing to flatter Mark. Indeed, just look at his shabby attire. It's clear he hails from the countryside. If he could afford the King Kong Bodhi fruit, I'd pay for him myself. Mark sneered, his contempt evident as he glanced at Lin Ye. If I could afford the King Kong Bodhi fruit, would you really pay for me? Lin Ye suddenly chuckled, responding to Mark's taunts. Of course. With a pitiful wretch like you, if you could buy the King Kong Bodhi fruit, what would it matter to me to pay for it? Mark scoffed. Empty words, devoid of proof. How do I know you're not lying? You should first present enough gold soul coins to purchase the King Kong Bodhi fruit before boasting. Lin Ye maintained his composure, responding with a smile. I could show you the coins, but can you afford the King Kong Bodhi fruit? Mark remained dismissive. Indeed, it's merely 66 gold soul coins, a trivial sum, Hardly worth mentioning for my young master, who receives that as pocket money in a month. After all, a noble is not the same as a poor wretch like you. Marquess Entourage looked at Lin Ye with scorn. Noble? What of it? If I were to present the requisite gold soul coins to purchase the King Kong Bodhi fruit, what would you do if you reneged? Lin Ye remained unfazed, his smile unfaltering as he provoked Mark. He was not genuinely angry. He simply wished to lure in a bigger catch. Presenting the coins is not an issue. But what if you cannot afford the King Kong Bodhi fruit? Do you not have any stakes to wager? Mark retorted with a cold snort, scrutinizing Lin Ye. My stakes? What could I possibly wager? You tell me, Lin Ye replied slowly. Quite simple. If you lose, you must bow to me and call me father. Mark's cold smile was filled with malice. Upon hearing Mark's words, Lin Ye's expression darkened immediately. Having lost his parents at a young age, the mention of family was Lin Ye's greatest vulnerability. Mark's audacity to use this as a wager ignited a fierce anger within Lin Ye. Very well. I accept your wager. Now show me your money. Lin Ye returned the cold smile. I haven't brought enough cash today, but this jade pendant I carry is carved from fine, cloud-patterned white jade, worth several thousand gold soul coins. It should suffice as a collateral. Mark, not to be outdone, extracted a white jade pendant from his waist and slapped it onto the table with a cold grin. Excellent. Lin Ye's lips curled into a faint smirk. My pendant is now laid out. It suffices to purchase the King Kong Bodhi fruit. What about you? Have you already decided to call me father? Mark wore a mocking expression that made one want to strike him. Are you afraid I might flee? Lin Ye countered with a hint of sarcasm. Your words amuse me. Mark laughed suddenly. He was certainly not afraid. If Lin Ye dared to run, that would suit him perfectly, as he was eager for a chance to teach Lin Ye a lesson. If Lin Ye fled, he would have his subordinates give Lin Ye a good beating, which would be far more satisfying than mere humiliation. Very well. I shall wait and see. I want to see how far you think you can go. Mark replied mockingly. You boy, if you have the money, produce it. If not, admit defeat and do not keep young Master Mark waiting. The steward admonished Lin Ye sharply, eager to curry favor with Mark. Though he spoke of having money, like Mark, he held no belief that Lin Ye could afford the King Kong Bodhi fruit. However, Lin Ye paid no heed to the steward's sycophantic behavior and calmly stated, This wager is straightforward and may commence at any time. However, before we proceed, I must first pose a question. A question? Mark, the steward, and Mark's entourage all paused, taken aback by Lin Ye's words. Indeed, a question. I notice that your shop seems to have a limited selection and quantity of soul beast herbs. I wish to inquire if there are century-level soul beast herbs, such as the horn, venomous fangs, and venom sacs of the stabbing horn viper, as well as the jade of the emerald aurora bird and the venomous fangs and venom sacs of the mandrake snake. How much might they be worth? Lin Ye inquired slowly. Are the horn, venomous fangs, and venom sacs of the stabbing horn viper, the jade of the emerald aurora bird, and the venomous fangs and venom sacs of the mandrake snake all century level? The steward, somewhat perplexed by Lin Ye's question, contemplated the implications of his inquiry for the wager with Mark. In order to please Mark, the steward resolved to answer Lin Ye's question. Indeed, they are all century level. Lin Ye nodded. Chapter 53. Slapping faces, justice prevails. In the 7th update, if we consider the value to be at the century mark, even if it has just reached 100 years, the spines, venom sacs, and fangs of the spiny dragon viper should be worth no less than 100 gold soul coins. Meanwhile, the jade from the emerald aurora bird should exceed 300 gold soul coins, and the venom fangs and sacs of the mandragora snake should be valued at over 50 gold soul coins. The manager pondered as he responded, But why do you inquire about this? After answering, he cast a peculiar glance at Lin Ye. I haven't finished my question yet. Do you accept these items here? Lin Ye interjected coolly. We do accept them, but only the venom sacs and jade. For the fangs, you should visit a weapon shop or similar establishment. The manager replied, Hey, kid, are you asking this because you actually possess such items? With your stature, I doubt you could face a decade-old spiny dragon viper or mandragora snake, let alone a century-old one. Mark scoffed from the side. He dismissed Lin Ye's inquiry as mere bravado. Lin Ye merely smiled faintly at Mark's disbelief, choosing not to elaborate. After all, you can never awaken someone who is pretending to be asleep. Silencing Mark was simple enough. Just let facts speak for themselves. Upon receiving the prices for the various materials from the spiny dragon viper, emerald aurora bird, and mandragora snake from the manager of the Qianjian by Chao Pavilion, Lin Ye maintained a calm demeanor as he pretended to reach into his clothing while subtly moving towards the pendant at his waist. As the pendant emitted a faint glow, Lin Ye's left hand withdrew a piece of jade the size of an infant's fist from his clothing. This was the jade that grew at the center of the emerald aurora bird's forehead, possessing formidable detoxifying properties. After retrieving the jade, Lin Ye placed it on the counter with a decisive thud. The manager and Mark were momentarily taken aback at the sight of the jade. This is Jade. The manager, more accustomed to dealing with medicinal materials, recognized the jade in Lin Ye's hand first, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Typically, a century-old jade would only be the size of a longan, but the jade Lin Ye presented was as large as an infant's fist. Such a substantial piece of jade must have been harvested from a millennium-old emerald aurora bird, right? Upon hearing the manager's words, Mark suddenly recalled what Lin Ye had in his possession, and his heart raced with alarm. Could this kid's earlier inquiries be genuine? Did he truly possess such items? What grade of jade is this? A sense of foreboding surged within Mark, causing his expression to darken as he hurriedly inquired. This is a piece of jade nearing the millennium grade, the manager replied, his eyes filled with fascination. Jade is among the finest materials in the realm of soul beast herbs, and a piece nearing a millennium in age would certainly serve as a prized treasure for their establishment. Sir, might I inquire if you're willing to sell that piece of jade? The manager's heart raced at the sight of Lin Ye's jade. Envisioning a future where he could ascend to the position of manager at the Qianzhan by Chao Pavilion, and he queried Lin Ye with an ingratiating tone. Not for sale. Lin Ye swiftly rejected the manager's proposition. He bore a grudge against the manager for the previous humiliation and had no intention of selling the jade to him. According to your earlier valuation, this piece of jade, almost at the millennium level, should fetch at least 1,000 gold soul coins, enough to acquire that century-old Bodhi fruit. I shall graciously accept this Bodhi fruit. As Lin Ye retracted the jade, he quickly reached for the Bodhi fruit nearby. Wait, no. The manager panicked at Lin Ye's actions. What's the matter? You should be aware of the wager. This Bodhi fruit is now mine. As for the payment for it, you should collect it from this gentleman, Lin Ye stated, gripping the Bodhi fruit tightly in his left hand while pointing at Mark with his right. If you have doubts about my jade, we can visit the Wuhuan Temple branch in Notting City. I know Master Matthew. We can have him authenticated. Lin Ye's tone remained calm, yet he subtly asserted his connections within the Wuhuan Temple. Wait. Just as Lin Ye was about to leave, Mark's dark expression called out to him. What's wrong? Having second thoughts? But it's too late for that. If you do back out, I could easily inform Master Su Yuntao about this incident. I'm certain he would be more than willing to spread the word to the nobility of Notting City. Lin Ye smirked at Mark's threat. You. Mark's face turned ashen at Lin Ye's words. However, he could not afford to dismiss Lin Ye's warning. Su Yuntao was his arch-rival, and if this matter reached Su Yuntao's ears, it would undoubtedly be embellished and reach CC's ears as well. This would surely jeopardize his competition with Su Yuntao for CC's affection. Thus, despite his fury, Mark could only suppress it. The 66 gold coins represented several months of his expenditures. If he paid for the Bodhi fruit, he would be unable to indulge for many months. Damn it! Mark slammed his fist onto the counter in frustration, then swiftly grabbed the cloud-patterned white jade pendant that had been placed on the counter and prepared to follow Lin Ye. Young Master Mark, don't. The manager cried out in despair, fully aware of Mark's reputation in Notting City. If the pawned, cloud-patterned white jade were taken, Mark would undoubtedly refuse to pay for the Bodhi fruit. Let go of me. Don't you want to align yourself with me? Today, I offer you a chance. Help me pay for this Bodhi fruit, and you shall become my subordinate, Mark declared, using his sole master strength to shove the ordinary manager aside. With that, Mark dashed out of the Qianzhan by Chao Pavilion, accompanied by his entourage. Oh no, this is disastrous. The manager, witnessing the pawned jade being taken away, felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground in tears. He was merely a manager with limited authority, and a Bodhi fruit worth 66 gold soul coins was far beyond his jurisdiction. Now, through a careless mistake, a century-old Bodhi fruit had been taken away. Lin Ye was a stranger to him, while Mark was a noble. The Qianzhan by Chao Pavilion would certainly not wish to offend the aristocracy. Thus, he would bear the brunt of this mishap. Not only had he failed to secure an advantageous alliance, but he would also have to work off the debt to the shop. However, had Lin Ye known the fate that awaited the manager, he would have offered no sympathy. Such individuals, who revel in sycophancy and disdain for others, may seem to escape retribution for now, but their eventual downfall is inevitable. It is said that the heavens observe our actions. In the end, good and evil will be rewarded accordingly. Chapter 54. Soul Master? To me, there is no distinction. 8th update. After acquiring the Diamond Bodhi fruit, Lin Ye exited the Thousand Treasures Pavilion and headed towards the direction of Nodding Academy. Along the way, he held the Diamond Bodhi fruit in his left hand, feigning the act of placing it into his bosom. However, discreetly, he used his other hand to touch the jade pendant at his waist, concealing the fruit within it. Having made the necessary preparations, Lin Ye continued on his path to Nodding Academy. Yet, as he walked, he furrowed his brow, realizing that someone was tailing him. Who could it be? A hint of suspicion crept into his mind as he maintained a facade of normalcy. However, when he turned a corner, he subtly glanced back. As he activated his external soul bone's second sight, the pursuers were rendered completely visible to him. It was those ruffians. Noticing the concealed figures, Lin Ye frowned. To his surprise, it was Mark and his entourage who were following him. Were they plotting revenge? Lin Ye contemplated this, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. Very well, I shall oblige you. Originally, Lin Ye intended to return directly to the academy, but given Mark's overt invitation, he felt compelled to uphold social niceties. Thus, he continued walking with a calm demeanor, though unbeknownst to him, his course subtly shifted away from the academy and towards the outskirts of the city. What is happening? Why am I leaving the city? One of Mark's subordinates pondered, bewildered by Lin Ye's trajectory. Exiting the city is advantageous. One must not draw attention within Nodding City. But outside, he shall receive a proper lesson. Mark slapped the back of the subordinate's head and sneered, "Let us follow him." As they trailed Lin Ye out of the city, upon entering a grove, Mark's group suddenly lost sight of him. "Where did that little brat go?" Mark exclaimed, confusion etched on his face, mirrored by his bewildered subordinates. "Are you searching for me?" Just as Mark and his companions scanned the area for Lin Ye, a familiar voice drifted down from above. "Huh?" Upon hearing the voice, Mark looked up, and his subordinates followed suit. Spotting Lin Ye perched upon a high branch of a towering tree. Seeing Mark and the others gaze upward, Lin Ye propped himself on the branch with one hand and leaped down, landing gracefully on the ground. "Why are you following me?" Lin Ye's eyes swept over Mark's group, and he casually brushed off his hands, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "Hey boy, you should know why." Mark did not answer Lin Ye's question, but instead grinned menacingly. "Hey, Rivingne." Lin Ye's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. "It's good that you understand. You've caused me considerable trouble. You are acquainted with Su Yun Tao, and I acknowledge our wager, but do not assume that I shall simply let this go. I may accept the wager, but my possessions are not so easily taken." Mark's face twisted with malice, and he sneered, "Boys, attack. Let this little brat understand who he should not provoke." With that, Mark waved his hand, and his subordinates summoned various weapons, sticks, hoes, and rakes, grinning as they advanced towards Lin Ye. The uniformity of their crude weapons, combined with their burly physiques, seemed somewhat intimidating. However, Lin Ye remained unfazed, even casually cleaning his ears. "Is this your idea of teaching me a lesson? You think so little of us?" One of the burly men, resembling a gorilla, scoffed, raising his club to strike Lin Ye. Yet, just as the club was about to connect with Lin Ye's head, the man's grin froze in shock. For Lin Ye had seized the club firmly, rendering the brute powerless to withdraw it. How could this be? With such feeble strength, you dare to belittle me? Lin Ye gazed up at the hulking figure, a glint of coldness in his eyes, and then with a forceful tug, he pulled the man closer, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. Lin Ye showed no mercy. The force of his kick nearly sent the brute's eyeballs popping out, propelling him violently against a tree, where he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Without pausing, Lin Ye vanished from sight, reappearing before each of Mark's subordinates in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, with a single strike to each, Lin Ye sent all the subordinates flying. They screamed as they crashed against trees, sliding down to the ground, rendered unconscious. Did they truly believe they could exact revenge upon me with such inadequacy? After dispatching the subordinates, Lin Ye turned his gaze to the astonished Mark, his expression laced with mockery. "Damn you, you wretched brat." Mark's fury ignited upon seeing the derision in Lin Ye's eyes, his fists clenched in rage. "A mere commoner dares to mock me. Yet you have only vanquished a few of my lackeys, those I summoned merely to avoid dirtying my own hands. You do not think I have no means to deal with you, do you? As a soul master, I hold the true power. Do not grow too arrogant. Oh, you're a soul master? Lin Ye feigned surprise at Marqu's claim. But what of it? Compared to these ruffians, I perceive little difference between you and them. With a smirk, Lin Ye continued, how foolish of you to underestimate me. Hearing Lin Ye's taunts, Marqu's anger boiled over. Boy, prepare to feel my wrath. Black Armor Horse, manifest. Chapter 55. Revenge Backfires, 9th update. With Marqu's thunderous command, a towering black horse, clad in jagged black armor, emerged with a resounding neigh, before instantly merging with Marqu's being. As the dark-armored horse's essence enveloped him, Marqu's physique began to surge, his muscles swelling prominently. Though his skin did not manifest the same black rock armor as that of the dark-armored horse, it took on a deep, lustrous sheen, seemingly glimmering with a metallic luster. Concurrently, a circle of white soul rings ascended from beneath Marqu's feet, undulating rhythmically around him. You are doomed. Upon completing the soul possession, Marque sneered, raising his obsidian fist and waving it menacingly in the air. His enlarged fist sparkled under the sun, producing a series of whooshing sounds as it sliced through the air, emanating an aura of intimidation. Did you think that defeating my subordinate would mean defeating me? Today, I shall demonstrate why I reign supreme in this city of nodding. Marque bellowed, his voice infused with rage as he fixed his gaze on Lin Ye. With a sudden, forceful kick against the ground, Marque transformed into a shadow, darting forward. The dark-armored horse is a uniquely formidable soul beast, in addition to the typical speed and endurance found in equine soul beasts. It possesses a level of defense unattainable by ordinary horses. While this enhanced defense does slightly diminish its speed, overall, the dark-armored horse still retains a commendable velocity compared to non-agility-focused beast spirits. With a powerful leap, Marque unleashed a furious roar, raising his fist, which was the size of a sandbag, and swung it toward Lin Ye. In the state of soul possession, combined with the augmentation of soul power, the force of Marque's punch reached an astounding 1,000 pounds, cleaving the air with a piercing howl as it approached Lin Ye. However, as Marque launched his attack, Lin Ye nimbly evaded with a swift motion, employing the technique of Phoenix Dance 6 illusions to effortlessly sidestep Marque's blow. In the wake of Marque's astonishment, Lin Ye tightened his right fist and delivered a crushing strike to Marque's face. Despite the substantial increase in Marque's defensive capability under the dark-armored horse's soul possession, even his fragile facial features benefited. Lin Ye's unreserved punch still caused Marque's dark, glossy visage to cave in, his eyes widening in shock as several teeth flew from his mouth, propelled by the pain. With Lin Ye's punch, Marque was sent soaring, crashing into a large tree and sliding down its trunk, landing painfully on the ground. Ouch! Clutching his swollen jaw, Marque groaned as he struggled to rise. Leaning against the tree, he regarded Lin Ye, his face a canvas of disbelief, swollen and bruised. How could you possibly evade my attack? He exclaimed incredulously. Is your attack truly formidable? Lacking speed and power, it was rather trivial to dodge. Lin Ye replied calmly, unfazed by Marque's astonishment. Impossible. Marque's eyes reddened with fury as he glared at Lin Ye, his rage palpable. He was the tyrant of Nodding City, feared by many, and his fists had been tested and proven throughout the city. They could not be deemed trifling. You wretched commoner, how dare you belittle me? Prepare tout dit. Infuriated, Marque roared, activating his first soul skill. First soul skill, Wild Horse Unleashed. As Marque's voice rang out, the white soul ring surrounding him blazed alive. An invisible wave of soul power surged forth, part coursing into his legs, while another portion enveloped his arms. Though his legs remained unchanged, they seemed to tighten with muscle. However, thick layers of black rock armor formed around his hands, akin to donning sturdy black gloves. This was the effect of Marque's first soul skill, Wild Horse Unleashed. Upon activation, Marque's limbs received a boost, enhancing both speed and explosive power by 30%. Furthermore, due to the dark-armored horse spirit, the black rock armor significantly augmented his attack and defense, rendering it an exceptionally practical skill. With a resounding thud, Marque, brimming with rage, stomped the ground once more, transforming into a shadow that charged toward Lin Ye, his right hand, now encased in black rock armor, aimed at Lin Ye. However, this time, Lin Ye did not evade. Instead, he met the attack head-on. In a swift motion, he executed the Phoenix Dance 6 illusions. unleashing a speed surpassing Mark's and appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Startled, yet enraged, Mark roared as he swung his heavily armored right fist at Lin Ye. But Lin Ye was no fool. With a swift sidestep, he dodged the incoming punch, then tightened his left fist, delivering a powerful blow to Mark's face, followed by a vicious elbow strike to his chest. The sudden impact of the punch left Mark's head ringing, only to be met with a brutal elbow strike. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if his bones were shattering, and a violent upheaval in his stomach. How is this possible? I even unleashed my soul skill, yet I remain powerless. In agony, Mark grappled with his indignation, but a reality remained. He was simply outmatched. Under Lin Ye's counterattack, Mark was once again sent flying, colliding heavily against a tree and sliding down. This time, however, Mark leaned against the tree, a mask of pain on his face, unable to rise. Weren't you eager to teach me a lesson? Is this all you can muster? Lin Ye approached slowly, observing the pain Mark. What manner of monster are you? I am a soul master. Yet I find myself outmatched in both speed and strength. Mark raised his head, his expression a mix of pain and fear. In response to Mark's words, Lin Ye merely smiled faintly, then bent down, reaching into Mark's clothing. What are you doing? Mark stiffened, terror etched on his face. What are you shouting about? Lin Ye frowned, his voice firm as he continued his search, eventually retrieving a money pouch from within Mark's garments. Since you've wasted my time today, consider this as compensation. Opening the pouch, Lin Ye discovered several gold soul coins, alongside numerous silver and copper ones, and he nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 56. Are you looking for me? 10th update. Having dealt with Mark and acquired his money pouch, Lin Ye exited the woods and re-entered Nodding City, making his way back to the Nodding Academy. Upon entering the Nodding Academy, Lin Ye made his way to the dormitory building and ascended to the 7th dormitory. However, to his astonishment, he found it entirely devoid of inhabitants. Although the academy had commenced its term, the hour was nearing noon, and according to the school's schedule, classes should have concluded by now. Why was there no one around? Lin Ye pondered whether everyone had gone to lunch. Considering this possibility, he turned to leave the 7th dormitory and head to the cafeteria, as he was feeling somewhat hungry himself. Just as he was about to exit, a sound of footsteps echoed from the hallway, and a familiar figure emerged. Tang San? Why have you just returned now? Lin Ye exclaimed, surprised to see him. Tang San had spent considerable time at the herbal shop and outside the city. Logically, he should have returned long ago, yet he was late. I encountered a little hiccup. The blacksmith shop refused to take me because they said I couldn't even lift a hammer. I had to demonstrate my strength by forging a piece of iron right in front of them before they accepted me, which delayed my return, Tang San sheepishly replied, scratching his head. Lin Ye nodded, understanding his predicament. But where is everyone in the dormitory? Are Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu not here? After answering Lin Ye's question, Tang San noticed the dormitory's emptiness and asked, puzzled. I'm not sure, but they might have gone to the cafeteria. Let us go check, Lin Ye suggested, shaking his head. The time was indeed getting late, and it was likely they had gone to eat. Tang San considered this and agreed. Then let us go. As they left the 7th dormitory, Lin Ye and Tang San descended the stairs and proceeded towards the cafeteria. However, upon entering, they found the place still relatively empty, as it was early and classes had just let out. After scanning the hall, Lin Ye did not spot Xiao Wu or Wang Sheng. Not here either? Where could they have gone? Tang San expressed his confusion. Let us ask someone, Lin Ye proposed, noticing the few students dining. He approached a table of students and inquired, Excuse me, have you seen the work-study students? Recognizing Lin Ye, who had previously triumphed over Liu Bing in the cafeteria, the students quickly stood up. Yes, we have. Lin Ye eagerly asked, where are they? You don't know? The students exchanged surprised glances, realizing Lin Ye seemed unaware of the circumstances. No, Lin Ye frowned. One of the students explained, it's like this. The work-study student from your dorm had a conflict with a group of day students a few days ago, and they scheduled a duel. It seems they are at the back mountain now. Everyone went there right after classes ended. A fight is probably about to break out. At the back mountain? Is a fight really about to start? Lin Ye and Tang San exchanged alarmed looks. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Ye hurriedly left the cafeteria with Tang San, racing towards the back mountain of the academy. Based on information Lin Ye had received from Wang Sheng, the work-study group was typically not as strong as the day students. He wondered how the conflict had escalated so drastically. As they sprinted towards the back mountain, Lin Ye furrowed his brow in deep thought. They quickly crossed the playground and reached the back entrance of Nodding Academy. Situated on the outskirts of Nodding City, the back door led directly into the lush forest of the mountain. Entering the forest, they found themselves surrounded by towering trees, low shrubs, and rampant weeds. However, despite the verdant surroundings, Lin Ye could not discern any signs of Xiao Wu or Wang Shang. Yet, enhanced by the Juyong True Qi, his acute hearing picked up faint sounds in the tranquil forest. Let us go. Following the sounds, Lin Ye hurriedly led Tang San towards their source. Sure enough, after traversing a thicket, they stumbled upon a clearing where two factions stood poised for confrontation. Among one group was Xiao Wu, flanked by Wang Shang. In that moment, Xiao Wu, hands on her hips and her cheeks puffed with indignation, was confronting a somewhat handsome youth from the opposing side. I say, little girl, you're not actually thinking of challenging us, are you? I advise you to concede and obediently become my pet rabbit. I'll treat you well. But if you insist on fighting, we won't hold back. It would be unfortunate if you got hurt. The brazen youth, evidently the leader of the day's students, casually tossed his hair back, feigning nonchalance. Are you afraid, Xiaoda? Xiao Wu retorted, hands still on her hips, tilting her head back slightly. Her expression a mix of surprise and disdain. Are you worried that our leader will return and give you a severe lesson? A dismissive smirk crossed her face as she clenched her small fists, baring her tiny fangs in a defiant gesture towards Xiao Qinyu. I've already told you, our leader is out hunting soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest. When he returns as a soul master, I'll make sure he teaches you a lesson. Wang Sheng stepped forward, angrily pointing at Xiao Qinyu. Who are you trying to fool? Did you think I wouldn't check? Your leader's martial spirit is a begonia flower, just a useless martial spirit. Although he has innate, full soul power. What does that matter with a useless martial spirit? Are you going to suffocate me with its fragrance? Xiao Qinyu waved his hand dismissively, his expression dripping with disdain. Upon initially hearing about someone defeating Liu Bing, he had been skeptical. However, after discovering that Lin Ye possessed a useless martial spirit, he could hardly believe that someone like him, who wasn't even a soul master, could defeat Liu Bing. And upon learning that shortly after Lin Ye's victory, the master had appeared and seemed to know Lin Ye, Xiao Qinyu's understanding of the situation became clear. The reason for Liu Bing's defeat at the hands of Lin Ye undoubtedly lies in the machinations of a master behind the scenes, believing himself to be all-knowing. Xiao Qinyu no longer felt any trepidation towards Lin Ye. Consequently, he also felt unburdened when it came to bullying the work-study student from the 7th dormitory. If your boss is truly so formidable, why not bring him over? Xiao Qinyu declared disdainfully, gesturing towards the forest as if awaiting Lin Ye's arrival. I'm here. Were you looking for me? Just as Xiao Qinyu continued to boast loudly, a soft voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the woods, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Chapter 57. The Battle. The shock of a century-old soul ring. First update. Upon hearing the sudden voice from nearby, both sides in the standoff froze. Instinctively, they all turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. There, Lin Ye and Tang San emerged from the trees, stepping into the clearing. Boss Lin Ye. The children from the 7th dormitory erupted with excitement upon seeing Lin Ye. Lin Ye, you've come, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. While she was not afraid of Xiao Qinyu, Lin Ye's strength surpassed her own. With his presence, victory in the duel against the day students seemed assured. You are the leader of the work-study students? Xiao Qinyu's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing Lin Ye. Unlike the typical work-study students, Lin Ye emanated a distinct aura. It was the first time he had encountered a work-study student whose charisma rivaled his own. Indeed, I am the leader of the 7th dormitory. Do you wish to duel with us? Lin Ye stepped forward, positioning himself beside Xiao Wu, and addressed Xiao Qinyu coolly. Absolutely. We wish to duel with you. If you lose, this girl named Xiao will become my pet rabbit. Xiao Qinyu grinned widely, pointing at Xiao Wu. We are amenable to a duel. But what are your stakes? Lin Ye inquired, casting a steady gaze at Xiao Qinyu. If we lose, we will be at your beck and call. Xiao Qinyu replied with a smirk, patting his chest confidently. That wager is acceptable. However, I hope you won't back out later. Once the stakes are set, any change of heart will not be taken lightly. Lin Ye nodded at Xiao Qinyu's terms, though his narrowed eyes bore a hint of warning. Back out? Xiao Qinyu scoffed dismissively, clearly unconcerned by Lin Ye's words. Now that the stakes are established, how shall we conduct this duel? Will it be a free-for-all, Or shall we each nominate representatives to determine the victor? Lin Ye posed a question to Haotian Sect. Of course, we will appoint representatives. A free-for-all could lead to injuries. If the Academy finds out, we would be in serious trouble. However, if only a few are injured in a duel, we can always claim it was merely a friendly spar. Haotian Sect replied matter-of-factly. As a seasoned troublemaker at Notting Academy, he was well-versed in evading the institution's regulations. Very well. How many rounds shall we play? Best 2 out of 3, or best 3 out of 5? Lin Ye asked further. You decide. Haotian Sect waved dismissively. In his view, the overall strength of the day, students far surpassed that of the work-study students. No matter how they struggled, defeat was inevitable. Let us go with best 3 out of 5. Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly, jumping up. She was someone who thrived on excitement, and thought that having 5 participants would certainly make for a more exhilarating battle. Agreed, best 3 out of 5. Lin Ye concurred with Xiao Wu, showing no opposition. He was confident enough to believe that he alone could sweep through the entirety of the day students' team. Thus, whether it was 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 5 mattered not to him. All right then, it's settled. You may send forth your champion. After finalizing the rules, Haotian Sect gestured for his team to step back. Lin Chong, you're up. After retreating, Haotian Sect turned to a sturdy youth with slightly tanned skin and called out. Me? Lin Chong asked uncertainly, pointing to himself. Of course it's you. Do you expect me, your leader, to go first? Enough chatter, get up there. Haotian Sect raised an eyebrow, growing impatient. With Haotian Sect's urging, Lin Chong scratched his head and stepped forward into the cleared space. We sent someone. Now it's your turn. Haotian Sect said, glancing at Lin Ye. I'll go. Xiao Wu exclaimed eagerly. Calm down. The Haven T sent out their best yet. We'll save our strongest for last. Wang Sheng. Who do you think should step up? Lin Ye interrupted Xiao Wu, turning to Wang Sheng. Compared to the newcomer, Wang Sheng was more familiar with the strengths of the 7th dormitory students. Let Suda go. His strength is comparable to Lin Chong's, Wang Sheng suggested. Glancing back at a boy of around 11 or 12 with a slightly lean physique and a sun-kissed complexion, who appeared eager to participate. Leave it to me. Boss Lin Ye. Suda exclaimed excitedly as he stepped forward, ready to face Lin Chong. Suda, you can do it. Defeat Lin Chong. The work-study students from the 7th dormitory cheered as Suda entered the arena. However, it was evident that Suda felt a bit nervous. Lin Chong, level 6 Battle Soul Master Wu and Ho. Upon entering, Lin Chong summoned his spirit, revealing a Ho, and introduced himself. Suda, level 6 Battle Soul Master Wu and Scythe. Suda, now focused, summoned his scythe as well. After their introductions, the two immediately engaged in fierce combat. However, despite their equal levels of soul power, Suda's malnourished physique proved no match for Lin Chong. Additionally, the short-handled scythe was at a disadvantage against the Ho. Thus, during the battle, Suda was pushed back relentlessly, ultimately being struck by the handle of Lin Chong's Ho, sending him tumbling across the grass in a disheveled manner. You've lost the first match, Haotian Sect declared with a smug grin upon witnessing Lin Chong's victory over Suda. I'm sorry, Boss Lin Ye. Suda said sheepishly as he picked himself up and approached Lin Ye. It's all right. No worries, Lin Ye reassured him with a nod. Next, Wang Sheng. It's your turn. Understood. Wang Sheng replied earnestly as he stepped out from the crowd and made his way to the clearing. In contrast to Suda, Wang Sheng, a 6th grade student, possesses a soul power of level 9, while Lin Chong, with only a level 7 soul power, had exerted considerable physical energy against Suda. Wang Sheng easily triumphed over his opponent, leveling the score to 1-1. After defeating Lin Chong, Wang Sheng cast a glance at Haotian Sect and slowly declared, Humph. Lu Long, it's your turn. With a cold snort, Haotian Sect directed his gaze to a tall boy standing behind him. This was his trusted aide, who also wielded a soul power of level 9. However, as a weapon soul master, Lu Long was exceedingly adept at controlling his weapon soul, and in terms of strength, he surpassed Wang Sheng. Upon seeing Lu Long enter the arena, Wang Sheng clenched his fists, feeling a wave of anxiety. Compared to weapon soul masters, Beast soul masters faced significant disadvantages before reaching the master level, as they could not utilize their soul manifestation, making battles against weapon soul masters particularly challenging. Well, Wang Sheng, we meet again. Under Haotian Sect's command, Lu Long summoned his weapon, a long staff, and stepped onto the field, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he regarded Wang Sheng. You might as well concede. You've never defeated me in the past. The past is the past. The present is different. Wang Sheng retorted angrily, clenching his fists. He could not afford to yield. With the score tied at 1-1 between the day students and the working students, Wang Sheng felt a surge of confidence that victory was within reach, particularly with Lin Ye on his side. However, he harbored no such faith in Xiao Wu and Tang San. Faced with multiple level 9 soul masters on the opposing side, Wang Sheng sensed that his battle would likely determine the final outcome. Thus, regardless of the result, he vowed to exert all his efforts. Impressive. You dare to challenge me. But the outcome is predetermined. Lu Long, gripping his staff, pointed it disdainfully at Wang Sheng. Without delay, he charged forward, raising his staff to strike at Wang Sheng. Let me see where your courage comes from. Although Wang Sheng fought with all his might against Lu Long's assault, he found himself unable to utilize soul manifestation, and his physical form could not withstand the impact of the staff. Throughout the battle, he sought to close the distance to Lu Long, hoping to leverage the physical prowess of a beast soul master to turn the tide. However, Lu Long's mastery over his weapon soul was formidable. Wang Sheng's arms were left bruised, yet he still could not approach Lu Long, ultimately being sent flying by a powerful blow. Boss, I'm sorry I lost. Despite putting forth his utmost effort, Wang Sheng could only endure the pain radiating from his arm as he rose from the ground, filled with remorse and guilt towards Lin Ye. It's all right, you did your best. Lin Ye, recognizing Wang Sheng's dedication, offered comforting words without any trace of blame. In truth, Wang Sheng's weapon soul was not inferior to Lu Long's. It was simply that at the soul master stage, the most formidable ability of a beast soul master, the soul manifestation, could not be utilized, placing them at a significant disadvantage against weapon soul masters. Honestly, if you can't win, just concede. We won't hold it against you. Observing the bruises on Wang Sheng's hand, Lin Ye shook his head in pity, extending his right hand. As a flash of white light emerged, a pristine hawthorn flower materialized in Lin Ye's palm. Simultaneously, a deep yellow soul ring gradually rose from beneath Lin Ye's feet. Is that a century-old soul ring? Not far away, Xiao Qinyu was struck with astonishment at the sight of the deep yellow soul ring. Waves of disbelief surging within him. How could this be possible? Just a mere day, student possesses a century-old soul ring. Gazing at the rising, deep yellow soul ring beneath Lin Ye, Xiao Qinyu was filled with incredulity. He had advanced to the soul master level, ventured into the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts and absorb soul rings. Yet, he fully understood the significance of a century-old soul ring. When he hunted soul beasts, his father, Xiao Kuang, had entered the forest accompanied by several elite soldiers, and even then, they had barely managed to capture a wind wolf of merely a few decades in age. His father was a great soul master, yet even he required the assistance of elite soldiers to subdue a soul beast of such a low tier. A century-old soul beast, however, would be beyond even his father's capabilities. It was unlikely that anyone less powerful than a soul venerable could subdue such a creature and extract its ring. The individual named Lin Ye before him had somehow absorbed a century-old soul ring. Was it possible that a soul venerable had aided him in hunting soul beasts? This notion filled Xiao Qinyu with disbelief. Yet, how could a mere working student from the countryside possibly receive such assistance? Furthermore, there were no teachers at the academy who had reached the level of soul venerable, and the so-called master was widely recognized as a failure, making it implausible that he could aid Lin Ye in capturing a century-old soul beast. How had this century-old soul ring come into existence? While Xiao Qinyu wrestled with these incredulous thoughts, Lin Ye had already activated his first soul skill, Emerald Light, to heal Wang Sheng's injuries. Although healing Wang Sheng did not necessitate the use of his first soul skill, as he could simply channel soul power into the Dueling Xian Tang. The overwhelming ability of the Dueling Xian Tang warranted discretion in revealing its strength before so many witnesses. Thus, Lin Ye opted to employ his first soul skill, Purifying Light, as a cover. As the first soul skill, Purifying Light, was unleashed, the pristine Dueling Xian Tang radiated a vibrant emerald glow, cascading over Wang Sheng's injured arm. Under the nurturing embrace of the verdant light, the bruises on Wang Sheng's arm began to visibly fade, and his internal soul power rapidly replenished. Witnessing the swift recovery of his arm and the restoration of his soul power, Wang Sheng was taken aback. However, having spent 5 or 6 years at Nuoding Academy. He knew how to comport himself in the presence of others, so he refrained from expressing his astonishment directly and simply stared at his healed arm in awe. "All right, your injuries are healed. You should get some rest," Lin Ye stated, retracting the dueling Xiantang. "Boss, is this your first soul skill?" "It's amazing," Wang Sheng exclaimed, looking up with a look of shock. It's decent," Lin Ye replied with a nod of acknowledgement. Meanwhile, on the other side, witnessing the dueling Xiantang emit an emerald glow and swiftly heal Wang Sheng's wounds, Haotian Sect was once again struck with astonishment. He managed to heal Wang Sheng so quickly, truly remarkable for a century-old soul skill. However, this healing effect must belong to a support-type soul skill. Yet, if he possesses a support-type soul skill, then it clearly cannot be a worthless weapon soul. Why, then was it recorded as a worthless soul, the hawthorn flower? Haotian Sect had just observed clearly that Lin Ye's 9-spirit sea peach was entirely pure white, exuding an aura of sanctity. However, as far as Haotian Sect knew, ordinary sea peaches were invariably pink. Was this a mutation of the martial soul, or merely a flower martial soul that bore some resemblance to the sea peach? Haotian Sect pondered. After a moment of reflection, he ultimately concluded that it leaned towards the latter. The likelihood of a mutated martial soul emerging was exceedingly rare, and most mutations tended to result in a deterioration rather than an enhancement, let alone retaining innate full soul power post-mutation. This individual was undoubtedly no ordinary student. Upon careful scrutiny of Lin Ye, in comparison to Wang Sheng and Tang San, Lin Ye's looks and skin surpassed even those of the pampered nobility, making it implausible that he hailed from rural origins. Wait, suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Haotian Sect's mind. Observing Lin Ye's attire, though it bore the marks of a country dweller, his appearance was far more distinguished than that of the aristocracy. At first glance, this seemed contradictory, yet it was reconcilable. After all, Lin Ye's lineage could not possibly be humble. While clothing could be donned at will, one's appearance could not be feigned, as it required countless generations of refinement. Lin Ye possessed a visage that elicited envy even from Haotian Sect. Complemented by fair skin and an auxiliary martial soul with innate full soul power, supplemented by the absorption of century-level soul rings. Such attributes could only originate from a prestigious soul master lineage. Without formidable support behind him, Lin Ye would never have been capable of hunting century-old soul beasts. Yet, elite soul master families seldom allowed their scions to attend an institution like Nodding Academy. Even though Nodding Academy had some renown within Nodding City, it was inconsequential on the grand stage of the Douluo continent. Nevertheless, Lin Ye had been sent here, which surely held significance, considering Lin Ye's rural upbringing, followed by a meticulously crafted false identity to enroll in Nodding Academy under the guise of a useless martial soul. It was evident that his family harbored some fear, wishing to keep Lin Ye's identity concealed. What could they be afraid of? This query was easily surmised. It was an enemy. At this realization, Haotian Sect felt a surge of excitement. As he continued to deduce and unravel the mystery, a sense of trepidation mingled with an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. Taking a deep breath, Haotian Sect began to weave together the myriad clues he had gathered and speculated upon. The truth gradually unraveled before him. Lin Ye undoubtedly hailed from a prestigious soul master family. Such lineage was the only explanation for his superior looks and ability to hunt century-old soul beasts and absorb their soul rings. The decision to send Lin Ye to the countryside and disguise him as a useless martial soul likely stemmed from the presence of adversaries targeting him. Why? For Haotian Sect, an avid reader of various novels, the answer was apparent. Lin Ye's martial soul was exceedingly powerful. Aware that their family's prodigy had been discovered by a rival family, Lin Ye's kin must have felt compelled to send him to the remote Nodding City, even to the countryside, ultimately enrolling him in Nodding Academy. Lin Ye's martial soul, a formidable auxiliary type, had been recorded as a useless martial soul. What did this signify? It indicated that Lin Ye's family possessed sufficient influence to bribe those in the martial soul hall. At this thought, Haotian Sect trembled. The ability to sway the martial soul hall implied an immensely powerful faction. Chapter 59. This water I have set. Third update. No, I absolutely cannot offend him. As this realization struck, an intense fear welled up within Haotian Sect. to be able to influence the martial soul hall and possess a being surpassing the soul master realm. Such a formidable soul master family was not one that the Shao family could afford to antagonize. His father had always cautioned him that on the Douluo continent, the most formidable adversaries were those powerful soul master families. If they crossed the royal family, who, as the rulers of the empire, would still maintain a semblance of face and leave room for negotiation, powerful soul master families, however, would show no such restraint. The soul master realm followed the law of the jungle. The weak perish and the strong survive. Should one provoke these soul master families, it would surely lead to utter devastation. His father's warnings echoed in Xiao Qinyu's mind, leaving him in a state of unease. No, a solution must be found. As he observed Lin Ye and Wang Sheng conversing, preparing to select the next combatant, Xiao Qinyu's heart raced. If possible, his utmost desire was to concede outright. Yet, he harbored reservations. Would such an admission alert Lin Ye's family to his awareness of their secret? In Xiao Qinyu's estimation, Lin Ye's family had concealed his identity by sending him to Notting Academy. What if they discovered that he had uncovered this secret? Would they resort to silencing him? How could he avoid drawing attention from Lin Ye's family, while simultaneously not offending Lin Ye? After much contemplation, Xiao Qinyu devised a single approach, to deliberately concede the duel and fulfill his prior wager. This way, he could avoid offending Lin Ye while also aligning himself with him. I'm simply brilliant. Xiao Qinyu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. However, with the current score at 2-1 in their favor, to prevent the plan from faltering, he needed to take the stage and concede sooner rather than later. With this thought, Xiao Qinyu lifted his head and called out to Lu Long, who stood in the center of the arena, feigning a casual demeanor. Lu Long, come down. Boss, what is going on? Lu Long was perplexed by Xiao Qinyu's request. I'm feeling a bit restless. Step down, and I'll take over. Xiao Qinyu spoke with an air of nonchalance. Oh, Lu Long, without suspicion, complied and returned to the ranks of the students with his long staff martial soul. Meanwhile, Xiao Qinyu ascended to the arena. However, noticing that Xiao Qinyu's side had taken the stage, Wang Sheng felt puzzled. From what he knew, Xiao Qinyu's pride and restraint would dictate that he would be the last to enter, regardless of the outcome. Boss, what should we do now? Seeing Xiao Qinyu, the ultimate figure of their side, step forward prematurely left Wang Sheng scratching his head, unsure of whom to send next. Lin Ye, I'll go. As soon as the opportunity to compete arose, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and she jumped up, eager to participate. No, he is a soul master. I should go instead. Lin Ye promptly declined Xiao Wu's request. Xiao Qinyu, the soul master and leader of the day students, should rightfully take the stage. I will go first. Wang Sheng, keep an eye on Xiao Wu. Ignoring Xiao Wu's indignation, Lin Ye calmly addressed Wang Sheng before stepping forward under Xiao Qinyu's anxious gaze. Lin Ye, a level 15 support type, soul master with the martial spirit of the begonia flower, introduced himself with an air of nonchalance as he approached the open ground before Xiao Qinyu. Level 15 soul master? Xiao Qinyu was taken aback by Lin Ye's declaration. In the past, he would have dismissed such a claim as a fabrication, but now he was filled with astonishment. Hadn't Lin Ye just returned from hunting soul beasts in the soul hunting forest? He should only be a level 11 soul master. So how could he possibly be at level 15? Was it possible that the trip to the soul hunting forest was merely a ruse, and that he had already hunted the soul beasts and absorbed their soul rings? Only in this way could he have achieved level 15 so swiftly, overwhelmed by his thoughts. Xiao Qinyu forced himself to regain composure and face Lin Ye. I am Xiao Qinyu, a level 11 battle soul master, with the martial spirit of a wolf. Upon hearing the introduction, Lin Ye nodded slowly. Let us commence. At Lin Ye's signal to begin, Xiao Qinyu unleashed a fierce roar, and a spectral white wolf emerged from his being. With an echoing howl, it swiftly merged into Xiao Qinyu's body. As his martial spirit took form, Xiao Qinyu's physique surged. His muscles expanded, stretching his Notting Academy uniform, while snowy fur sprouted from the backs of his hands and sharp claws emerged from his fingertips. Simultaneously, a circle of white soul rings began to ascend from beneath him, moving rhythmically around his body. Yet, after completing the manifestation of his martial spirit, Xiao Qinyu noticed that Lin Ye remained still, his expression unchanged, seemingly indifferent to summoning his own martial spirit. Although support-type martial spirits may lack direct combat efficacy, they could still play a pivotal role during a battle, as evidenced by Lin Ye's earlier healing of Wang Sheng, which maintained their peak performance and augmented their combat prowess. Lin Ye, why do you not summon your martial spirit? Xiao Qinyu inquired, puzzled. No need. The time is not yet ripe. Lin Ye replied with a calm shake of his head. His 9-spirit, celestial begonia martial spirit, had only one soul ring, which served to purify negative states. There was no necessity to summon it, and even without doing so, Lin Ye was confident in his ability to defeat Xiao Qinyu, a mere level 11 soul master. Are you truly not going to summon your martial spirit? Xiao Qinyu wondered, intrigued by Lin Ye's apparent disinterest. However, he merely mumbled to himself, as he had already resolved to hold back, regardless of whether Lin Ye used his martial spirit. Boss, show this working student your strength. Boss, teach this arrogant working student a lesson. Come on, boss, go all out. In stark contrast to Xiao Qinyu's contemplative mindset, his fellow day students shouted boisterously behind him, urging him to punish Lin Ye. These fools. Listening to their raucous cheers, Xiao Qinyu silently berated them. They had clearly seen the 100-year soul ring on Lin Ye, but failed to grasp the implications. He prided himself on being astute. Regardless of victory or defeat, he had already resolved to take it easy. Prepare to receive my strike. After completing the manifestation of his martial spirit, Xiao Qinyu charged at Lin Ye with a feigned roar of fury. With the wolf spirit granting him enhanced speed, he closed the distance of less than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. With Lin Ye within striking range, Xiao Qinyu's expression hardened as he tightened his claws into a fist and swung it towards Lin Ye with a fierce shout. Yet, unbeknownst to Xiao Qinyu, he had intentionally held back. Aware that Lin Ye was a support-type soul master, he knew his physical attributes paled in comparison to those of a beast martial spirit user. To avoid injuring Lin Ye, he had refrained from channeling his soul power into the attack. While his punch may have appeared formidable, bolstered by the martial spirit, it was still within Lin Ye's capacity to withstand, and should Lin Ye evade, he could even counterattack, putting Xiao Qinyu at a disadvantage. This was the script Xiao Qinyu had devised in his mind. However, as he observed Lin Ye prepare to counter his strike, the unexpected transpired. When their fists collided, Xiao Qinyu's expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. With a resounding thud, a powerful force surged from Lin Ye's fist, overwhelming Xiao Qinyu and leaving his arm tingling. The unexpected strength sent him hurtling backward, soaring several meters into the air before crashing to the ground, sliding across the earth. Boss! The day students gasped in horror upon witnessing Xiao Qinyu's dismal defeat against Lin Ye's strength. How could this happen? But amidst the panic of his peers, Xiao Qinyu was lost in disbelief. While he acknowledged Lin Ye's status as a level 15 soul master, he could not fathom how a support-type soul master could possess such overwhelming power to send him flying with a mere punch. Though he had refrained from using soul power, his punch had certainly exceeded 500 pounds of force in its martial spirit-augmented state. Yet Lin Ye had effortlessly sent him flying, indicating a strength that surely surpassed 1,000 pounds. Xiao Qinyu would not have been surprised had such power come from a soul master with a top-tier beast martial spirit in their own martial spirit state. However, the fact that Lin Ye, a support-type soul master who had not even entered his martial spirit state, could exhibit such strength was utterly astonishing. Could it be that he possessed another martial spirit, a fearsome beast martial spirit at that? Suddenly, Xiao Qinyu, much like the master he admired, began to entertain this notion. It must be so. If he did not possess an exceptional beast martial spirit, he could not possibly wield such force without having activated his martial spirit. After a moment of careful contemplation, Xiao Qinyu became increasingly certain of the reasons behind it all. Upon discovering that Lin Ye possessed dual martial souls, Xiao Qinyu's earlier deductions were further solidified. Initially, he had surmised that Lin Ye was targeted by a rival family due to his possession of a top-tier auxiliary martial soul. However, possessing a superior auxiliary martial soul alone should not incite such hostility. Compared to soul masters wielding formidable combat martial souls, an auxiliary soul master, despite their immense potential, would struggle to make a significant impact without suitable allies. Yet, if Lin Ye were indeed a dual martial soul master with a premier beast martial soul and an auxiliary martial soul, the stakes would change dramatically. A soul master endowed with innate full soul power, coupled with dual martial souls, one being a top-tier beast martial soul, would undoubtedly possess extraordinary potential. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Ye was relentlessly pursued by the opposing family, ultimately forcing his own family to secretly relocate him to a village near Notting City, where he could disguise his martial soul and identity to enroll in Notting Academy. Reflecting on this, Xiao Qinyu couldn't help but admire his own intellect. He truly was a genius, having unraveled so much from such disparate clues. Numerous thoughts raced through his mind, yet as he lay on the ground, his expression grew increasingly pained. Rolling about, he exhibited a countenance of profound suffering, summoning every ounce of strength to rise to his feet. Such formidable power, you have triumphed. He gazed at Lin Ye, his face a mask of reluctance. However, Lin Ye found Xiao Qinyu's words somewhat perplexing. Although he had indeed struck Xiao Qinyu with a single punch, he had not exerted his full strength. It seemed improbable that he had inflicted such severe injury. Confounded, Lin Ye decided that since his opponent had conceded, it was best to avoid further conflict. He nodded indifferently, stating, "Then this match is mine. The score is now 2-2. Who shall take the field next?" "We concede," Xiao Qinyu finally admitted after a prolonged struggle on his face. "Among us, I am the strongest. If you can defeat me, then there is surely no match for you." "Ah, so we have one." At Xiao Qinyu's words, Xiao Wu, who had yet to take the field, suddenly looked disheartened. "Accepting the outcome, we shall follow your command from now on." After a moment of visible struggle, Xiao Qinyu sighed deeply, lowering his head in resignation. "Boss." At his words, the group of students behind him suddenly panicked. Were they truly to acknowledge this work-study student as their leader? "Accept the outcome. I have conceded. Do you still refuse to admit defeat?" Xiao Qinyu frowned, turning to address them. "From now on, Lin Ye is our leader, understood?" "Understood." While many of the students felt somewhat uneasy, having previously bullied work-study students, they ultimately had no choice but to submit under Xiao Qinyu's long-standing authority. "Boss Lin Ye, I had no idea you were so formidable. I, Xiao Qinyu, have never admired anyone before, but I cannot help but respect you. Today, having met you, let me invite you and everyone else to dine together on the second floor of the cafeteria." After chastising the students, Xiao Qinyu turned to Lin Ye with a serious expression, clasping his hands in respect. "All right," Lin Ye replied, casting a deep glance at Xiao Qinyu and nodding slowly. Chapter 61. 3 months later, preparing to depart, 3 months swiftly passed. During this time, Lin Ye's life remained tranquil, filled with daily training and study, an enriching routine. Perhaps due to his extraordinary talent, within just over 3 months, Lin Ye completed all the courses offered at the academy, despite still being in his first year. Of course, this was partly due to the relatively simple nature of the courses, as Lin Ye had primarily come to Notting Academy to learn these foundational subjects. Now that he had finished these courses, he was ready to apply for graduation. On a bright sunny day with a gentle breeze and the sweet songs of birds, Lin Ye prepared his application in the morning and headed straight to an office on the first floor of the teaching building after classes. Upon reaching the office door, Lin Ye knocked. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," a voice called from within. Upon receiving permission, Lin Ye opened the door and entered. Sitting behind a desk was Director Su, who looked at Lin Ye with mild surprise. "Lin Ye, what brings you here?" As one of the few first-year students to become a soul master, and given Lin Ye's remarkable aptitude in foundational courses, most teachers at Notting Academy recognize him. "Director Su, I am here to apply for graduation." Lin Ye stepped forward, approached the desk, and handed over his application. Due to the limited number of teachers at the academy, many held multiple responsibilities. Director Su not only managed new student admissions, but also oversaw graduation matters. "Huh, you wish to apply for graduation?" Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Director Su appeared somewhat taken aback. "Lin Ye, you're only 6 years old. Is it not a bit too early to graduate?" "It is not too early, Director Su. I have completed all the foundational courses, and I have learned all the knowledge related to soul masters that the academy offers. Continuing to stay here would merely waste time. It will be better to graduate early so I can explore the world." Lin Ye shook his head and explained. "This, Director Su hesitated slightly. Lin Ye, do your family members approve of your early graduation?" "Rest assured, Director Su, my grandfather will agree. I have contemplated this for a long time. After graduation, I will return to the village to inform him." "You need not worry," Lin Ye clarified. "Sai, you are a sensible child, and we are well aware of that. The graduation requirement at our Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy is to become a Soul Master, which you have already achieved. Since you have also completed your foundational courses, we have no reason to prevent your graduation. We approve your application. With a sigh, Director Su accepted Lin Ye's application. All right, go bid farewell to your roommates and leave whenever you wish. Thank you, Director Su. Lin Ye politely bowed and turned to leave. After departing the teaching building and having a meal at the cafeteria, Lin Ye returned to Dormitory 7 to announce his impending departure, which stirred feelings of reluctance among all the children in the dormitory. With Lin Ye at the helm, their lives have significantly improved. Now that Lin Ye is about to depart, everyone feels a deep sense of reluctance. Lin Ye, when do you plan to leave? Tang San inquired. Today I will treat you and Haotian you to a meal on the second floor, and then I shall take my leave tomorrow, Lin Ye pondered before responding. After hearing Lin Ye's arrangements, Tang San silently nodded in agreement. That evening, as previously mentioned, Lin Ye invited the entire 7th dormitory along with Haotian Yu's group for a sumptuous farewell feast on the second floor of the dining hall. The next morning, after completing his morning routine, Lin Ye prepared to head to the dining hall for one last meal before embarking on his journey across the continent. However, before setting off, he wished to visit Holy Soul Village once more to see his grandfather, Old Jack. Upon leaving the 7th dormitory and descending the dormitory stairs, Lin Ye unexpectedly encountered the master. Lin Ye, have you applied for graduation? The master, who seemed to have been waiting for quite some time, asked. Yes. Lin Ye nodded affirmatively. Hearing his response, the master exhaled deeply, and after a moment of silence, said, Come with me. I have something to give you. With that, the master ascended the stairs, and after a moment as contemplation, Lin Ye followed suit. Ascending the staircase, they arrived at the master's quarters. Inside, the master retrieved a somewhat worn, hefty black leather book from a shelf filled with books and handed it to Lin Ye. I heard you wish to explore the world. This is a compilation of my notes from my travels across the continent. It contains numerous introductions to various places and essential considerations. I hope it proves useful to you. Lin Ye hesitated as he gazed at the black book. Accept it. You once saved my life. It is merely a notebook, and you need not feel any burden. The master reassured him. Relieved, Lin Ye accepted the notebook. Thank you. No need for thanks. It is but a trivial gift. The master replied with a gentle smile and a shake of his head. By the way, now that you've graduated, have you considered where to go next? Or which intermediate Soul Master Academy to attend? The master suddenly asked, as if struck by a thought. I have not pondered this question. Lin Ye shook his head. In that case, I have a suggestion. If you remain undecided about your future, you might consider visiting Soto City in the Barak Kingdom, where there exists a Soul Master Academy known as Shrek Academy. I believe it would suit you well, the master advised. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly visit. Lin Ye responded after a moment of silence, non-committally. That is all I wish to convey. Farewell, master. After bidding farewell to the master and securing the notebook he had received, Lin Ye departed from Nodding City. Utilizing the Phoenix Dance 6 Mirage technique, he returned to Holy Soul Village in less than an hour. Xiao Yi, what brings you back? Old Jack exclaimed, surprised to see Lin Ye return in less than half a year. Did you encounter trouble at the academy and get expelled? Grandfather, I have become a soul master and graduated from the academy. Before Old Jack could inquire further, Lin Ye summoned his 9-spirit fairy Tang, martial soul, revealing his first soul ring. Seeing Lin Ye had indeed become a soul master, Old Jack's initial anxiety transformed into overwhelming joy. Xiao Yi, you have become a soul master? Indeed, grandfather, Lin Ye affirmed with a nod. Wonderful. Holy Soul Village has produced another soul master. Truly, our ancestors have blessed us. Old Jack exclaimed joyfully. By the way, grandfather, Tang San has also become a soul master. The news of Tang San's achievement further delighted Old Jack. This year, 2 soul masters have emerged. The possibility of a soul sage is significantly heightened. Upon Lin Ye's return, Old Jack learned of his grandson's accomplishment. In Douluo continent, becoming a soul master is akin to achieving renown in ancient times, a momentous occasion deserving of celebration throughout the village. Thus, after Lin Ye returned that morning, Old Jack spread the news of Lin Ye's graduation that afternoon, and soon the entire village came to congratulate him. Overwhelmed with happiness, Old Jack declared a celebratory feast for the entire village. Consequently, Lin Ye, who initially planned to leave the next day, remained in the village for 3 to 4 days until the celebration concluded. Only after saying his goodbyes to old Jack did Lin Ye set out on his journey across the continent. Chapter 62. The arrival of the Spirit Hall in the Eternal Night Forest just a few days after Lin Ye embarked on his journey. A grand convoy of luxurious carriages slowly entered Notting City. At last, we have arrived in Notting City. Inside, the most opulent carriage at the front of the procession. A stunning blonde maiden languidly stretched and drew back the curtains, peering out at her surroundings. Reflecting on the houses around her, she felt a surge of emotions. It was unclear why, but after receiving a letter from the Spirit Hall's branch in Notting City, her normally composed master had suddenly become quite agitated, instructing her to set off immediately to bring back the boy mentioned in the letter. After a month-long journey from Spirit City, she finally arrived in Notting City, hoping to fulfill her master's task. As the blonde maiden contemplated, the carriage made its way directly to the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City. Meanwhile, outside the branch Master Mathuno and several attendants, including Su Yun Tao and CC, awaited the arrival of the Spirit Hall's envoy, anxiously anticipating the moment. Everyone, please be attentive. The envoy is about to arrive. I have heard that this envoy is a disciple of the Pope and our current saintess, destined for greatness. It is likely that she will become the next Pope of our Spirit Hall, so do not lose your composure. As they awaited her arrival, Mathuno clapped his hands and reminded the attendants to maintain decorum. Yes, all the attendants responded earnestly in unison. Finally, after the sound of hooves echoed down the street, the luxurious convoy approached and came to a halt before the Spirit Hall branch. As the convoy stopped, the female knight driving the foremost carriage respectfully drew back the curtain. A breathtaking blonde maiden, adorned in a white gown embroidered with golden patterns and sporting a chic, short hairstyle, gracefully stepped down from the carriage. Welcome, esteemed envoy. Upon seeing the blonde maiden, Mathuno and the other attendants bowed respectfully and spoke in unison. There is no need for such formality. Who among you is the branch master? The maiden inquired with a smile, waving her hand dismissively. That would be me. I am Mathuno, the humble branch master of the Spirit Hall in Notting City. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed envoy. Mathuno stepped forward and bowed slightly in reverence. Branchmaster Mathuno, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Simply call me Hulina. Hulina smiled slightly. I have come this time to inquire about the letter sent to the headquarters 3 months ago by the Hallmaster, which mentioned a young boy named Lin Ye, whose martial soul is the white begonia and possesses innate full soul power. Where is he now? Replying to the envoy. This young boy should currently be studying at the Notting Junior Soulmaster Academy in our Notting City, replied Matthew. However, esteemed envoy, did you come specifically for this child? Matthew asked, probing for more information. Indeed, my master is quite interested in this little fellow and has specifically instructed me to bring him back to the headquarters. She wishes to meet him, Hulina responded with a smile. But esteemed envoy, this child is already enrolled in the Notting Academy. It would not be ideal for our Spirit Hall to take him away now. Perhaps we should wait another 5 years until he graduates? Matthew hesitated. Haha, there is no need for concern, Hallmaster Matthew. This little fellow has some connection with my master, and I will ensure that he leaves with me willingly. Hulina replied with a playful shake of her head. Well, in that case. Hearing Hulina mention Lin Ye's connection with the current pope, Matthew hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. What? He has already graduated? Under Matthew's guidance, Hulina arrived at the Notting Academy, but upon inquiring with the principal, she received a disappointing answer, which left her feeling discontent. I am sorry, but you're a bit late. This child graduated several days ago. If you had come earlier, you might have found him in his hometown, but now he has likely embarked on a journey across the continent, the principal said, lifting a cup of floral tea from his desk, taking a sip, and chuckling softly. How can this be? Hulina clenched her silver teeth, unwilling to accept the situation. She had journeyed a long way just to fulfill her Master BB Dong's task. Yet the target had already departed just days before her arrival. It was infuriating. Principal, do you know where he has traveled? Hulina asked reluctantly. Unfortunately, we do not know. The principal shook his head, sighing. How vexing. This is so frustrating. Leaving the Notting Academy, Hulina stomped her feet in anger, filled with dissatisfaction. If this boy named Lin Ye had left earlier, she could have accepted her delay. But why did it have to be just a few days apart? Could he not have waited a little longer, sparing her the fruitless journey? How am I supposed to report back to my master now? Hulina thought wearily. I hope my master can understand my predicament. I have rushed to Notting City as fast as I could, but still arrived a step too late. There was truly nothing I could do. And where was Lin Ye now? Far away from Notting City, within the borders of the Tiando Empire, lies the edge of the Fanis province. Here, a tributary of the Douluo forest, which spans the entire Douluo continent, crosses several cities and is known as the Eternal Night Forest. The Eternal Night Forest is one of the few primeval forests on the Douluo continent, second only to the Douluo forest. Compared to the artificially created soul hunting forest, the variety of soul beasts present in the Eternal Night Forest is significantly richer, and the cultivation levels of the soul beasts are often higher. 1,000-year soul beasts are a common sight here, and one might even encounter 10,000-year soul beasts in the depths. This is something the soul hunting forest cannot boast. As soul masters reach the soul sovereign realm, they can begin absorbing 1,000-year soul rings. And 1,000-year soul beasts are exceedingly rare in the soul hunting forest. Therefore, soul masters who have attained this level of cultivation often seek suitable soul beasts in places like the Douluo forest or its tributaries, such as the Eternal Night Forest. After leaving Notting City, Lin Ye traveled by carriage, traversing mountains and rivers. After more than half a month, he finally arrived here. This place is Eternal Night City, the closest city to the Eternal Night Forest. Lin Ye's goal is to join a soul hunting team here for training. Chapter 63. Seeking a soul hunting team. Second update. Upon arriving in Eternal Night City, Lin Ye handed the coachman several silver soul coins. This was the fare he needed to pay for his journey from Notting City. After settling the fare, Lin Ye alighted from the carriage. As he stepped onto the lush grass, he saw the towering city walls not far ahead, while behind him lay an expanse of dense forest. Lin Ye had yet to enter the city. Although he was technically within the bounds of Eternal Night City, the side of the city wall indicated that he was still outside. This area seemed designated for carriages arriving from other places to rest. Eternal Night City is different from Notting City. Notting City, situated at the crossroads of the Tiando Empire and the Douluo Empire, frequently sees merchants from both nations trading agricultural products and goods, capitalizing on price differences. In contrast, Eternal Night City, being close to the Eternal Night Forest, sees soul masters arriving daily from various locales to hunt soul beasts. Before entering the Eternal Night Forest for soul hunting, these soul masters typically need to make various preparations within the city, such as finding a soul hunting team and gathering supplies like water bags, provisions, and arsenic. Thus, Eternal Night City is bustling with shops, hotels, and taverns. Since its clientele consists mainly of soul masters and nobility, it is evidently more prosperous than Notting City. After disembarking from the carriage, Lin Ye took a moment to observe his surroundings before walking out of the carriage's resting area toward the city gate. He queued outside the gate, paid the entrance fee, and officially entered Eternal Night City. Indeed, Eternal Night City surpassed Notting City in terms of prosperity. Compared to Notting City, the assortment of splendid buildings in Eternal Night City was more abundant. Towering bell towers surrounded him, and the streets were lined with numerous hotels, taverns, and restaurants, bustling with elegantly dressed individuals coming and going. The shops on the streets were also larger and more numerous than those in Notting City. In Notting City, one would need to venture into the central commercial district to find various shops. However, upon entering Eternal Night City, Lin Ye immediately spotted an array of shops selling maps, weapons, and medicines, everything one could possibly need. Upon entering the city, Lin Ye's first priority was to find accommodation. Although his aim was to undergo training in the Eternal Night Forest, meaning he would spend most of his time there and did not require a dedicated residence or hotel, he still needed to make various preparations before entering the forest. This included finding a suitable soul hunting team to join, securing a steady source of funding, and purchasing essential supplies for his journey into the Eternal Night Forest, such as water bags, provisions, arsenic, and flint. These were all indispensable items. Lin Ye was not venturing into the Eternal Night Forest to live as a wild man. Therefore, provisions, water, the potent arsenic for deworming, flint for fire-making, everything must be meticulously prepared. After a thorough search in the city of Eternal Night, Lin Ye finally discovered a place named the Tulip Hotel around noon, where he secured a room. Since Lin Ye had stored all his belongings in a jade pendant, he did not need to unpack his items in the hotel room. After briefly inspecting the accommodation, he departed. Having spent nearly half a month in a carriage, Lin Ye had grown weary of consuming dry rations. Except during brief stops in various towns, Now that he had finally arrived at his destination, he resolved to indulge in a sumptuous meal. As he traversed the bustling streets, he located a tavern where he relished a hearty feast. After lunch, Lin Ye decided to seek out the Soul Hunter Guild to explore the possibility of joining. Upon conversing with the tavern staff, Lin Ye gleaned valuable information about the city of Eternal Night. Unlike the modest towns near the Soul Hunter Forest he had previously visited, this city had flourished due to the vastness of the Eternal Forest, attracting numerous spirit masters to hunt soul beasts. With the generous support of countless spirit masters, what was once a small town had blossomed into the expansive city of Eternal Night, which was renamed in gratitude to the Eternal Forest. Given the city's size and the allure of the Eternal Forest, the Martial Soul Hall oversaw the construction of a grand edifice known as the Soul Hunter Hall to regulate the development of the guilds within the city. Spirit masters seeking assistance in hunting soul beasts could post their tasks here, while guilds looking to recruit could also display notices. Those aspiring to join a particular guild could peruse the recruitment announcements to find a suitable fit. Having acquired this information from the staff, Lin Ye graciously tipped them and departed the tavern, making his way to the Soul Hunter Hall. Situated in the heart of the city of Eternal Night, the hall, overseen by the Martial Soul Hall, boasted an architectural style reminiscent of its overseer, exquisite and opulent. It was only fitting that a venue dedicated to spirit masters be adorned so splendidly. As Lin Ye stepped into the grand hall, he noted that despite its lavish decor, the arrangement was rather simplistic. The spacious lobby featured only greenery and paintings, devoid of any excessive ornamentation. Flanking the walls were expansive crystal panes plastered with various announcements. At the far end of the hall stood a counter where a charming woman in a Martial Soul Hall uniform greeted visitors with a warm smile. Lin Ye understood from his earlier conversation that she was a staff member of the Soul Hunter Hall. Spirit masters wishing to enlist the help of a guild to hunt soul beasts would register here, specifying the type and rank of the soul beast they sought to hunt, as well as their residence in the city. The staff would then connect them with an appropriate and available guild, facilitating the establishment of a task relationship. Upon successful completion of the task, the hall would collect a nominal service fee. However, since Lin Ye's intention was neither to post nor accept the task, he bypassed the counter and proceeded directly to the bulletin boards on either side of the hall to peruse the recruitment notices. In the expansive Soul Hunter Hall, Lin Ye approached one of the walls adorned with a crystal pane, which was plastered with various guild recruitment notices. Armed with knowledge from the master regarding the standards for guilds, Lin Ye had a clear criterion. He sought only qualified guilds, which must consist of at least 4 members. Each guild should include a defensive spirit master to withstand soul beasts, a powerful offensive spirit master, an agile scout, and a sustenance provider. However, some may wonder why Lin Ye insisted on a minimum of 4 members rather than the 5 typically required for a guild, and why he omitted the necessity for a healing support spirit master. The reason was simple. Lin Ye envisioned himself as the very support spirit master that was lacking. As he scanned the bulletin board, Lin Ye diligently sought out notices recruiting support spirit masters. Yet, he found himself momentarily stunned. The notices he was interested in read as follows. The Divine Tiger Soul Hunter Guild, led by a Soul King level leader, comprised 5 members, 2 powerful attack spirit masters, 1 defensive Soul King, 1 agile soul master, and 1 sustenance soul venerable, currently seeking 1 support spirit master with a minimum rank of Great Soul Master. The Golden Dragon Soul Hunter Guild, also led by a Soul King, consisted of 6 members, 1 powerful attack Soul King, 2 defensive soul masters, 1 agile soul master, and 1 sustenance soul venerable, currently seeking 1 support spirit master with a minimum rank of Great Soul Master. The Windsword Soul Hunter Guild, led by a Soul King, had 4 members, 1 powerful attack Soul King, 1 defensive Soul King, 1 agile soul master, and 1 sustenance Great Soul Master, currently seeking 1 support spirit master with a minimum rank of Great Soul Master. Why did these guilds stipulate that their support spirit master recruits must possess at least the rank of Great Soul Master? Lin Ye felt a pang of frustration. After 3 months of rigorous training at Notting Academy, he had only progressed from a rank 15 Spirit Master to a rank 17 Spirit Master. He still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the rank 20 threshold, estimating that it would take him at least another 6 months to achieve the rank of Great Soul Master after hunting soul beasts and absorbing soul rings. This simply would not do. He needed to keep searching. After pondering, Lin Ye realized that 6 months was an excessively long time, yet he was not ready to give up. he decided to continue his search. The guilds he had previously examined were helmed by soul kings, which likely set the bar too high. Thus, Lin Ye shifted his focus to notices led by soul masters instead. However, after reviewing all the guild notices headed by soul masters, he was disheartened to discover that they also demanded the support spirit master to rank above great soul master. Lowering his standards further led him to guilds that simply did not meet the necessary criteria, leading to their immediate dismissal. What was the reason behind this? Realizing that the guilds he was interested in insisted that their support spirit master recruits be at least great soul master level, Lin Ye furrowed his brow in contemplation. Was it due to the perilous nature of the Eternal Night Forest that only support-type soul masters who have attained the great soul master level could barely ensure their own safety? Or was it that support-type soul masters, possessing only a single soul ring and limited techniques, necessitated the presence of great soul master level companions? Lin Ye pondered these possibilities, feeling they held some merit. Even if incorrect, there was undoubtedly a connection. However, after a considerable time spent at the soul hunting hall, Lin Ye had yet to find a soul hunting group willing to accept him. The groups he had considered either did not recruit support-type soul masters or required them to be at least great soul masters. Conversely, those that did not impose such restrictions were not appealing to him. After much contemplation, Lin Ye ultimately decided to abandon the search. He resolved to train for another 6 months, and once he reached the great soul master level, he would seek a way to join a soul hunting group. With this decision made, Lin Ye departed from the soul hunting hall. However, as the day was still young, he chose not to return to the inn, but instead planned to gather supplies necessary for venturing into the Eternal Night Forest, such as provisions, water bags, arsenic, and flint. If all went well, he intended to explore the Eternal Night Forest the following day. At Notting Academy, he had not practiced his martial skills in quite some time, and the Eternal Night Forest promised to provide him with genuine adversaries. Navigating the bustling streets, Lin Ye soon spotted a shop selling provisions. The establishment was quite large, bustling with customers, most of whom appeared to be soul masters, an expected sight, given that few would seek provisions other than those preparing to enter the Eternal Night Forest. Upon entering the shop, Lin Ye was immediately enveloped by a tantalizing aroma, a rich blend of grain and milk. His eyes scanned the shelves filled with an array of provisions. On the Douluo continent, the types of provisions were roughly categorized into 4 varieties: flatbreads, baked cakes, steamed buns, and loaves of bread. Of course, these categories could be further subdivided based on various characteristics, including flavor, resulting in countless variations. Nevertheless, these 4 remain the primary types. After observing the offerings in the shop, Lin Ye noted that steamed buns were the most popular choice, compared to the slightly greasy loaves and the dry flatbreads and baked cakes. It seemed that steamed buns were indeed the most suitable option. Consuming steamed buns posed no risk of gastrointestinal distress like bread, nor did they induce thirst as flatbreads and baked cakes often did. Overall, preparing steamed buns as provisions for the Eternal Night Forest was undeniably the most convenient and safe choice. Thus, Lin Ye made his way directly to the section selling steamed buns, took a cloth bag, and began selecting his desired items. While Lin Ye was choosing his buns, a towering figure beside him was also perusing the selection. This was a notably large man, nearly 1.5 times Lin Ye's height, sporting a buzz cut, dark skin, and a diagonal scar across his face. Observing Lin Ye's choice of steamed buns, the man was momentarily taken aback. What could a child possibly need with such provisions? As he marveled inwardly, the man's pace in selecting his buns slowed considerably. Unperturbed, Lin Ye swiftly gathered about 20 steamed buns and approached the counter to settle his bill. "Excuse me, how much do I owe?" he inquired, placing the cloth bag filled with buns on the counter. "1 silver soul coin," the shopkeeper replied with a smile after assessing the quantity. Lin Ye produced a silver soul coin and handed it over. After securely tying the bag, he exited the provisions shop, intending to find a secluded alley to store his provisions within his jade pendant. However, shortly after leaving the shop, a young man with a buzz cut approached him with a mischievous grin, whispering, "Hey brother, would you like some wide noodles?" Wide noodles? Lin Ye was momentarily bewildered, questioning the purpose of such an item. Just as he prepared to decline, the young man continued in a conspiratorial tone, "Brother, let me tell you, my wide noodles are no ordinary noodles. Are you familiar with food-type soul masters? I am one. My wide noodles are soul power-infused foods that produce unique effects when consumed. If you're planning to enter the Eternal Night Forest, you will certainly need such miraculous sustenance." You are a food-type soul master? Lin Ye inquired, surprised. He knew that food-type soul masters were highly sought after within soul hunting groups. However, they were exceedingly rare, even less common than support-type soul masters. In a sense, food-type soul masters could be considered a subset of support-type soul masters. According to Lin Ye's knowledge, food-type soul masters could indeed create foods with extraordinary effects. Such soul power-infused foods were often coveted by the nobility, who believed that feeding their children such delicacies from a young age increased the likelihood of them becoming soul masters. Lin Ye, however, was skeptical of this notion. Seeing Lin Ye's astonishment, the young man grew animated, passionately extolling the miraculous effects of his wide noodles, detoxification, injury recovery, soul power restoration, his claims becoming increasingly extravagant. Lin Ye found it increasingly absurd. Just as he was about to interrupt the boastful noodle salesman, a deep, resonant voice suddenly interrupted from behind. "Jia man, are you deceiving again? Didn't your martial soul become ineffective after absorbing the wrong soul ring? Why are you still trying to con people? Not only adults, but now even children?" Upon hearing this voice, Jia man, who had been animatedly speaking, immediately froze, a grimace replacing his exuberance as he awkwardly chuckled. Hee, it's just my way of introducing my martial soul to this young brother. Nothing more, I have to go now. Without waiting for a response, he hurriedly fled into the bustling crowd, quickly disappearing from sight. What a persistent fool. The man, known as Man-Bear Shiryu, scoffed disdainfully as he watched Jia Man's retreating figure. At this moment, Lin Ye turned to face the source of the voice, revealing a robust, scarred man standing nearby, clutching a bulging sack filled with various provisions. "Are you all right, young man?" While that fellow indeed possesses a food-type martial soul, he absorbed the wrong soul ring, rendering his abilities ineffective. "You need not be concerned," Shiryu said in a low, reassuring tone as he approached Lin Ye, his arms laden with supplies. Certainly, although his intentions were noble, had Lin Ye been an ordinary child, the fright he might have experienced could have far surpassed that caused by the man named Gamon. After all, a robust, scarred brute clad in leather armor, with a buzz cut and an aura of menace, approaching a child would undoubtedly be more terrifying than the deceit of an average-looking Gamon. However, Lin Ye was no ordinary child. Concerning the formidable Stone Yu, Lin Ye had no intention of purchasing Gamon's wide noodles. Yet the fact that Stone Yu took the initiative to warn Lin Ye and drive Gamon away indicated his benevolence. Encountering good-hearted individuals is a rarity when one is away from home. Thus, Lin Ye certainly intended to express his gratitude to Stone Yu. If he could forge an acquaintance with Stone Yu, he would have a familiar face in the city of eternal night. Living in an unfamiliar place is much more manageable with a connection that can offer advice on various matters. "I appreciate your help earlier, big brother," Lin Ye said politely, giving a slight bow to Stone Yu. No need for thanks. It was merely a small effort, nothing deserving of gratitude." Stone Yu responded heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "By the way, you must be new to Eternal Night City, right?" After his laughter subsided, Stone Yu inquired with a smile. "How did you know, big brother Stone Yu?" Lin Ye asked, somewhat astonished. "That question is rather evident. Today is not a weekend. If you were a resident of Eternal Night City, you would likely be attending the Junior Soul Master Academy right now, yet you are not. Hence, you must have come from another city," Stone Yu replied with a chuckle. "I just wonder what brings you to Eternal Night City. Are you here to hunt soul beasts with an elder or a teacher? Or perhaps you were tasked with buying supplies?" "Neither. I came alone. I am already a soul master, and I have come to Eternal Night City for training," Lin Ye replied, shaking his head. "You're already a soul master?" Stone Yu exclaimed in surprise. "And you've come to Eternal Night City alone? Aren't your elders concerned? This place is not particularly safe." "There's no need for concern, big brother Stone Yu. My elders have provided me with a safeguard, so I shall be fine," Lin Ye said with a gentle smile, slightly shaking his head. "Wow, you are quite remarkable for your age, displaying such courage to venture alone into Eternal Night City. I admire that," Stone Yu remarked, glancing at Lin Ye with newfound respect. "I am equally pleased to have encountered you, big brother Stone Yu." Lin Ye responded with a smile. You certainly know how to flatter. What is your name, young man? You have a bright future ahead. Come, walk with me. And feel free to ask me anything you do not understand." With that, Stone Yu burst into laughter and beckoned Lin Ye to join him as they strolled into the bustling street. Along their journey, Lin Ye learned much about Stone Yu. he discovered that Stone Yu was also a soul master, specifically a soul king, with a martial spirit of the iron-armored black bear. Although primarily a defensive soul master, his combat prowess was comparable to that of an offensive soul master. In Eternal Night City, Stone Yu had established a small hunting group known as the Barbarian Bear Soul Hunting Team, of which he was the leader. The nickname Barbarian Bear was earned due to the group's name, explaining why Gaman had previously referred to him as such. Chapter 66. Entering the Eternal Night Forest, of course. During their conversation, Stone Yu also learned a great deal about Lin Ye. He discovered that Lin Ye had recently graduated from the Junior Soul Master Academy and had come to Eternal Night City alone as an auxiliary soul master. Upon learning of Lin Ye's role as an auxiliary soul master, Stone Yu cautioned him against entering the Eternal Night Forest. For an auxiliary soul master with limited combat capabilities, even the outskirts of the Eternal Night Forest posed a significant threat. However, Lin Ye merely expressed that this was a necessary part of his training and reassured Stone Yu that his elders had provided him with a life-saving safeguard, ensuring his safety. Recognizing Lin Ye's determination, Stone Yu refrained from further advising against it, instead shifting the conversation to the various aspects of Eternal Night City, including the divisions among major factions, culinary delights, and precautions to take when entering the Eternal Night Forest. Through his discourse with Stone Yu, Lin Ye acquired considerable knowledge about Eternal Night City. For instance, he had often wondered why many hunting groups required auxiliary soul masters to possess a rank of at least Great Soul Master. Stone Yu explained that auxiliary soul masters generally lacked strong combat abilities. Thus, if they were only soul masters, they would often need protection from other members of the hunting group when faced with soul beasts in the Eternal Night Forest. However, an auxiliary soul master at the Great Soul Master level would have significantly enhanced auxiliary capabilities due to additional soul skills, and their increased cultivation would bolster their self-defense abilities when entering the forest. Consequently, as long as Great Soul Master auxiliary soul masters did not venture deep into the Eternal Night Forest, hunting groups would not need to overly concern themselves with their protection. Thus, it was customary for formidable hunting groups, including the Barbarian Bear Soul Hunting Team, to require auxiliary soul masters to attain the Great Soul Master rank. As their conversation continued, the two unwittingly traversed a considerable distance and arrived at a herbal medicine shop. It was here that Stone Yu suddenly paused, letting out a deep sigh. "Ah, we have arrived. Brother Lin Ye, I can no longer accompany you. I must enter this herbal shop to purchase some healing and detoxifying medicines, which are essential preparations for entering the Eternal Night Forest. It has truly been a pleasure meeting you, young brother Lin Ye. Unfortunately, our Barbarian Bear Soul Hunting Team received a mission a few days ago and will be heading into the Eternal Night Forest tomorrow to hunt soul beasts. Otherwise, I would have introduced you to our team properly today. A prodigy like you, breaking through to become a soul master at the age of 6, is a rarity we have never encountered. When you eventually reach the Great Soul Master level, you must consider joining our Barbarian Bear Soul Hunting Team," Stone Yu said with a smile. "I shall certainly do so," Lin Ye replied with a grin. "Then farewell for now. Once I complete this mission, I shall invite you to the tavern for drinks." "Huh." After patting Lin Ye on the shoulder, Stone Yu laughed heartily and entered the herbal shop. After watching Stone Yu disappear inside, Lin Ye turned and departed, intending to procure other essentials such as water bags, realgar, and flint to prepare for his excursion into the Eternal Night Forest the next day. The following morning, having awoken in the Tulip Hotel, Lin Ye freshened up and checked his belongings. Once he verified everything was in order, he departed the hotel, ready to journey toward the Eternal Night Forest. Eternal Night City was the closest city to the Eternal Night Forest. However, to traverse from the city of Eternal Night to the Forest of Eternal Night, one must still cover a distance of several dozen miles, which requires a considerable amount of time, even by horse-drawn carriage. Yet, after departing from the city of Eternal Night, Lin Ye activated the Phoenix Dance of 6 Illusions, surpassing the galloping speed of a steed, and arrived at the Forest of Eternal Night in just over an hour. The Forest of Eternal Night is one of the great primeval forests of Douluo continent, second only to the Stardew Forest. Among the few forests that can rival the Forest of Eternal Night across the continent are the Starfall Forest in the northwest of the Barak Kingdom, the Dark Night Forest within the territory of the Silvery Kingdom, and the Sunset Forest near the Heaven Do Imperial City. Utilizing the Phoenix Dance of 6 Illusions, Lin Ye gracefully glided atop the canopies of towering trees. As he was about to officially enter the forest of eternal night, he gazed into the distance, clearly seeing an endless expanse of verdant forest at the edge of his vision. In this sea of trees, nearly every tree was a towering centenarian, reaching high into the clouds. The proximity of these mighty trees caused their branches and leaves to intertwine, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate through the canopy, casting a dim atmosphere in the forest. This, indeed, is the origin of the name Forest of Eternal Night. Upon reaching the Forest of Eternal Night, Lin Ye descended from the trees. Observing the dense forest and the various overgrown shrubs, he drew his iron sword and slung it across his back, slowly venturing inside. As he stepped into the lush expanse of the Forest of Eternal Night, he found himself surrounded by thick shrubs and a carpet of fallen leaves blanketing the ground. With each step, the leaves crunched beneath his feet, the sound resonating clearly in the tranquil forest. Nevertheless, Lin Ye remained unfazed. During his hunting excursions in Holy Soul Village, he had delved deep into the forest of the Back Mountain. Although those woods could not compare to the Forest of Eternal Night, the environment at the periphery of this forest was still reminiscent of the depths of the Back Mountain Forest. Upon entering the Forest of Eternal Night, an enveloping silence surrounded him, broken only by the occasional faint chirping and the distant calls of birds flying overhead. Despite the primitive nature of the Forest of Eternal Night, it was not surprising that the peripheral soul beasts were relatively few, likely due to the frequent visits from soul masters. As Lin Ye ventured deeper into the forest, the light above began to dim, and the humidity in the air thickened. Were it not for the protection of the 9 suns, true Qi, his clothes would have surely become drenched. Finally, after traversing several hundred meters into the Forest of Eternal Night, Lin Ye began to observe signs of soul beasts. Golden chestnut squirrels scurried up and down the towering trees, while on the ground, crimson firefoxes and pale yellow-furred golden weasels darted through the underbrush. Occasionally, blue budhorn deer could be seen grazing on the tender leaves sprouting from the shrubs. However, these soul beasts were not Lin Ye's targets. He sought powerful, aggressive soul beasts of at least 1,000 years of age. Chapter 67. Thunderous Demon Bear Within the Forest of Eternal Night. Ancient trees soared high into the sky. Although Lin Ye had only just entered the forest and had yet to reach its depths, the surrounding trees were already remarkably ancient, their abundant branches overlapping and obscuring the sunlight, casting a gloomy shadow over the woodland. Amidst the darkness, peculiar luminescent plants unfurled their forms, emitting a faint glow that appeared quite extraordinary. As Lin Ye walked through the forest, bearing his sharp iron sword, each step he took on the thick carpet of fallen leaves and twigs produced a series of rustling sounds. Having spent over 10 minutes traversing nearly 1,000 meters into the Forest of Eternal Night, he finally began to spot soul beasts within his line of sight. While they were merely a few 10-year soul beasts, mostly non-aggressive herbivores like the budhorn deer with spore-like growths on their antlers, golden squirrels resting upon the branches, and 3-tailed black bulls, their presence added a splash of color and vitality to the tranquil forest, significantly uplifting Lin Ye's mood. Suddenly, from a nearby low bush, accompanied by a cat-like sound, a soul beast resembling a cat, with an entire body of pale purple fur adorned with deep purple patterns, sprang forth. Upon emerging from the underbrush, the cat's soul beast paused, letting out a curious meow as it tilted its head, its deep emerald green pupils fixating on Lin Ye. In the dim light of the forest, the cat's green eyes glimmered with an eerie glow, creating an unsettling impression. Nevertheless, Lin Ye was not afraid. He recognized this creature. It was a soul beast known as the Nether Spirit Cat, a small predator among soul beasts that, due to its nimbleness, had no natural enemies. Owing to its exceptional hunting abilities and a diet primarily consisting of small rodents, the Nether Spirit Cat typically refrained from attacking large creatures like humans, provided the humans did not provoke them. Should anyone dare to challenge the Nether Spirit Cat, its demeanor would quickly shift from adorable to fearsome. As the cat curiously regarded Lin Ye, noticing his stillness, the Nether Spirit Cat turned its head, blinked its luminous green eyes, and emitted another meow. Yet, Lin Ye remained calm, equally intrigued by the creature. This was his first encounter with a Nether Spirit Cat. He had not come across such a soul beast during his previous expedition in the soul hunting forest, perhaps finding Lin Ye somewhat dull. The Nether Spirit Cat soon lost interest, meowed once more, and with a sprightly gait, dashed back into the thicket, swiftly disappearing from sight. Chuckling softly, Lin Ye found amusement in the nether spirit cat's antics. This little creature, barely half a meter in length, was likely still a juvenile, encountering a human for the first time, hence its curiosity. Continuing deeper into the forest of eternal night, Lin Ye gradually began to encounter omnivorous and carnivorous soul beasts. Among the omnivores were wind baboons, forest gorillas, and pattern cats, while the carnivorous ones included netherwolves, wind wolves, and ghost leopards. Among these soul beasts, Lin Ye finally discovered the presence of century-old soul beasts. As he pressed further, he anticipated the encounter with thousand-year soul beasts. Having spent over 3 months at Notting Academy, Lin Ye had progressed beyond the halfway mark in his cultivation of the first layer of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Currently, he could unleash a single-arm explosive force reaching 5,000 pounds, and with the enhancement of soul power, this could soar close to 7,000 pounds. Now, only thousand-year soul beasts were worthy adversaries for Lin Ye. Of course, this was without employing his weapon, the Iron Sword, or the sword technique, the Solitary Nine Swords. If weapons were to be employed, with the graceful combination of the Phoenix Dance 6 illusions and the Dugan 9 swords, even a millennium-old soul beast would likely prove no match for Lin Ye. Departing from Eternal Night City, he swiftly traversed using the Phoenix Dance 6 illusions, arriving at the Eternal Night Forest. After a prolonged venture deeper into the woods, it was now midday. Feeling a tinge of hunger, Lin Ye sought a clearing where he could partake in some provisions and quench his thirst before continuing deeper into the forest. Hours passed, and as Lin Ye ventured further, the presence of century-old soul beasts became increasingly prevalent, their appearances more frequent. Among these beasts, carnivorous varieties dominated. Creatures such as the spectral wolf, wind wolf, ghost leopard, and ghost tiger exhibited a strong territorial instinct, leading Lin Ye to encounter several hostile attacks from these carnivorous beasts. However, these sub-thousand-year soul beasts posed no threat to him. Had they been millennium beasts, he might have felt a sense of unease. Anything over 2,000 years would necessitate a strategic retreat. But the sub-thousand-year beasts were indeed no cause for fear. As he continued deeper into the forest, Lin Ye abruptly noticed the near-complete absence of carnivorous soul beasts. After walking for several minutes without encountering a single large carnivore, he only spotted a few herbivorous soul beasts here and there. This phenomenon ignited a spark of excitement within him, for he understood that the absence of formidable carnivorous beasts indicated the presence of an even more powerful, possibly apex-level carnivorous soul beast reigning over this territory. Given the vast expanse of land and the abundance of century-old carnivorous beasts, it was highly probable that the ruler here was a millennium soul beast, or, at the very least, a century beast whose combat prowess rivaled that of a millennium beast. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lin Ye pressed onward. As he treaded softly upon the thick carpet of fallen leaves, the rustling sounds echoed beneath his feet. Suddenly, he heard a low, buzzing sound. Following the source of the noise, he activated the Phoenix Dance 6 illusions and darted through the trees towards it. At last, in a dense thicket, Lin Ye beheld a colossal creature. It was a giant bear, standing nearly 4 meters tall, its body cloaked in black fur adorned with purple lightning-like patterns. With a large head and short ears, this bear was currently engaged in extracting honey from a beehive, using its massive paws to scoop and devour the sweet substance, occasionally extending its long tongue to lick the honey off its paws. Is this the Thunder Magic Bear? Chapter 68. Battle with the Magic Bear. The Thunder Magic Bear is an exceptionally formidable soul beast. In addition to possessing the strength and defense common among bear-type magical beasts, the Thunder Magic Bear harnesses the power of thunder, capable of unleashing electric attacks. It occupies a pinnacle position within the food chain of soul beasts. At this moment, the Thunder Magic Bear was indulging in the honey of a soul beast known as the Jade Bee. Naturally, the Jade Bees would not remain passive after their nest was invaded, launching a frenzied counterattack against the intruder. From the depths of the forest, swarms of Jade Bees took to the skies, creating a cacophonous, buzzing sound. The small-sized Jade Bees, despite their relentless stings, found their efforts futile against the thick-furred Thunder Magic Bear, which remained unfazed, continuing to feast on the honey. Occasionally, the bear would unleash a thunderstrike, dispatching a number of the bothersome bees. Beneath its feet lay a thick accumulation of Jade Bee carcasses. Perhaps satiated, the Thunder Magic Bear ceased its foraging after finally collecting a piece of honey. With a non-sticky paw, it scratched its chest lazily, then, with heavy steps, swaggered away, undeterred by the stings of the pursuing jade bees, who only abandoned their chase once the bear had distanced itself from their nest. Following closely behind, Lin Ye felt a surge of determination as he trailed the thunder magic bear. After a short while, he discovered the bear's lair, a hollow at the base of a massive tree, large enough to require several people to encircle it. Upon returning to its den, the thunder magic bear leaned against the tree, lazily closing its eyes, seemingly in no hurry to consume the honey it had brought back, perhaps waiting for a moment to digest its earlier meal. However, Lin Ye, having observed the thunder magic bear's lair, emerged from his concealed position among the trees and approached the entrance. After careful scrutiny, he deduced that this thunder magic bear was approximately 800 years old. Though it had not yet reached the millennium mark, its species' inherent strength allowed it to rival the combat capabilities of Millennium Soul beasts. Moreover, due to its electrical attributes, the thunder magic bear would prove more formidable than an ordinary Millennium beast, an ideal opponent for Lin Ye. Creeping closer, Lin Ye treaded softly on the fallen leaves and twigs, producing a series of rustling sounds. Hearing the noise, the thunder magic bear, which had been dozing against the tree, perked up its little ears and opened its striking silver-purple eyes to fixate on Lin Ye. With a low, intimidating growl, the thunder magic bear rose to its full height, its massive form casting an imposing shadow. It bared its fearsome fangs, emitting a low growl that resonated with a sense of dread. Yet, instead of succumbing to fear, Lin Ye felt a rush of exhilaration. He had come in search of an opponent worthy of battle, and this thunder magic bear was just that, prepared for combat. Lin Ye met the bear's warning with resolve. His heart swelled with the thrill of battle as he quickened his pace. Approaching to within 10 meters of the thunder magic bear, he did not draw his iron sword but instead assumed an offensive stance. The thunder magic bear, growing impatient with the audacious little intruder who refused to retreat, took several heavy steps forward before charging with a roar, transforming its low growl into a fearsome bellow as it lunged at Lin Ye, its massive paw poised to strike. With a paw the size of a large fan, the thunder magic bear's strike tore through the air with a terrifying whistle, carrying an overwhelming force as it descended upon Lin Ye. Yet, undeterred by the thunder magic bear's ferocious onslaught, Lin Ye unleashed a fierce roar, launching his right fist forward to meet the bear's mighty paw. Bang! As the palm and fist collided, a dull roar erupted, sending waves of force rippling outward. Despite exerting all his strength, Lin Ye found himself at a disadvantage in the contest of strength against the thunder bear. At the moment of impact, an overwhelming force surged from the bear's paw, causing Lin Ye's right arm to tingle, and he was forced to retreat uncontrollably. What immense power! That blow must have weighed at least 7,000 pounds. Shaking off the numbness in his right arm, Lin Ye inhaled sharply, swiftly summoning the 9 spirits, celestial, vine, martial soul, to mend his injured arm. He then charged towards the thunder bear once more. The thunder bear, however, was quite irritated by Lin Ye's retaliation. It did not relish battling such a diminutive opponent, even if this little monkey exhibited strength comparable to some formidable adversaries it had encountered. Yet, the bear lamented that this small creature offered little meat. Even if it were to vanquish the monkey, the reward would be scant, rendering the effort unworthy. Regardless of the thunder bear's vexation, Lin Ye was undeterred in his advance. This time, channeling the 9 yang true qi within him, Lin Ye enveloped his entire being with its energy. In the dim forest, a faint golden light radiated from his body. Prepare to receive my strike. Sprinting forward, Lin Ye leapt into the air, exclaiming with fervor as he raised his glowing right fist high and brought it crashing down towards the thunder bear's massive head. While Lin Ye's raw physical strength did not rival that of the thunder bear, the enhancement of the 9 yang true qi elevated his power to over 6,000 pounds, bringing it nearer to that of the bear. Moreover, with the 9 yang true qi guarding him, he could rebound some of the damage from incoming attacks. Thus, even the thunder bear would find it challenging to gain the upper hand against Lin Ye. With a furious roar, the thunder bear lifted its colossal right paw and struck down towards Lin Ye. However, as Lin Ye descended from above with all his might, this time, he did not falter. Instead, the thunder bear staggered back a few steps due to the recoil from the 9 yang true qi. With a single punch, Lin Ye forced the thunder bear to retreat several paces before it regained its footing. Glaring at Lin Ye, the Thunder Bear emitted a low growl, sensing that this little monkey was unlike any it had faced before. Chapter 69. Enriching training life as Lin Ye landed gracefully from his aerial maneuver. The Thunder Bear roared again, arcs of silver-purple lightning crackling from its palm. It was ready to get serious. Lin Ye's heart sank at the sight of the Thunder Bear preparing to unleash its electrical powers. Elemental forces were typically the domain of powerful soul beasts, and among the common elemental attacks, lightning was the most formidable. It required no time to charge and could be emitted from any part of the body. Moreover, during prolonged combat, lightning could incapacitate an opponent. With a furious roar, the Thunder Bear charged at Lin Ye, its massive form thundering forward, its heavy paws pounding the ground with a resounding bang, bang, bang. After a furious sprint, the Thunder Bear closed in on Lin Ye and brought its enormous right paw crashing down. Why the right paw, you ask? Naturally, because the left paw was still sticky with honey. Lin Ye swiftly dodged the descending right paw, causing the Thunder Bear to smash down on a small tree behind Lin Ye, shattering it effortlessly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye retaliated with a powerful punch to the Thunder Bear's chest, forcing the creature to stagger backward. As the Thunder Bear retreated, Lin Ye unleashed another punch against its right paw. Although the paw crackled with silver-purple electricity, the energy dissipated harmlessly upon contact with Lin Ye's right fist, enveloped in the 9 yang true qi. Indeed, it seemed the Thunder Bear's electrical power could not penetrate the protective barrier of the 9 yang true qi. With newfound determination, Lin Ye unleashed another flurry of blows upon the Thunder Bear. In the lush forest, the two engaged in a fierce exchange. While the Thunder Bear possessed greater strength, Lin Ye's agility allowed him to evade most attacks, countering when necessary. The battle ravaged the once serene forest, leaving a scene of devastation in its wake. Countless small trees were broken or uprooted, and deep gashes marred the trunks of larger trees, evidence of the ferocity of their combat. As the afternoon faded into evening, both Lin Ye and the Thunder Bear were left panting from exertion. Ultimately, the Thunder Bear could not resist the urge to attack Lin Ye with its left paw, resulting in its honey being thoroughly smashed and lost. This fueled the bear's wrath, vowing to slay Lin Ye to avenge its lost treasure. Alas, no matter how fiercely the Thunder Bear fought, it could not prevail against Lin Ye's tenacity and skill, leaving it fuming in frustration. However, after nearly an hour of combat, Lin Ye felt the drain of his 9 yang true qi and realized it was time to withdraw. The Thunder Bear appeared enraged, and Lin Ye resolved to return another day to continue their duel. Just as he turned to leave, he noticed a glimmer of jade honey atop the Thunder Bear's left paw, causing a smirk to form on his lips. It would be a shame to depart empty-handed. In another exchange with the Thunder Bear, Lin Ye deftly evaded an attack and drew his iron sword from his back, unleashing it with a swift motion. With a sharp swish, the blade gleamed as it sliced through the air, severing the jade honey from the bear's paw along with the surrounding fur. The patch of fur, now considerably shorter, stood out amidst the rest. After successfully claiming the jade honey, Lin Ye swiftly tucked both the sword and the honey into his jade pendant. The Thunder Bear, staring at the spot where its precious honey had vanished, appeared momentarily dazed. What just happened to my honey? After a brief moment, the Thunder Bear's silver-purple eyes filled with rage, turning a furious crimson. Its honey had been stolen. Roar! After a furious roar, the Thunder Demon Bear immediately fixed its crimson eyes upon Lin Ye, unleashing an enraged bellow. However, Lin Ye gracefully activated the Phoenix Dance 6 Illusions technique, leaping nimbly into the branches of a grand tree, swiftly darting toward another, intent on escaping the scene. Bear, you've tormented me for so long. Consider this your compensation. Without regard for whether the Thunder Demon Bear could comprehend his words, Lin Ye offered a faint smile and departed into the distance, leaving the bear seething in impotent rage within the dense forest. In the Eternal Night Forest, Lin Ye had spent nearly 7 days. During this time, he diligently practiced the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, the Phoenix Dance 6 Illusions, and the Dugan 9 swords each morning, seeking out challengers for combat, while the evenings were reserved for honing the 9 Yang Divine skill, making his days extraordinarily fulfilling. Apart from the Thunder Demon Bear, he had encountered other adversaries in the vicinity, such as the 1,000-year-old Wind King, a Swift Wind Demon Wolf, a 1,000-year-old Ghost Leopard, and a 1,000-year-old Crimson Fire Tiger. Lin Ye even assigned code names to each opponent. The Thunder Demon Bear became known as Thunder Bear King, the Swift Wind Demon Wolf as Demon Wolf King, the Ghost Leopard as Ghost Leopard King, and the Crimson Fire Tiger as Crimson Tiger King. Life in the Eternal Night Forest was vibrant and fulfilling for Lin Ye. Not only did he engage in battles with formidable opponents, but on occasion, he had enough rations to hunt, discovering an array of fruits he had never encountered before. Regardless of whether the fruits were poisonous, Lin Ye remained unperturbed, indulging without hesitation. Should any prove toxic, he could always rely on his purification light to remedy the situation. However, as time passed, while Lin Ye's sustenance was plentiful, the Xionghuang, realgar, he had brought from Eternal Night City was nearing depletion. In this primal forest, rife with venomous creatures, the absence of Xionghuang would render the nights exceedingly arduous. Thus, Lin Ye contemplated returning to Eternal Night City once he exhausted his supply. One evening, amidst the pitch-black forest, Lin Ye sat in a clearing, igniting a bonfire. Over the flames, he roasted a glossy rabbit, freshly caught from the wild. Despite being one of the most basic spirit beasts, the gray-furred rabbit was commendable in size and flavor, abundant in number, making it a common target for hunters. Yet, as Lin Ye tended to the roasting rabbit, a disturbance echoed from the depths of the forest, prompting him to turn his gaze. Upon activating his external soul bone's heavy eye, the world before him illuminated, revealing a mandala snake approximately 6 or 7 meters in length, twisting through the trees with its dark green body, flicking its tongue in pursuit of a rapidly moving white shadow. Chapter 70. The Mutated Gold-Eating Mouse? Is that a gold-eating mouse? As Lin Ye focused his heavy eye on the creature the mandala snake pursued, he was momentarily taken aback. The gold-eating mouse, a small omnivorous spirit beast known for its gregarious nature and penchant for consuming metallic ores, typically serves as prey for most small predatory spirit beasts. However, due to its social behavior and the evolution of sharp claws and fangs from frequent consumption of metals, the gold-eating mouse seldom becomes a target for predators. After all, facing a swarm of these diminutive yet formidable creatures, even the Thunder Demon Bear would struggle to withstand their onslaught. Yet, despite their similar appearance, the gold-eating mouse being pursued by the mandala snake appeared distinct from the ones Lin Ye was familiar with. The ordinary gold-eating mouse bore a resplendent golden coat, while this particular one exhibited a snow-white fur with a tuft of golden hair at its brow. What manner of spirit beast is this? Is it a different rodent species resembling the gold-eating mouse, or a mutated variant, expelled from its group due to its unusual coloration, now targeted by the mandala snake? Lin Ye pondered these questions as he observed the snake and the white gold-eating mouse from afar. At that moment, it seemed the white gold-eating mouse noticed Lin Ye. With an excited squeak, it dashed toward him, pursued relentlessly by the mandala snake. Lin Ye furrowed his brow upon seeing the mouse approach and rose from his place by the bonfire, drawing the iron sword from his back. His intention was not to confront the mouse, which was merely a small creature unworthy of his attention. Rather, he readied his blade in anticipation of the approaching mandala snake. This fierce serpent, although chasing the mouse, would not hesitate to strike should it cross paths with him, while Lin Ye remained vigilant against the mandala snake's potential attack. His primary concern was protecting the rabbit he had so painstakingly roasted. Although the small gold-eating mouse posed little threat, the enormous mandala snake could easily ruin his meal if it followed the mouse into his vicinity. Thus, he prepared accordingly. Squeak! In the shadowy depths of the forest, the white gold-eating mouse raced past Lin Ye in a flash, its excited squeaks echoing in the air. While Lin Ye could have intercepted it, he deemed it unnecessary. Hiss! Following closely behind, the mandala snake hissed, its sinuous green body weaving through the trees. Upon spotting Lin Ye, the inherently vicious creature showed no signs of retreat. Instead, its blood-red vertical pupils gleamed with malice as it opened its cavernous jaws, lunging toward Lin Ye. Seeking death, Lin Ye scoffed at the snake's audacity to attack him. Gripping his sword tightly, he vanished from sight in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared beside the mandala snake's head, swinging his iron sword with precision. In a flash of silver, the blade pierced through the snake's eye and out the other side, embedding itself into the ground. Clang! As the sword struck the earth, Lin Ye landed gracefully, while the lifeless body of the mandala snake crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, scattering dry branches and leaves in its wake. Truly, a foolhardy endeavor. Lin Ye cast a glance at the slain serpent, then approached to retrieve his sword, noting the snake's length of merely over 7 meters. He reflected that its cultivation level was only around 700 years. How dare it provoke him, Lin Ye? In this territory, he had already bested the Thunderbear King, kicked the Demon Wolf King, and subdued the Ghost Leopard King, as well as the Crimson Tiger King. Even the 4 great overlords here are powerless against him. Lin Ye. How could a mere mandala snake dare to offend him? After vanquishing the mandala snake, Lin Ye still took its venom sac and fangs. These 2 items could fetch 1,000 soul coins at the weapon shop in Eternal Night City, amounting to a considerable fortune. Having removed the most valuable parts from the mandala snake, Lin Ye walked away and returned to the nearby campfire, resuming his task of roasting the rabbit. The aroma is delightful. While turning the rabbit over, Lin Ye took out some spices he had purchased from Eternal Night City and sprinkled them over the meat, releasing a rich fragrance that made him inhale deeply, exclaiming in admiration. Finally, it is done. After seasoning the rabbit, he noticed it had turned a pleasing golden brown, causing him to swallow in anticipation. He promptly took the rabbit off the fire, tore off a leg, and began to devour it hungrily. It's delicious. With each hearty bite of the rabbit meat, he savored the explosion of flavors and juices in his mouth, praising it in muffled tones. The gray-furred wild rabbit truly lives up to its reputation as a soul beast. Compared to ordinary rabbits, its size is nearly 1.5 times larger, resulting in a more substantial meat yield. Residing in the Eternal Night Forest, the gray-furred rabbit must constantly evade predators. Thus its meat is both lean and succulent. When roasted, the abundant fats ooze out, making every bite juicy and flavorful, enhanced by the spices, a taste that is simply exquisite. After a few hearty bites, Lin Ye pulled out a water pouch and took a long swig. Although it was labeled as water, the pouch actually contained a sweet sap he had discovered from a water vine in the forest, perfectly complementing the rabbit meat. Tomorrow he would depart, so tonight he must treat himself well. Sitting by the campfire, leaning against a large tree, Lin Ye enjoyed the roasted rabbit while gazing at the moon, occasionally sipping the sweet sap. He resolved that after finishing the gray-furred rabbit, he would certainly catch another. However, just as he was indulging in his meal, a rustling sound suddenly erupted from the nearby bushes. What could that be? Lin Ye halted his actions, turning his vigilant gaze toward the thicket. To his surprise, a small white mouse emerged from the underbrush, looking directly at him while emitting a series of squeaks. Is this the golden devouring mouse from earlier? Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the petite creature. Chapter 71. Let us call it Tang Yuan. Noticing Lin Ye, or more specifically, the roasted rabbit in his hand, the white golden devouring mouse stood up, sniffing the air and squeaking with evident longing. Cautiously, it inched closer to Lin Ye. How bold! Does it not fear me? Lin Ye was astonished that this mutated mouse, having witnessed him slay the mandala snake that had pursued it, dared to approach him. Squeak! Yet, the mouse seemed utterly unfazed by Lin Ye. Though its snowy body trembled slightly, the white golden devouring mouse gazed longingly at the roasted rabbit, squeaking as it made its way toward Lin Ye. How intriguing! Lin Ye felt a surge of curiosity as the mouse approached. Under normal circumstances, he might have ignored this creature. Yet, after spending so long in the Eternal Night Forest, facing ferocious old beasts like the Thunder Magic Bear, Windstorm Magic Wolf King, Ghost Leopard, and Crimson Fire Tiger, each day consumed by training and battle, he found himself somewhat weary, especially on the eve of his departure. Observing the peculiar white golden devouring mouse before him, he felt a spark of interest. It appeared rather adorable. Come here, little one. As the mouse drew near, Lin Ye tore off a small piece of rabbit meat from his meal and waved it enticingly, smiling gently. Squeak! Perhaps sensing Lin Ye's benign intentions, or perhaps lured by the enticing food, the white golden devouring mouse suddenly stood upright and, disregarding any potential danger, scurried over, snatching the piece of roasted rabbit from Lin Ye's hand and began to eat. He chuckled softly at the mouse's antics, extending a finger to gently stroke its fluffy fur. Surprisingly, despite its diminutive size, no larger than a fist, it felt incredibly soft to the touch. As Lin Ye caressed the mouse, it continued to munch on the rabbit, emitting a series of contented little hums. Once the white, golden, devouring mouse finished the offered meat, Lin Ye tore off another piece and offered it again, taking this opportunity to examine the creature closely. The first impression of the white, golden devouring mouse was its immaculate snowy coat, its small size, and the adorable pale, pink ears peeking out from beneath its fur. The mouse's mouth opened and closed to reveal sharp teeth, and its tiny paws bore glimmering claws. However, the most striking feature was the tuft of golden fur adorning its forehead, which stood out remarkably. Squeak! While Lin Ye observed, the mouse, having consumed the rabbit meat, raised its head and let out a pitiful squeak. Here you go. Seeing the mouse's forlorn expression, Lin Ye smiled gently once more, tearing off another piece of rabbit meat to offer to the mouse. The white golden devouring mouse joyfully accepted the morsel, diving back into its meal. However, given its small size, it could only manage a fraction of the meat from the gray-furred rabbit's leg before becoming too full. After its feast, the already round little mouse appeared even more rotund, sprawled on the ground with its belly up, looking as if it might burst, resembling a delightful little snowball while emitting satisfied squeaks. What a gluttonous little creature! Observing the now plump, white, golden, devouring mouse, Lin Ye couldn't help but smile faintly, lifting it gently in his hands. As a sole beast, it had the audacity to come to him for food, seemingly unafraid of being devoured itself. With the mouse resting in his left hand, Lin Ye used his right hand to stroke its soft fur, appreciating the gentle texture beneath his fingertips. Squeak! Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, it was uncertain whether the white, gold-eating mouse comprehended them, yet it suddenly leapt onto Lin Ye's shoulder, nuzzling its round little face against his cheek and emitting a charming squeak. What? Do you believe I would harm you? Lin Ye couldn't help but smile faintly, extending his right hand to gently cradle the white, gold-eating mouse once more. Since you trust me so much, why not accompany me from now on? I shall bestow upon you a name. Gazing at the white, gold-eating mouse, with its snow-white fur, plump body, and a tuft of golden hair upon its brow, Lin Ye fell into contemplation. Given your snowy appearance and round shape, reminiscent of a small dumpling, I shall call you Tang Yuan. Squeak! It seemed as though the mouse understood, for it stood upright, joyfully squeaking in response. The night swiftly passed. On the following day, as dawn broke, the golden rays of sunlight pierced through the white clouds, cascading down through layers of lush leaves to grace Lin Ye's face. Feeling the warmth upon his skin, he slowly opened his eyes, observing the flourishing foliage around him. Lin Ye propped himself up, stretching his body to relieve the stiffness from leaning against the tree trunk throughout the night. The sun had risen. After a glance at the sky, Lin Ye sprang from the tree, executing a graceful somersault in mid-air before landing firmly on the ground. He swiftly cleaned his teeth with a cottonwood branch and some salt, washed his face, and felt invigorated, preparing to gather his belongings and depart. Lin Ye suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Have I forgotten something? He murmured, furrowing his brow. Attention! A sudden spark of realization jolted him. He had forgotten to take his newly acquired pet with him. It seemed that he had tucked Tang Yuan into a hollow he dug in the tree before sleeping. With this thought, Lin Ye hastened to the tree where he had made the hollow. However, peering inside, he found no sign of the round, white figure. Where could it be? Lin Ye felt a pang of alarm. Has it run away? Though reason suggested that the white, gold-eating mouse might have taken advantage of the opportunity to escape after being fed, his heart resisted that notion. Tang Yuan, Tang Yuan, Tang Yuan. Reluctantly, Lin Ye began to search among the towering trees and dense bushes, calling out the name of the white, gold-eating mouse. Given the mouse's earlier display of intelligence, Lin Ye was confident that it understood the significance of the name Tang Yuan. Regrettably, despite an hour of searching within a 100-meter radius, he found no trace of the familiar white, gold-eating mouse. Has it truly left? As he surveyed the dense forest surrounding him, a sense of melancholy washed over Lin Ye. Although he had grown accustomed to solitude, the companionship of the spirited little creature from the previous night had left him yearning for that connection. Very well, I shall take my leave. After an hour of fruitless searching, Lin Ye resigned himself, preparing to depart. Yet just as he was about to leave, a familiar squeak resonated from not far away. Turning his head, Lin Ye caught sight of a white figure sprinting toward him. Tang Yuan, he exclaimed, a spark of joy igniting in his heart. Chapter 72. A century-old ginseng. Tang Yuan's abnormality in the dense forest upon seeing the familiar white figure rushing toward him. Lin Ye was filled with elation. He had been ready to leave, yet a twist of fate had occurred. Tang Yuan had returned. Squeak, accompanied by a series of familiar squeaks. The snowy Tang Yuan transformed into a flash of white, dashing swiftly to Lin Ye's feet before coming to a halt. Tang Yuan, what do you have in your mouth? As Tang Yuan drew near, Lin Ye noticed that the little creature seemed to be clutching something, an uprooted plant. However, due to its mouthful, Lin Ye could not discern the type of plant. Squeak! Hearing Lin Ye's inquiry, the white gold-eating mouse promptly stood upright, releasing the plant from its mouth, and began to gesture with its tiny paws, pointing at Lin Ye and then at the plant before him. Are you saying that you wish to gift me this? Lin Ye speculated, a hint of confusion in his voice as he leaned down to pick up the plant. Upon lifting the plant, Lin Ye was astounded to discover that it was none other than a ginseng. However, the ginseng appeared rather unkempt, still caked with dirt and bearing its leaves intact, having just been uprooted. It was only when he held it that he recognized its true nature. This appears to be a century-old ginseng. Carefully examining the ginseng, Lin Ye noted that its root was nearly as thick as a banana, and the leaves looked aged, clearly indicating its substantial years. This was unequivocally a ginseng of over 100 years, he was certain. Little one, I never expected you to find such a valuable ginseng. Can you take me to where you discovered it? Holding the ginseng, Lin Ye chuckled softly and crouched down to address Tang Yuan. Over the past week, Lin Ye had been battling the Thunder Magic Bear, Gale Magic Wolf, and Crimson Fire Tiger in the Eternal Night Forest. Through these continuous encounters, the progress of his Dragon Elephant Prajna skill had accelerated significantly. Presently, he had reached 60% proficiency in the first layer, and he anticipated a breakthrough within 6 months. At that time, if Lin Ye wished to continue advancing rapidly, the efficacy of ordinary meat would diminish considerably. He would require the sustenance of soul beast meat and medicinal herbs to assist in his cultivation. This century-old ginseng would serve as an excellent resource for future use. However, Lin Ye was curious about how Tang Yuan had managed to find such a rare herb. After all, such precious medicinal materials were typically guarded by formidable soul beasts. Given Tang Yuan's small stature, it would be quite a challenge for it to snatch the century-old ginseng from another soul beast. Had this little creature stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity? Squeak! Tang Yuan, hearing Lin Ye's question, tilted its head in confusion and spun around as if contemplating the meaning of Lin Ye's words. I'm asking where you found this ginseng, Lin Ye replied with a resigned smile, shaking his head as he pointed to the ginseng in his hand, then gestured to Tang Yuan and finally indicated the surrounding forest. At that moment, as if finally grasping Lin Ye's intention, Tang Yuan squeaked a few more times and then scampered to Lin Ye's side, tugging at his pant leg before darting quickly into the forest. Following you, Lin Ye also grasped Tang Yuan's intentions and activated the Phoenix Dance of 6 Illusions to keep pace. After running several kilometers alongside Tang Yuan, Lin Ye arrived at a clearing adorned with vibrant flowers and grasses, dominated by a large stone at its center. Here, Tang Yuan came to a halt. Standing at the clearing, Lin Ye noticed a series of winding, twisting traces on the ground, where the flora lay flattened, leading directly to the imposing stone. Beneath the stone, several desiccated snake skins and scattered scales were visible, along with a small, freshly dug pit nearby, its surrounding soil still damp. Did you excavate this ginseng from here? Lin Ye inquired, kneeling by the pit to feel the moist earth. Squeak! Tang Yuan nodded affirmatively. With this response, Lin Ye rose and approached the large stone to examine it closely. Towering over 5 meters, the stone was a striking shade of gray-black, riddled with pits and scratch marks. Beneath these marks lay the withered emerald green scales. Lin Ye suddenly realized that the serpent residing here must have frequently rubbed against this stone in preparation for shedding its skin, resulting in the scales falling off. Picking up one of the emerald green scales, roughly the size of his palm, Lin Ye scrutinized it and suddenly speculated. Could this scale belong to the mandragon snake from yesterday? Tang Yuan, did you find yourself pursued by the mandragon snake because you sought to steal this ginseng? After I dispatched the snake, did you retrieve the ginseng? Without regard for whether Tang Yuan comprehended, Lin Ye turned his gaze toward the small white mouse sprawled on the ground with an odd expression. Squeak! Tang Yuan appeared puzzled, standing up as if struggling to understand Lin Ye's words. I thought so. With your petite stature, how could you snatch food from the jaws of other soul beasts? It seems you merely stumbled upon it. Amused, Lin Ye patted the white mouse's snowy fur and gently lifted it onto his shoulder. Well, my doubts have been resolved. Let us be off. Hold tight. With the century-old ginseng secured within his jade pendant, Lin Ye activated the Phoenix Dance of 6 illusions, leaping onto a large tree and gliding forward. Squeak! Perched on Lin Ye's shoulder, Tang Yuan observed the swiftly passing scenery, trembling slightly, its sharp claws gripping Lin Ye's garment. Lin Ye could feel its unease. "Do not fear, I am quite steady." Sensing the mouse's apprehension, Lin Ye turned his head and chuckled gently at the shivering white ball on his shoulder. However, after covering several kilometers with the Phoenix Dance of 6 illusions, Tang Yuan suddenly squeaked, clutching Lin Ye's clothing with one paw while pointing in a particular direction with the other. "What is it?" Lin Ye queried, puzzled. "Squeak." Tang Yuan continued to squeak, persistently gesturing toward a certain direction, seemingly urging Lin Ye to investigate. "Is there something over there?" Although intrigued by Tang Yuan's reaction, Lin Ye decided to take a look. After all, his pace was swift, and he could return to Eternal Night City within half a day. It was still before noon, and there was no rush to return. Thus, in mid-flight, Lin Ye abruptly changed direction and soared toward the area indicated by the white mouse, Tang Yuan. Chapter 73. A Treasure-Seeking Mouse, The Return to Eternal Night City. Following the direction pointed out by the white mouse on his shoulder, Lin Ye activated the Phoenix Dance of 6 illusions, leaping through the forest. Finally, after traversing nearly a kilometer, Lin Ye alighted upon a tall tree. From this vantage point, he beheld a sight in the dense foliage ahead. A massive serpent, nearly 6 meters in length, entirely black and covered in blade-like scales, coiled in a clearing. This formidable creature, resting with its eyes closed and flicking its forked tongue, possessed a tail tipped with a sharp, glimmering scorpion-like stinger. This was undoubtedly a scorpion-tailed, venomous python, a creature with a cultivation nearing 600 years, an entity more venomous and ferocious than the mandragon snake. What made it more dangerous than the mandragon snake was evident from its razor-sharp scales and the spines adorning its back, coupled with a lethal scorpion tail. While venomous snakes already possess fangs and venom, this one bore a scorpion stinger, creating a truly perilous amalgamation. Yet paradoxically, in proximity to this lethal, scorpion-tailed, venomous python blossomed a pure white orchid. Lin Ye recognized this as a medicinal herb known as Jade Serpent Orchid, renowned for its ability to counteract snake venom, promote circulation, and enhance cultivation speed. However, Lin Ye was not particularly interested in this orchid. Although it could fetch a handsome price, the 600-year-old scorpion-tailed venomous python was a foe far more formidable than the mandragon snake. Despite its relatively young age, its combat prowess rivaled that of 1,000-year-soul beasts, and with its spines, venomous fangs, and scorpion tail, it posed a significant threat. "Do you wish for me to retrieve this Jade Serpent Orchid?" While it may have some merit, the scorpion-tailed venomous python is far too troublesome. "I would prefer to avoid confrontation. Let us depart." After observing the creature from the tree for a while, Lin Ye turned to the white mouse on his shoulder and spoke. "Squeak." Upon hearing Lin Ye's intention to abandon the endeavor and turning to leave, Tang Yuan squeaked several times, indicating another direction. "Do you know of another herb?" Lin Ye asked, perplexed, yet he followed Tang Yuan's guidance, activating the Phoenix Dance of 6 illusions to pursue. After covering several kilometers, Lin Ye discovered a purple jade bamboo within a grove of sword bamboo. This was another medicinal herb, known to thrive only in the vicinity of bamboo-type soul beasts. Since the sword bamboo, while aggressive, did not attack humans, Lin Ye easily harvested the purple jade bamboo. After securing the herb, he intended to leave, but Tang Yuan squeaked again. Under Tang Yuan's guidance, Lin Ye soared through the eternal night forest, uncovering numerous medicinal herbs, including the purple cloud mushroom guarded by a group of wind baboon, the 7-colored mushroom protected by the ant emperor, and the jade fruit overseen by the silver-backed demon ape. Initially, Lin Ye considered that Tang Yuan must frequently roam the eternal night forest, hence its knowledge of so many medicinal herbs. As the discovery of various medicinal herbs continued, some of which were cleverly concealed, Tang Yuan managed to uncover them all, causing Lin Ye to gradually reconsider the old method he had adhered to. The fact that so many herbs, hidden so well, had been found could not simply be attributed to Tang Yuan's luck. It was evident that Tang Yuan possessed a unique ability to locate these herbs. With this realization, Lin Ye's gaze towards the white, gold-devouring mouse perched upon his shoulder shifted, filled with a sense of wonder. Initially intending to keep a pet that merely consumed ordinary food, He now recognized that this little creature possessed remarkable abilities, which undoubtedly filled Lin Ye with delight. After acquiring 5 or 6 types of herbs, Lin Ye prepared to depart, as noon had arrived. If he lingered any longer, he would likely return home by nightfall. The Evernight Forest was abundant with various herbs, some of which were challenging to discover, while others were guarded by soul beasts. So Lin Ye felt no concern. With a treasure-seeking mouse by his side, he found it hard to believe he would struggle to find herbs. Filled with excitement, Lin Ye and Tang Yuan activated the Phoenix Dance and swiftly made their way back to Evernight City. Upon returning to the city, after spending 7 days in the wild, Lin Ye, despite having maintained cleanliness, found himself somewhat disheveled due to the nature of outdoor living. His clothes were soiled, and his hair was tousled. Arriving at the Tulip Hotel, Lin Ye first took a refreshing bath before heading to the dining hall for a hearty meal. Although his strength ensured he would not lack for sustenance in the wilderness, nothing could compare to the exquisite flavors offered in the restaurant. In the dining hall, Lin Ye ordered a variety of dishes and even set aside a small portion for Tang Yuan, realizing that such a capable pet deserved special care, even if it could only consume a little. Additionally, Lin Ye ordered some beverages. Having never tasted alcohol before, his curiosity was piqued by Tang Hao's fondness for drinking and the earlier encounter with brother Wei, who had also offered him a drink. However, having heard that it was best not to start with strong liquor to avoid intoxication, Lin Ye opted for a bottle of fruit wine to begin with. Pouring a small glass for himself, he took a tentative sip. It was somewhat invigorating, yet the flavor was quite pleasant. As Lin Ye savored the fruit wine, Tang Yuan, noticing the subtle expressions on his face, approached curiously, chirping inquisitively. Would you like to try it? Lin Ye chuckled softly at Tang Yuan's curiosity, pouring a bit of fruit wine into another glass and pushing it towards the little creature. Here, give it a try. With a heart full of curiosity, Tang Yuan stood up, approached the glass, lowered its head, and began to drink. Suddenly, its eyes brightened as if it had tasted something extraordinary, and it began to drink faster, soon causing its little belly to swell. However, after finishing, the white fluff ball appeared somewhat tipsy, staggering across the table before collapsing onto it, chirping in a rather chaotic manner. Drunk already? Lin Ye chuckled at the sight of the tipsy Tang Yuan, gently scooping up the round little creature and placing it inside his shirt as he prepared to leave. After exiting the dining hall, Lin Ye did not return to the Tulip Hotel, but instead made his way to a weapons shop, intending to sell the venomous fangs and sacks obtained from the mandala snake. He found it somewhat puzzling that a weapon shop would buy sharp teeth and claws from soul beasts, but perhaps they served as materials for forging weapons. Upon arriving at the weapon shop and selling the mandala snake's fangs and venom sacks, just as Lin Ye was about to turn to leave, a large hand suddenly clapped on his shoulder, followed by a familiar hearty laugh. What a coincidence! Lin Ye, my little brother, we meet again. Brother Wei? Lin Ye turned in surprise to see the familiar robust figure standing behind him. What a delightful surprise! Indeed, quite the coincidence, Lin Ye replied with a gentle smile. What brings you here? Oh, don't mention it. We were following our employer into the Evernight Forest to hunt soul beasts. Typically, it takes about 3 or 4 days. But this time we encountered some issues that delayed us, and we only just returned today. Wei shook his head in mild exasperation. We just arrived back in Evernight City this morning, and after a brief rest, I came to sell some materials harvested from the soul beasts in the forest. He patted the package on his back with a wry smile. Regardless of the challenges faced, as long as everyone is safe, that's what matters, Lin Ye offered reassuringly. Rest assured, everyone is fine, Wei replied, slapping his chest with a hearty laugh. By the way, 7 days ago, I mentioned treating you to a drink once we returned. And I also wanted to introduce you to the members of our Bear Clan Hunter group. Since fate has brought us together today, why not seize the moment and head to a tavern this afternoon? Sounds good. Lin Ye nodded thoughtfully. That afternoon, in Evernight City at the Blood Rose Tavern, Lin Ye pushed open the door, stepping into the lively establishment. Spotting Wei at a nearby table, he greeted him and made his way over. Lin Ye, you've arrived, Wei exclaimed, rising with a hearty laugh to meet Lin Ye. Come, let me introduce you to the members of our Bear Clan Hunter group. Leading Lin Ye to a table, Wei approached a group of 2 men and 2 women who regarded Lin Ye with curiosity. First, let me introduce you to our Bear Clan Hunter group. Including myself, we have 5 members, each specializing in different directions. Defensive Soul Masters, Offensive Soul Masters, Agile Soul Masters, Control Soul Masters, and Food Soul Masters. I need not introduce myself further, as you already know me, the defensive Soul King, Yue. He then pointed to a young man clad in green, with a sallow complexion and half-long bangs. This is our offensive Soul Master, a soul sect with the Wind Wolf spirit, known as the Wind Wolf Haotian. Though his appearance may not be striking, he is quite proud and often boasts of his charm, which we find rather amusing. Hey, how can you say that, Big Bear? Haotian protested indignantly, standing up in response to Yue's comments. However, Yue paid him no mind, instead gesturing towards a woman in a tight black outfit seated beside them. She is a strikingly beautiful woman, exuding an air of aloofness. With an oval face and willow-like eyebrows, she possesses long, flowing black hair that is neatly gathered at the back of her head. This is Lin, a swift attack soul master from our Barbarian Bear soul hunting team. A formidable soul master with a ghost leopard martial spirit. Despite her seemingly cold demeanor, she is indeed quite distant, though that may not apply to you. As he spoke, you couldn't help but wink at Lin Ye. Why might that not apply to me? Lin Ye handed it, somewhat puzzled. Just then, Lin stood up and walked gracefully towards Lin Ye, extending her right hand, her cool expression softening into a faint smile. Are you the Lin Ye that the leader mentioned? Hello, I am Lin. Hello, Lin Ye replied, somewhat flustered, as he reached out to shake her hand before retracting it. Lin smiled and returned to her seat with an elegant grace. Lin Ye, don't be fooled by Lin's aloofness. Her indifference is reserved for the less attractive, like Haotian. However, for someone as charming and handsome as you, she will be quite warm. You chuckled heartily. Now, allow me to introduce the next member. This is Douluo, our control-type soul master from the Barbarian Bear soul hunting team, a powerful soul venerable with the Iron Vine martial spirit. He joined us a few years ago, having just graduated from the Advanced Soul Master Academy. If you have any questions in this regard, feel free to ask him, you said, gesturing towards a young man in ordinary attire, dressed entirely in black. Douluo and offered Lin Ye a slight smile in acknowledgement. Lin Ye, you should chat with Douluo, but be sure to avoid Haotian. He is full of mischief and might lead you astray. Lin interjected suddenly, her lips curling into a playful smirk. Oh, Lin Ye replied, still unsure of the dynamics at play. Lin, please do not slander me. What have I ever been full of mischief? I merely indulged in a bit of fun a few times when you happen to see me. Is that so wrong? After all, I am a normal man with the Wind Demon Wolf martial spirit. Can you not understand? Haotian retorted, feeling unjustly accused as he brushed his hair back. Even if you are not mischievous, your frequent antics may indeed corrupt young minds. I heard the leader mention that Lin Ye is only 6 years old. Lin snapped, casting a pointed glance at Haotian. Feeling a bit flustered, Haotian quieted down. Enough of this bickering. I still have more introductions to make. You interjected, cutting through the tension as he continued to present the final member of the Barbarian Bear mercenary team. And here we have our last member, Suing, a food-type soul master and a great soul master with the cherry martial spirit. Although she may appear shorter than you, she is nearly 18 years old. You said, pointing to a petite girl in a purple dress with twin ponytails, standing at about 5 feet tall. Nearly 18? Lin Ye exclaimed, surprised. I would never have guessed, given her height. Hello, Suing said shyly, her cheeks flushing as she noticed Lin Ye's surprise. Feeling embarrassed for being shorter than a 6-year-old, she greeted him timidly. Chapter 75. The popular Tanyuan hello, Lin Ye responded, shaking off his surprise as he greeted Suing. All right, Lin Ye, we've introduced everyone from the Barbarian Bear soul hunting team. Come, take a seat, and let us enjoy some drinks and conversation. After introducing the team members, Yu laughed heartily and led Lin Ye to a vacant spot at the table. All right, prepared for this moment, Lin Ye took a seat. Lin Ye, as the elder brother, I'll treat you to drinks today. However, considering your young age, perhaps you haven't had much experience with strong spirits. So I want to put you in a difficult position. I'll order you a glass of clear spring flowing sound. Yu said jovially as he sat down next to Lin Ye. With a snap of his fingers, he called out, Bartender, bring me a glass of clear spring flowing sound. Coming right up, replied a bartender dressed in black and white, who promptly collected various colorful drinks from the shelves and set out fresh cups. The bartender began pouring different colored liquids into a single glass, then covered it with a transparent round container and shook it vigorously in the air. How about that, Lin Ye? Have you ever seen anything like this? Sure, you teased as he noticed Lin Ye staring in awe at the bartender's actions. I have not. Lin Ye nodded, still captivated by the spectacle. He had never witnessed such a method of mixing drinks. To him, alcohol was simply alcohol. It seemed as though this concoction, named Clear Spring Flowing Sound, required several different spirits to be blended together. Not having seen this is quite normal. After all, you're only 6 years old and have just graduated from the Junior Soul Master Academy. You likely haven't had much exposure to this world yet. Xiaolin remarked with a faint smile. That being said, Lin Ye, it's impressive that you graduated so soon. The graduation requirement from the Junior Soul Master Academy is to become a Soul Master, which suggests your innate soul power must be above level 9, correct? Xiaolin inquired. Her interest piqued. Yes, my innate soul power is indeed above level 9. Lin Ye confirmed, nodding naturally, not denying his abilities. Lin Ye, your innate soul power is level 9. That is incredibly enviable. It took me over 2 years to reach the Soul Master level with my innate soul power at level 6. He Feng chimed in, feeling a tinge of jealousy as he poured himself a drink. The matter of innate soul power is subjective, I believe. While the level of innate soul power does relate to one's cultivation speed, the overall combat strength of a Soul Master also hinges on the type and potency of their martial spirit. Though my innate soul power exceeds level 9, my martial spirit is merely an auxiliary type, Lin Ye replied with a calm smile, unperturbed by He Feng's envy. Lin Ye, your martial spirit is an auxiliary type? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, He Feng could not help but feel a surge of surprise. Along with him, the others were equally astonished. As sure you had only mentioned Lin Ye's agreeable personality and remarkable potential, without elaborating further. Haha, it's nothing really. Support-type Soul Masters can also become formidable warriors. After all, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, Master Ning, is a support-type Soul Master, and he is renowned as one of the most powerful figures on this continent, with his sword bone Douluo being even more illustrious. After the initial surprise, He Feng feigned a nonchalant smile and consoled Lin Ye, while Soul Masters with high innate soul power are indeed envied. It is worth noting that if the difference in innate soul power is not significant, a support-type Soul Master with exceptionally high innate power may not be as admired as a battle Soul Master with innate power 2 levels lower. This is due to the inherent weakness in combat prowess of support-type Soul Masters. A support-type Soul Emperor might even struggle against a Soul Master of the same rank. Although support-type Soul Masters typically do not engage in direct combat, public perception often equates strength with combat ability. In Douluo continent, not every support-type Soul Master can attain the stature of Ning Fengji. However, Lin Ye merely smiled faintly at He Feng's clumsy attempt at consolation. Although he identified as a support-type Soul Master, he had never claimed to be merely that. As the conversation continued, a bartender arrived with a prepared drink, placing it respectfully on the table. Haha, brother Lin Ye, come, give this drink a try. Sure you laughed heartily, pushing the glass towards Lin Ye. Thank you. Brother Sure you, Lin Ye replied, his curiosity piqued as he picked up the glass, which resembled clear water. He found it perplexing how several drinks of distinctly different colors had been mixed into this singular clear concoction. Suddenly, a small white head popped out from Lin Ye's clothing, squeaking and sniffing around. Oh, what is this? Su Ying asked, her curiosity evident as she observed the little creature. This is a mutated white gold-devouring rat that I rescued from the Eternal Night Forest. I have adopted it and named it Tang Yuan. Lin Ye explained with a gentle smile as he pulled the snow-white creature from his garment and placed it on the table. Wow, how adorable! Su Ying exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with delight at the sight of Tang Yuan. Even Xiaolin, who was usually reserved, stared intently at the creature, her hands clenching and unclenching as she struggled to suppress her urge to pet the adorable little being. Luo and Tu gazed at Tang Yuan, his heart fluttering at the sight. TCH, it's just a mouse. He Feng scoffed dismissively, earning him the ire of the 2 girls. What did you say, He Feng? Xiaolin glared at him, her voice icy and laced with barely contained anger. How could you call such a cute creature just a mouse? Su Ying added, her indignation palpable. It was merely a casual remark, no offense intended. He Feng stammered, scratching his head awkwardly as he sensed the collective discontent directed at him. Did you say its name is Tang Yuan? Xiaolin inquired, her anger dissipating as curiosity took over. Yes, I named it Tang Yuan because it is white and round. resembling a large rice ball. Lin Ye replied softly, smiling again. That is indeed quite fitting. Su Ying chimed in, her excitement unabated. Dang Zhuang, I have some snacks for you. Come here, she said, pulling out a few nuts from her pocket and enticing the little creature. Tang Yuan, unable to resist the temptation, scurried over to Su Ying and began munching on the nuts. Hee hee, Tang Yuan feels so soft to the touch. Su Ying giggled as she stroked the creature while it ate. I want to try too, Xia Lin said, her interest piqued. After requesting some nuts from Su Ying, she joined in feeding and petting Tang Yuan, watching the little creature dart back and forth between Xia Lin and Su Ying, delighting in the treats. Lin Ye could only shake his head in bemusement. Indeed, such adorable creatures possess an immense charm over women. Chapter 76, Provocation in the Tavern. Ha! It's just a little mouse. Look at how enamored you all are. What's so entertaining about playing with a mouse? Why not come and join the fun with us older brothers? As Xia Lin and Su Ying continued to dote on Tang Yuan, a mocking voice suddenly interrupted from a nearby table. Upon hearing this, everyone, led by Shi Yu, stood up with grim expressions, turning to face the source of the voice. Lin Ye followed suit, his gaze fixed on the previously empty table, now occupied by 5 men. Among them, one particularly gaunt-faced man wore a sly grin. Bao Hu, are you looking for trouble? Shi Yu glared at a burly, bald man with a face marred by scars, who was currently drinking. Man Xiong, we are all part of the soul hunting team. In the perilous Eternal Night Forest, it's only natural that we might speak a few careless words over drinks. The bald man, Bao Hu, responded with a smirk. However, Hifeng snorted derisively at Bao Hu's words. So, after completing a soul-hunting task, it's acceptable to speak nonsensically? We have just returned from the Eternal Night Forest, and are now enjoying drinks, so I might as well spout some nonsense myself, such as, Bao Hu, I curse your mother. How's that sound? At Hifeng's words, Bao Hu's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with menace as he gripped his drink tightly. Rising abruptly, he glared at Shi Yu and spoke in a low, restrained voice. Man Xiong, keep your companion in check. Don't let him spew nonsense. Keep my people in check. You should manage your own first. Why is it that your group is allowed to speak carelessly while mine is not? Let me tell you, even if Feng Lang hadn't said anything, I would have made sure to extend my greetings to your mother. Shi Yu retorted, a cold smirk on his face. As the tension escalated between Shi Yu and Bao Hu, the tavern fell into a hushed silence. The other patrons could not help but glance over. Yet none showed any intention to quell the brewing conflict. Rather, they appeared to be eagerly anticipating it. This was hardly surprising, as the clientele of the Blood Rose Tavern primarily comprised soul masters, members of various soul-hunting factions within the Eternal Night City. Having spent extended periods engaging in soul hunting, these individuals were accustomed to dealing with soul beasts and teetering on the precipice of life and death, their nerves perpetually taut. To alleviate their heightened tension, these soul masters often resorted to various methods of stress relief after completing their soul-hunting missions, with some seeking the company of beautiful women, while others opted to indulge in intoxicating libations. Naturally, when intoxicated, conflicts among soul masters were not uncommon within tavern walls. However, today's altercation held a distinct significance, as the patrons of the Blood Rose Tavern discerned that neither Shi Yu nor Bao Xiong were inebriated. The prospect of conflict between sober individuals certainly piqued their interest. As the tension between Shi Yu and Bao Xiong escalated, the onlookers remained unperturbed, for they were in the Blood Rose Tavern. Do you wish to engage me in a duel, Barbarian Bear? Shi Yu inquired, as Bao Xiong crushed his wine glass with a resounding crack, a menacing grin spreading across his face. A duel it shall be, I Barbarian Bear. Never shy away from a challenge, but remember, this conflict was instigated by your people. If a fight is to ensue, it is you who seeks it. Shi Yu retorted with a scoff. Just as the two men were on the brink of confrontation, a cold, commanding voice rang out from nearby. What is the meaning of this? Have you all grown so bold as to fight within my Blood Rose Tavern? Are you prepared to lose an arm? Upon hearing this voice, the fierce expressions on Shi Yu and Bao Xiong's faces instantly softened. Shi Yu broke into a sheepish grin, while Bao Xiong's demeanor transformed into one of apparent innocence. Dear Blood Rose, you yist, how could we dare? Shi Yu scratched his head, grinning foolishly as he observed a woman approaching swiftly, clad in a form-fitting red gown, her hair elegantly styled, her face both enchanting and fierce, marred by scar. Humph, I doubt you would dare. The woman, known as Blood Rose, responded with a haughty sniff. Now, explain the situation to me. Blood Rose, this is not our fault. It was Baoxiong's men who provoked us. We were enjoying our drinks when they insisted on having Shilin join them, which we certainly could not tolerate. In his indignation, Shiriyue pounded the table with his fist. Oh, is that so? Blood Rose raised an eyebrow, her gaze turning icy as she scrutinized Baoxiong. Blood Rose, we did not mean any harm. It was the thin monkey who was drunk and spoke foolishly. Baoxiong protested, pointing an accusing finger at his teammate, Thin Monkey, who indeed appeared flushed and disoriented. That fellow was clearly sober earlier, Lin Ye mused, observing Thin Monkey's reddened face with a furrowed brow. He recalled that during the initial provocation, Thin Monkey had shown no signs of inebriation. However, he dismissed this concern, more intrigued by the identity of Blood Rose and why both Shiriyue and Baoxiong exhibited such trepidation toward her. Shilin, who exactly is this Blood Rose? Why do Shiriyue and Baoxiong seem so fearful of her? Lin Ye inquired quietly as he approached Shilin. Blood Rose is a former leader of a soul-hunting faction in Eternal Night City from many years ago, when the faction disbanded a few years back. She remained in the city to open this tavern. While she may not have a notorious reputation, her strength is among the highest in Eternal Night City. She is a soul sage. Shilin replied in a hushed, reverent tone. A soul sage. Lin Ye's understanding deepened. No wonder Shiriyue and Baoxiong were so wary of Blood Rose. A soul sage ranks among the elite in the entire Tiando Empire. Who would not be apprehensive? Your matter can be resolved easily or not at all. I suspect neither of you believe yourselves at fault. So you have two options. Either you both step back and reconcile, or, as per tradition, I shall devise a solution that avoids further animosity. Choose one. Blood Rose deliberated for a moment, assessing Shiriyue and Baoxiong before speaking. I choose the second. I choose the second. Shiriyue and Baoxiong declared in unison. Neither intended to retreat. To do so would mean losing face in the tavern. Very well. We shall resolve this through an arm wrestling match. Blood Rose acquiesced, nodding at their choice. Agreed. Both Shiriyue and Baoxiong affirmed. Blood Rose, while an arm wrestling match is certainly acceptable, it seems rather dull. Shall we place a wager? Baoxiong suggested, a sinister smile creeping across his rugged face. A wager? Blood Rose's brows furrowed, a hint of coldness lacing her words. That is your own affair. As long as you do not disturb my tavern, you may settle your disputes elsewhere if it comes to blows. Understanding the implications of Baoxiong's suggestion, Blood Rose, seasoned by years in the soul-hunting realm, suspected that this conflict might be a trap set by Baoxiong. Yet, having spent over a decade managing a soul-hunting faction, she had encountered such schemes before and chose not to intervene. After all, they were merely patrons. With Blood Rose showing no opposition, Baoxiong breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared her wrath might lead to the disruption of the conflict and a severe reprimand for himself. Barbarian Bear. Since Blood Rose has stated that this matter is for us to decide, how about we introduce a wager for this arm wrestling match? Are you up for the challenge? Baoxiong turned to Shiriyue, his fists clenched and exuding a challenging demeanor, a mocking smile spreading across his face. The situation had unfolded in such a manner that Shiryu suddenly comprehended the implications. The recent provocation from the lean monkey was evidently premeditated. This realization caused Shiryu to narrow his eyes while gazing at the fierce tiger, a hint of murderous intent flickering within. However, after a moment's contemplation, he unexpectedly broke into a smile. Very well. Given the current circumstances, with onlookers all around, retreating was no longer an option for Shiryu. To do so would surely tarnish the reputation of the Barbarian Bear soul-hunting team in Evernight City, reducing them to a subject of ridicule. In the realm of soul-hunting, there were no intricate schemes. Strength was the only currency. The one who emerged victorious was the one who held the mightiest fists. If he were to back down today, whispers would undoubtedly circulate throughout Evernight City that he, the Barbarian Bear, could not even uphold the dignity of his own team members. Shiryu was indeed generous. Yet, his magnanimous nature compelled him to value his pride even more. Regardless of the outcome, he was resolute that a confrontation with the fierce tiger was inevitable, although the fierce tiger had employed shrewd tactics that might have granted him an advantage. Shiryu remained unwavering in his confidence of victory. After all, while both were Soul Kings, Shiryu was a level 55 Soul King, whereas the fierce tiger was merely a level 53. Excellent. True to the barbarian bear spirit, you're indeed generous. Since you are so magnanimous, I, the fierce tiger, shall not be outdone. This time, I shall wager my cherished storage bracelet. Upon hearing Shi Yu's agreement, the fierce tiger erupted into boisterous laughter, swiftly removing the bracelet from his wrist and slamming it onto the table. The fierce tiger was impressive. Such a lavish offering. Shi Yu recalled that this bracelet had a capacity of 8 cubic units, valued at no less than several thousand gold soul coins. A nearby onlooker gasped in astonishment. Such an extravagant wager. One could only wonder if the barbarian bear possessed an equally valuable item. If not, it would be utterly humiliating. Not far away, another patron sighed and shook his head. Using your storage soul device as a wager is rather excessive, isn't it? Upon hearing that the fierce tiger intended to use his storage soul device as a stake, Shi Yu's brow furrowed slightly as he murmured, "What? Barbarian bear, are you perhaps feeling apprehensive?" The fierce tiger crossed his arms, a cold smirk appearing on his face. Apprehensive? Not quite. It's just that I seem to lack anything of equivalent value to match your storage device. If you insist on a wager, then you may specify something I possess. Shi Yu scoffed coldly, his voice low. Very well, I shall state my terms. Upon hearing Shi Yu's words, the fierce tiger suddenly grinned mischievously. I hear that you, the barbarian bear's leader, recently acquired a 7-colored illusory ginseng. Let us use that as our wager. How did you know I possessed the 7-colored illusory ginseng? Shi Yu inquired, his brow knitting together. The ginseng was a precious herb he had obtained months prior, initially intended for consumption upon his ascension to Soul King. He had not expected its existence to be known. Barbarian bear, how I know is inconsequential. I ask you one word, wager or not? The fierce tiger shook his head, fixing his gaze on Shi Yu, delivering his words with deliberate cadence. Wager, despite the flicker of doubt in his heart. Shi Yu's confidence in his ability to triumph compelled him to respond decisively. However, unbeknownst to Shi Yu, upon hearing the mention of the 7-colored illusory ginseng, Yifeng's expression shifted, revealing a sense of unease. Damn it, drinking leads to trouble. With the wager established, under the witness of the staff at the Blood Rose Tavern, Shi Yu and the fierce tiger took their seats at a table, facing each other and locking eyes. Behind them stood their respective soul-hunting team members and supporters, all fervently cheering for their champions. Barbarian bear, give it your all. Take down that bald-headed scoundrel. I've been irked by him for ages. Fierce tiger, strike hard. Take down that hulking brute. I can't believe there are beauties among his team. It drives me wild with envy. Supporters of both Shi Yu and the fierce tiger shouted vociferously, urging their champions to pummel one another. Within the tavern, bets were being placed on the outcome of the duel. Lin Ye, who do you think will win, our boss or the fierce tiger? Inquiringly, Xia Lin turned to Lin Ye, who had fallen silent, observing the two combatants poised with their muscular arms bared. Xia Lin, do you wish to hear the truth or a falsehood? Lin Ye replied, her fingers idly caressing the dumpling in her hand, a faint smile gracing her lips. Can there really be a distinction between truth and falsehood? Xia Lin questioned, skepticism clouding her expression. Meanwhile, Su Ying beside her cast a puzzled glance at Lin Ye, evidently perplexed by her words. Noticing the confusion in Xia Lin and Su Ying's eyes, Lin Ye offered a gentle smile, pausing her caress of the dumpling, and continued. Sister Xia Lin, as friends, I naturally stand with you, believing that sure you will emerge victorious, albeit from an emotional standpoint. Yet, reason compels me to acknowledge that although the fierce tiger appears rugged, he possesses a keen intellect. He has invested considerable effort into devising a strategy against Shi Yu, which indicates he harbors significant confidence in his chances of victory in this contest. Therefore, barring any unforeseen events, it is highly likely he will triumph. And even if he does not, he likely has contingencies prepared. Upon reflecting on Lin Ye's words, Xia Lin, who initially held unwavering faith in Shi Yu, felt a slight shift in her expression, her conviction wavering. That seems to hold some merit. However, she remained reluctant to fully concede, biting her lip as she added, but the disparity in soul power is only 2 levels. There are numerous ways to compensate for that gap. Have you not noticed? The fierce tiger arrived later than us, and yet instigated trouble so swiftly. What if he had a support-type soul master enhance him with a long-lasting buff before coming here? Lin Ye regarded Xia Lin with a knowing glance, responding slowly. Chapter 78. Lin Ye's volunteered participation in that moment. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Xie Lin's heart faltered. The possibility was indeed plausible. Meanwhile, as Lin Ye conversed with Xie Lin, Shi Yu and the fierce tiger had already commenced their contest. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, the two burly men revealed their robust arms, clasping hands in a fierce grip. Both exerted every ounce of their strength, their faces reddening as they sought to overpower one another. However, it seemed that neither was gaining the upper hand, resulting in a momentary stalemate. How is this possible? Yet, as Shi Yu sensed the strength emanating from the fierce tiger's arm, disbelief washed over him. He could scarcely fathom that the fierce tiger's strength could rival his own, given their comparable soul rings and martial spirits, and the fact that he enjoyed a two-level advantage in soul power. Logic dictated that the fierce tiger should not be his equal. How could they be evenly matched? Observing the astonishment on Shi Yu's face, the fierce tiger inwardly chuckled. To acquire Shi Yu's 7-colored illusory ginseng, he had expended considerable resources, enlisting the aid of a support-type soul master from the Spirit Hall to enhance his capabilities. Go! Go! The supporters on both sides continued to rally their champions with fervent cheers. However, both Shi Yu and Bao Hu exerted themselves to the utmost, their faces flushed and their arms straining. Veins prominently visible, yet even in their exhaustion, neither could gain the upper hand. The contest concluded in a draw. Observing the fatigue of both Shi Yu and Bao Hu, the staff at the Blood Rose Tavern furrowed their brows and declared the result. A draw? Upon learning of this outcome, aside from a few lucky patrons who had whimsically wagered on a tie, most of the spectators felt disheartened. Mighty Bear, what should we do now that the match has ended in a draw? Bao Hu, panting heavily, turned to Shi Yu and inquired. Let us rest for a moment before we continue. Shi Yu replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead. How long must we wait? Our strengths are nearly equal. It is futile to determine a victor this way. Why not let our team members take the stage and compete? What do you say? Bao Hu suggested, glancing at Shi Yu. Huh, that sounds splendid. Since the two leaders cannot decide the outcome, let us, as members of the Soul Hunter team, step in. With Bao Hu's words, the members of his team erupted in laughter, eagerly rubbing their fists together. Hearing Bao Hu's proposal, many patrons began to murmur in agreement. They too supported Bao Hu's suggestion, for if the match ended in a draw, all would suffer losses, but by continuing, a victor could surely be determined. This is unjust. Yet, Shi Yu frowned at Bao Hu's suggestion and outright rejected it. Although the members of their teams were of comparable strength, Bao Hu's Soul Hunter team included those with spirit beasts akin to rhinoceroses and bison, all leaning towards brute strength. In contrast, Shi Yu possessed only one spirit inclined toward power, while the others did not, rendering the situation clearly unfair. Heh, Mighty Bear, are you afraid? Upon hearing Shi Yu's refusal, Bao Hu cast a derisive glance at him. What is there to fear? Let us take him down. Behind Bao Hu, some supporters of Mighty Bear began to stir, disregarding the situation and loudly encouraging Shi Yu to agree. However, Shi Yu was evidently unfazed by such taunts. It appears the Mighty Bear Soul Hunter team is nothing but a bunch of cowards. I truly overestimated you all. If you refuse to accept, then let today's contest end in a draw. Realizing Shi Yu remained steadfast in his refusal, Bao Hu felt a twinge of urgency as his enhancement abilities had a time limit. Yet he could not reveal his anxiety. Instead, he directed disdainful glances at the other members of the Mighty Bear Soul Hunter team, feigning contempt to provoke Shi Yu while attempting to bolster his own momentum. Upon noticing Xilin, Bao Hu could not help but shake his head in mock dismay, lamenting, alas, such a beautiful lady, yet she is stuck with a cowardly leader. You shall never lay your hands on my storage soul guide. With that, Bao Hu sighed and shook his head, preparing to turn away. Although his plan had progressed smoothly, the auxiliary soul master he found was inadequate, resulting only in a draw, and Shi Yu was unlikely to fall for any backup schemes. Bao Hu had no choice but to feign bravado, gather his momentum, and then seize the opportunity to depart. Otherwise, if he lingered too long and faced Shi Yu again, he would truly have nothing to gain. Just as Bao Hu was about to leave, Lin Ye quietly approached Shi Yu, whispering, Brother Shi Yu, do you desire that storage bracelet? Indeed, we covet it. An 8 cubic meter storage soul guide is always in high demand. Shi Yu sighed, then agreed to him. I shall take the stage. Lin Ye replied with a gentle smile. You will take the stage? Shi Yu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. What say you? Do you dare trust me? If you do, I will secure that storage soul guide for you. If not, then I cannot assist you, Lin Ye stated, not pressing further. Merely smiling softly. He was helping out of goodwill toward the mighty bear soul hunter team, not out of desperation. This, Shuriwe hesitated, rationally considering Lin Ye, merely a 6-year-old auxiliary soul master, could hardly compete against the brawny men with their beast spirit powers. Yet emotionally, Shuriwe felt that since Lin Ye was aware of his identity and still dared to speak so confidently, he must possess some assurance, which made Shuriwe somewhat inclined to trust him. Very well, brother Lin Ye, I shall rely on you. Ultimately, sentiment triumphed over reason, and Shuriwe gritted his teeth in resolution. He was inherently a person of deep emotion, which was why he had fostered such a positive atmosphere within the Soul Hunter team, earning the respect and affection of all its members. Thus, he chose to trust Lin Ye. Baohu, wait. Oh, have you come to a decision? Baohu, who had been ready to leave, felt a stir of interest upon hearing Shuriwe's voice and turned, wearing a bemused smile. Meanwhile, the crowd, which had thought the spectacle was over and was about to disperse, gathered once more. Baohu, very well. As you suggested, we shall send forth another challenger, Shuriwe declared, his expression serious. Excellent. Let us have another match. Baohu laughed heartily at Shuriwe's words. Though he was perplexed by Shuriwe's sudden change of heart, he was nonetheless delighted by the prospect of continuing the contest. With Shuriwe's agreement to proceed, Baohu, who had been about to leave the tavern, burst into laughter and returned with his team, standing beside the empty table where the previous contest had taken place. Not far off, the tavern staff approached once more. Hixie, you go. Baohu grinned, gesturing to a tall, dark-skinned man beside him. Yes, boss. Hixie replied gruffly, taking a seat at one end of the table. Mighty Bear, who will your team send? Wind Wolf or Ghost Leopard? After dispatching his subordinate, Baohu, envisioning victory, cast a mocking glance at Shuriwe. Yet, just when everyone turned to Shuriwe, speculating which team member he would select, Shuriwe suddenly pointed at a youthful boy beside him, proclaiming, Lin Ye, you take the stage.